Yi Yun traverses a martial world filled with gods, demons, and monsters, becoming the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect. After signing in for 100,000 years and resurrecting from an ancient tomb, he emerges with imperial, divine, and even super divine weapons and techniques, astonishing his disciples. In Yi Yun's view, the invincibility of one individual is insufficient to command the respect of all realms. It is the strength of a collective that can truly shake the universe. Thus, he leads the Divine Dragon Sect with an unbeatable presence, sweeping through the heavens, suppressing all realms, and forcefully rising to prominence. I, Yi Yun, am unmatched in the world, yet I seek but one defeat. I, the Divine Dragon Sect, am invincible across the globe, yet I desire but one defeat. As the gates to the celestial realm open, 30 million celestial beings kneel and beseech, we implore you to ascend into our celestial gate and lead our realm through the ages. The heavens are astounded. Chapter 1. Ancestor resurrected after 100,000 years. Ding. Does the host wish to sign in? Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 100,000 years, totaling 5,256,000,000 sign-ins. Your merit is now fulfilled, and the sign-in space begins to unlock. With a countdown of 10 minutes, in a deep, mysterious space, Yi Yun, existing in a spiritual form, suddenly hears the voice of the system, his numb soul finally receiving a spark of vitality. 100,000 years. He can finally escape. In this darkness devoid of light, he is signed in every 10 minutes for an entire century. Yi Yun waits in silence, unaware of the world awaiting him outside after such a long time. Has the Divine Dragon Sect grown larger or fallen further into desolation? In the ruins of the Divine Dragon Sect at the rear mountain. Master, at last you can rest in peace. While transporting your ashes, my fellow disciples and I were ambushed. The eldest sister sacrificed herself to protect us, and her fate remains unknown. I fear she likely perished. Little junior brother, I was captured along the way. Now, I'm the only one left in the entire Divine Dragon Sect. Master, although you entrusted the position of sect leader to me before your passing, I fear I cannot fulfill your legacy. After ensuring your resting place, I must disappear into the shadows, never to reveal myself again. Master, I truly cannot endure this solitude any longer. Before a newly erected grave, a girl clad in tattered robes, her disheveled hair and dusty face reflecting sorrow, kneels and burns incense. The girl, around 16 or 17, bears numerous tears in her robe, revealing her fair skin, with dark red stains of dried blood in some areas, a distressing sight. She murmurs her innermost thoughts before the grave, as if the weight on her heart has finally been lifted, her expression lightening somewhat. Lowly rises and surveys her surroundings. In the valley where she stands, nearly 300 graves are densely arranged. She, too, shall be buried here after her demise. But now, she resolves to dissolve the Divine Dragon Sect. Thus, her fate is forever severed from this place. Though the Divine Dragon Sect is a minor sect, it boasts a long lineage, with each leader interred in this valley upon their death. Before the numerous graves stand stone tablets, some ancient, dating back at least 100,000 years. Alas, it is said that the Divine Dragon Sect was once among the pinnacle of eternal-level sects, yet has now fallen to such depths. Lowly sighs, her dark face reflecting melancholy. As the impoverished sect leader, Lowly is merely at the 8th level of Qi gathering, arguably the weakest leader in history. Following her master's teachings over the years, she and her peers have either hidden or fled from their enemies, leaving them no time to cultivate. Thus, her skills remain tragically inadequate. It is said that the 250th leader of the Divine Dragon Sect once offended a formidable power. Since then, generations of disciples have been on the run. Despite this, the sect has endured for nearly 50 generations, with Lowly now being the 298th leader. Reflecting on the painful past, Lowly's expression grows even more somber, and she sighs quietly. Perhaps it is the bloodline of the Divine Dragon that instills a tenacious spirit in its descendants, allowing each generation of leaders to survive against the odds, evading the relentless pursuit of enemies. Over time, the Divine Dragon Sect has weakened progressively, and during Lowly's master's era, only 3 disciples were accepted over decades. Her master is merely a practitioner of the Yuan-Si realm. Alas, the past is too painful to revisit. Lowly's sorrowful gaze sweeps over a few ancient graves in the distance, and she suddenly murmurs, "Forget it. I shall never return here again. Let me offer a final incense stick to the ancestors of the sect. With that, Lowly takes a bundle of incense and walks toward the first row of graves. Beginning with the first grave of the founding ancestor, Lowly remains silent, her dusty face solemn. Upon reaching the 13th grave, she glances at the ancient stone tablet before it, and her narrow phoenix eyes undergo a transformation. Is this the most powerful ancestor in the history of the Divine Dragon Sect? It is said that he was arrogant and offended many, even daring to tease the Ice Phoenix's saintess. This led to widespread resentment, and he resigned after only 6 years as leader. At this point, Lowly's lips curl into a smirk. Oof. He is indeed the shortest-lived leader of the Divine Dragon Sect. Despite her frustration, Lowly still lights an incense stick. After all, this 13th leader once led the sect to its most glorious achievements, deserving of her tribute. For the previous 12 ancestors, Lowly bows her head while offering incense. However, before the 13th leader, she stands upright. Ancestor, if it were not for your arrogance and the multitude of enemies you made, how could the Divine Dragon Sect have fallen so swiftly? Moreover, it is said that you fell into madness during your cultivation and perished, much to the delight of your many enemies, who claimed that the Divine Dragon Sect deserved its fate. Having vented her grievances, Lowly turns to proceed to the 14th grave. Suddenly, the earth shifts, and a faint sound arises. As she observes the trembling soil, Lowly's heart races, fear etched upon her face. Resurrected? The ancestor has returned? Emerging from a coffin, Lowly trembles like a leaf in the wind, terrified at the thought. Could a long-dead ancestor, after 100,000 years, truly be roused by her disdain? A skeletal hand bursts forth from the earth. Boom! The grave explodes. A skeletal figure leaps high, landing before Lowly. Mother, a ghost! Lowly is so startled that she falls to the ground, her eyes rolling back in fright, nearly losing control of herself. Chapter 2. The True God Realm. Little girl, were you just speaking ill of me? As Yun emerged from the coffin, a grin spread across his face, startling the terrified girl before him. The sound of his skeletal jaw creaking echoed eerily as he smiled. Glancing down, he noted the emptiness of his chest, now merely a framework of bones. Fortunately, the skeletal structure remained intact, providing him with a sense of solace. With the blood of the ancestral dragon within him, he could regenerate his flesh. Ancestors, I was wrong. I should not have spoken poorly of you. I beg for your forgiveness. Luo Li's face turned pale, her expression filled with dread as she repeatedly bowed her head to the ground, sobbing in fear. She never imagined her complaints would summon the ancestor from his coffin. How could you, a descendant of so many generations, be so weak? Yun observed Luo Li quietly, his hollow eye sockets emanating a chilling aura. In response to the ancestor, I am the 298th generation master of the Divine Dragon Sect. Though my strength may be lacking, I am undoubtedly the rightful master. Luo Li trembled as she raised her head slightly, her terrified gaze revealing a trembling hand that held the master's token. You truly are the master, Yun remarked, examining the token and surveying his surroundings, thus confirming Luo Li's identity. They stood in the Ancestral Hall's rear mountain, the final resting place of all past masters of the Divine Dragon Sect. Here lay a grand formation he had meticulously arranged, accessible only to the master. Yun no longer doubted her identity, yet he found her cultivation level alarmingly insufficient. Had the world weakened over the past 100,000 years? Or had the Divine Dragon Sect declined? His hollow, bone-like eyes fixated on Luo Li as he spoke in a low, eerie tone. In response to the ancestor, the world has not changed. It is the Divine Dragon Sect that has fallen into decline. Now, I'm the only one left. Upon reaching this point, Luo Li collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. With her disheveled appearance, tears and snot streamed down her face, rendering her even more pitiable. Poor wretched child. Seeing her distress, Yun let out a quiet sigh. He never expected the Divine Dragon Sect to have fallen to such depths. Yet, this was the harsh reality 100,000 years later. Close your eyes, Yun instructed, wishing to conceal his transformation from this junior. Oh, Luo Li obediently shut her eyes. With a flick of his wrist, Yun's consciousness delved into the system's repository, retrieving a porcelain vial and consuming its contents in one gulp. This was the ancestral dragon's blood bestowed upon him by the system, a reward for his initial sign-in. Each master of the Divine Dragon Sect possessed a profound lineage of the dragon's blood, and in his youth, Yi Yun's bloodline concentration had reached an astonishing 99. By the age of 24, he had transcended to the Eternal Realm, standing at the pinnacle of the Tsangnan continent. When the sign-in system activated, it informed him that to advance further in his cultivation, he must forsake the dragon's blood in favor of the ancestral dragon's blood to break through to the Eternal Realm and enter the legendary Divine Realm. After considerable contemplation, Yi Yun acquiesced to the system's demands and entered the mysterious sign-in space, remaining there for 100,000 years, signing in an astonishing 52 billion times. As the ancestral dragon's blood was absorbed by his bones, flesh and blood regenerated at a visible pace, enveloping him in vitality. With a gentle shake of his wrist, a snow-white robe adorned his figure. "All right, you may open your eyes now." Yi Yun similed softly. Luo Li removed her hands from her eyes, and what met her gaze was an ethereal figure clad in white, exuding an otherworldly grace, resembling a celestial being, his beauty beyond description. How incredibly handsome! Luo Li's cheeks flushed as she stared, captivated by every detail of the exquisitely jade-like man before her. His elegant white robe made him appear youthful and enchanting. Stirring her heart, Yi Yun, with hands behind his back, regarded the weeping girl before him with a faint smile. At that moment, the power of the ancestral dragon's blood surged within him, shattering the barriers of the Eternal Realm. Yi Yun had finally achieved his long-sought entry into the true God realm. In the Tsangnan continent, beneath the divine, the cultivation levels were divided into 10 realms: body refinement, qi gathering, Xiandan, Yuan Si, divine shaping, divine bridge, nirvana, destiny, life and death, and eternity. Eternity represented the pinnacle, while breaking into the true God realm signified unparalleled supremacy. For 100,000 years, no one had ventured into the divine realm. It was merely a tale of ancient legends. "Ancestor, have you broken through?" Luo Li exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Her mouth agape. Through her unique dragon heart technique and resonance with the dragon's blood, she had previously sensed that Yi Yun's cultivation might be at the eternal level. However, just moments ago, an even more potent aura erupted from him, rendering her unable to discern his true level. "I have broken through," Yi Yun replied with a smile. "Ancestor, does that mean you have reached the true God realm?" Luo Li asked, trembling. Being the master of the Divine Dragon Sect, Luo Li understood that beyond the eternal realm lay the elusive true God realm. Indeed, Yi Yun nodded affirmatively. "Wow, you have truly reached the true God realm. Ancestor, our Divine Dragon Sect is saved." Upon hearing Yi Yun's confirmation, Luo Li first rejoiced, dancing with excitement, only to be overtaken by a fresh wave of tears. God, the true God realm. That is the legendary realm of terror on the Tsangnan continent. It has been countless years since anyone has broken through. Most cultivators have never even heard of the true God realm. Yi Yun rubbed his brow, recognizing that this girl had endured many hardships and grievances within the declining Divine Dragon Sect. "Child, tell me about the Divine Dragon Sect," Yi Yun said earnestly. "Ancestor, the current state of the Divine Dragon Sect." Luo Li wiped away her tears and recounted all she knew about the sect. Once she finished, Yi Yun pondered silently. "According to what you said, do you have any knowledge of the superpower that the 250th generation master offended?" "Indeed, Ancestor," Luo Li replied, her face somber. "The time is too far removed, and with the former ancestor's reticence, we still do not know who has been opposing our Divine Dragon Sect. Fear not. No matter who it is, I will annihilate them." A bloodthirsty glimmer flashed in Yi Yun's eyes, his calm voice laced with an iron will capable of toppling the heavens. Luo Li was momentarily taken aback. The handsome ancestor, when roused, emanated an irresistible charm. Yi Yun employed his spiritual perception to assess Luo Li's innate talent, and, upon discovering the pitifully thin dragon bloodline within the young girl, felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that the current dragon sect had fallen below even the lowest tiers of sections. However, he remained unfazed, for he possessed myriad methods at his disposal. Yi Yun rummaged through his wrist and retrieved a pill, instructing her, "First, consume this marrow-cleansing pill." With a flick of his finger, the pill soared toward Luo Li. "What is the quality of this?" As she grasped the pill, radiating a profound aura, Luo Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, her hands trembling. "Heavens, what exquisite quality is this?" She had never encountered such an extraordinary marrow-cleansing pill in her life. This was a divine-grade masterpiece. Ian smiled gently. What? Divine grade? Startled, Luo Li shuddered, and in her daze, the divine grade pill slipped through her fingers. Chapter 3. The divine grade pill, astounding to hear. Observing Luo Li's bewilderment, Yi Yun wore a peculiar expression of amusement. It is merely a divine grade marrow-cleansing pill. I have enough in my storage to pile up a mountain. With a mere thought, the pill seemed to respond to his call, floating back into the palm of Luo Li. How could it be divine grade? Luo Li, regaining her composure, gazed at the ancestor in astonishment. Is it so strange? Yi Yun inquired, his curiosity piqued. Ancestor, such an expensive marrow-cleansing pill, I truly hesitate to consume it. Luo Li cradled the pill in her hands, her eyes gleaming with greed as she swallowed hard. A divine-grade, marrow-cleansing pill had never graced the lands of Songnan. It existed solely in legends. The hierarchy of techniques, pills, and treasures in the contemporary world range from mortal grade to divine grade, with divine grade being the pinnacle. In Songnan, even a heavenly grade marrow-cleansing pill was fiercely contested, while those above the king grade had yet to materialize. Only tales of the 10 great grades circulated, with some pills rumored to reach king grade. However, anything above emperor grade remained firmly in the realm of myth. As for marrow-cleansing pills, the highest attainable was merely inferior heavenly grade, the utmost that even the finest alchemists of Songnan could concoct. Luo Li, having lived a life of poverty, had only ever consumed a superior yellow-grade marrow-cleansing pill at best. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with avarice, contemplating the fortune that could be obtained should she sell the divine-grade pill. Amused by the girl's avaricious demeanor, Yi Yun produced a small purple-golden gourd. Do not hesitate to consume it. This gourd contains 10,000 marrow-cleansing pills. You could treat them as mere candy without issue. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Luo Li was once again taken aback, her mind reeling. Ancestor, you cannot be jesting, can you? She ventured cautiously. While it was conceivable that this ancestor, who had attained eternal realms 100,000 years ago, might possess a single divine-grade marrow-cleansing pill due to fortunate circumstances, claiming to have 10,000 was simply implausible. Do I appear to be joking? Yi Yun retrieved a small mirror, glancing at his serious countenance, which left no room for jest. He then gently tossed the purple-golden gourd to Luo Li. Why not open it and take a look? Oh, Luo Li, half convinced, accepted the gourd and opened it, revealing an enchanting sight within. Countless marrow-cleansing pills floated densely inside. A quick count revealed at least 8 or 9,000, each identical to the one in her hand, all divine-grade masterpieces. As if struck by a thunderous blow, Luo Li was rendered speechless, her mind a blank slate. Such a multitude of divine-grade pills would surely incite a frenzy among the powerful factions of Songnan, leading to chaos and bloodshed. Even the most formidable eternal-level sects could be obliterated overnight. One divine-grade, marrow-cleansing pill could forge a genius, an unparalleled prodigy. Ancestor, am I dreaming? Luo Li rubbed her eyes, dazed, struggling to believe the reality before her. Indeed, young girl, this is all very real. Yi Yun smiled gently, his demeanor warm. It was evident that this 298th generation leader of the Dragon Sect had endured considerable hardships throughout her life, which deeply moved Yi Yun. He silently vowed to transform this historically weakest leader into the most illustrious and remarkable talent on the continent. Suddenly, Luo Li covered her face and began to weep, unsure of the reason behind her tears. Perhaps it was simply overwhelming joy. Luo Li, do not cry. Hasten to consume this marrow-cleansing pill. Yi Yun encouraged her with a smile. Luo Li stifled her sobs, her years of evasion having forged a resilient character and self-control far beyond her peers. Respectfully, she offered the purple golden gourd back to Yi Yun. This gourd of marrow-cleansing pills is a gift for you. Yi Yun waved his hand dismissively. In the oppressive darkness of that space, where he had once signed in every 10 minutes, he had grown numb to the experience. Perhaps the system had intended to provoke him. After 30,000 years, the rewards had only become more extravagant. Initially, his sign-in rewards consisted of a single gourd of marrow-cleansing pills, but later it escalated to 10,000, 100,000, even 1,000,000. The sheer abundance of what he had acquired had become his most painful memory, and he wished to avoid the warehouse filled with countless pills, techniques, treasures, and divine beast for the rest of his life. My goodness. When Luo Li realized that the ancestor intended to bestow upon her this gourd of divine-grade marrow-cleansing pills, she was taken aback. As a mere 8th-layer Qi gathering practitioner, she felt unworthy of such precious items. The slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Having evaded danger for so long, the young Luo Li had become quite the savvy survivor, unaware of the adage that wealth should not be flaunted. Ancestor, this is far too valuable. You should keep it, she replied with an awkward smile, attempting to return the purple-golden gourd once more. Very well. Yi nodded in agreement. Having once been a prominent sect leader himself, he was well aware of the darkness that pervaded the cultivation world. Carefully, Luo Li consumed the divine-grade marrow-cleansing pill. As the effects took hold, her body began to transform, releasing black sweat and impurities. This process lasted for an entire incense stick's worth of time. Oh my, it truly reeks. Ancestor, I apologize for the odor. After completing the cleansing process, Luo Li was enveloped in a layer of black impurities, exuding a foul stench that made her cheeks flush with embarrassment, wishing to find a place to hide. At that moment, suddenly, Luo Li heard her ancestor pose a peculiar question. What color of robe do you favor, Luo Li? Yellow, she blurted out without hesitation. A bright flash of yellow light appeared before her, revealing a stunning yellow gown that floated gracefully in the air. This exquisite robe, in a soft yellow hue, was adorned with an intricate dragon motif on the back and radiated a divine glow that momentarily blinded Luo Li. The quality of this garment surpassed her wildest imaginations. What kind of quality is this? Luo Li pondered, unable to discern its true nature. The most powerful robe she had ever encountered was merely of heavenly grade. Yi Yun sighed softly. This robe is of imperial grade. Make do with it for now. Hearing her ancestor's casual remark about an imperial robe left Luo Li utterly stunned, rendered speechless. To wear an imperial robe so casually made her feel as though she might lose her mind. If she wore this outside, would she even survive until the morrow? Chapter 4. The Blood of the Ancestor Dragon. A rebirth against fate. Yi Yun sighed again. The system had provided him with an abundance of robes for signing in, predominantly for men, with women's robes being exceedingly rare. The highest quality among them was imperial grade, with a few exceeding divine grade, but he deemed it inappropriate to present them now. However, based on his experience, donning an imperial robe was sufficient to reflect the status of the sect leader of the Dragon Clan. With a gentle stomp, he and Luo Li found themselves halfway up a hill, far from the grave markers. He then waved his hand, and a stream of crystal-clear water cascaded from the heavens. Clean yourself up, Yi Yun instructed, as he set up a shielding formation with a flick of his finger. In an instant, they could no longer see one another. Luo Li, not being foolish, quickly grasped her ancestor's thoughtful intentions. Thank you, ancestor, she expressed gratefully before rushing beneath the small waterfall, hastily shedding her garments to wash away the impurities clinging to her. Ian turned his back. Despite the formation, he maintained his dignified demeanor. After all, countless generations separated him from Luo Li. He had no inclination to indulge in the voyeuristic tendencies of the younger generation. Soon, Luo Li's voice emerged from behind him. Ancestor, I am done washing. Please deactivate the formation. Ian paused for a moment, then relaxed. Luo Li, having survived in a perilous environment for so long, lacked the indecisiveness typical of ordinary women. He retracted the formation, as well as the stream of magical water. Clad in the exquisite pale yellow robe, Luo Li resembled a delicate water lily, standing gracefully before him. Yi Yun's eyes brightened at the sight. The young lady was far from unattractive. In fact, she possessed striking beauty. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her features finely chiseled, her eyes captivating, and her figure graceful. Indeed, she could be deemed a supreme beauty. According to Yi Yun standards, she was undeniably a paragon of beauty. A sect leader of the Dragon Clan, like her, could certainly hold her own in any gathering. Yi Yun marvelit ignardi. His body trembled slightly as his cultivation level ascended from the first to the second layer of the true god realm. The blood of the ancestor dragon was profoundly powerful. Yi Yun estimated that by fully absorbing the energy of the ancestor dragon's blood, he could reach at least the 10th layer of the true god realm. Ruli. Your dragon bloodline is so thin because the sect has run out of ancestor dragon's blood, hasn't it? Yi Yun suddenly inquired. Indeed, Luo Li's expression darkened. The 250th sect leader safeguarded those reserves of dragon blood. After his passing, our dragon clan has been without it. What a scoundrel! Yian exclaimed in anger. If that wretched descendant were still alive, he would have struck him down without hesitation. Do not worry, Luoli. Although your dragon bloodline is currently thin, it is fortuitous, as I can provide you with Ancestor Dragon's blood. What? Ancestor Dragon's blood? Luo Li's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment upon hearing her ancestor's words. The Ancestor Dragon was the progenitor of the divine dragons. How precious must that blood be? She could hardly fathom the implications. While her mind was still reeling, Yi Yun produced a large wooden basin, measuring an impressive 5 meters in diameter. He then retrieved a small porcelain vial and, with a gentle pour, filled the basin with a crimson liquid. Luo Li trembled and abruptly knelt to the ground, overwhelmed. The thin dragon blood within her sensed the pressure emanating from the Ancestor Dragon's blood in the basin, causing her body to lose its control. This Ancestor Dragon's blood was terrifying, but how could there be so much of it? Luo Li recalled that the direct disciples of the Dragon Clan could only consume a single drop of dragon blood. As the sect leader's chosen prodigy, one could consume a maximum of 3 drops. Yet the basin before her surely contained tens of thousands of drops. This is all legendary Ancestor Dragon's blood. Its value surpasses even the combined worth of all the dragon blood stored in the sect's treasury during the time of the Ancestor. I feel like I'm going mad. Luli lamanta. Ancestor, this is an incredible waste. Just a drop would suffice. She shook her head repeatedly, her mind in turmoil. Yian rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat dejected. What was this wooden tub of Ancestor Dragon's blood worth? Just moments ago, he had consumed an entire vial, enough to fill a small lake. The quantity he possessed in his own repository was beyond count. However, Ancestor Dragon's blood could only be used once to improve one's constitution and activate the bloodline. Subsequent uses would merely enhance the bloodline's concentration. Once the concentration exceeded 100, the blood could no longer be utilized. Luo Li remained on the ground, gazing at the shimmering, potent blood of the Ancestor Dragon, shaking her head in desperation. Ancestor, I only need a drop. I fear I cannot bear such a large basin of Ancestor Dragon's blood. Yian lowered his gaze, stroking his chin as he murmured to himself, perhaps I've been too hasty. After all, your cultivation is still too low, your foundation too weak. Yes, Ancestor, you are absolutely right. Lulia Jarlinudda. Observing the determination in her delicate features, Yian couldn't help but smile gently. Very well, I shall grant you 1 drop of Ancestor Dragon's blood. The remainder will be preserved for you to consume periodically, gradually enhancing the concentration of your bloodline. With a flick of his finger, he transferred a drop of the Ancestor Dragon's blood from the basin into an empty vial and tossed it to Luo Li. Luo Li gasped, her small face paling instantly. To carry such a quantity of Ancestor Dragon's blood with her? How could her 8th layer of Qi gathering realm frame possibly bear such a burden? Ancestor, could you please keep it safe for me? She implored, her expression awkward as she offered the vial back to Yi Yun. Seeing her distress, Yi Yun felt a sense of resignation. He plucked a single drop of Ancestor Dragon's blood, allowing it to float to Luo Li's lips. Luo Li opened her mouth and consumed the essence, then immediately sat cross-legged, employing the unique dragon heart technique of the Divine Dragon Sect to begin absorbing and refining it. Within mere seconds, her aura underwent a dramatic transformation as she ascended to the 9th layer of the Qi gathering realm. Moments later, she broke through to the 10th layer of Qi gathering, then to the 1st layer of the mysterious pill realm, the 2nd layer, and the 3rd layer. After swallowing a drop of ancestral dragon blood, her aura grew increasingly formidable as she progressed rapidly through her cultivation. Witnessing this, Yian nodded in satisfaction. This drop of ancestral dragon blood was indeed extraordinary. Regrettably, it had been a legendary substance even 100,000 years ago, and the entire Divine Dragon Sect had none. Yian was curious to see how far this drop of ancestral dragon blood could propel Luo Li. 9th layer of the mysterious pill realm, 10th layer. 1st layer of the Yuan Si realm, and a 2nd layer. Luo Li's aura erupted like a volcano until it finally ceased at the 10th layer of the Yuan Si realm. She opened her eyes, her face alight with joy as she gazed at Yi Yun, her voice trembling with excitement. Ancestor, my cultivation has reached the 10th layer of the Yuan Si realm. Chapter 5. Divine Weapons. The Supreme Golden Dragon Sword. Seeing the little girl's exhilaration from her breakthrough, Ian merely smiled gently. He had just sensed the purity of Luo Li's bloodline. Her ancestral dragon bloodline had reached a purity of 1. If this pace continued, a few hundred drops of ancestral dragon blood could elevate her bloodline concentration to over 90. The higher the cultivation level, the more effective the ancestral dragon blood, and the lesser the cost. However, not everyone could endure the ancestral dragon blood. Only those with a dragon bloodline could use various types of dragon blood to enhance their bloodline concentration. Regardless of the method employed, achieving a 100 dragon bloodline was impossible. Even ancestral dragon blood could only reach a maximum of 99, though it was merely a 1 difference. It represented an unfathomable chasm that humanity could never cross to truly become a dragon. At present, Yi Yun's concentration of ancestral dragon blood had just reached 90, attributed to his advanced realm and rapid progression. However, like Luo Li, others could only advance step by step, with increasing costs as they approached 90. Yet, achieving a 90 dragon bloodline concentration was already remarkable for a human. Luo Li, our divine dragon sect, possesses 3 supreme techniques: the palm technique, the sword technique, and the body technique. Yi Yun regarded her earnestly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "How well have you learned them?" Luo Li stood up. Her cheeks flushed, head bowed slightly. In response to Ancestor, "My greatest strength lies in the divine dragon transformative technique. My swordsmanship is secondary, and my palm technique is the weakest, as I have hardly learned it." Yi Yun laughed heartily. It was no surprise that Luo Li excelled in agility. Having been in constant flight, she needed formidable skills to survive. He speculated that not only Luo Li, but also the disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect since the 251st generation had regarded escaping as their primary concern. Thus, the Divine Dragon Transformative Technique was mastered with great proficiency. From this point forward, you need not run anymore. Yi Yun chuckled lightly, though his demeanor unconsciously darkened slightly. With a swift motion, he brushed his wrist, and a breathtakingly cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a sword of indescribable beauty, crystal clear and resembling pure ice, within which a 7-inch-long, lifelike golden dragon was sealed. The sword radiated brilliant light and exuded a powerful aura. As it appeared, the surrounding space subtly warped. Luo Li's expression shifted dramatically. The sword was overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that she could not discern its rank. "Ancestor, what level is this sword?" she gasped, struggling to breathe under the sword's pressure. Yi Yun gently flicked his wrist, retracting the sword's overwhelming aura, allowing Luo Li to breathe easier. "This is the Supreme Golden Dragon Sword, considered divine grade," he replied with a soft smile, flicking the sword's body, which emitted a resounding dragon's roar. The golden dragon sealed within the sword appeared to come alive, rolling over inside. Luo Li was left dumbfounded. She had not expected her ancestor to present her with a divine grade weapon. How could the ancestor possess such a weapon? She marveled. In the Tsangnan continent, even the most powerful eternal forces only had royal-grade divine weapons. As the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect, she knew that the sect had once possessed a divine sword, also at the royal level. However, that precious royal-grade divine sword had ultimately been destroyed by the 250th generation leader. "Luo Li, this sword is yours. As the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect, you may lack many things, but you absolutely cannot be without a worthy sword," Yi Yun said, his expression proud. "Oh." Luo Li, still in shock, dazedly accepted the supreme golden dragon sword, staring in awe at the crystal-clear blade and the golden dragon sealed within. "Is this dragon alive?" she wondered aloud. "What is sealed within is a dragon soul. It still lives," Yi Yun replied with a smile. Luo Li nodded silently, gently caressing the sword's body, her heart soaring with joy, her eyes sparkling as if she might drool upon it. Luo Li never dreamed that the weakest sect leader in Tsangnan continent would one day possess a divine-grade weapon that the entire continent lacked. After a brief moment, she regained her composure, her voice tinged with emotion. "Ancestor, this sword is magnificent, but I cannot wield it." Yi Yun reassured her, "Do not worry. I will place several seals upon it, starting it at the heavenly grade. As your cultivation increases, we will gradually unlock the seals." With that, Yi Yun lightly tapped the air, and the aura of the divine supreme golden dragon sword began to diminish until it settled at the low heavenly grade. Luo Li sighed in relief. Ah, and the sword sheath. Yi Yun suddenly recalled, grinning as he produced a golden sword sheath and handed it to Luo Li. How powerful! Luo Li exclaimed, feeling the immense pressure from the sheath, her body swaying as if she might topple over. Ancestor, this sheath must also be of high quality. Please seal it quickly. This sheath is imperial grade. You could use it as a bludgeon. Yi Yun laughed heartily. He tapped the sheath several times, and its aura vanished entirely, transforming into an ordinary sheath, merely spiritual grade. Upon reaching this place, Luo Li finally felt a sense of relief. She carefully sheathed the supreme golden dragon sword, cradling the scabbard in her hands as if fearing the divine blade might fall. Someone was approaching. Yi Yun's brow furrowed slightly, his face, as warm as jade, betraying a hint of displeasure. Elder Ancestor, it must be those who are hunting me, Luo Li explained meekly. Let's go. Yi Yun waved his hand, and a beam of light enveloped Luo Li, instantly transporting them above the ruins of the sect. Standing atop the remnants of the Divine Dragon Sect, Yi Yun gazed at the shattered walls adorned with thick moss, memories of his youth flooding back. He had grown up in this very place, eventually inheriting the position of Sectmaster at 18. A sigh escaped him as he reflected on the passage of time. 100,000 years, a transformation of the world. The once resplendent Divine Dragon Sect had long faded, now lost to the annals of history. Luo Li. Yi Yun's eyelids narrowed as he murmured, Disciple present. Luo Li stood beside her elder ancestor, clutching the divine sword, her demeanor resolute and solemn. From this moment forth, you need only to slay. Yi Yun spoke calmly, his voice imbued with an infinite killing intent. Boom! As his words settled, the heavens responded, and a thunderous roar reverberated through the void. Yes, elder ancestor. Luo Li pouted her alluring lips, her arched brows rising, and her aura surged as she stood tall, embodying an unstoppable force. In that instant, her heart brimmed with murderous intent. Her delicate figure stood like a formidable sword, radiating boundless ferocity. Though her countenance was frigid, excitement coursed through her veins. The elder ancestor was truly a transcendent being. In the entirety of Sangnan continent, no supreme power had appeared in nearly 100,000 years. The elder ancestor was indeed an invincible entity. With a mere thought, he could reduce eternal-level sects to ashes. With the elder ancestor by her side, Luo Li felt an unwavering confidence. Even if she could not prevail, she had the elder ancestor to rely upon. To him, any cultivator was akin to an ant, insignificant and inconsequential. Moreover, she was no longer the fledgling in the gathering chi realm. Now, she stood as a formidable practitioner at the 10th level of the Origin Sea realm. Observing the youthful vigor emanating from Luo Li, Yi Yun couldn't help but nod in admiration. Her master had indeed discerned well. Luo Li was decisive and astute, embodying both the softness of femininity and the strength of masculinity, truly a rare gem. Under her leadership, the Divine Dragon Sect would undoubtedly rise to glory once more. As an exalted being of the transcendent realm, Yi Yun's presence would ensure no harm could befall her. Naturally, he was not overly indulgent. He understood that for Luo Li's growth, she must face trials and tribulations, rather than being coddled like a delicate flower. Under their watchful gaze, a group of 7 or 8 men appeared at the foot of the Divine Dragon Sect's ruins. Among them were 2 from the Profound Pill realm, 5 from the Origin Sea realm, and a young man from the Gathering Chi realm. This is it. The young man trembled, pointing at the ruins ahead. Enough. You can leave now. An impatient practitioner from the Origin Sea realm waved his hand, sending the Gathering Chi youth flying. The young man landed against a boulder, blood spewing from his mouth as he perished. Laughter erupted among the group. None seemed to care for the fate of the young man. Just a guy, let him die. After their amusement, they quickly soared toward the ruins atop the mountain. Brother, the Divine Dragon Sect is but one fish that has slipped through the net. That girl is merely at the Gathering Chi realm. Do we really need so many of us to capture her? A young man at the 4th level of the Origin Sea realm chuckled. The only surviving disciple of the Divine Dragon Sect is the last sect master. Capturing her would yield a substantial reward. The leader, a middle-aged man, replied with a greedy glint in his eyes. The thought of the reward ignited his excitement. You don't understand. This girl, though at the Gathering Chi realm, is quite cunning. She possesses an unusual method of evasion, and we have failed to capture her previously. This time, We must not let her escape. Capturing this great prize will lead to unimaginable rewards, another young man in the group asserted. Let's hope we do not let that little one slip away again. The younger brother shrugged, grinning. The others chuckled nervously as they hastened to the summit. Upon reaching the peak, they discovered two strangers standing before them. One was a young man in white, his face like a jade crown, features chiseled as if sculpted, with deep-set eyes radiating an indescribable celestial aura. Strangely, none could sense his cultivation. He appeared as an ordinary individual devoid of any power. Beside him stood a stunning woman clad in a goose-yellow robe, her skin as fair as snow, features exquisite, her beauty captivating, emanating a formidable aura of the 10th level of the Origin Sea realm. What astonishing sword intent! The leading elder brother glanced at the beautiful woman, shock evident in his eyes. Though he too was at the 10th level of the Origin Sea realm, he felt an immense pressure before her. In the next instant, her overwhelming sword intent could slice through his throat. A formidable sword cultivator, he thought, a chill running down his spine. Thus, he clasped his hands together in a bow, wearing a forced smile as he inquired, "Miss, have you seen a small girl with a dark complexion pass by here?" A dark complexion girl? Luo Li's anger flared, her face reddening as she slowly drew her sword. Yiyan, however, smiled. These fools were truly blind. Luo Li stood right before them, yet they failed to recognize her. But it was no surprise. Previously, Luo Li had donned tattered clothing and appeared as a little charcoal, nowhere near the ethereal beauty she now presented. Brother, this woman is not to be trifled with. She may very well be the little girl from the Divine Dragon Sect who has summoned her savior. The second elder brother whispered cautiously. Is that so? The elder brother's expression darkened suddenly, drawing his sword and pointing it at Luo Li. The second elder brother's eyes gleamed with greed as he chuckled. That robe she wears looks quite remarkable. It appears to be quite a treasure. The elder brother's pupils contracted as he focused on Luo Li's goose-yellow robe. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Is that an imperial-grade robe?" What? An imperial-grade robe? Everyone was taken aback. Few among them had ever encountered even a king-level figure, let alone a royal-level one. In that moment, envy washed over them all. If they were to slay this woman and acquire the royal robe she possessed, it would be akin to striking gold. Determined, the senior disciple's eyes glinted with malice. It is often said that wealth is found in peril. Obtaining that royal robe would grant him unimaginable resources, enabling him to progress further along the path of cultivation. Although there were two adversaries, the man was merely an ordinary mortal and not worth concerning themselves with. The breathtaking beauty at the 10th level of the Yuan Hai realm was their true foe. He too was at the 10th level of the Yuan Hai realm, supported by 4 fellow disciples of the same cultivation stage. Executing a combined 5-element sword technique to dispatch a fellow cultivator at the same level was undoubtedly within their capabilities. The 5 exchanged glances, swords drawn. They advanced towards Luo Li, encircling her and Yiyan. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yiyan smiled nonchalantly. These insignificant insects were far too weak to pose a challenge to Luo Li. Attack. Luo Li commanded, her sword slicing through the air. At that moment, the 5's formation activated, a torrent of sword light cascading down upon them from all directions. One beam of light shone brightly, illuminating the realm. Luo Li's sword, akin to a divine dragon emerging from the depths, met the onslaught of the 5 swords. In an instant, their blades shattered, and the fierce sword energy penetrated deeply, shattering the hearts of the 5 men. Chapter 7. The soul-searching secret technique unfolds. With a single sword strike, Luo Li eliminated the 5 cultivators of the Yuan Hai realm. "I am truly formidable," she exclaimed, her grip on the supreme golden dragon sword trembling slightly, her exquisite visage flushed with excitement. Since joining the Divine Dragon Sect, she had wandered alongside her master, her cultivation pitifully low, never having experienced such a triumphant moment. Now, before her ancestors, she had transformed into a formidable cultivator at the 10th level of the Yuan Hai realm, effortlessly slaying 5 experts with a single strike. This surreal experience left Luo Li feeling as though she were dreaming. Spare us. The remaining 2 young men of the Xiandan realm, witnessing the demise of their 5 Yuan Hai realm seniors, turned pale with fear, hastily kneeling to plead for mercy. Perhaps in a fit of bloodlust, Luo Li, sword in hand, strode toward them. "Luo Li, do not kill them yet. Yiyan cautioned softly from behind. She halted, suddenly realizing her oversight, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In her fervor for vengeance, she had nearly lost control. Had it not been for her ancestors' reminder, she might have slain these two as well. For so long, Luo Li had been a weakling at the Qi gathering realm. Suddenly transforming into a grandmaster of the Yuan High realm, the disparity in her emotions had yet to fully settle. However, having accompanied her master in the martial world for many years, she was relatively mature and quickly regained her composure. "Speak," she demanded, pointing her sword at the two young men of the Xiandan realm, her voice icy. "Where have you taken my junior brother?" "I do not know. It was all orchestrated by my seniors." One of the youths lamented. "I see you will not shed tears until you see the coffin," Luo Li exclaimed in fury, swiftly severing one of the youth's ears with her sword. These individuals had pursued them relentlessly, and on multiple occasions, Luo Li had nearly fallen into their clutches. Had she not been clever, relying on the divine dragon's 9 transformations, she might have been captured long ago. Thus, she would show no mercy to them. Ye Yun nodded, a look of admiration in his eyes. This young girl was astute and decisive, displaying the demeanor of a true leader. "Fair maiden, we truly know nothing," the other youth cried, tears streaming down his face. "Ancestor, they may genuinely be unaware." Luo Li turned, offering a sheepish smile toward Yi Yun. "Had I known, I would have spared those 5. Yi Yun shook his head casually. "Since these two lack value, then let us eliminate them." Delighted, Luo Li executed Hersiort, and with 2 flashes of cold light, their heads fell to the ground. After the slaughter, Luo Li unexpectedly burst into laughter. Once upon a time, the Xiandan realm had seemed an impressive tier to her. Yet now, dispatching such foes felt as effortless as slicing through vegetables. And all of this was a gift from her ancestors. With her spirits lifted, Luo Li's mindset began to shift. Yi Yin stepped forward, approaching the corpses of the 5 men. He extended a finger, and a brilliant light shot forth, entering the mind of one of the men. "Ancestor, what is this?" Luo Li inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Yi Yun's actions. A faint red soul slowly ascended from the man's head, its expression vacant and drifting. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes, his fingertips shimmering with light as they connected with the soul. He was performing a supreme soul extraction technique, capable of isolating the souls of the freshly deceased, preventing them from entering the cycle of reincarnation, while also probing their memories. After several seconds, Yi Yun exhaled softly, his expression calm. "Ancestor, have you discovered something?" Luo Li asked quietly, recognizing that Yi Yun's mysterious methods were surely uncovering something significant. "Do you know the Wanbao Pavilion?" Yi Yun inquired, gazing steadily at Luo Li. "Indeed, Ancestor, the Wanbao Pavilion is the largest auction house of the ancient Moon Dynasty," Luo Li explained. "These individuals hail from the Qingjian sect. They accepted a task from the Wanbao Pavilion. If we wish to locate your junior brother, we must pay a visit to the Wanbao Pavilion," Yi Yin stated softly. Upon finishing, he raised an eyebrow, a contemplative look dawning upon his face. It appeared that the forces behind this were no trifling matter. They concealed themselves well, issuing tasks through the Wanbao Pavilion without revealing their true intentions. To speak frankly, the Divine Dragon Sect had dwindled and was now but a shadow of its former self. Their adversaries need not go to such lengths. Yet, surprisingly, they remained as cunning as foxes, manipulating events from the shadows. This intrigued Yi Yun, and he yearned to discover the identity of the mastermind orchestrating this plot against the Divine Dragon Sect. A blaze erupted, incinerating the 7 members from the Qingjian sect, leaving no trace behind. He then rearranged the formations on the back mountain before departing the ruins of the Divine Dragon Sect with Luo Li. Yi Yin was not well acquainted with the ancient Moon Dynasty, as it was a new power that had risen a millennium ago. With Luo Li leading the way, Yi Yin unleashed his terrifying speed, traversing vast distances in mere breaths, swiftly arriving at the capital of the ancient Moon Dynasty. What terrifying speed! Is this truly the power of a divine being? After landing, Luo Li couldn't help but tremble at the memory of the terrifying flight. This journey of thousands of miles would have taken her at least half a month to traverse on foot. Yet for the ancestor, it was but a matter of a few breaths. The royal city of the Guyu dynasty is known as Diyu City. The two of them entered through the bustling city gates, surrounded by throngs of people. As a nation of cultivators, it was common to encounter practitioners along the way. After a moment, they arrived at the entrance of the Wanbao Pavilion. Good day, esteemed guests. Are you here to auction or to purchase? A young attendant hurriedly approached with a cheerful demeanor. This attendant was quite perceptive. Upon seeing that Yi Yun and Luo Li exuded an air of nobility and sophistication, it was clear they were no ordinary individuals. Yi Yun paid no heed to the young attendant and led Luo Li straight inside. I wish to speak with your manager. Yi Yun's expression was icy as he spoke. Of course, the young attendant was taken aback by Yi Yun's demeanor and felt a sense of dread. The man before him appeared unassuming, yet every movement radiated an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down his spine. The strikingly beautiful young woman beside him was already a peak practitioner at the 10th level of the Yuan Hai realm, which made him cautious. He hurried to the second floor to report to the old manager. Chapter 8. A disagreement leads to violence as the young attendant dashed upstairs. Yi Yun merely smiled coldly and said, "Let us proceed to the second floor." Indeed, Luo Li responded and followed Yi Yun directly upstairs. At the foot of the stairs, another attendant observed their imposing presence and dared not impede their passage. The attendant who had rushed upstairs had not anticipated that Yi Yun and Luo Li would follow him directly. Just as he reached the door of a private room to report, he saw Yi Yun and Luo Li had already entered. This left him at a loss, not knowing how to react. The manager, an elderly man with white hair, frowned upon seeing intruders, a storm of anger brewing in his eyes. "Gentlemen, we have esteemed guests here. Please wait outside." The old manager's face was grim as he issued his command. Beside him sat a middle-aged man clad in black robes, a formidable practitioner at the peak of the Yuan Hai realm. "Please step outside for a moment," the attendant implored with a forced smile. "None of your business. Step aside." Yi Yun thrust out his hand, pushing the attendant away with ease. "Impudent." The old manager's fury ignited upon witnessing Yi Yun and Luo Li's arrogance. "Do you not understand the rules of Wanbao Pavilion? Rules are made by men." Yi Yun's gaze pierced like a blade, coldly meeting the old manager's eyes. He smirked. "They are also meant to be broken." "Very well." The old manager's complexion shifted from black to red, then to a pallid hue. He could not fathom the depth of this young man's capabilities, yet he felt an undeniable threat emanating from him. The beautiful young woman beside him, a peak practitioner, was someone he regarded with utmost caution. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in black robes stood, hands clasped behind his back, squinting at Yi Yun with a chilling smile. "I never imagined that such audacity could exist within the humble Guyu dynasty. It is truly an eye-opener." Seeing the black-robed man's anger, the old manager quickly turned to him, his face filled with contrition. "Elder Lu, please forgive us. This matter originated from our Wanbao Pavilion, and we shall resolve it ourselves." "Oomph." The black-robed man huffed. His face darkened as he resumed his seat, clearly granting Wanbao Pavilion a measure of face. "Luo Li," Yi Yun suddenly called out, "Strike him." Without hesitation, Luo Li drew the Taishang golden dragon sword, radiating an aura of might, and slashed towards the black-robed man. "What the?" The black-robed man was taken aback by the astonishing sword strike and hastily evaded to the side. Yet Luo Li's sword trajectory shifted mid-air, pursuing him relentlessly. "D'ici sans affront," the black-robed man roared in anger, finally drawing his sword and unleashing a flash of light towards Luo Li. Clang. The swords clashed with a resounding ring, and to the old manager's astonishment, the black-robed man's sword shattered upon impact. In a flash, like a soaring dragon, another beam of light descended, and Luo Li's sword pierced the black-robed man's arm. He gasped in shock, staggering back repeatedly. The entire exchange transpired with breathtaking speed, leaving the onlookers in a daze. Before the old manager could even comprehend the situation, the battle between the two peak practitioners of the Yuan Hai realm had concluded. To his astonishment, that young girl had displayed such overwhelming strength, injuring Elder Lu with a single strike. The old manager trembled in fear, realizing that unless he gathered all the masters of Wanbao Pavilion, there would be no hope of contending with her. Yet even if he sought help, he feared he would be subdued before assistance arrived. "Begone!" Yi Yun cast a cold glance at the black-robed man. Clutching his injured arm, the black-robed man, blood dripping, lowered his head and left Wanbao Pavilion, not daring to utter a single harsh word. It was clear to him that this young girl was far beyond his reach, her power insurmountable. Now, only Luo Li, Yi Yun, and the old manager remained within the private room. The old manager trembled, unable to conceal his terror. "Esteemed guests, please. Command me as you wish." This old man will answer without reservation. He stammered. Luo Li pointed her sword at the old manager, her voice filled with fury. Who ordered you to apprehend the descendants of the Divine Dragon Sect? The old manager hesitated, momentarily taken aback. Speak. If you do not, you may face death this instant. Yi Yun's gaze was lethal as he regarded the old manager. Under Yi Yun's penetrating stare, the old manager felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. Chilled to the bone. In that moment, he envisioned a blood-soaked hell enveloping him, devoid of any chance for escape. This young man is formidable. The old manager's heart raced, realizing he had encountered someone of great significance. My lord, I do not know who issued the order. The individual was cloaked in mystery, wearing a bronze mask. They commissioned us at Wanbao Pavilion to capture the disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect, offering a generous bounty. The old manager recounted, trembling as he divulged every detail. Yi Yun's expression remained impassive, his expectations met. The shadowy figure behind the scenes was cautious. Even when targeting the minor Divine Dragon Sect, they acted with utmost care, never revealing themselves directly. Days ago, a junior of mine was captured by someone from the Qingjian sect. What is his current whereabouts? Luli Damanda. Her sword still pointed at the old manager, her voice hoarse. He was taken by that mysterious masked figure. The old manager replied, his face ashen. Do you know where he has taken him? Luli Parsistanli Inkirat. The old shopkeeper gazed out the window, recalling for a few moments before stating. He only mentioned 3 words before leaving. Wan Gue Ling. What? Wan Gue Ling? Luo Li's spirit trembled at the mention. Wan Gue Ling was a legendary forbidden zone, said to be inhabited by countless malevolent spirits, directly linked to the underworld. No one dared to approach that place. Those who ventured near had never returned alive. However, there were exceptions. Every 100 years, Wan Gue Ling hosted a unique ritual known as the Lantern Lighting Festival. This involved certain factions from the ancient Yu dynasty capturing heinous criminals or innocent wanderers to use as offerings, igniting them with their flesh and blood as fuel. Said to burn for 49 days, leading to their demise. During the burning, Wan Gue Ling would erupt in chaos, the spirits howling through the forests as if celebrating a festival. Yet, those who brought offerings were guaranteed to return alive. The various factions acted in unison, ensuring peace around Wan Gue Ling for a century through this peculiar ritual. Where exactly is Wan Gue Ling? Yi Yun's expression shifted slightly as he looked at Luo Li. In haste, Luo Li disclosed everything she knew about Wan Gue Ling to the ancestor. Ye Yun no did Genti, realizing that this Wan Gue Ling was a mysterious force that had emerged later. My junior brother has been captured for over 10 days. Luo Li sighed, her thoughts swirling. His cultivation is not high. If he is sent to Wan Gue Ling, he may not last 49 days and is likely to meet a dire fate. Exiting the Wan Bao Pavilion, Yi Yun swiftly led Luo Li towards Wan Gue Ling, which lay a daunting 30,000 miles away. In mere moments, they arrived. Wan Gue Ling was a black mountain range shrouded in ghostly energy, exuding an aura of darkness. This range stretched for thousands of miles, encompassing a vast territory. Hovering in the air, Yi Yun gazed downward, observing many cultivators from various factions pushing forward bound captives or sealed criminals, queuing to enter Wan Gue Ling. Chapter 9. The Forbidden Land of Wan Ling. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes, his gaze penetrating the depths of Wan Gue Ling. With a mere glance, he discerned the entirety of its essence. A faint smile graced Yi Yun's lips as he prepared to obliterate Wan Gue Ling entirely. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he withdrew his hand. Now, as a deity, he was an invincible presence in the Songnan continent. To bully others in such a manner felt somewhat improper. If word spread to certain places, he would be ridiculed. Furthermore, Luo Li, now the sect leader of the Divine Dragon Sect, needed to continue her training. If he, as her ancestor, resolved every trivial matter, she would become like a delicate flower sheltered from the storm, unable to withstand any trials. Thus, Wan Gue Ling presented an opportunity for Luo Li to gain experience and broaden her horizons. With this thought, Yi Yun altered his decision. Just as he was about to speak, his expression shifted slightly as he glanced towards a distant mountain peak hundreds of miles outside Yu City. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a black robe descended, his face twisted in fury as he glared at the direction of the Yu City, seething, "I, Lu, will not rest until this debt is repaid." A light laugh echoed in the void. The middle-aged man in black was startled, looking around and shouting, "Who is there? Show yourself if you dare." In the air, a faint visage materialized, a young man with deep-set features and eyes like stars. "It's you?" The black-robed man recognized him as the seemingly powerless white-clothed figure from Wanbao Pavilion. He was overwhelmed with astonishment, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. The powers displayed by this individual surpassed his comprehension. "Do you still wish for revenge?" The ethereal figure inquired, a tone laden with endless mockery. Previously, in Wanbao Pavilion, he had refrained from acting in front of Luo Li. However, this arrogant man had already crossed him once, and Yi Yun would not allow him to see another dawn. A strand of his divine consciousness had been trailing this man, intent on eliminating him. "Who are you? We have no grievances in the past or present. Why must you seek to kill me?" The black-robed man trembled as he beheld the faint apparition, sensing a terrifying presence. His body shook, and he found himself utterly devoid of strength. In that moment, he felt as if he stood before God. A mere mortal, facing divinity, had no hope of resistance. With a gentle exhalation, Yi Yun's ethereal visage blew a breath toward the black-robed man, igniting him in flames. In an instant, the man was reduced to ashes. After completing this act, the apparition vanished from sight. Nearby Wan Guiling, Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth as he turned to Luo Li. The so-called Lantern Lighting Festival currently has over 10,000 participants, most of whom are still clinging to life, so your junior brother should be fine. That's wonderful, Ancestor. Luo Li placed a hand over her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. "This place is intriguing. You may explore, and when necessary, I shall intervene," Yi Yun added with a smile. "Understood, Ancestor." Luo Li paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Being a quick-witted girl, she processed the ancestor's intentions and understood that Wan Guiling, a forbidden zone that had appeared millennia ago, was regarded by him as mere child's play. He held it in little esteem. Yet, in the eyes of the Tsangnan continent, Wan Guiling was considered an exceedingly mysterious and terrifying place. This exemplified the disparity in realms. Luuli siga inwarli, gazing at the ancestor's handsome figure, envious of his prowess. What would she be able to cultivate to the divine realm? Not to mention reaching the divine state. Even attaining the nirvana realm would be a dream come true for her. In the Tsangnan continent, the cultivation realms are divided as follows: Body Refinement Realm, Qi Gathering Realm, Xiandan Realm, Yuan-Si Realm, God Sculpting Realm, Divine Bridge Realm, Nirvana Realm, Destiny Realm, Life and Death Realm, and Eternal Realm. Luo Li had merely reached the 10th level of the Yuan-Si Realm. There were still 6 significant realms above her, each breakthrough being exceptionally arduous. Within the ancient Yu dynasty, those of the Yuan-Si realm were already quite rare. Individuals like Luo Li, at the pinnacle of the Yuan-Si realm, could easily navigate this realm, as most would not dare provoke her lightly. The ancient Yu dynasty also boasted formidable beings in the God Sculpting realm. However, relatively speaking, such individuals are rare. These formidable beings are likely the ancestral figures of various top-tier sects, who seldom reveal themselves to the world. As for the Divine Bridge realm above the God Sculpting realm, Luo Li had not heard of any. The territory of the Guyu dynasty is vast, and in nearly a millennium, no powerful beings of the Divine Bridge realm have emerged. Yi Yun guided Luo Li to the outskirts of the Wan Gui Ridge Mountains. He concealed his divine aura, deliberately stalling his cultivation at the Xiandan realm to maintain a low profile. If he were to exhibit no cultivation at all, it would seem out of the ordinary, making him more conspicuous. Thus, it was wiser to reveal a modicum of his strength. Currently, the Wan Gui Ridge is bustling with the Festival of Lanterns, with various factions sending their practitioners to enter the pitch-black valley. The exceptionally beautiful Luo Li, clad in yellow, radiated an ethereal grace that captivated the attention of many factions. However, upon perceiving Luo Li's formidable cultivation at the pinnacle of the Yuan-Hai realm, they dared not approach or overstep their bounds, feeling somewhat elated under the gaze of others. Luo Li reveled in her status as a great cultivator of the Yuan-Hai realm, confident that none in the Guyu dynasty would dare to challenge her. "Let us go," Yi Yun urged with a smile. This young girl, though astute, still retained a sense of innocence and romance, making it difficult for her to control her emotions. Yet, such feelings are common among people. A few more years of training, and by the age of 18 or 19, she would certainly be a different person. The pair slowly entered the dark valley of Wangue Ridge. A pervasive black aura enveloped the surroundings, with plants long dead and shrouded in darkness. Spectral entities flitted among the trees, howling and emitting various eerie sounds. However, at this moment, there was no excessive fear among the crowd, as these entities typically did not attack humans. After a while of traversing the valley, they suddenly encountered a vast gorge. At its center lay a sinister black pool, exuding a thick miasma. Within the pool stood numerous human cultivators, resembling stalks of green onions, with only their heads protruding above the surface. Each one bore a pained expression, their eyes tightly shut. Above them, they balanced translucent crimson candles, from which wisps of dark red vapor continually rose. From a distance, the sight resembled a multitude of candles flickering in the night. "Is this the Festival of Lanterns?" Luoli gasped, feeling a chill run down her spine. She suppressed her indescribable fear and quickly scanned the pool, eventually spotting her junior brother, Jun Mo Shao, among the throng. Her heart raced with urgency, and she instinctively wanted to dash forward to rescue him. Yiyun, however, restrained her. "Which one is your junior brother?" he inquired softly. Luoli pointed in a direction and described his appearance in detail, and Yiyun immediately understood. Yet, he still held on her arm firmly. "Elder Ancestor, my junior brother may not last much longer," Luoli said, her voice tinged with a sob. Yiyun smiled calmly, unperturbed. "Do not fret. Let the lantern burn a while longer. When his vital essence is nearly depleted, we shall rescue him. This will enhance the effect of the ancestral dragon's blood." Upon hearing this, Luoli's eyes widened in surprise. The elder ancestor had a deeper intention behind his words. The thought of the ancestral dragon's blood invigorated her spirits. If her junior brother could absorb it, the benefits would surely surpass her own experience, ensuring his future accomplishments would not fall short of hers. She had only absorbed a single drop, while her junior brother might absorb two if he endured a bit longer under the lantern's flame. Feeling elated, the two continued to advance toward the black pool. The gorge was teeming with spectral entities, many of which were formidable, including numerous beings of the Yuan High realm, and even some from the god sculpting realm. Luoli felt a surge of trepidation. The Wangue Ridge truly lived up to its reputation as the mightiest forbidden land. If these entities were to escape, the entire Guyu dynasty would face calamity. Fortunately, they remained sequestered within the Wangue Ridge, pacified by the continuous offerings of practitioners provided by various factions, which had sustained a delicate balance for years. As they reached the edge of the pool, they gazed quietly at the scene. Over 10,000 individuals stood within the pool, ignited like candles. A breathtaking sight amidst the swirling, ghostly aura. Many powerful, malevolent spirits howled nearby, creating a nightmarish tableau reminiscent of hell on earth. The vast black pool was surrounded by numerous human cultivators, some of whom were formidable in their own right, including those at the pinnacle of the Yuan High realm and even the god sculpting realm. These were the elite from the nearby major factions. After a short while, the throng around the pool grew, as more captives were brought forth and cast into the water, only to be assailed by malevolent spirits, who employed grotesque techniques to transform them into living candles. Luoli felt her eyes twitch in response to the brutality. Were she a being of the divine bridge realm, she would undoubtedly cleave through the malevolent spirits and eradicate them all. Regrettably, she lacked that power at present. Yiyun observed the pool with an impassive expression, devoid of any sympathy. To him, beneath the divine realm, all beings were akin to ants. It was merely a matter of larger ants preying upon smaller ones. "Hey, little girl, you've been here long enough. Why not take action?" A middle-aged man nearby sneered, casting a cold glare at Luoli and Yiyun. "Is it wrong to simply observe?" Luoli retorted, shooting an irritated glance at the man. The middle-aged man, a cultivator of the first level of the god sculpting realm, scrutinized her with a mixture of surprise and alarm, noting her formidable cultivation at such a tender age, adorned in a royal-grade robe. "Which sect does this young prodigy belong to?" He pondered. Before thoroughly understanding the opponent, he would not easily provoke a conflict. A minor altercation between the two individuals drew the attention of those around them. At that moment, everyone noticed that Luoli stood motionless by the pool, not pushing anyone into the water. Thus, The crowd began to grow restless. Little girl, this place is not somewhere you can casually enter. If you do not light the lantern, I fear these spirits will not spare you. Indeed, little girl, you should light the lantern quickly, or no one will be able to save you. The crowd chimed in, their voices rising in fervor. Meanwhile, the formidable evil spirits hovered nearby, swirling and howling, emitting eerie laughter. These malevolent entities had long since attained intelligence, indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Yet, for reasons unknown, during the time of lighting the lantern, they refrained from speaking or engaging with humans. Faced with the crowd's accusations, Luo Li's expression turned cold. Although she was not afraid with her ancestor by her side, the chorus of voices began to unsettle her. Yi Yun discerned the underlying tension, offering a faint smile as he patted Luo Li's shoulder, whispering, if it comes to it, I shall light the lantern myself. How can that be? Ancestor, your status is too prestigious to light the lantern. Luo Li nearly fainted at the thought. To have her esteemed ancestor light the lantern for her own escape would render her a historical sinner of the Shenlong sect. It's all right. It will spare them the noise, Yi Yun replied casually with a gentle smile. This place is not solely for lighting lanterns. Beneath the pool lies an ancient black coffin, housing a highly ranked evil spirit that has remained in slumber. Yi Yun's gaze pierced through the ages, recognizing the entity that, despite having absorbed the souls and blood of countless individuals, still could not awaken. If that were the case, he did not mind bestowing a favor upon this little spirit, allowing it to awaken and settle old scores with those who had bullied his sect. Even if it meant its demise, he would ensure it was done clearly. Luo Li was unaware of Yi Yun's thoughts, yet the determination in his eyes instilled a sense of urgency within her, rendering her unable to defy his intentions. Groans echoed from above as formidable evil spirits circled, bearing their fangs and claws, releasing a series of strange roars that seemed to intimidate Luo Li. The onlookers erupted in a frenzy upon witnessing this scene. Little girl, hurry and light the lantern. Look, the spirits can no longer contain themselves, urged a kind-hearted elder nearby. Although there were numerous human cultivators by the pool, including several formidable figures, the sheer number of evil spirits from Wangwuling was overwhelming. The count of mere Yuan High Realm spirits alone was in the hundreds, and those at the Shaping God Realm numbered at least 30 or 40. Such immense power rendered the human cultivators utterly powerless. Little girl, quickly push that fellow at the Xiandan realm into the pool, another voice urged. Luo Li gritted her teeth, her expression conflicted, casting a glance at her ancestor, unable to utter a word. You need not feel guilty. Yi Yun reassured her with a soft smile, patting her shoulder gently before leaping into the black pool. He traversed hundreds of miles within the pool, eventually halting at its center. The dark waters exuded an eerie force, as if countless insects sought to burrow into his body. Yi Yun refrained from any action, instead suppressing his divine aura, aware that any emitted energy could lead to catastrophe. The power of the black water could not penetrate his form, nor could it even touch his garments. As the spirits above howled down upon him, Yi Yun's laughter resonated, prompting them to unleash beams of dark light upon him. Yi Yun closed his eyes, maintaining a serene demeanor, devoid of any expression. The dark light fell upon him and vanished, seemingly ineffective to the onlookers. In the next moment, a wax candle appeared atop his head, lit as if it were a lantern. Ancestor, he should be fine. Luo Li anxiously observed this unfolding scene. Her heart lodged in her throat. She continually reassured herself. Although her ancestor had been lit with the lantern, his expression remained unchanged, slightly easing her worries. Everything before her was an illusion conjured by Yi Yun. The lantern-like candle began to emit a peculiar energy from Yi Yun, seemingly summoned by the black pool, gradually descending into the water towards a mysterious location. 1,000 meters beneath the surface, within an ancient black coffin, a colossal spirit lay in slumber. The energy from Yi Yun drifted toward it, quickly absorbed. It then opened its eyes, blood-red orbs gleaming with malevolence. Heaven has favored me. This time, I shall undoubtedly heal my soul's wounds. This malevolent entity, claiming to be a king, revealed its white fangs with a sinister grin. It was the Soul King of Wangwuling, once a powerful figure of the Shinto Bridge realm, but now reduced to a half-step Shinto bridge due to soul injuries inflicted by a foe. For millennia, it had remained hidden in the depths of Wangwuling, nursing its wounds, unable to cure its soul-s affliction with ordinary elixirs. Fortunately, It had taken refuge in the remote ancient Moon dynasty, evading its enemy's pursuit. Deep beneath, this king inadvertently discovered an ancient black coffin harboring a peculiar method for lighting lanterns, which remarkably aided in restoring its soul, albeit slowly, providing a glimmer of hope. Thus, it gathered a host of lesser spirits, imparting powerful, ghostly techniques to transform Wangwilling into a forbidden ground. These spirits assisted in capturing humans to serve as lanterns, exchanging their lives for peace within the ancient Moon Dynasty's territory. This was the origin of Wangwilling and the reason for lighting lanterns. Over the millennia, countless lanterns had been lit, and its soul was gradually recovering, merely a step away from full restoration. If the pace continued, it would require 3 more lantern lightings. However, unexpectedly, among those who lit the lantern this time, one possessed a unique energy within their soul, accelerating its recovery. The Ghost King could not help but rejoice. With its soul restored, it would regain its half-step Shinto bridge status, and after resting for another 10 or 8 years, it might once again challenge the Shinto bridge realm. The mere thought of returning to its former glory filled the king with immeasurable excitement. It opened its blood-red eyes, fixated intently on the black coffin lid, continuously absorbing the ethereal energy from the ghost pool to mend the wounds of its spirit. How swiftly it was recovering. The Ghost King felt his soul healing at an accelerated pace, causing a surge of elation within him. The energy emanating from the pool grew increasingly potent, hastening his recuperation. This unexpected enhancement filled him with astonishment. Typically, igniting the heavenly lantern required 49 days. Already several days had elapsed, leaving fewer than 30. Yet at this rate, it would likely take no more than a few days. In the ghost water pool, Yiyun gazed distantly at the Ghost King, a cold smirk curling his lips. The Ghost King believed himself fortunate, oblivious to the fact that everything was orchestrated by Yiyun himself. Unperturbed, Yiyun continued refining the blood of the ancestral dragon within him, steadily elevating his cultivation level. 2 days passed, and Yiyun's cultivation swiftly broke through to the 3rd layer of the true god realm. After 5 days, he descended to the 4th layer. Sensing the surging power of the ancestral dragon's blood within him, Yiyun smiled faintly, confident that this blood could facilitate a breakthrough to the 10th layer of the true god realm. Regrettably, he had lingered here long enough. The Ghost King was nearly restored and would soon emerge. Using his spiritual sense, Yiyun glanced at Luo Li by the edge of the pool and noted her tense posture, her small hands clenched into fists. Her body was somewhat rigid. "Do not worry, Luo Li, I am fine," he conveyed through a thought. Luo Li promptly nodded, her anxious heart finally at ease. However, her gaze shifted to her junior disciple, Jun Mo Xiao, and she noticed his complexion growing increasingly pallid, as if he could hardly endure. Worry crept back in her heart. Among her 3 disciples, Luo Li was the 2nd eldest. She had an elder sister named Su Wan Yi, who was as beautiful as a celestial being. Unfortunately, her sister had gone missing, and her fate remained uncertain. Yet, Luo Li was certain that her sister had not fallen into the hands of enemies. "Little girl, which sect do you belong to?" A white-haired elder of the god sculpting realm, seemingly bored, initiated a conversation with Luo Li. "I hail from the Divine Dragon Sect," Luo Li replied, lifting her chin with an air of pride. The elder was taken aback, blinking in contemplation, unable to fathom the significance of the Divine Dragon Sect. Could it be an external force? He mused. Beside him stood a young cultivator at the 5th layer of the Yuan-Si realm, who scoffed at Luo Li's words. "The Divine Dragon Sect, is that a sect of the ancient Moon dynasty? I've never heard of it." Luo Li cast him a dispassionate glance and replied indifferently. "The Divine Dragon Sect is but a minor sect, incomparable to your esteemed Infinite Divine Sword Sect." The young man chuckled derisively. "It is good that you know. Our Infinite Divine Sword Sect is one of the top 10 sects of the ancient Moon dynasty, currently ranked within the top 5. The elder, observing his disciple's indiscretion, shot him a sharp glare. This exquisitely beautiful girl clearly hailed from a prestigious lineage. Simply considering the royal grade robe she wore, it was evident that no ordinary sect could afford such an item. Even the leader of their Infinite Divine Sword Sect lacked a royal grade robe. Thus, the elder dared not underestimate the young girl before him. "Young lady, are you here alone?" the elder inquired with a warm smile. Luo Li nodded silently. At that moment, the crowd's gazes turned strange, as those with significant experience had long since fixated on the royal grade robe adorning Luo Li. Now that the elder had probed her background, they felt no hesitation. They could directly attempt to seize the royal grade robe from her. After all, they could easily cast the blame on the Wailing Ghost Ridge afterward, confident that no one would be foolish enough to seek vengeance there. However, with over 10 major factions present, any attempt to seize it would likely result in a fierce struggle. The elder regarded Luo Li with an expression of feigned innocence, his demeanor amiable as he remarked, "Young lady, you are wearing a royal grade robe, aren't you?" Luo Li shot him a cold glance, fully aware of the implications behind their gazes. After years of navigating the martial world, she understood the covetousness of treasure. "What, do you intend to snatch my royal grade robe?" she queried, her eyes narrowing as she drew the supreme golden dragon sword, pointing its tip at the elder. Though he was a formidable cultivator of the god sculpting realm, Luo Li was no easy target. Armed with the eternal level swordsmanship of the Divine Dragon Sect and the Divine Supreme Golden Dragon Sword, coupled with her enigmatic martial arts, she was more than capable of contending with a god sculpting realm expert. Even if she faltered, her ancestors stood by her side, rendering her fears unfounded. In the eyes of her true god realm ancestors, these individuals were mere ants. A single breath could extinguish them all. The various factions slowly approached Luo Li, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Just then, a tumultuous roar erupted from within the ghost chariot, followed by a thunderous sound resonating from the depths of the pool. The formidable demons surrounding the pool began to roar with excitement. What was happening? All halted, their expressions grave as they turned toward the water. For thousands of years, igniting the heavenly lantern had never produced such astonishing changes. A vortex began to form in the ghost pool, drawing in the humans surrounding the lantern. An eerie laughter emerged from the depths of the whirlpool. The crowd held their breath, tense as they beheld the unfolding scene. Particularly, the god-sculpting realm experts suddenly changed countenance, sensing an indescribable, overwhelming aura emanating from the vortex. Ian stood beside the ghost chariot, eyes wide open, quietly observing the whirlpool. The ghost king born from the depths was now fully restored, ready to emerge. Yi Yun awaited this moment, meticulously planning to ensure the demise of this little ghost was unequivocal. Otherwise, if he were to be killed without understanding, it would serve no purpose. Having spent 100,000 years in that mysterious dark space, Yi Yun feared nothing more than solitude. If killing could be infused with creativity, it would be precisely what he desired. Suddenly, a breathtaking aura surged forth from the whirlpool. As it appeared, the surrounding roaring demons immediately fell silent, prostrating themselves on the ground, their eyes filled with fervor. The powerful beings beside the realm of the divine bridge were taken aback, retreating in shock as they gazed at the swirling vortex. "What level of cultivation is this?" a middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. "This is the divine bridge realm." A white-haired elder gravely responded. "What? A being of the divine bridge realm?" The news sent waves of astonishment rippling through the crowd. In the next moment, a chilling dread enveloped them. The aura emanating from the vortex was unmistakably otherworldly, thick with a sinister presence. It was a formidable ghost king of the divine bridge realm. As realization dawned upon them, the onlookers turned pale, instinctively preparing to flee. A surge of black mist erupted violently from the vortex, twisting in the air and morphing into a colossal figure, towering at least 5 or 6 meters high, shrouded in swirling darkness. The Supreme Ghost King, with blood-red eyes and a fearsome visage, emanated an aura of sheer malevolence. "Ha ha ha! This king has finally returned," he bellowed, laughter echoing as he reveled in his resurgence after millennia. "Run!" the human cultivator screamed, scattering in panic. "You should be congratulating me on my return." A thunderous voice resonated across the entirety of the Ghost's Ridge. Instantly, some halted, fear compelling them to kneel. "Congratulations, Ghost King. We celebrate your return." Trembling, they offered their tributes of reverence, while others hastily fled. The Ghost King, witnessing this, was infuriated. He extended his massive hand, unleashing beams of black light that ensnared the fleeing cultivators, drawing them back to him. With a swift motion, he devoured them whole, the sound of crunching echoing as he savored his gruesome feast. The brutality with which he consumed his kin left the remaining onlookers nearly faint with terror. The might of a divine bridge realm entity was far beyond their capacity to confront. After feasting on dozens of human cultivators, the Ghost King wiped the blood from his lips, letting out a triumphant laugh. It has been far too long since I felt such delight. Just then, a smooth voice reverberated throughout the space. A ghost is but a ghost, the lowest of beings, forever unworthy of the spotlight. The Ghost King, reveling in his triumph, felt a wave of fury wash over him upon hearing that acerbic remark. He scanned the surroundings, seeking the source of the challenge, but found nothing. Who dares to insult me so boldly? He roared, his aura intensifying. His gaze suddenly fell upon a small human girl standing beside the pool, while nearly all other human cultivators knelt in submission. She stood resolutely, unwavering as if a sword thrust into the ground. You little creature of the Yuan Sea realm, why do you not kneel before this king? The Ghost King's rage boiled over as he swatted at her with a massive hand. I am the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect. I kneel only to my ancestors, not to heaven or earth. Her voice rang out with unwavering strength. With her features as sharp as a blade, she transformed into 9 ethereal dragons, darting in all directions, making it impossible to discern her true form. At the 10th level of the Yuan Sea realm, her mastery of the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon was executed with remarkable finesse. A colossal hand came crashing down, but met only empty air. What kind of technique is this? The Ghost King, surprised by his miss, pondered the capabilities of this audacious girl. Perhaps she possesses some skill. No wonder she dares to act so arrogantly. The Ghost King refrained from further attack, his mind troubled by the mocking voice he had heard earlier. It felt as though a mysterious force lurked in the shadows. Stop searching, little ghost. A gentle smile graced the lips of Yi Yun as he emerged slowly from the pool. Luo Li, her figure flickering, joined him at his side. Your movements are commendable, reminiscent of my own prowess in my youth, Yi Yun remarked, patting her on the shoulder. Initially, he had intended to intercede, yet upon witnessing her fearless attempt to evade the grasp of the half-step Divine Bridge Ghost King, he decided to observe her capabilities. To his delight, she succeeded in her escape. How remarkable, he mused, despite the Ghost King's momentary underestimation. It was indeed a feat worthy of pride for someone at the 10th level of the Yuan Sea realm to elude a half-step Divine Bridge powerhouse. The Ghost King turned his attention towards Yi Yun, momentarily stunned to find a young man of only the profound Dan realm before him. Despite having lingered in the pool, this youth appeared unscathed and brimming with vitality. Who is this? The Ghost King mused, his perception shifting as he sensed the young man's aura, which still aligned with the profound Dan realm, causing him to relax slightly. You speak with great bravado, the Ghost King sneered, waving his hand to summon a dozen Yuan Sea realm specters to charge at Yi Yun. As Luo Li prepared to defend her ancestor, she was taken aback when those specters suddenly halted midair. With a snap of his fingers, Yi Yun effortlessly dispatched them, their forms dissolving into wisps of green smoke as they fell. What formidable sorcery! The Ghost King's pupils constricted, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over him. He had misjudged this young man. He was undoubtedly not of the profound Dan realm, but perhaps a being of unparalleled strength. The surrounding human cultivators exhaled in relief, their faces reflecting their newfound hope as they realized that the youth from the pool was an extraordinary expert. The Ghost King fixed his gaze on Yi Yun, a sudden urge to retreat igniting within him. He transformed into a swirling mass of ghostly mist, speeding away. Return, Yi Yun spoke softly, and the black mist, as if responding to an unseen command, was drawn back. How is this possible? The Ghost King's astonishment echoed from within the darkness. Just moments ago, he had exerted all his strength to flee, only to be yanked back by an immense force beyond his comprehension. Could this be a being of the Nirvana realm or a fate-defying powerhouse? How could one possess such strength, rendering me utterly helpless? He realized that even at his peak in the Divine Bridge realm, he stood no chance against this young man. Truly, the ancestor is formidable. Witnessing her ancestor's command over the situation, the true god is indeed terrifying. It was truly terrifying. Yi Yun gazed at the writhing mass of black, ghostly mist, his brow furrowing slightly as he coldly remarked, "Little ghost, the reason you have lived until now is so that you may understand your demise. Esteemed sir, what offense have I committed to warrant your desire for my utter destruction?" The Ghost King stammered in fear, utterly oblivious as to when he had wronged this formidable figure before him. Yi Yun let out a chilling smile. Within the pool lies a disciple of my divine Dragon Sect. You used him to light the heavenly lantern to aid in your recovery. For that alone, 1,000 deaths would be too lenient. Realization struck the Ghost King, and he could not help but pound his chest in frustration, wishing he could obliterate those human cultivators outside. A mere insignificant figure had cost him his life, and he was filled with resentment. Yiyan continued to sneer coldly. At your sluggish pace, without lighting the heavenly lantern 2 or 3 times, recovery is impossible. Thus, I have preemptively infused you with a modicum of restorative energy, allowing you to awaken ahead of schedule. Upon hearing Yiyan's words, the Ghost King's eyes widened in horror, as if plunged into an icy abyss. It dawned on him that the peculiar energy he had absorbed within the coffin had been intentionally delivered to him by this very individual. Now trapped by fate, he still yearned for one last struggle. Kill him. The Ghost King commanded the surrounding malevolent spirits. These fiends, largely under his control, obeyed his order, howling as they descended like a dark cloud, enveloping the entire gorge. Seizing the chaos, he attempted to flee into the distance. Child's play. Yiyan exhaled gently. This breath, akin to a mysterious flame, radiated intense heat and transformed into a vast net of fire, ensnaring all the descending malevolent spirits above the gorge. With cries of anguish and sizzling sounds, these nefarious ghosts were instantaneously reduced to wisps of green smoke. Observing the fleeing Ghost King, Yiyan let out another cold laugh and released a breath of pure energy. This stream descended upon the black mist, followed by a scream from within, as the entire mass dissipated into thin air. In but 2 breaths, the malevolent spirits of the Wangu Ghost Ridge had vanished. The surrounding human cultivators stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling. What manner of person is this youth? What level of cultivation does he possess? To eradicate so many ghosts with merely 2 breaths is beyond belief. The human cultivators gradually regained their senses, gazing at Yiyan with admiration and fervor. They had never encountered such an extraordinarily powerful individual. Moments ago, a Ghost King of the Divine Bridge realm had instilled terror in them, yet now they were saved by this illustrious figure. Thank you for your assistance. Countless human cultivators clasped their fists, expressing their gratitude. Yiyan surveyed the surroundings, his demeanor remaining indifferent. Seeing this great figure's coldness, the various factions felt suddenly embarrassed and disheartened. Let us depart. The crowd exchanged glances and began to turn away from the Wangu Ghost Ridge. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated throughout the gorge. Did I permit you to leave? Upon recognizing that familiar voice, every figure froze, turning back in bewilderment to face the formidable individual. Lowly, were they not attempting to seize your royal grade robe just now? Yiyan's eyelids narrowed as he spoke softly. At his inquiry, Lowly shivered slightly and decisively nodded. Yes, Ancestor, they sought to snatch my royal grade robe. Very well. Yiyan's gaze turned ominous as he addressed the crowd, his tone devoid of warmth. You all deserve to die. Upon hearing such a merciless declaration from this esteemed figure, chaos erupted among the onlookers. Senior, you are one of our kind's unparalleled masters. Why must you turn against us? Indeed, Senior, you cannot do this. You are our hero. Just now, you obliterated the Wangu Ghost Ridge. Such an act deserves to be recorded in the annals of the ancient Moon Dynasty. We take pride in you. Surely, you jest, Senior. You wouldn't truly slay us? At this moment, the human cultivators exhibited a range of reactions, some in disbelief, others fervently praising, while a few remained silent, their eyes glinting as they calculated their escape routes. Yiyan's gaze was solitary and frigid. He regarded the crowd without a trace of emotion. Those who dare to bully my divine dragon sect shall face but one fate, death. With that, he exhaled another breath of pure energy. As this breath shot forth, terror gripped the hearts of all present, prompting them to unleash their formidable abilities and flee. However, their collective strength paled in comparison to the malevolent spirits of the Wangu Ghost Ridge. There was no hope of escape. Amidst the cries of despair, thousands of human cultivators were reduced to mere wisps of green smoke. Witnessing this shocking scene, Lowly's pupils dilated in astonishment. Ancestor is truly ruthless, she thought with excitement. In her mind, she had expected the Ancestor to merely teach these individuals a lesson, not to annihilate them entirely. Yet the Ancestor had directly executed thousands. Such resolve was profoundly shocking. Lowly had no inkling that, in the eyes of the divine, all life was akin to mere ants. Yian regarded Lowly, patting her shoulder with a smile. Do not pity them. Oh, Lowly softly replied, her face still pale. Yian chuckled. Even if they perish, new sprouts will inevitably emerge. There is no need for concern. All right. Lowly found the ancestor's words somewhat perplexing, but obediently nodded. Now it is tranquil. Yian clapped his hands, laughing lightly. He then frowned slightly, noticing that a few human cultivators remained, barely clinging to life in the pool. These individuals, having endured the heavenly lantern's illumination for days, were on the brink of extinguishing. Let us send you on your way, Yian exhaled, and, in an instant, over 10,000 souls vanished, leaving only Lo Li's junior disciple, Jun Mo Xiao. Yian beckoned, and Jun Mo Xiao floated out from the pool, landing beside them. Junior brother. Lo Li's heart tightened as she rushed forward. Yian's figure flickered, arriving beside Jun Mo Xiao. Edistrandloli yintli, edvaising. This pool water contains a certain toxin. Refrain from contact for now. As he spoke, he rummaged through his storage and produced a small vial, extracting a drop of green liquid. When this drop fell upon Jun Mo Xiao, the toxic water that had tainted him vanished entirely. This left Luoli utterly astonished. Yian offered no further explanation, carefully stowing away the small vial and channeling a modicum of spiritual energy into Jun Ma Xiao's body. It was only then that Jun Ma Xiao stirred from his stupor, his vision transitioning from a blur to clarity, and the enchanting visage of his senior sister appeared before him. Senior sister, have we met in the depths of hell? Yun Moxio also the Dismutsioke. The heirs of the Divine Dragon Sect were few and far between, and the situation of the three disciples had grown increasingly precarious since their master's demise. The eldest senior sister had gone missing while trying to protect them, her fate unknown. Subsequently, as the pursuers closed in, he had diverted them to ensure Luoli's escape. Although she had managed to flee at that time, Jun Ma Xiao was acutely aware that facing those relentless pursuers alone would prove far more challenging for her, and she would hardly be able to evade capture for long. Little did he expect that after all this time, she had also met with disaster, and they found themselves reunited in this infernal realm. What are you saying? Junior brother, how could we possibly be dead? Luoli chided him playfully before breaking into laughter and gently gesturing toward the young man in white beside her. Hurry, pay your respects to our ancestor, Luoli urged with urgency. Ancestor? Jun Ma Xiao blinked in disbelief, turning his gaze toward the jade-like youth in white. This strikingly handsome young man appeared to be only a few years his senior. How could he be referred to as an ancestor? Senior sister, you must be mistaken. Jun Ma Xiao protested weakly, shaking his head repeatedly. How could I be mistaken? Let me tell you the truth, junior brother. This is our Divine Dragon Sect's greatest ancestor in history, and I bet you never imagined it. Luoli's cheeks flushed with pride as she elevated her chin, displaying a look of triumph. Yiyun, this esteemed ancestor, was indeed from the most prosperous generation of the Divine Dragon Sect. He had elevated the sect to the level of an eternal order, contributing immensely to its legacy. Jun Ma Xiao closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, yet remained silent. After a while, he opened his eyes and tentatively inquired, could he be the 13th patriarch of our Divine Dragon Sect? Indeed, junior brother, you are astute. Luoli clapped her hands in delight. You have always been clever. We are quite evenly matched. This cannot be true. Senior sister, you must be jesting. Jun Ma Xiao replied with a bemused expression, shaking his head again. What nonsense! The 13th patriarch of the Divine Dragon Sect has been dead for over 100,000 years. Chapter 15. The bewildered junior brother Yiyun stood by, hands clasped behind his back, observing the exchange between the siblings with a look of contentment on his face. Jun Ma Xiao's reaction was entirely understandable. The 13th patriarch of the Divine Dragon Sect had indeed been a distant figure, having passed away over 100 millennia ago. It was rare for cultivators to live such a long life. Even those who reached the true God realm could not hope to attain such longevity. Perceiving Jun Ma Xiao's disbelief, Luoli stamped her foot in frustration, retorting, Junior brother, when have I ever deceived you? At this moment, she fervently raised the patriarch's token, swearing an oath before it with utmost seriousness. I, Luoli, as the 298th patriarch of the Divine Dragon Sect, declare that my words are the absolute truth. Should I lie? May heaven strike me with thunder. Senior sister, you must not. Such oaths should not be taken lightly. Jun Maxiao exclaimed. A surge of energy coursing through him as he propped himself up, shouting in alarm. Luoli regarded him with a serious expression, saying, Do you believe me now? Yes, I believe you, senior sister. Jun Maxiao nodded repeatedly. He gazed at Yi Yun, his eyes wide with growing astonishment. How had this ancestor, who had been gone for 100 millennia, returned? According to the sect's records, this ancestor had once possessed extraordinary prowess, having reached the pinnacle of the Cangnan realm. Yet, even at such heights, living for 100 millennia seemed implausible. Luoli chuckled softly beside him. Junior brother, you need not concern yourself with how the ancestor survived to this day. Simply know that he is indeed our 13th patriarch. Understood, senior sister. Jun Maxiao nodded fervently, struggling to rise before suddenly kneeling before Yi Yun, respectfully bowing his head. I pay my respects to the ancestor. Seeing Jun Maxiao finally accept his identity, Yi Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a gentle wave of his hand, he released a stream of spiritual energy that lifted Jun Maxiao back up. For now, given your weakened state, let us forego these worldly formalities. Yi Yun smiled faintly, producing a small vial. Upon seeing it, Luoli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Junior brother, your troubled fate is finally at an end, and a glorious path lies ahead. Jun Maxiao gazed at Luoli in astonishment. Senior sister, how have you reached the peak of the 10th layer of the Yuan Sea realm? Haha, I knew you would be astonished upon seeing me. Truth be told, the ancestor used the blood of the ancestral dragon to enhance my own blood, which is why my cultivation has surged. Luoli laughed heartily, abandoning all semblance of decorum. Blood of the ancestral dragon? At the mention of those words, Jun Maxiao felt a rush of energy, his vision dimming as he fainted. Hey, junior brother, why did you suddenly faint? Seeing him collapse, Luoli rushed over to support him. Yi Yun watched with a smile as he gently waved his hand, allowing Jun Maxiao to awaken once more. Ancestor, do you truly possess the blood of the ancestral dragon? Jun Maxiao asked, gazing at Yi Yun with incredulity. As a descendant of the Divine Dragon Sect, he was particularly sensitive to the essence of the dragon, especially the blood of the ancestral dragon, which was deeply ingrained in their heritage. Indeed, observing Jun Maxiao's astonishment, Yi Yun gestured, producing another small vial. Upon seeing this familiar vial, Luoli's face broke into a radiant smile. Junior brother, the ancestor holds the blood of the ancestral dragon. Jun Maxiao stared at the vial, licking his lips as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. This vial of ancestral dragon blood must contain at least 100 drops. What nonsense! Junior brother, do you truly believe there are 100 drops within? Luoli glared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Am I mistaken? Jun Maxiao replied, equally bewildered. He looked at Luoli, uncertain, and asked, Senior sister, could there be only dozens of drops? I truly wish to knock some sense into your head, Luoli exclaimed, raising her sword as if to strike him, but then hesitated, pulling her hand back and bursting into laughter. Junior brother, let me tell you the truth. Do not be deceived by the size of that vial. It holds far more than you realize, Luoli declared with pride. Is it really that much? Jun Maxiao blinked. Staring intently at the small object in Yi Yun's hand, he tentatively inquired, could it be around 1,000 drops? Upon witnessing Jun Maxiao's lack of spirit, Luoli couldn't help but stomp her foot and burst into laughter, exclaiming, 1,000 drops? How could that be? To be honest, little junior brother, there's a large basin full of it, at least over 100,000 drops. What, over 100,000 drops? Jun Maxiao was taken aback, his vision darkening as he fainted once more. Alas, little junior brother, why have you fainted again? Luoli, looking exasperated, stomped her foot and bit her lip, feeling helpless. You, my little junior brother, are younger and have experienced too little. You lack the resilience for such matters. Yi Yun chuckled from his side. With a gentle flick, he infused a bit of his spiritual energy into Jun Maxiao, who slowly opened his eyes and sat up once again. Yi Yun opened a small vial and extracted 2 drops of ancestral dragon blood, which he flicked towards Jun Maxiao, who was captivated by the unique aura of the ancestral dragon blood. In that moment, he felt his blood surging, as if a powerful call resonated within him. Although he possessed a trace of dragon blood within him, it was exceedingly faint. Nevertheless, he could still respond to the ancestral dragon blood on a deeper level. At this moment, Yi remarked with a smile, during your trials at the Wangui Ridge, you endured severe physical damage, yet paradoxically, it has aided you. You should be able to successfully absorb these 2 drops of ancestral dragon blood. Thank you so much, Ancestral Master. Tears suddenly streamed down Jun Mo Zhao's face upon hearing Yi Yun's words. The inhumane tortures he had endured at the Wangui Ridge seemed to have found their recompense at this moment, a reward beyond imagination. Yi Yun smiled softly. Luo Li encouraged, little junior brother, seize this opportunity and quickly consume these 2 drops of ancestral dragon blood. All right, sister, Yun Mu Xiu replied. He opened his mouth, and the 2 drops of ancestral dragon blood flew into his body. The potent ancestral dragon blood transformed into countless pure energies that surged throughout his being. At that moment, Jun Mo Zhao felt an indescribable surge of power within him. He abruptly clapped his hands against the ground, immediately sitting cross-legged, and began to absorb the ancestral dragon blood according to the unique mental methods of the Divine Dragon Sect. As the ancestral dragon blood began to refine within him, Jun Mo Zhao's aura skyrocketed. He ascended through the ranks, from the 6th layer of Qi gathering to the 7th, then the 8th, and finally the 10th layer. He reached the Xiandan realm, advancing to the 1st and 2nd layers of Xiandan, and then into the Yuan Hai realm, climbing through its 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers. Luo Li tightly clenched her fists, her expression tense as she watched her little junior brother, softly murmuring words only she could hear. Little junior brother, you must push through and strive to break into the Yuan Hai realm, reaching the Shaping God realm. Yi Yun, with his hands behind his back, observed the sibling duo with a comforting smile. After experiencing the baptism of ancestral dragon blood, both had become formidable cultivators within the ancient Yu dynasty. If all went well, Jun Mo Zhao was certain to break into the Shaping God realm. It would depend on his fortune, if favorable. He might even surpass the 5th layer of the Shaping God realm, a feat greater than Luo Li's breakthrough. To be fair, Jun Mo Zhao's innate talent did not necessarily surpass that of Luo Li. Yi Yun had assessed both individuals' talents. They were essentially equal. Yet Luo Li's maturity and adeptness in handling situations far exceeded that of her younger brother. With closed eyes, Jun Mo Zhao's complexion flushed, his breathing heavy as 2 streams of crimson energy coursed through his nostrils. His aura continued to surge. The 8th layer of Yuan Hai, the 9th layer, the 10th layer, boom! A sudden sound resonated from within Jun Mo Zhao, causing his body to tremble slightly as he broke through to the Shaping God realm. Wonderful, little junior brother. You are the first to break into the Shaping God realm. This is a momentous occasion for our Divine Dragon Sect, Luo Li exclaimed, elated yet cautious not to shout too loudly, her fists clenched tightly. Jun Mo Zhao's aura continued to rise rapidly until he stabilized at the 4th layer of the Shaping God realm, slightly below Yi Yun's expectations. Yet, Yi Yun was nonetheless pleased. As Jun Mo Zhao opened his eyes, they sparkled with brilliance, his aura robust and imposing. He immediately knelt, bowing respectfully 3 times before Yi Yun. Thank you, Ancestral Master, for your guidance. Rise, Yi Yun said with a gentle smile, a surge of spiritual energy lifting Jun Mo Zhao to his feet. Little junior brother, you have endured hardship and now emerged as a powerful Shaping God realm cultivator. Luo Li approached with a beaming smile, patting Jun Mo Zhao on the shoulder, exuding an air of leadership. You Mu Xiu shyly smiled, replying, Sister, is all thanks to our ancestral master. Indeed, Luo Li felt deeply touched, turning her gaze to Yi Yun with gratitude in her eyes. Yi Yun pretended not to notice and cheerfully asked, Jun Mo Zhao, how proficient are you with the Divine Dragon Sword technique? Hearing the question from the ancestral master, Jun Mo Zhao's cheeks flushed. Reporting to the Ancestral Master, I have not mastered the Divine Dragon Sword technique very well. Have you all reached the pinnacle of the Divine Dragon 9 transformations? Yi Yun laughed. Yun Mu Su, blushing, nodded. The 3 siblings had indeed perfected the Divine Dragon 9 transformations to the utmost, allowing them to escape from those in the Xiandan and Yuan Hai realms. You all have truly faced great challenges over the years. Yi Yun sighed, placing a comforting hand on Jun Mo Zhao's shoulder. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he produced a precious sword. This sword is a gift for you. Luo Li sensed the sword's aura and exclaimed excitedly, Little junior brother, quickly thanked the Ancestral Master. This is an Imperial-grade Divine Sword. What? An Imperial-grade Divine Sword? Junimo Shao was instantly stunned. He quickly sensed the sword's aura, his mouth agape, eyes wide, frozen in awe like a statue. An Imperial-grade Divine Sword. How could the Ancestral Master possess such an extraordinary weapon? At that moment, Luo Li brandished her own supreme golden dragon sword, smugly proclaiming, "Little junior brother, look, the Ancestral Master gifted me one too, and it's even better than yours." Junimo Shao examined Luo Li's sword and retorted, "It's not as good as mine. Yours is merely heavenly grade." Luo Li, slightly miffed, replied, "That's because I had the Ancestral Master seal this sword to prevent misunderstandings. As I progress in my cultivation, the seal will gradually lift. How about this? You have the Ancestral Master seal your sword as well, so it matches mine. What do you think?" Junimo Shao listened to Luo Li's words and nodded in agreement, quickly turning to Yi Yun and smiling. "Ancestor, could you please seal this sword as well? Are you also so low-key?" Yi Yun inquired with a grin. "Ancestor, since childhood, we've been fleeing alongside our master, so we've grown accustomed to leading a modest life. Thus, it would be better for this sword to remain unremarkable," Junimo Shao replied, blushing. "Very well," Yi Yun nodded. He understood the psychological state of these siblings. As fugitives, they prefer to keep a low profile to prolong their lives. With a gentle tap of his finger on the sword, its quality instantly diminished to the heavenly level. "By the way, Ancestor, what is the name of my junior brother's sword?" Luo Li asked bluntly from his side. "This sword is called the Hunyuan Wajijian." Yi Yun replied softly. "A splendid name. It sounds incredibly domineering." "Haha, however, junior brother, your weapon is still one level weaker than mine," Luo Li exclaimed excitedly. "Sister, an Imperial level is already quite impressive. A divine level is simply unfathomable. Besides, you are the newly appointed sect master of our Shenlong sect, so it is only natural that my sword is somewhat inferior," Junimo Shao said dismissively, fondling the Hunyuan Wajijian with immense delight. Once a mere cultivator at the Gathering Essence realm, he had never imagined he would possess an Imperial-grade sword. Now that his wish had come true, he felt as though he might burst into laughter from the sheer joy. Everything was changing so rapidly. After experiencing the beacon lighting at the Wangui Ridge and encountering the Ancestor, his cultivation had unexpectedly soared to the fourth layer of the god sculpting realm, and he had acquired an Imperial Hunyuan Wajijian. It felt like a dream. "Young man," Yi Yun chuckled, producing a black robe and tossing it to Junimo Shao. "Your current attire is damaged. You might as well change into this." As Junimo Shao caught the black robe and sensed its aura, he shuddered, nearly dropping it. This was actually an Imperial robe. How profound is the Ancestor's background? Not only did he present an Imperial weapon, but he also gifted an Imperial robe. Truly astonishing. Was the Shenlong sect that powerful 100,000 years ago? Even if it had reached the eternal level of a top-tier sect, it should not have possessed such Imperial and divine weapons. Though puzzled, Junimo Shao kept these thoughts to himself. Luo Li turned away as Junimo Shao removed his old attire and donned the black robe. Observing Junimo Shao's youthful face, Yi Yun felt a stirring in his heart and softly inquired, "Junimo Shao, when you were taken to Wangui Ridge by that masked man, did you notice anything unusual about him?" Upon hearing the Ancestor's question, Junimo Shao began to recall the entire incident. After several seconds, he finally spoke. "Ancestor, that person was exceedingly cautious, hardly speaking along the way. However, once, when I went to relieve myself, I inadvertently saw the coachman's clothing, which bore the emblem of the Chuyun Sword Sect. I wonder if it has any connection to them." Chuyun Sword Sect? Yi Yun turned his gaze to Luo Li. "Ancestor, the Chuyun Sword Sect is one of the top 10 powers of the ancient Moon Dynasty. Located in the western region of Chuyun Mountain, approximately 10,000 miles from Wangui Ridge," Luo Li quickly explained. "Then let us pay a visit to the Chuyun Sword Sect," Yi Yun said, gently stroking his forehead with a smile. With a flick of his wrist, a black carriage materialized. As the black carriage appeared, it emanated a violent aura that compressed the surrounding space, creating ripples as if it could barely contain the pressure. "Retreat." Yi Yun lightly gestured, and all the overwhelming energy dissipated instantly. "My goodness, it's actually a divine carriage," Luo Li exclaimed, having sensed the level of the black carriage. Her mouth agape in astonishment. Junimo Shao felt it too. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock in one another's eyes. Particularly Jun Mo Shao, who became ever more curious about the ancestor. To casually produce a mode of transportation of such caliber, how profound must the ancestor's resources be? It was undeniable that 100,000 years ago, the Shenlong sect was the foremost sect of Songnan continent. Having reached the eternal level, it was no mere boast. Upon the arrival of the black carriage, no horses appeared. Yi Yin waved his hand again, summoning a tall, black steed. This steed, covered in dragon scales and sporting a single horn upon its head, exuded an extraordinary aura. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao gazed at the black steed, sensing its terrifying presence, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. In that moment, they felt as if a colossal, terrifying creature had descended beside them, instilling a sense of imminent death. Heavens, what manner of fearsome beast is this black horse? Yin approached, patting the black steed on its head, and chuckled, "Little horse, you're scaring people. Perhaps you should tone it down a bit." With a thunderous neigh, the black steed shook its body, and its dragon scales vanished. Along with its horn and the intimidating aura, it transformed into an ordinary black horse. "Very good," Yin nodded in satisfaction. "Rest assured, I won't frighten any little ones." The black horse grinned, revealing a row of pearly teeth as it spoke human words. "That's reassuring." Yi Yun laughed, turning to the astonished pair of siblings. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get on the carriage." After saying this, Yi Yin lightly leaped onto the carriage and entered the compartment. Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li exchanged a glance, instantly snapping back to reality as they rushed to the carriage, sitting at the front like coachmen. "Ancestor, may I drive for you?" Jun Mo Shao asked timidly, grasping the reins with trembling hands. Of course, Yi Yun's voice came from within the carriage. Jun Mo Shao gently tugged at the reins, and the black horse glanced back at him, grinning as if in amusement. "Let us go," Jun Mo Shao said, still a bit nervous. The black horse began to move, exiting Wangue Ridge. Its pace was not swift, yet with each step, it seemed to cover dozens of zhong, its speed astonishing. After leaving Wangue Ridge, Yi Yun's voice resonated again. "You two siblings are still not well versed in our sex techniques, so we shall ride in the carriage. Along the way, it will be an excellent opportunity for you to regain some strength. By the time we arrive at the Qian Sword Sect, it will be your turn to take action. Rest assured, Ancestor, we will certainly practice diligently." Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li quickly nodded in agreement. In that moment, they finally understood the Ancestor's good intentions. He wished to guide them through the profound skills of the Shenlong sect during their journey, as their mastery was still insufficient. Even the legendary 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, which they believed to be impressive, appeared utterly inadequate in the eyes of their ancestors. The sound of rolling wheels echoed as a black carriage slowly set forth. Although it seemed to move at a leisurely pace, it swiftly vanished into the horizon, heading towards the Cloud Sword Sect in the west. Just a few hours later, cultivators arrived at the Wangwuling and were astounded by the immense changes, each covering their heads in terror. Not a single ghostly entity remained. The entire Wangwuling lay desolate, devoid even of human cultivators. What transpired? More individuals arrived, including a disciple from the Bloodrobe sect. Upon reaching Wangwuling, he was immediately struck with shock, murmuring, "What on earth is happening? Why hasn't the deputy sect master returned to the sect?" Soon, more cultivators gathered, all equally astonished to discover that their fellow sect members had mysteriously vanished. What could possibly explain this? Not only had all the malevolent spirits disappeared, but disciples from various major factions had also inexplicably vanished, completely evaporated into thin air. Each person exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. After a brief discussion, they failed to reach any conclusions and hurried back to their respective sects to report the astonishing events of Wangwuling. This sudden upheaval spread like wildfire throughout the entire Gyue dynasty, even reaching neighboring regions. Everyone was engrossed in the dramatic transformation of Wangwuling, speculating endlessly. The discourse was rife with opinions, yet no rational explanation emerged. The Wangwuling incident evolved into a perplexing enigma. Many cultivators enjoyed gathering over drinks during their leisure, fervently discussing the Wangwuling affair. Amidst the bustling atmosphere of the Gyue dynasty, a black carriage arrived at the foot of Chuyun Mountain half a month later. "Ancestor, this is Chuyun Mountain," Jun Mo respectfully announced. Excellent, do not halt, ascend further. Should anyone dare to obstruct you, slay them with a single sword strike. Yi Yun's voice echoed from within the carriage. Understood, Ancestor, Jun Mo replied, his face brimming with excitement as he gripped the Hongyuan Wajijian. Although his realm had not broken through, he had undeniably experienced a qualitative leap under the Ancestor's guidance. He gained profound insights into the three ultimate skills of the Divine Dragon Sect. Beside him, his senior sister, Luo Li, had also advanced to the first level of the Shaping Spirit Realm, her combat prowess similarly enhanced. Both adorned royal-grade robes, rendering ordinary attacks utterly ineffective against them. Coupled with their divine weapons and the unparalleled techniques of the Divine Dragon Sect, their combat abilities were unmatched among their peers. This time, they intended to use the Cloud Sword Sect as a sharpening stone to test their true capabilities. Chapter 18. A forceful visit to the Cloud Sword Sect. At the foot of Chuyun Mountain, a carriage moved slowly, soon arriving at the entrance of the Cloud Sword Sect. Two disciples stood guard at the sect's gate. As they spotted the approaching black carriage, they exchanged puzzled glances. Who goes there? Halt immediately, one disciple commanded, drawing his sword and eyeing the carriage warily. The carriage's occupants were a young man and woman, both seemingly youthful. However, upon sensing each other's cultivation, they gasped in astonishment. The young woman was at the first level of the Shaping Spirit Realm, while the young man, astonishingly, reached the fourth level. How terrifying! In their Cloud Sword Sect, only elders over 50 could cultivate to the Shaping Spirit Realm. Summon your sect master, Jun Mo commanded, his gaze fixed on the gatekeeping disciples, raising an eyebrow. Summon the sect master? The two disciples were momentarily taken aback. This young man was rather audacious, demanding their sect master upon arrival. Which sect do you belong to? State your name, one disciple asked, clearing his throat and adopting a serious expression. Their sect master was a figure of great authority, constantly occupied, and if they were to report without knowing the visitor's sect, they might face repercussions from the sect master. We hail from a Divine Dragon Sect, Luo Li declared coldly, revealing their affiliation. The two disciples exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed. What sect was the Divine Dragon Sect? They had never heard of it. Apologies, but we have never heard of the Divine Dragon Sect, one disciple bluntly refused. If it were a renowned sect of the Gyue dynasty, they would certainly be aware, but this Divine Dragon Sect was a complete mystery. Luo Li's expression darkened slightly. As the sect master of the Divine Dragon Sect, being turned away by two mere cultivators of the spirit-gathering realm was a matter of great humiliation. With a swift motion, she gracefully descended from the carriage, drawing the Taishang golden dragon sword and swiftly striking, halting just before one disciple's brow. It matters not that you were unaware before, but you will know now. Hurry and report to your sect master, lest you provoke my sect's wrath. The chilling aura emanating from her sword pierced through the air, causing the disciple's face to pale as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He was merely a small-time cultivator at the third level of the spirit-gathering realm, and the overwhelming pressure from the Shaping Spirit Realm expert left him struggling to breathe. Please wait. I shall report to the sect master at once, he stammered, retreating several steps before dashing into the sect. The other disciple was drenched in cold sweat, gazing at the enchanting young woman with terror, swallowing hard. The Shaping Spirit Realm was truly formidable. Meanwhile, the disciple who had rushed to report arrived at the inner courtyard, encountering an elderly man clad in white robes. Eldermu, there are visitors from the Divine Dragon Sect, seeking an audience with the sect master. You must report this immediately, he exclaimed urgently. What sect is the Divine Dragon Sect? I've never heard of it. How can you be so reckless? Eldermu scolded, visibly displeased. Eldermu, those two are incredibly powerful. Both are Shaping Spirit Realm experts. The disciple replied, his voice tinged with desperation. What? Shaping Spirit Realm experts? Elder Mu was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. In the Gyue dynasty, such powerful cultivators could stir the very heavens. Even the Cloud Sword Sect possessed only 8 Shaping Spirit Realm experts. Did you discern their specific levels of cultivation? Elder Mu inquired with urgency. I did, Elder Mu. The young woman, approximately 16 or 17 years old, is at the first level of the Shaping Spirit Realm. She claims to be the sect master of the Divine Dragon Sect, while the young man, about 15 or 16 years old, has even higher cultivation, reaching the 4th level of the Shaping Spirit Realm. What did you say? Upon hearing the disciple's report, Elder Mu was left in utter disbelief, nearly fainting from the shock. Is it possible to reach the divine shaping realm at the tender age of 15 or 16? How astonishing. Such prodigies are unheard of in the entire ancient Moon Dynasty. Could they perhaps hail from distant lands? Elder Mu pondered, feeling an urgency akin to that of a child. He hurried towards the main hall to report the matter to the sect leader, Li Qingshan. Upon hearing the news, Li Qingshan's expression turned exceedingly grave. The arrival of two formidable beings in the divine shaping realm was no trivial matter. Come, let us go and ascertain the truth of the situation, he declared, striding purposefully out of the hall, with Elder Mu closely in tow. As they reached the mountain gate, Li Qingshan spotted two figures standing outside, a young man and a young woman, both strikingly handsome. A closer look sent a jolt through him. Just as Elder Mu had mentioned, one was at the 4th level of the divine shaping realm, while the other was at the 1st level. They were indeed extraordinary individuals. Li Qingshan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After decades of cultivation, he had only attained the 5th level, while these two youthful beings had already reached such heights. Especially the young man. Given a bit more time, he would surely surpass Li Qingshan. Beyond the two of them, Li Qingshan's gaze fell upon an unremarkable black carriage, which inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within him. Could there be a hidden master inside? Cautiously, Li Qingshan extended his spiritual awareness towards the carriage, only to find it empty, devoid of any presence. This revelation eased his mind. It appeared the carriage belonged to the young woman. Elder Mu had previously mentioned that she claimed to be the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect. While it seemed somewhat ludicrous for someone so young to hold such a title, Li Qingshan could not afford to dismiss her. After all, attaining the 1st level of the divine shaping realm and becoming a sect leader was no small feat. Greetings to the esteemed visitors. I am Li Qingshan, the current leader of the Outcloud Sword Sect. Might I inquire about your origins? Li Qingshan said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, a smile gracing his face. The young woman, Luo Li, maintained a composed demeanor, slightly cupping her hands in return. I am Luo Li, the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect, she replied softly. Seeing her poised response, Yiyun, who remained within the carriage, couldn't help but smile knowingly. Although Luo Li was young, her every movement exuded the grace of a true master. With hands clasped behind his back, Li Qingshan smiled and asked, what brings you both to the Outcloud Sword Sect? Within the month, I require the names of all individuals who have ventured out from the Outcloud Sword Sect. I seek a rival, Luo Li stated, her eyes narrowing slightly as she spoke coldly. Seeking a rival? Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the elders of the Outcloud Sword Sect had offended the Divine Dragon Sect? Chapter 19. Unraveling the Threads. Tensions rising. Li Qingshan felt a weight settle upon him as he glanced at Elder Mu. In the past 2 months, have any elders of our sect ventured out? Elder Mu pondered for a moment before frowning. No one has left. Understanding dawned upon Li Qingshan, and he turned to the young woman with a smile. Leader Luo, it appears no elders of our sect have departed in the last 2 months. Might I ask, who has offended your esteemed sect? Luo Li did not respond directly, but instead cast a glance at her junior disciple, Jun Ma Xiao. Stepping forward, the youth, with a countenance as flawless as jade and eyes as bright as the morning stars, regarded Li Qingshan with a steady gaze. Li sect leader, please summon all disciples below the divine shaping realm who have ventured out in the past 2 months. I shall identify them one by one. Li Qingshan hesitated momentarily. Despite being a minor realm below him, this young man exuded an immense pressure. His aura surged like a dragon, causing the very air to tremble with his presence. A rare prodigy indeed. Moreover, both he and the young woman donned royal-grade robes, bestowing upon them an air of nobility that made Li Qingshan reluctant to act rashly. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingshan decided to prioritize harmony. He turned to Elder Mu and instructed, gather all disciples who have been outside in the last 2 months to the square. Understood, sect leader. Elder Mu responded promptly, hurrying off to fulfill the task. He understood the gravity of the situation. These two distinguished individuals from the divine shaping realm were not to be trifled with, and the Outcloud Sword Sect could ill afford to offend them. Li Qingshan offered a gentle smile to Luo Li. Please, accompany me. Luo Li exchanged a glance with Jun Ma Xiao, who immediately understood and swiftly approached the carriage, taking the reins and guiding the vehicle into the mountain gate. A flicker of curiosity crossed Li Qingshan's eyes as he wondered why they insisted on bringing the carriage along. Nonetheless, he did not voice his thoughts and continued to lead the way. Luoli followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the square, where disciples began to gather in increasing numbers. Jun Maxiao leaped off the carriage and stood in the square, his gaze sharp and observant, scanning the arriving disciples in search of a familiar face. However, among the Outcloud Sword Sect's disciples, he did not see the coachman he had encountered previously. Not feeling rushed, he continued his search. As more and more disciples convened, the crowd swelled to several thousand, and murmurs of confusion filled the air as they exchanged curious glances. Sect leader, everyone has arrived, Elder Mu reported after counting the numbers. Li Qingshan nodded and turned to Jun Maxiao. Jun Maxiao's brow furrowed as he still had not located the coachman. Is everyone truly present? He asked Elder Mu coldly. Almost everyone, Elder Mu replied, feeling a chill under Jun Maxiao's intense gaze. It is impossible. I distinctly saw a disciple from the Outcloud Sword Sect who is not among this crowd. Jun Maxiao insisted resolutely. Li Qingshan looked at Elder Mu and inquired, Elder Mu, think carefully. Is there anyone we may have overlooked? After some contemplation, Elder Mu suddenly slapped his forehead. There are 2 disciples serving the ancestors in seclusion on the back mountain. They had gone down the mountain once. Then what are we waiting for? Bring them here. Yun Moxio urted coldly. Elder Mu's expression turned troubled as he glanced at Li Qingshan. Sect leader, those 2 are trustworthy. They have only left once. Li Qingshan siga. Realizing that there was no turning back now, he had no choice but to allow Elder Mu to make another trip, for he did not wish to make enemies of these 2 individuals. The 2 from the divine shaping realm, should they become adversaries of the Outcloud Sword Sect, would surely exact a heavy toll, even if they were able to prevail. Li Qingshan was unwilling to allow his sect to suffer immense losses over a trivial matter. Elder Mu took his leave promptly. Shortly after, he returned with 2 individuals, both young men in their 30s. Jun Mo smiled as he observed them, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with recognition. He pointed at one of the youths, exclaiming, "It is he." Upon closer inspection, Li Qingshan noted that this disciple's cultivation was merely at the first level of Yuan Hai. Master Luo, how could this disciple of our Chuyun sect, with such shallow cultivation, possibly become your enemy? He inquired. In a swift motion, Jun Mo smiled, extending his hand to pull the downcast Yuan Hai disciple closer. Do you still recognize me? He asked with a cold smile. The disciple lifted his head, scrutinizing Jun Mo's features, and his expression shifted from curiosity to terror as he trembled uncontrollably. How can it be you? Weren't you supposed to have perished at Wangwulin? Thanks to your fortune, I am very much alive. Jun Mo replied with a series of mocking laughs. Grasping the disciple firmly, he strode toward Li Qingshan. The disciple struggled desperately while shouting, "Wait! Weren't you at the Qi gathering stage back then? How could you have advanced to the 4th level of the Shaping Spirit stage in just over half a month?" Jun Mo merely sneered at the query. Nearby, Li Qingshan and the others felt a jolt of alarm. It was inconceivable to ascend from the Qi gathering stage to the Shaping Spirit stage in such a short span. In that instant, they began to question the sanity of their disciple. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from above. Who are these 2 brats? How dare they cause a ruckus in my Chuyun sword sect and abduct my disciple? With that, a flicker of sword light descended, revealing an elder clad in black robes, wielding a long sword. The elder exuded a powerful aura, radiating the presence of the 9th level of the Shaping Spirit stage. I have the honor of meeting the Grand Elder, Li Qingshan exclaimed, taken aback, and immediately bowed in respect. The other disciples in the square followed suit. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds engulfed the entire Chuyun sword sect as figures descended from all directions, each a practitioner of the Shaping Spirit stage. These were the other elders of the Shaping Spirit stage, appearing alongside the Grand Elder. Li Qingshan, your leadership is disgraceful. The enemy has dared to trample upon the Chuyun sword sect, and yet you remain passive? The Grand Elder thundered, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's face flushed crimson, trembling with indignation. Though he wished to protect the sect from harm, the Grand Elder's words painted him as a coward. No need for explanations. Draw your sword and slay these 2 immediately, the Grand Elder commanded coldly. Sensing the Grand Elder's fury, Li Qingshan inhaled deeply and unsheathed his treasured sword. The other elders, their expressions grim, also drew their swords, pointing their blades at Luo Li and Jun Mo. In that moment, the atmosphere of the Chiyun Sword Sect became intensely charged with the intent to kill. Inside the carriage, Yiyun observed the unfolding scene with a faint smile. Although the Grand Elder appeared to be the orchestrator behind the scenes, the situation was likely more complex than it seemed. However, the carriage driver was indeed the one who had brought Jun Mo to Wangling. As for whether the Grand Elder was the masked figure, it remained uncertain. The hidden mastermind was deeply concealed, suggesting that such a small sect could not orchestrate such intricate schemes. Furthermore, given that the Chiyun Sword Sect had no tangible ties to the Shenlong sect, the Grand Elder had no direct motive to intervene. Behind him, there likely stood a more formidable force. Chapter 20. The Great Battle at Chiyun Sword Sect. Witnessing the multitude of onlookers, including several powerful practitioners of the Shaping Spirit stage, Jun Mo felt a surge of exhilaration amidst the encirclement of formidable foes. Little junior brother, today we finally have the opportunity to unleash our wrath. No longer shall we live as hunted prey, Luo Li exclaimed, gripping the Grand Elder's golden dragon sword. Her exquisite features flushed with excitement. Indeed, senior sister, Jun Mo replied, wielding the primordial infinite sword, his handsome visage taking on an enchanting quality. At this moment, his emotions mirrored those of Luo Li. After years of being pursued like a stray dog, today presented a chance to showcase their skills before their ancestors, making the Chiyun Sword Sect their first sacrificial offering. Kill, Luo Li proclaimed, surveying the enemies with a hearty laugh, her demeanor imbued with boldness. With a light stomp, an ethereal golden dragon manifested behind her, towering over 10 zhong. Although merely an apparition, it exuded an aura of undeniable reality, especially with its golden slitted eyes, which instilled a profound sense of dread. Jun Mo let out a hearty laugh as well, and as he moved slightly, a similar golden dragon apparition appeared behind him. This was the true initiation of the divine dragon sword technique, symbolizing the might of the golden dragon. Having been meticulously instructed by Yiyun over the past half-month, they had revisited the teachings of the divine dragon sword technique. The lineage of the Shenlong sect had been passed down from its 13th generation to Luo Li's 298th, enduring numerous transitions, which had diluted its effectiveness over time. Thus, Luo Li and her companions only grasped a mere fraction of the original technique. The initiation gesture of the divine dragon sword technique, known as bearing the golden dragon, summoned the dragon's blood within them, akin to a raging river, empowering them to unleash the formidable strength of the divine dragon sword technique. Upon witnessing the apparition of the two golden dragons, the disciples of the Chiyun Sword Sect were struck with fear, their faces paling as they recoiled. Consequently, the vast square was left with only the powerful Shaping Spirit practitioners and a few peak Yuan High stage individuals. The Grand Elder gazed intently at the two golden dragon apparitions, his eyes deep with contemplation. Li Qingshan felt an overwhelming pressure, particularly from the youthful practitioner at the 4th level of the Shaping Spirit stage, who sensed that should he act, it would surely result in a grievous outcome. What manner of sword technique is this? How can it possess such strength? The surrounding Shaping Spirit elders were each taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment. Among them were individuals who had only recently attained the 1st level of the Shaping Spirit stage. Eliminate them without leaving a single survivor, the Grand Elder commanded coldly, raising his sword to the heavens and signaling the attack. Li Qingshan was the first to charge forward, targeting not Jun Mo, but rather Luo Li, perceiving her as the easier target due to her 1st level Shaping Spirit status. With a swift motion, sword lights cascaded from the horizon, descending like a tempest. This was the Chiyun Sword Sect's most powerful technique, honed by Li Qingshan over many years, exuding immense might. Comme fort, Luo Li, bolstered by the golden dragon apparition, radiated formidable energy as she charged toward Li Qingshan, wielding the Grand Elder's golden dragon sword. The sword in her hand shimmered like a dancing dragon, piercing through the ethereal sword light of Li Qingshan. The air erupted with a thunderous roar. The seemingly impenetrable outcloud sword technique was effortlessly shattered by her golden dragon sword energy. In the blink of an eye, a golden dragon sprang forth, darting towards him. Li Qingshan was taken aback and hastily swung his sword to block, dodging to the side just in time. However, unexpectedly, the golden dragon sword energy tenacious and elusive, altered its trajectory and swiftly struck his left arm. With a sickening sound, his left arm was severed by the golden dragon sword energy. Li Qingshan let out a horrific scream, retreating in haste. What? The elder observed this scene in astonishment. He never anticipated that this young girl, despite her low cultivation level, possessed such astonishing combat prowess. Her sword technique was particularly extraordinary, making it nearly impossible to counter. The entire plaza ignited with the flames of battle. Meanwhile, others were also rushing towards Jun Maxiao. Jun Maxiao unleashed the divine dragon sword technique, his sword light resembling a series of divine dragons. Many fell victim to his strikes, sustaining varying degrees of injury. Almost no one could match his prowess. The elder's eyelid twitched in shock, realizing that these two young individuals possessed such formidable strength. "Little girl, perish," he shouted, advancing menacingly towards Luo Li. Sensing the elder's approach, Luo Li did not dare to be careless. Utilizing the 9 transformations of the divine dragon, she deftly dodged to the side while countering with a sword strike, sending 7 or 8 sword energies hurtling towards the elder. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle. After all, the elder was at the 9th level of the god sculpting realm. Despite Luo Li's remarkable strength, there remained a significant gap between them. After several exchanges, she found herself at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, relying on the 9 transformations of the divine dragon, she was momentarily safe from fatal harm. The remaining combatants were frantically assaulting Jun Maxiao. He, as if aided by divine forces, displayed his might, battling fiercely against over a dozen opponents from the god sculpting and Yuan-Si realms. The struggle was intensely fierce. As the fight progressed, numerous disciples from the Outcloud Sword Sect sustained injuries. Inside a black carriage, Yi Yun watched the tense battle with a smile, lightly tapping his fingers on the seat. He chose not to intervene at this moment, for this was a training opportunity for the two youngsters. The experience of such life-and-death battles would be profoundly beneficial for them. The battle grew increasingly intense, reaching a fever pitch. Jun Maxiao executed the divine dragon sword technique with growing fluidity and power, gradually gaining the upper hand. The elders and disciples of the Outcloud Sword Sect were quickly wounded, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. With a flourish, dozens of golden dragon sword energies burst forth like blooming lotus flowers. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, all the sword energies shot out, causing a multitude of elders from the Outcloud Sword Sect to fall en masse. Before Jun Maxiao stood no one. The elders surrounding him were riddled with wounds, blood spilling across the ground, and they were left gasping for breath, devoid of any combat strength. Roaring with exhilaration, Jun Maxiao threw his head back and laughed heartily. He then turned swiftly. "Sister, I come to aid you," he bellowed, merging with his sword and transforming into a golden dragon, charging towards the elder of the Outcloud Sword Sect. The elder, witnessing Jun Maxiao injure all the god sculpting realm elders, was profoundly shocked. He never expected that this 4th-level youngster could be so terrifying. With a mighty roar, he swung his sword, the light cascading like mercury, launching an attack at Jun Maxiao. Jun Maxiao felt invigorated, engaging in fierce combat with the elder, undeterred by their 5-level disparity. Meanwhile, Luo Li, who had been maneuvering, also launched her counterattack. In an instant, the plaza was filled with dragon shadows and soaring sword lights, while countless structures around them crumbled. Chapter 21. In one breath. Turned to ashes, Luo Li and Jun Maxiao had trained together since childhood, exhibiting an extraordinary synergy in battle. They executed the 9 transformations of the divine dragon, darting unpredictably through the air. Streams of sword light continuously shot forth from all directions, matching the elder of the Outcloud Sword Sect blow for blow. The elder, feeling utterly frustrated, never anticipated that as a 9th-level god, sculpting realm practitioner, he would struggle against these two mere children. The disciples of the Outcloud Sword Sect, watching from a distance, were filled with trepidation. This pair of young fighters, far surpassing them in cultivation, were still significantly younger. The injured elders had crawled to the periphery, leaning against the walls, their gazes fixed on the earth-shattering battle. Particularly, Li Qingshan sighed at the sight. Today, it seemed, the Outcloud Sword Sect could not escape calamity. If the elder failed to defeat them, none of these old fellows would survive the day. Bang! Bang! The sword lights exploded incessantly, The elder exerted all his strength in a fierce assault against Luo Li and Jun Maxiao. Amidst the chaos, a few sword energies struck the two, yet their royal-grade robes exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities, leaving them unharmed. Haha! Jun Maxiao laughed heartily, his sword intent sharpening. The royal-grade robe was indeed formidable, its defense remarkable. The elder's attacks could not breach its defenses, allowing Jun Maxiao to fight with reckless abandon. Luo Li was similarly emboldened. Together, they unleashed a torrent of sword energies upon the elder. The elder found himself ensnared in a precarious situation, overwhelmed by the two youngsters. With a furious roar, after launching a strike, he turned to flee into the void. Still trying to escape? Jun Maxiao sneered and immediately invoked the 9 transformations of the divine dragon, pursuing with determined zeal. Though the elder was swift, the 9 transformations of the divine dragon was an unparalleled technique, enabling Jun Maxiao to closely tail him. Luo Li lagged slightly behind, closely following Jun Maxiao. The elder, harboring secrets tied to the shadowy mastermind, could not be allowed to escape. In an instant, all 3 vanished from sight. Yiyan remained still within the carriage, his eyelids slightly narrowed as he observed the unfolding scene, his expression eerily calm. Just then, Li Qingshan shakily rose to his feet. He sighed to the other elders. Esteemed elders, the Outcloud Sword Sect faces great peril today. We must gather our belongings and flee this place to save ourselves. The other elders, supported by their disciples, rose one by one, their faces pale, clearly bearing the marks of severe injuries. The leader remarked, "Those 2 youths are truly formidable. One can only wonder if they have even more powerful elders backing them. It appears that this time, our Yuanyun Sword Sect has indeed encountered significant trouble." An elder at the God Mold realm coughed twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a grim smile etched on his face. Another elder trembled as he suggested, "In that case, let us swiftly descend the mountain to avoid the storm and escape this calamity." The other elders readily concurred. Subsequently, the disciples followed suit, making their way outside. At that moment, one elder in the God Mold realm cast an angry gaze at the black carriage and shouted to the disciples behind him, "Do not rush away. First, let's destroy this carriage." Understood. Numerous disciples responded, raising their swords to strike at the black carriage. A loud bang echoed, and to their astonishment, the sword was rebuffed, leaving the carriage unscathed. Such resilience. Could this carriage possibly be a treasure? A disciple from the Yuan Sea realm furrowed his brow and summoned all his strength to unleash a fierce sword aura. With a deafening roar, the sword aura shattered. Yet the carriage remained utterly undisturbed. Truly a remarkable artifact, an elder of the God Mold realm exclaimed, avarice gleaming in his eyes. Li Qingshan, standing nearby, suggested, "While they're distracted, we should quickly take this carriage down a mountain." Indeed, thousands of disciples surged forward. Some grasped the reins of the black horse, while others pushed from behind. Unexpectedly, the black horse reared up violently, kicking one disciple away, who crashed against the wall and spat blood, dying instantly. Wow, this horse is incredibly powerful. Everyone gasped, realizing the injured disciple was at the 10th level of the profound elixir realm. Everyone exercise caution, Li Qingshan shouted, his gaze betraying a flicker of fervor. Clearly, this carriage was an extraordinary treasure, and the black horse too seemed to possess an impressive lineage. Although the Grand Elder was not a match for those 2 youths, he should be able to hold out for some time. If they could secure the black carriage before descending, it would be a splendid windfall. Once those 2 youths returned, how would they ever find these individuals again? Li Qingshan, not severely injured, brandished his sword with a fierce expression as he approached the black horse. "If this horse refuses to cooperate, I shall simply subdue it first," he declared, confident that a great cultivator of the God Mold realm should easily handle a mere black horse. "Indeed, your insatiable greed knows no bounds." A gentle voice suddenly resonated from within the carriage. "Is there someone inside?" Li Qingshan and the others were taken aback. He had clearly used his spiritual sense to probe the interior and found it empty, when another person appeared. The door curtain of the carriage lifted, revealing a young man clad in white, with a face like polished jade, striking features, and eyes as deep as the stars. He emanated an ethereal charm that left an indelible impression. It seemed as though this young man had stepped out of a painting utterly unearthly. Li Qingshan scrutinized the youth's cultivation level, but found it inscrutable, appearing to be an ordinary person. A sense of dread coursed through him as he steadied his mind and stammered. "Are you perhaps an elder of those two youths?" "Indeed," Yi Yun replied calmly, surveying the greedy individuals of the Yuanyin sword sect with a serene smile. "You are but a collection of insignificant creatures. How dare you insult the Yuanyin sword sect? We are one of the 10 great powers of the ancient Moon Dynasty. You ought to weigh your words." An elder of the god Mold Realm bellowed. "A swarm of ants has no right to negotiate terms with me," Yi Yun retorted with a gentle smile as he flicked his finger, releasing a wisp of pure energy. This minuscule wisp suddenly expanded into a tempest, sweeping across the surroundings. The countless disciples of the Yuanyin sword sect were instantly reduced to ashes upon encountering this breeze. The first to disintegrate was, of course, Li Qingshan, who watched in horror as his body swiftly turned to dust. Following him, the elders of the God Mold realm met the same fate, while those of lower cultivation levels were paralyzed with terror, desperate to flee. But it was too late. In a mere moment, the entire Yuanyin sword sect was annihilated, its structures crumbling to dust. This was the terror of a true god. Even the mightiest of the eternal realm cultivators on the Sangnan continent would disintegrate within seconds under such power. Beneath a true god, all beings are akin to mere insects. Such is human nature, Yi Yun mused, feeling a tinge of regret for the price these greedy souls had to pay. Yet, this was the essence of humanity. Wealth stirs the heart, and when confronted with treasures, it is challenging to suppress one's avarice. Regardless of the realm of cultivation, no one escapes the clutches of greed. Not even those who ascend to the divine. Little horse, let us proceed and see how the battle unfolds ahead, Yi Yun commanded as he entered the carriage. Understood, my lord. The spirited black steed reared up and began to gallop swiftly. Within moments, the black horse's hooves left the ground, treading on air, pulling the black carriage through the sky, leaving behind a dark streak before vanishing. The Grand Elder of the Yuanyin sword sect fled at high speed, only to find the dazzling youth relentlessly pursuing him, making it nearly impossible to escape, which filled him with anxiety. The rapid changes in today's battle had utterly taken him by surprise. The combat prowess of the two youths was astonishingly powerful. Their royal-grade robes possessed formidable defensive capabilities, withstanding even his attacks at the 9th level of the God Mold realm. As a senior elder of the Yuanyin sword sect, revered in the ancient Moon Dynasty, his own robe was merely of the heavenly grade. Royal-grade robes were exceedingly rare throughout the dynasty, let alone those of royal lineage. Had he been able to defeat these two youths, the Grand Elder would have surely seized those royal-grade robes. Alas, he was unable to do so. Fortunately, his cultivation level was higher than theirs, and his magical power was robust, allowing him to endure longer. After 2 hours, the Grand Elder took a slight breath, glancing back only to find his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. The youth remained at the same distance, unyielding. How can this youth's aura be so formidable? The Grand Elder gasped in astonishment, narrowing his eyes to gaze into the distance. In the far-off horizon, a small yellow dot was rapidly approaching. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the enchanting maiden. This beautiful girl possessed an astonishing endurance that was truly unimaginable. What a stroke of misfortune! The Grand Elder's countenance darkened, and he dared not linger, continuing his rapid flight. Behind him, Jun Mo Xiao pursued relentlessly, his expression icy, never faltering in his pursuit. Having absorbed 2 drops of the ancestor dragon's blood, his physique was exceptionally robust, with an enduring strength that far surpassed his contemporaries, enabling him to track the Grand Elder over an extended period. Luo Li, though slightly weakened, remained steadfast in her pursuit, showing no signs of fatigue. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A shadow swept overhead and landed ahead, blocking the escape route. The fleeing Grand Elder came to an abrupt halt. How could it be that black carriage? The Grand Elder gasped in shock, his pupils narrowing. This carriage had once been stationed in the plaza of the Cloud Sword sect. It must belong to those two youths. To his astonishment, it was now capable of flight. It appeared that the black steed, pulling, it was a remarkable divine beast. Do not flee. You cannot escape. A man's voice emanated from within the black carriage. Was there someone inside? The Grand Elder was taken aback. He had previously scanned the carriage and found it devoid of occupants. How had someone suddenly materialized? An expression of pallor washed over his old face. A terrifying possibility struck him. There had always been a peerless powerhouse concealed within this black carriage, one whose presence he could not sense due to his insufficient cultivation level. Overwhelmed by fear, the Grand Elder turned and fled in a different direction. At that moment, the space around him underwent a peculiar transformation. Bang! The Grand Elder collided with an invisible barrier, rebounding violently. It was over. This place had indeed been ensnared by this formidable being's barrier. He could not escape. Terror gripped the Grand Elder's heart as he floated in the void, his head bowed, his complexion shifting between shades of blue and red, seemingly torn by a difficult decision. Little ghost, Yi Yun observed him and spoke in a calm tone. I grant you a chance at life. Speak. Who sent you to issue the task at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? Who instructed you to deal with the insignificant Dragon Sect? The Grand Elder clenched his teeth. Remaining silent, even under the pressure of a supreme being, he showed no signs of yielding. Just then, Jun Mo Shao arrived, sneering as he confronted the Grand Elder. Run. What do you think you can hide? With that, he thrust his sword forward. The Grand Elder grimaced, looking at Jun Mo Shao, and suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, I shall never speak. You may as well abandon hope. In an instant, his aura intensified tremendously. Was he preparing to self-destruct? Jun Mo Shao sensed the impending danger and immediately enacted the dragon transformation technique, retracting his sword and retreating swiftly. Boom! The Grand Elder's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves radiating outward until they met the invisible barrier where they were halted. Fortunately, Jun Mo Shao reacted swiftly and with the profound intricacies of the dragon transformation technique. Coupled with the protection of his royal grade robe, he emerged relatively unscathed. As Luoli approached, she narrowly missed the explosion. She joined Jun Mo Shao, sighing, I didn't expect this old fellow would self-destruct. He truly is a tough nut to crack. Indeed, senior sister, this has severed our lead, Jun Mo Shao replied, vexed. Luoli bit her red lip, her expression darkening in silence. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the black carriage hovering in the void, her eyes widening in astonishment. Junior brother, look, how did our ancestor's carriage come to rest in the void? It must truly be the ancestor, he stammered. Until now, Jun Mo Shao had focused solely on the Grand Elder. Now he noticed the black carriage, and shock swept over his face. At that moment, Yi Yun emerged from the carriage, appearing at the site of the Grand Elder's explosion. Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li eagerly ascended to him. Ancestor, our lead has been lost, Jun Mo Shao lamented, scratching his head in frustration. Yi Yun shook his head nonchalantly, it matters not. Seeing Yi Yun's composed demeanor, Jun Mo Zhao's eyes brightened. Ancestor, do you have other means to uncover the lead? Luo Li recalled the tactics Yi Yun had employed against the Qing Jin sect and quickly grasped the situation. She playfully tapped Jun Mo Zhao's forehead, laughing. What manner of being is our ancestor? A true deity, surely such a trivial matter cannot pose a challenge to him. Ha! My senior sister speaks true. Yun mo su tsiokil beshfuli. At that moment, Yi Yun pointed his finger, and a soul gradually materialized in the void. It was none other than the Grand Elder. He then flicked his fingertip, causing radiant lights to flicker, as if he were manipulating the soul. Jun Mo Shao watched intently, while Luo Li appeared relaxed. After several breaths, Yi Yun flicked his finger once more, and the Grand Elder's soul dissipated into the ether. Ancestor, who orchestrated this nefarious scheme? Luo Li inquired softly, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Chapter 23. The Old Sword Saint and the Shadowy Manipulator. Is there a figure known as the Old Sword Saint within the Sword God Sect? Yi Yun asked Luo Li with a gentle smile. The Old Sword Saint? Luo Li paused, her expression shifting to one of shock as she rapidly nodded. Indeed, ancestor. Such a person exists. However, he has been in seclusion for over a century. The current affairs of the Sword God Sect are managed by a new Sword Saint. Yi Yun continued his inquiry. What sort of power does the Sword God Sect wield? Luo Li promptly replied, Ancestor, the Sword God Sect ranks first among the 10 great powers of the ancient Moon Dynasty. A century ago, it was led by the Old Sword Saint, Shimin Chue Shui. This Shimin Chue Shui possessed extraordinary talent, a peerless prodigy, known as the Invincible Sword Saint of the ancient Moon Dynasty. For centuries, no one could rival him. However, a century ago, he retired from the world, reportedly to prepare for a breakthrough to the Divine Bridge realm. I see. Yian nodded lightly, not overly concerned. The hidden hand behind the persecution of the Dragon Sect was shrouded in such secrecy, each layer intricately woven, leaving no room for error. From the Grand Elder, it was evident that the old Sword Saint was likely a mere puppet, with an even greater force pulling the strings behind the scenes. Yian was immensely curious. Who could it be? To expend such effort against a mere dragon sect, pursuing them relentlessly for nearly 50 generations. What offense did the 251st sect master commit that incited such hatred from this individual, allowing for a cycle of torment across generations? Were they intent on utterly obliterating the dragon sect by the 300th generation, reaching a neat count of 50? This perverse mentality was truly repugnant to Yi Yun. As he peeled back the layers of intrigue to unveil the mastermind behind the scenes, Yi Yun resolved to seal this individual for eternity, subjecting them to countless tortures in successive lifetimes. Presently, the clues pointed towards the foremost power of the ancient Moon Dynasty, the Elder Sword Saint of the Sword God Sect. This indicated that the supreme commander in the ancient Moon Dynasty was none other than this Elder Sword Saint. According to Luo Li, this Elder Sword Saint had long been recognized as the preeminent expert of the ancient Moon Dynasty. A century ago, he had already attained the formidable realm of half-step Divine Bridge. Now, after 100 years of seclusion, although there had been no signs of movement, he was likely only a hair's breadth away from reaching the Divine Bridge realm. At this moment, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao were merely at the Shaping God realm. Should they face a half-step Divine Bridge or Divine Bridge expert, they would stand little chance of victory. Both needed extensive training. Contemplating this, Yi informed a preliminary plan. The pursuit of the mastermind could wait. The priority was to cultivate Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao into the future paragons of the Divine Dragon Sect. As he intended to depart from the Sun'an continent one day, it was imperative that he nurture these two successors. With a gentle smile directed at Luo Li, Yi Yun remarked, "There is no need for us to rush to the Sword God Sect. Let us first journey through various regions and simultaneously enhance your cultivation." As he spoke, Yi Yun produced 2 small vials from his robes. "What is this?" Luo Li inquired with curiosity, bringing the vial to her nose and inhaling a peculiar yet delightful fragrance that enveloped her in comfort. "This is the Dragon Tiger Pill," Yi Yun explained with a smile. "Now that you have reached the Shaping God realm, it is the perfect time to consume this pill to elevate your cultivation." Exchanging bewildered glances, Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li were taken aback, as they had never heard of the Dragon Tiger Pill before. Yet, recognizing it as a gift from their revered elder, they opened the vials in unison, eager to sense the aura of the elixir within. Could this be of divine quality? Jun Mo Xiao asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Ian nodded affirmatively. Instantly, a sense of dreamlike elation washed over both of them. They hastily unleashed their spiritual senses to examine the contents of the vial and were astonished to discover that it contained thousands of Dragon Tiger pills. "My goodness, so many divine pills," exclaimed Luo Li, pressing the vial to her chest, overwhelmed with joy and disbelief. "Ha ha ha!" Ian laughed heartily, playfully tapping the shoulders of the 2 youngsters. "You are the last remaining disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect. If I do not cultivate you properly, how can I face the departed masters of the sect?" Hearing this, both Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. The Dragon Tiger Pill was potent and could only be consumed once a month. Ian pondered for a moment before gently advising, "After all, your bodies are still not robust enough to withstand the overwhelming potency of this divine pill." Regarding their performance during the recent expedition to the Cloud Sword Sect, Ian graded them with a marginal pass. The 2 were inexperienced in battle and too innocent, lacking the necessary ruthlessness. Contemplating further, Yi Yun devised a plan. Given the considerable distance to the Sword God Sect, there were still 8 major sects and several quasi-first-rate forces to challenge, providing ample opportunity to hone the skills of these 2 fledgling warriors. With this resolution, Yi Yun smiled and patted their shoulders twice. "All right, let us be on our way." He entered the black carriage, issuing a command, and the carriage gently descended to the ground. Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li promptly complied, taking their seats near the front. With a powerful neigh, the black horse galloped forth, navigating the rugged mountain path. "Elder, how goes the situation at the Cloud Sword Sect?" As Jun Mo Xiao drove the carriage, Luo Li suddenly felt a twinge of intuition and inquired. Those insignificant pests have dared to covet this carriage. Yi Yun chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. They deserve to die. Yunmu Xiu Litotsit Enkoli. Luo Li's dark eyes sparkled as an epiphany crossed her exquisite face. She playfully tapped Jun Mo Xiao's shoulder, giggling, need it be said? They must all be done for. Understanding dawned on Jun Mo Xiao, and he erupted into laughter. The black carriage continued its journey, exiting the mountainous terrain and entering the plains, where a grand city loomed 100 miles away. As Yun's thoughts crystallized, the black carriage came to a halt. Elder? Jun Mo Xiao, taken aback, turned to the direction of the carriage. The black horse had halted abruptly, a feat only achievable by the elder's command. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to stop the steed. Yian stepped out of the carriage. With a gentle touch, he diminished the cultivation levels of Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li, causing their prowess to plummet from the Shaping God realm to the Yuan Si realm. Jun Mo Xiao fell to the 4th layer of Yuan Si, while Luo Li descended to the 1st layer. Startled by the drastic change in their cultivation, both were overwhelmed with disbelief. Elder? Luo Li exclaimed, her small face a mask of shock, uncertain as to why the elder would impose such a fate upon them. Their cultivation had dropped a whole realm, from Shaping God to Yuan Si. Yi Yun remained silent, lightly tapping 2 royal-grade robes, causing their ranks to swiftly diminish to earth-grade. Subsequently, the 2 divine swords in their possession also experienced a significant drop in rank to earth grade. Everything was in decline. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao exchanged glances, a profound sense of terror washing over them. Elder, what are you trying to accomplish? Jun Mo Xiao said, wiping away a tear, his voice trembling. I wish for you to grow stronger. Yi Yun replied, hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. Noticing their confusion, Yi Yun gently elaborated. A true swordsmanship genius does not rely on external aids. Currently, you are overly dependent on external resources. If you aspire to become unparalleled sword cultivators in the Cangnan continent, remember this. You must forge your sword heart through relentless practice. The purer your sword heart, free from external dependency, the more luminous and powerful it shall become. In due time, there will be nothing that cannot be severed with a single stroke. Upon hearing the elder's words, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao exchanged glances, blinking in astonishment. The concept of cultivating the sword heart had fundamentally altered their long-held perceptions. Ian smiled slightly, sensing that these 2 sheltered children would need time to digest his insights. His decision was a culmination of deep contemplation throughout their journey. The elder sword saint, who had been invincible a century prior, surely possessed extraordinary mastery in the realm of swordsmanship. Once a sword cultivator reaches a certain threshold, their combat prowess becomes fearsome. Moreover, there is one crucial matter to address. The sword wielded by the venerable sword sage is exceptionally luminous, untainted by dust. Such an individual, even devoid of divine weaponry, could wield any simple stick to manifest unparalleled swordsmanship. Naturally, this assertion does not dismiss the significance of weapons. Possessing a divine blade, particularly one of royal caliber or above, would undoubtedly enhance their prowess. Yi Yun surmised that the old sword sage was indeed a sword enthusiast, having immersed himself in the path of the sword for many years, undoubtedly cultivating a nearly invincible and luminous sword heart, even with the assistance of divine blades. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao would still find it challenging to rival the old sword sage. To expedite their growth, Yi Yun sealed their cultivation levels, along with their royal robes and divine swords, thus eliminating their paths of retreat. This would compel them to concentrate solely on honing their swordsmanship, unencumbered by distractions, and forge a clear sword heart. Lowering their cultivation would also subject them to greater pressure, and breakthroughs achieved under such immense strain would surpass those attained during normal cultivation in the God-shaping realm. In pursuit of overcoming the sword sage, Yi Yin devised a perilous route for Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li. Should they successfully traverse this treacherous path, the future benefits for them would be immense, positioning them as the most formidable sword masters on the Cangnan continent, radiating brilliance. This method of suppressing cultivation had once been employed by Yi Yun's master upon him, mirroring Yi Yun's own techniques. Consequently, after Yi Yun ascended to the pinnacle of the Tsangnan continent, the Eternal Realm, he found himself unmatched among his peers, even against 10 Eternal Realm experts. Upon emerging from the sign-in space, Yi Yun acquired an unimaginable wealth of resources. Initially, he intended to elevate Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li solely through resource accumulation. However, the emergence of the Sword Sage suddenly prompted Yi Yun to realize the fallacy in this approach. While resources must be utilized, it is imperative to impose certain limitations on the two children, allowing them to progress under pressure to achieve greater accomplishments in the future, striving to attain a brilliance akin to his own. Have you two come to an understanding? After a while, Ian observed that their expressions gradually returned to calm, and he smiled gently. Master, I believe I have grasped your meaning. Luo Li was the first to speak. And you? Ian turned his gaze towards Jun Mo Xiao. Jun Mo Xiao's face flushed, and she nodded eagerly. Excellent. Ian shrugged and chuckled. Next, we shall challenge the prodigious disciples of various sects, allowing you to experience the exhilaration of breakthroughs under pressure. All right, Master, Luo Li exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. The prospect of challenging the elite of various factions was something she had never contemplated before. The mere thought sent a thrill through her. Previously, the prodigious disciples of these powerful factions had seemed like exalted beings in her eyes, but now she could envision herself defeating them. For Luo Li, challenging those in the God-shaping realm felt insignificant, as they were typically elders of the sect, much older in age. However, confronting prodigious disciples in the Yuan Sea realm was different. They were not much older than her, and some were even of similar age. Noticing Luo Li's excitement, Yi Yun felt a stir in his heart and gently patted her shoulder, smiling. Luo Li, as the leader of the Divine Dragon Sect, have you considered its future development? Luo Li was momentarily at a loss for words. When she joined the Divine Dragon Sect as a child, there were only 4 members. As the newly appointed leader, she had not contemplated how to develop the sect. Jun Mo Xiao, do you have any thoughts? Yi Yun then turned his attention to the blushing Jun Mo Xiao. Master, Jun Mo Xiao stammered. Are you suggesting we start recruiting disciples now? Yi Yun shook his head, pausing to give them a few moments to ponder. After some time, noticing they had yet to provide an answer, he remained undeterred, recognizing their youth and limited experiences. Yi Yun chuckled, looking at them earnestly. The development of any sect is inextricably linked to the availability of cultivation resources. If you begin accumulating resources now, when the Divine Dragon Sect eventually opens its doors to recruit disciples, you will have no worries. Luo Li's eyes brightened, and she clapped her hands in glee, saying, Master, do you mean we should seize resources from various sects while challenging them? Ian simply smiled, remaining silent. Is that even possible? Jun Mo Xiao exclaimed, astonished. Master, are we truly expected to rob others of their resources? Oomph. Luo Li placed her hands on her hips, assertively declaring, why shouldn't we? The cultivation world is inherently survival of the fittest. If our Divine Dragon Sect aims to grow and prosper, we cannot do without resources. Moreover, Master cannot protect us forever. We must eventually face the storms ourselves, so we ought to prepare now. Upon hearing Luo Li's words, Jun Mo Xiao blinked, seemingly understanding. Luo Li, shaking her little fist, continued assertively. Junior brother, Master has already attained the true God realm. He may leave the Tsangnan continent at any time. When that moment arrives, everything will depend on us. Therefore, while Master is still here, we should gather as many resources as possible. As Luo Li articulated her thoughts clearly, admiration shone on Yi Yun's face. In his earlier days at the Divine Dragon Sect, he had seized countless resources from various sects, laying the foundation for the sect's ascension to an eternal sect. Now, this responsibility rested upon the shoulders of these 2 disciples. Chapter 25. Yi Yun, the tyrant of 10,000 years ago, ha. Sister, I finally understand your point. Jun Mo Xiao suddenly exclaimed with excitement, clenching his fists and laughing heartily. Sister, from now on, we shall pillage and plunder, leaving no evil uncommitted? Luo Li shot him an exasperated glare. Junior brother, is that really how you interpret my words? And no. Jun Mo Xiao scratched his head, embarrassed, and chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, Yi Yun cast a look of appreciation towards him, turning to Luo Li and saying, Jun Mo Xiao is not entirely mistaken. The cultivation world does indeed operate on the principle of survival of the fittest. If you do not seize from others, they will seize from you. Should you take from them, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance. If you do not eliminate them, they will surely eliminate you. Luo Li recalled their experiences in the 10,000 Ghosts Ridge and nodded vigorously. Master speaks the truth. This world is indeed cruel and realistic. The Divine Dragon Sect was so weak back then, yet it was still bullied by powerful individuals. Now everything has changed. We shall be the ones to bully others. Gather the elixirs, collect the divine techniques, and procure the treasures of heaven and earth, all of them. Observing the continuous transformation in Luo Li's demeanor, her eyes sparkling and her aura radiating strength, Yiyun smiled gently, flipping his hand to reveal 2 rings, which he then presented to Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li. He softly instructed, "These are divine-level storage rings, their presence concealed by me. The internal space is vast, and I hope you will fill them with the resources you gather." How immense could it truly be? Luo Li, filled with curiosity, quickly donned the storage ring and released her consciousness into it. Instantly, she discovered an expansive and boundless space, seemingly without end. My goodness, Ancestor, this space is astonishingly vast. If we were to fill this ring, how long would it take us? Luo Li exclaimed, her astonishment evident. Yet laughter escaped her lips. Indeed, Ancestor, Jun Mo Xiao echoed, a wry smile adorning his face. Yiyun chuckled heartily, declaring, "The path of cultivation knows no bounds. You must gather diligently. Our Divine Dragon Sect will not only stand tall on the Cangnan continent, but also establish roots in other realms." Luo Li's heart skipped a beat as she asked in shock, "Ancestor, are there truly other continents?" Jun Mo Xiao looked at Yiyun with equal perplexity, for in his mind, the Cangnan continent was the sole expanse, vast and seemingly infinite. A lifetime would scarcely suffice to explore its entirety. Indeed, the Cangnan continent is but a mere island. Beyond this lies an even grander continent, inhabited by far more powerful beings, Yian said, gazing into the distant void as if he could pierce through the ages, envisioning the splendor beyond the sea. Wow, that is truly incredible. Lu li exclaimed gleefully. Clapping her hands, the ancestor's words ignited a spark of belief within her. The Divine Dragon Sect must not only ascend to the pinnacle of the Cangnan continent, but also spread its branches to other continents in the future. This revelation invigorated her spirit. Now do not dwell on such thoughts. Focus on your training in this modest, ancient moon dynasty for now. When the day comes that you reach the eternal realm, then we shall consider venturing into the outside world. Ian reached out, gently tapping the heads of both individuals before withdrawing his hand, a gentle smile gracing his features. 100,000 years ago, having reached the eternal realm within the Divine Dragon Sect, he had once soared beyond the Cangnan continent. However, the perils that lay beyond the isle were unfathomable, and he could not traverse that treacherous expanse to reach the other enigmatic continent. Yi Yun surmised that only those who attained the true God realm could breach the forbidden waters and enter that realm. Thus, once he had sufficiently supported Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, he planned to depart this place and explore what lay beyond the sea. Ancestor, where shall we challenge our first force? Luo Li inquired, her small head tilting playfully as she grinned. Yi Yun shook his head, gazing ahead at a city. There is no need to rush. There is a city ahead. If we are hungry, let us first procure some nourishment. Very well, Ancestor, Luo Li replied, her little tongue playfully sticking out. It was amusing that even a being of the true God realm still found joy in the delicacies of the mortal realm. In truth, for cultivators like her at the shaping God realm, going a year without food or drink posed no issue. Luo Li had lost all interest in ordinary mortal cuisine. Upon returning to the carriage, Jun Mo Xiao took the reins of the black carriage, continuing their journey until they arrived at the city known as Gloomy Cloud City. The black carriage rolled onto the bustling street and halted before an inn. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao hopped down from the front, respectfully assisting Yi Yun from the carriage. Upon entering the inn, they were met with a throng of patrons, the establishment bustling with activity. Dear guests, we are currently at full capacity. Please wait a moment. A young attendant approached with a smile, bowing politely. Is there no private room available? Luo Li's expression darkened as she frowned. Her ancestor was a figure of great significance and should not dine in such a noisy place. There's only one private room, but it has been reserved. Please be patient while you wait, the attendant replied cheerfully. Since the guest has yet to arrive, that private room now belongs to us. If they inquire about it, direct them to me, Luo Li asserted, pushing the attendant aside as she strode confidently toward the second floor. Yun Mu Siu, witnessing his senior sister's boldness, could not help but stick out his tongue in playful surprise. Reflecting on Luo Li's earlier words, he began to comprehend her demeanor. They were about to embrace a more unscrupulous path. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevailed. In a mere mortal city, seizing a private room was trivial if one possessed strength, especially when it was for a true God Realm ancestor. Such an act was an unparalleled honor. Yi Yin observed with a faint smile, pleased with Luo Li's swift transformation. A strong individual must embody the essence of strength. No matter the location, one must never be at a loss. One must always project dominance. Should anyone dare to provoke, they should show no mercy until the adversary was thoroughly subdued. In his youth, Yi Yin was notorious across the Tsangnan continent, even daring to tease the saintess of the Ice Phoenix sect, peering upon her bathing form, brazenly appearing before her. This behavior illustrated the audacity and arrogance that defined him. As they ascended to the third floor, Luo Li seized an attendant to inquire about available private rooms and promptly entered one. She discovered the ambience to be elegant and ran back to Yi Yin, beaming, "Ancestor, this private room is quite pleasant. Shall we dine here?" "Very well." Yi Yin nodded and stepped inside. Jun Mo Shao stood at the door, arms crossed, exuding a vigilant demeanor. Luo Li entered the private room, standing by Yi Yun's side with a sweet smile. "Ancestor, what would you like to eat? I can order for you." Yi Yin chuckled. "No need for such trouble. Bring us all the signature dishes." "Understood, Ancestor," she replied eagerly. Lori immediately turned and exited to arrange for the staff to place an order. Yi Yun's gaze pierced through the wall, finding Jun Mo Shao at the entrance, appearing as if facing a formidable adversary, which provoked a smile from him. "Jun Mo Shao, there's no need to stand like a statue. Come in quickly." Yi Yun instructed. With a resolute expression, Jun Mo Shao shook his head. "Ancestor, please eat first. I fear someone might come to seize the private room." Observing Jun Mo Shao's unwavering loyalty, Yi Yun reluctantly acquiesced. For Yi Yun, who had attained the divine realm, the desire for earthly cuisine was merely a means to reminisce about his days on earth. At that moment, Lori hurried in and stood beside Yi Yun. "Lori, come sit down and have something to eat," Yi Yun invited. "Ancestor, I am not hungry at all. I have no interest in mundane food," Lori replied, repeatedly waving her hands, her cheeks slightly flushed. In truth, she had already consumed a long hudan during the journey. The potency of the pill made her feel bloated and uncomfortable, rendering her unable to eat anything now. Very well, Yi Yin understood her predicament, offering a calm smile without pressing the matter further. Soon, an array of exquisite dishes was served at the table. Yi Yin casually noticed that the young attendant appeared flustered, seemingly harboring a profound fear towards the occupants of the private room. Yi Yin leisurely savored his earthly delicacies, sensing that the person who had reserved the room was of no ordinary status, which accounted for the attendant's trepidation. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the cash register on the first floor, where the tavernous old proprietor was anxiously pacing like a cat on a hot tin roof. At that moment, several youths clad in crimson robes strode in. These young men exuded an extraordinary aura, each radiating a chilling presence, as if enveloped in an aura of blood. It was apparent they were not benign. "Proprietor, which floor is the private room on?" The leader, a youth with a face as pale as jade, aged around 17 or 18, inquired. Despite his youth, he was already at the 6th level of the Yuan High realm. The old proprietor's expression turned grim. He hurried forward with an ingratiating smile. "Young Master Bai, you arrived just in time. 3 guests upstairs are being quite unreasonable, occupying your reserved room." "What? Someone dares to occupy the private room?" Before the Bai youth could respond, the others behind him erupted in anger. "Interesting. In gloomy Cloud City, someone dares to seize the private room reserved by my blood-robe sect." Bai Yu Feng, with an otherworldly visage, emanated a cold glimmer. He sneered. "Let us go see who has the audacity to be so blind. We shall certainly break their legs." A youth with blood-red eyes brimming with with killing intent added. Let us go. Bai Yufeng snorted heavily, leading his group up to the third floor. Attendant, where's our private room? Upon reaching the upper floor, Bai Yufeng sees the attendant at the staircase. The young attendant, upon recognizing the group of youths in crimson robes, turned pale with fright and hurriedly pointed in a certain direction. Bai Yufeng turned his head to look, noticing a youth standing at the entrance of the private room, holding a long sword and appearing vigilant. Upon closer inspection, he found this person's cultivation not to be low, at the 4th level of the Yuan High Realm. Yet, what did that matter? The Blood Robe Sect were one of the 10 major forces of the ancient Moon Dynasty, with each of them having cultivation in the Yuan High Realm. Bai Yufeng had not anticipated that someone would seize their private room on their own turf. A blatant affront to the Blood Robe Sect. A surge of fury ignited within him. With a darkened expression, he strode forward. At that moment, Jun Mo Xiao also spotted the group and smirked slightly, a cruel smile gracing his youthful face. Dare you seize the private room? Bai Yufeng approached, within 3 meters, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, coldly regarding Jun Mo Xiao. First come, first served. There's no talk of seizing here, Jun Mo Xiao replied. His eyelids lowered, remaining calm. Dare to rob my Blood Robe Sect? Kill him. Several disciples of the Blood Robe Sect shouted angrily. In an instant, swords were drawn, and they charged towards Jun Mo Xiao. Junior brother, I'll assist you. Lori suddenly dashed out, joining forces with Jun Mo Xiao as they engaged the assailants. The two faced off against 7 opponents. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Jun Mo Xiao faced Bai Yufeng, who was at the 6th level of the Yuan High Realm, while Lori single-handedly confronted the 6 Blood Robe disciples. Swoosh! Swords flashed, and cries of anguish rang out as the Blood Robe disciples were struck, blood flowing profusely, proving no match for their opponents. The entire 3rd floor suffered extensive damage due to the overwhelming sword energies. The tavern incurred significant losses. Who are you? Bai Yufeng, clutching a bleeding shoulder wound, gazed in shock at the pair of youths. These two, despite their lower cultivation, wielded their swordsmanship with extraordinary finesse. Their combat prowess beyond imagination. Clearly outstanding disciples nurtured by a major sect. Leave your swords and storage rings, and you may depart. Otherwise, you need not leave at all. Do you understand? Lori brought the divine dragon sword to her lips, gently blowing, a mocking smile gracing her exquisite face. Dream on. Bai Yufeng's face contorted in rage. Gritting his teeth, he spat. You think we will leave our swords and storage rings? Impossible. Let us go. Turning on his heel, he attempted to lead his companions away from the tavern. You're asking for trouble. Lori's beautiful face blanched with anger. It was her first time playing the role of a villain, delivering a fierce line that had no effect, and it left her utterly frustrated. Senior sister, we cannot let them escape. Jun Mo Xiao shouted, pursuing Bai Yufeng and the others. Lori's expression hardened, and she followed suit. Swoosh! The sword light surged like a tidal wave. The Blood Robe disciples bore additional wounds, further sapping their combat strength. Jun Mo Xiao forcibly seized the storage rings and sword from several of them. You may leave now, he declared. Lori furrowed her brow. The entire 3rd floor stained with blood. This tavern was merely run by an ordinary person, a small business not easily sustained. Moreover, their ancestor was still dining. It would not be proper to engage in murder. Thus, Lori restrained her murderous intent. Bai Yufeng, having suffered 7 or 8 sword wounds, grew increasingly pale, yet his eyes still shimmered with rampant arrogance. You will pay for this, he uttered threateningly, leading his disciples hastily out of the tavern. Wait and see. I'm curious what tricks you can pull. Jun Mo Xiao sheathed his sword, disdainfully chuckling. Upon returning to the private room, he found Yi Yun regarding him with a calm smile. Lori, feeling ashamed, said, Ancestor, did the commotion earlier disturb your meal? Yi Yun set down his chopsticks, his expression serene, responding leisurely. Is there a branch of the Blood Robe Sect in this place? Luoli pondered for a moment before nodding fervently. She recalled that gloomy Cloud City indeed fell within the sphere of influence of the Blood Robe Sect, and there was a branch located here. What was the last thing he said to you? Yi Yun inquired gently, a warm smile gracing his lips. He told me to wait, Luoli replied. Her chest puffed with pride. I am unafraid. What can they do if they summon more people? Luoli, Yi Yun raised his gaze, his eyes softening as he spoke calmly. Time waits for no one. You need not wait. Simply march directly to the Blood Robe Sect's branch. Why linger? It is unnecessary. Luo Li blinked, a flash of enlightenment illuminating her mind. I was wrong, she exclaimed, a look of shame crossing her face as she nodded earnestly. You are right, Ancestor. Time does not wait for us. Why hesitate? Having made enemies, we shall confront them head-on. A promising disciple indeed. Yi Yin chuckled lightly as he picked up his chopsticks. In his heart, he believed that anyone who provoked him would face annihilation, regardless of their identity. Even if it were the heavens themselves, should they incite his wrath, he would not hesitate to strike them down. Having earned the ancestors' approval, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao hurriedly descended the stairs. Just as they reached the doorway, a melodious voice reached their ears. Take the carriage. All right, Ancestor. Luo Li chuckled softly, realizing that the Ancestor had indeed made arrangements for them. This black carriage was no ordinary vehicle. It was an extraordinary artifact, and the black horse, of mysterious origin, exuded an aura of terror. To this day, Luo Li remained unaware of the true extent of the black horse's formidable prowess. Even those at the divine shaping realm would likely be no match for it. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao boarded the carriage, swiftly making their way to the Blood Robe Sect's branch. Before long, they spotted several familiar figures. As the black carriage sped past, it abruptly came to a halt. A stunningly beautiful face peeked out from a carriage. Upon seeing Luo Li, Bai Yufeng's heart filled with shock as he shouted, Did you not receive the swords and storage rings? Are you still not satisfied? You need not call for help. We are going directly to your Blood Robe Sect branch. Luo Li replied, raising an eyebrow and letting out a cold laugh. Clop, clop. The sound of hoofbeats echoed as the black carriage suddenly sped away, vanishing from sight. Bai Shixiao, do these two dare to approach the branch? A youth beside him inquired. These foolish individuals may possess some strength, but our Blood Robe Sect branch is guarded by elders at the divine shaping realm. Bai Yufeng gritted his teeth, speaking with resentment. He could hardly wait for the two to meet their demise at the sect's branch. Laughter erupted among the disciples, but the mirth soon turned painful as their wounds reopened. Blood flowing anew. The Blood Robe Sect branch lay in the northern district of gloomy Cloud City, while the tavern was situated in the southern district. Riding in the black carriage, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao soon arrived at the Blood Robe Sect branch. Who goes there? Halt! Upon seeing the unidentified black carriage speeding toward them, two disciples at the profound Pill realm quickly barred their way. Get out of the way! Luo Li swung her sword, unleashing two arcs of sword energy. The two disciples at the profound Pill realm fell to the ground, incapacitated. Boom! The black carriage crashed through the gates of the Blood Robe Sect branch, charging inside. Witnessing the ferocity of the black horse, Jun Mo Shao felt an exhilarating thrill surge within him, a smile spreading across his face, although his body trembled slightly. Shiji, why am I feeling particularly excited? Because you are not a villain, Luo Li replied, raising her sword and laughing heartily. Jun Mo Shao looked at the throng of people pouring out and remarked with self-deprecating humor. Perhaps we were once weak and accustomed to being bullied, but now we can finally hold our heads high. Indeed, Luo Li smiled. We do not seek bloodshed. If these people are wise, they will obediently surrender their weapons and storage rings, and I may spare their lives. Should they harbor murderous intent, I shall show no mercy. One sword strike will suffice. All right. Jun Mo Shao nodded in agreement. Little shitty, Luo Li turned to a certain direction with admiration, saying, the ancestor unleashed a breath of clear air, reducing all in ghostly wailing ridge to ashes. We must possess such audacity. You are right, Shiji. Jun Mo Zhao's face lit up with understanding, his heart of the sword becoming ever more transparent. As the black carriage entered the square, a multitude of disciples from the Blood Robe Sect surged forth, their faces a mix of shock and fury. These two youths of the Yuan Sea realm were undeniably audacious, having driven their carriage through the gates of the Blood Robe Sect branch. This was a grave provocation. Who are you? An emaciated old man clad in blood-red robes stepped forward from the crowd, his gaze cold and penetrating. You are not worthy to know. Luo Li's eyes glimmered like frost as she spoke decisively. She fixed her gaze on the elder of the divine shaping first layer, stating coolly, the disciples of the Blood Robe Sect are arrogant and tyrannical. They deserve severe punishment. Surrender your weapons and storage rings at once, and flee for your lives. Hearing Luo Li's words, the Blood Robe Sect elder trembled with rage, his withered face turning pale as frost in an instant. All disciples of the Blood-Robe Sect at the Yuan-Si realm, heed my command. Swiftly eliminate the 2 provocateurs. The first to draw blood with their sword shall be rewarded with a bottle of heavenly-grade cultivation pills. The elder's face twisted with malice as he issued the extermination order. Upon hearing the enticing reward, the disciples of the Blood-Robe Sect at the Yuan-Si realm roared with ferocity, their eyes gleaming with a beastly hunger as they charged forward. "Ha! Shiji, our opportunity to hone our swords has arrived." Junimo Shao felt no fear as he beheld the swarm of Blood-Robe Sect disciples closing in. Rather, he was filled with excitement and adrenaline. The surrounding Yuan-Si realm practitioners numbered at least 40 or 50. Such an overwhelming force would undoubtedly exert immense pressure. In the throes of life and death, cultivation and combat experience could lead to rapid breakthroughs. Despite the multitude of Blood-Robe Sect disciples, there was not a single one with the 6th layer of the Yuan-Si realm among them. The majority ranged from the 1st to the 5th layer. Little Shitty, having just consumed a Tiger Dragon pill, I feel particularly restless. Let us go, Shiji, and slay some foes. Luoli laughed heartily, leaping into the fray. A flurry of sword light surged forth, slicing in all directions. Junimo Shao, too, unleashed the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations, creating several phantoms in the air. Executing the Divine Dragon sword technique, with sword light cascading like mercury, attacking in all directions. The 2 of them, though slightly inferior in swordsmanship compared to the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations, managed to navigate the overwhelming assault with grace and agility. The sword lights shot forth from all directions. Numerous phantoms danced across the square, and none of the attacks managed to land on the 2 of them, although they evaded wave after wave of attacks. It was no easy feat to strike their opponents, for each of their assaults was met with simultaneous counterattacks from dozens of adversaries. The clash of sword energies reverberated in the air, culminating in a dazzling explosion that dissipated into nothingness. The battle was fiercely intense. The elder of the Blood-Robe Sect, cloaked in crimson, stood with his arms crossed, his countenance stern as he observed the fray, his heart filled with perplexity. Despite the seemingly modest cultivation levels of the 2 youths, their true combat prowess was formidable. What kind of force could nurture such talent? The other 10 major sects seemed unaware of these individuals. Suddenly, the elder's gaze shifted as he noticed several injured disciples rushing in. How could you sustain such severe injuries? Elder Lu exclaimed, shock etched across his face as he beheld Bai Yufeng. Although Bai Yufeng was among the top 10 prodigies of the sect, albeit ranked lower, suffering such grievous wounds was no trifling matter. While Elder Lu pondered, Bai Yufeng's eyes remained glued to the battlefield, astonished to find that the pair of youths had not only dared to intrude upon the Blood-Robe Sect's branch, but had also engaged in combat with his junior brothers. These 2 displayed remarkable agility, evading attacks with the grace of dragons, their sword lights raining down, leaving their assailants unable to land a blow. What kind of movement technique is this? Bai Yufeng was utterly astounded. As a distinguished disciple, his experiences were vast, yet he had never witnessed such transcendent agility. Elder Lu, we were injured by them, and our treasured swords along with our storage rings were seized. You must help us take revenge, lamented a disciple of the Blood-Robe Sect, grief evident in his voice. Rest assured, they will not escape, Elder Lu replied darkly, his resolve firm. The chaos instigated by the intruders not only harmed sect disciples, but also resulted in the theft of their weapons and treasures. There was no way he would let them flee. If they did, he would have no place in the Blood-Robe Sect. In a private room of the tavern, Yi Yin leisurely savored a morsel of food, glancing in a certain direction and nodding subtly. During their journey, Luo Li and Junimo Shao had consumed a dragon tiger pill. The medicinal effects, not fully dispersed, mostly retained within their bodies. Now, faced with an onslaught from 40 to 50 disciples of the Blood-Robe Sect at the Yuan-Hai realm, they felt immense pressure. Perhaps this could serve as an opportunity for both to achieve a breakthrough. Yi Yun's seal, even when suppressed to the Yuan-Hai realm, could facilitate a minor elevation equivalent to an advancement in the Shaping God realm. Thus, it would not impede Luo Li and Junimo Shao's true cultivation. Yi Yin hoped that both would be able to engage in combat beyond their current levels, enabling them to contend with greater foes once they acquired formidable weapons. With a swift motion, Jun Mo Shao repelled several disciples and transformed into a spectral dragon, vanishing into the void. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound by his ear. A phantom descended from the air, materializing as it fell, and Jun Mo Shao sensed that his senior sister had achieved the second layer of the Yuan High Realm. She has actually broken through, he thought, elated. At that moment, a dozen disciples of the Blood Robe Sect unleashed their sword lights, attacking like mercury. He rushed forward to block this wave of assaults. After her breakthrough, Luo Li's combat strength surged as she unleashed a torrent of sword lights. This fellow actually managed to break through amidst the battle. Bai Yufeng gritted his teeth, itching to join the fray. Elder Lu, you cannot remain idle. Otherwise, that brat might break through as well, he urged vehemently. Elder Lu's expression darkened as he recognized the gravity of the situation. He drew his treasured sword, prepared to join the battle and swiftly subdue these Yuan High Realm provocateurs. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a black carriage in the square. The black horse lightly tapped its hooves against the ground, producing a crisp sound that resonated like thunder in Elder Lu's ears. He stood frozen, as if ensnared in an abyss of darkness, where two colossal blood-red eyes emerged, fixated upon him. In that moment, he felt insignificantly small, gazing upward at a terrifying figure that loomed over him from the heavens. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow as he froze in place, utterly paralyzed. Bai Yufeng sensed something amiss. Wasn't Elder Lu supposed to be pursuing those two? Why was he now drenched in sweat, unable to move? Elder Lu, what is the matter? Bai Yufeng inquired softly. Elder Lu remained silent and expressionless, lost in that terrifying, dark realm. Noticing the peculiarity, Bai Yufeng scanned his surroundings, but found nothing. A sense of foreboding gripped him, and he called out to the disciples of the Xiandan realm. Everyone, join the attack. We must eliminate the enemies. Yes, shouted 100 disciples of the Blood Robe Sect, their voices echoing with overwhelming, killing intent. A flurry of sword lights approached, converging upon the center. The pressure escalated dramatically, and the situation on the battlefield shifted rapidly. In the 29th chapter, Jun Mo Shao breaks through. Although the disciples of the Blood Robe Sect at the Xiandan realm were not particularly strong, their numbers gave them an undeniable advantage. Over 200 individuals continuously unleashed sword lights from the periphery, adding considerable pressure on Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. The slight advantage Luo Li had gained from a recent breakthrough quickly dissipated. They were left to rely on their elusive Dragon 6 transformations to maneuver. Having grown up training together, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao exhibited an extraordinary synergy in combat. They instinctively evaded attacks, while simultaneously launching surprise assaults on the outer disciples at the Xiandan realm. Initially, they achieved success, taking down several dozen disciples. However, the Blood Robe Sect quickly adapted their strategy, forming several groups of disciples at the Yuan High Realm into proficient sword formations that effectively countered their assaults. In the tavern's private room, Yi Yin leisurely chewed a piece of braised meat, watching the battle unfold with a subtle smile. The suppression of their realms, along with the treasures and robes, indeed provided immense benefits for their cultivation. Luo Li had already broken through, and it appeared that Jun Mo Shao was not far behind. After all, they had just consumed a divine-grade Dragon Tiger pill, a supreme elixir of cultivation. Such a pill had never been seen on the entire Cangnan continent, while ordinary Dragon Tiger pills could only be found within sects of a heavenly tier or higher. On the Cangnan continent, sect powers were classified into several tiers: ordinary, major sects, super sects, heavenly tier, and eternal tier. The 10 forces of the ancient Moon Dynasty were merely ordinary sects, none qualifying as major sections. Upon the vast expanse of the Cangnan continent, there exist only 3 supreme eternal-level sects, a testament to the extraordinary might of such establishments, rendering them colossal giants within this realm. Any disciple who emerges from these sects is capable of cataclysmic destruction. However, the current eternal-level sects should ideally be situated at the heart of the Cangnan continent, leagues away from the ancient Moon Dynasty. In the eyes of Yun, a former leader of an eternal-level sect, the so-called 10 powers of the Moon Dynasty are but mere ants. Furthermore, Yi Yun has ascended to the true God realm, perceiving all life as insignificant. He harbors no compassion, for within the continuum of time, life perpetually regenerates, Even if one cycle is extinguished, another soon arises. Thus, for the invincible true god Yi Yun, the act of killing evokes no emotional response, akin to crushing a few ants underfoot. The realm of a true god is beyond the comprehension of ordinary cultivators. At this moment, the battle is exceedingly perilous. For Jun Emo, Xiao, and Luo Li, relying on their formidable physiques, they struggle to endure. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoes, causing Jun Emo Xiao's body to tremble slightly as he plummets from the void. In that moment, he successfully breaks through from the fourth to the fifth layer of the Yuan Sea realm. Observing this, Luo Li hastily rushes over, unleashing a flurry of sword light to shield Jun Emo Xiao from a wave of attacks. Ha, little junior brother, congratulations on your breakthrough. Indeed, senior sister. With his newfound strength, Jun Emo Xiao wields his sword and retaliates fiercely. Though he has only ascended one level, it is crucial to remember that his original cultivation was already at the shaping god realm. This breakthrough, achieved under suppression, amplifies his combat prowess beyond the norm. Now, Jun Emo Xiao swiftly transitions from a passive to an active stance, no longer in disarray. Witnessing this, Bai Yufeng seethes with frustration, stamping his feet in rage. Who are these young man and woman? How can they continuously achieve breakthroughs amidst battle? Elder Lu, why do you not take action? Bai Yufeng impatiently nudges the sweat-drenched Elder Lu, who appears dazed. How can you still be in a trance at such a critical moment? Elder Lu, shaken from his stupor, wipes the sweat from his brow, his body still trembling at the sight of the terrifying black horse. What is wrong with you, Elder Lu? Bai Yufeng's expression darkens. Dissatisfied with the elder's inaction, Elder Lu finds himself at a loss for words. He wishes to join the fray, but is paralyzed by fear of the monstrous black horse. Faced with the inevitability of death, he grits his teeth and charges at Luo Li with his sword drawn. With a resounding clang of hooves, Elder Lu, suspended in midair, is suddenly struck by a thunderous noise that renders him unconscious, crashing to the ground. Cursed Elder Lu, feigning death, Bai Yufeng grits his teeth in anger, driven by rage. He seizes a sword and plunges it into Elder Lu's chest, causing the elder's heart to rupture and sealing his fate. Brother Bai, why did you kill Elder Lu? A wounded junior brother stammers in disbelief. An elder who falters in battle is of no use to us. I am merely purging the sect. With the act of murder, Bai Yufeng's courage swells. The other disciples fall silent, too afraid to breathe, yet they recognize that Elder Lu's negligence led to significant losses for their sect. Thus, none dissent against Bai Yufeng's sudden execution of the elder. Brothers and sisters, we must fight to the death and eliminate these two. Bai Yufeng raises his sword, shouting fiercely. This battle cannot end well. If we do not kill them, we shall all perish. Motivated by his words, the disciples of the Blood Robe sect rally their spirits, launching a frenzied assault on Luo Li and Jun Emo Xiao. The two remain unflustered, maintaining their composure, deftly evading attacks while countering, not falling too far behind. An hour passes, and most disciples of the Blood Robe sect appear pale, drenched in cold sweat, their stamina and mana waning. In stark contrast, Luo Li and Jun Emo Xiao remain vigorous. Senior sister, they are nearing their limit. Jun Emo Xiao exclaims with a hearty laugh, his swordsmanship growing even more formidable. With a swift strike, 3 disciples of the Blood Robe sect find themselves pierced by his blade, retreating with cries of anguish. Kill! Luo Li joins the fray, launching a fierce counterattack, forcing the Blood Robe disciples into retreat. Many are grievously wounded, blood flowing profusely from their bodies. In the midst of this chaos, fear looms in the eyes of the Blood Robe disciples. The battle has raged for nearly 2 hours, yet this pair of youthful warriors shows no signs of fatigue. Are they even human? Chapter 30. The Saintess is infatuated with Jun Emo Xiao. Yin lightly taps the table, his expression serene, yet a hint of amusement glimmers in his eyes. This is the extraordinary strength of the Dragon Sect's cultivators, possessing the bloodline of the Divine Dragon. They are unlike any other, exhibiting remarkable and enduring combat prowess. 10 millennia ago, Yin faced the onslaught of over 20 eternal-level powerhouses and, rather than faltering, grew bolder, slaying half while the rest fled in terror. Both Luo Li and Jun Emo Xiao possess the bloodline of the Ancestral Dragon, albeit diluted, yet still far surpassing their peers. Hence, such a level of combat presents no challenge for them. The longer they endure, the more their unfavorable circumstances shift to their advantage. Suddenly, Yian raises his head, peering through the ages. A silver-white vessel emerges from the mists, hovering above the solitary cloud city. On this gleaming craft stand a group of young maidens clad in vibrant skirts, their beauty radiant, exuding an alluring aura. How intriguing, Yian muses with a faint smile. Another force has appeared. Could this be a means to further temper these two young ones? It seems Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao are poised for another breakthrough, and Yian watches with eager anticipation. Within the Blood-Robe Sect's branch, the battle rages on. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao unleash their might, leaving their foes in disarray. Among the maidens on the silver vessel stands a stunningly beautiful figure, clad provocatively, her cultivation at the 9th layer of the Yuan-Si realm. At this moment, she stands at the edge of the vessel, gazing downward, her exquisite face revealing a hint of astonishment. Miss, the Blood-Robe Sect branch is under siege. A nearby elderly matron sighed and spoke. This elder possessed profound cultivation, having reached the 2nd tier of the spirit-forging realm. The Blood Garment Sect and our Joyful Union Sect have always maintained a cordial relationship. In the face of such events, we should not stand idly by. The alluring young woman licked her lips, a wicked glint appearing in her eyes. She fixed her gaze intently on the battlefield, where a valiant and handsome youth stood, his presence exuding an unimaginable masculine aura that was striking and unforgettable. The Joyful Union Sect is one of the 10 great powers of the ancient Moon Dynasty. As the Holy Maiden of the Joyful Union Sect, Zhou Minjing's journey this time was also to seek a suitable furnace for her cultivation. However, after months of searching, she had yet to find anyone to her satisfaction. Unexpectedly, upon passing through this cloudy city, she laid eyes on the extraordinary youth, stirring her heart and emotions. The matron's gaze flickered as she noticed the unusual expression in her mistress's eyes. She understood all too well. With a gentle flick of her hand, the silver vessel swiftly descended, casting a shadow over the scene. The Joyful Union Sect had arrived. Bai Yufeng looked up, recognizing the emblem on the vessel, a smile breaking on his face. The Joyful Union Sect and the Blood Garment Sect shared a strong bond, having formed alliances several times throughout history. The sudden arrival of the Joyful Union Sect indicated their intent to assist the Blood Garment Sect in this calamity. Upon witnessing the Holy Maiden, Bai Yufeng observed the strikingly beautiful young woman descending from the silver vessel, his demeanor turning serious and respectful as he bowed deeply. She was the Holy Maiden of the Joyful Union Sect, a status second only to the sect leader, with her cultivation at the 9th tier of the Yuan-Si realm, far surpassing his own. Senior Brother Bai, what has transpired here? Zhou Minjing feigned surprise. It seems 2 intruders have caused havoc in our Blood Garment branch. I implore the Holy Maiden to lend her assistance, considering the long-standing amicable relationship between our sections. Bai Yufeng clasped his fists in earnest supplication. Very well. Zhou Minjing nodded gently, a smile gracing her lips. Rest assured, our 2 sects are bound by friendship. In this time of trouble for the Blood Garment Sect, the Joyful Union Sect cannot remain uninvolved. She lifted her delicate hand, signaling, and immediately, 20 to 30 disciples from the Yuan-Si realm of the Joyful Union Sect surged forth. Capture the males, slay the females, the matron advised in a low voice. Hearing the matron's words, a flush suddenly crept across Zhou Minjing's beautiful face. This matron, who had watched her grow, was very attuned to her sentiments and recognized her infatuation with the handsome youth. Standing in the square, even from several dozen meters away, Zhou Minjing could feel the overwhelming masculine aura emanating from the youth. It rolled toward her like an ancient dragon, enveloping her, causing her to feel flushed and weak, yearning to be in the youth's embrace. Luo Li, a mischievous spirit, felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing the name of the Joyful Union Sect. She had heard tales of the Holy Maiden Zhou Minjing, who was always in search of suitable furnace candidates. Junior brother, I never imagined you would catch her eye. Luo Li teased, drawing her sword and transforming it into a phantom that glided past Jun Ma Xiao, playfully remarking. Jun Ma Xiao's face flushed. He had not expected the Holy Maiden of the Joyful Union Sect to take an interest in him. He had long admired the sect's reputation. But how could someone like him attract the attention of such a woman? Drawing a deep breath, he declared with a fierce resolve, Sister, do not worry. If she dares to show me disrespect, I shall slay her immediately. Well said, junior brother. Luoli laughed heartily and rejoined the fray. As the disciples of the Joyful Union sect entered the battle, the pressure on the two of them intensified. The matron vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, suddenly noticing a black carriage and a black steed oddly stationed in a corner. She reached out with her divine sense and discerned it was merely an ordinary carriage and horse, dismissing it from her mind. Her gaze shifted elsewhere, landing on Elder Lu, who lay lifeless in a pool of blood. How did this esteemed Elder Lu of the Blood Garment sect perish? The matron inquired of Bai Yufeng. With a stiff expression, Bai Yufeng explained, Matron, Elder Lu, confronted with danger, feigned death, and I had to cleanse the sect. Feigned death. The matron paused, exchanging shocked glances with Zhou Menjing. How could a formidable cultivator of the spirit-forging realm resort to such a tactic in the face of two youths from the Yuan-Si realm? Both felt that something was amiss. Zhou Menjing's gaze remained fixed on the striking youth, quickly pushing Elder Lu's matter from her mind. Her starry eyes were mesmerized, her face radiant like a blooming peach blossom. Why was the masculine aura of this youth so potent? As this thought crossed her mind, Zhou Menjing tightened her legs, her voluptuous figure becoming increasingly difficult to control. Chapter 31. The Lord of Horses is here, who dares to be arrogant in a private chamber of a tavern. A group of lowly characters assembled. Ian set down his chopsticks, a hint of disdain crossing his features. This trifling Joyful Union sect practiced the most inferior dual cultivation techniques, a mere method of yin-yang balance. The Holy Maiden of the Joyful Union sect's attraction to Jun Maxiao was entirely due to the Ancestor Dragon's bloodline. The Ancestor Dragon bloodline, embodying utmost masculinity, was irresistible to the female practitioners of the Joyful Union sect. Tap, tap. Yiyan lightly drummed his fingers on the table, silently calculating the cultivation progress of Luo Li and Jun Maxiao. If they could withstand the combined assaults from the Blood Garment sect and the Joyful Union sect, they might achieve a second breakthrough. After all, the divine grade dragon tiger pill they consumed had astonishing effects, and combined with their bodies transformed by the ancestor dragon blood, their potential was far from fully realized. This arduous battle today could provide the impetus for their breakthrough under immense pressure. Yiyan awaited the outcome with keen anticipation. The battle raged on fiercely. The matron narrowed her eyes, observing that despite the two youths being hard-pressed, they relied on their extraordinary agility to conjure dragon phantoms, deftly evading various attacks. She furrowed her brow. These youths appeared unfamiliar. From where did they emerge? They were quite young, one around 16 or 17. The other merely 15 or 16, yet they possessed such formidable cultivation. Truly remarkable. The Holy Maiden of the Joyful Union sect had benefited from her sect's abundant resources, only reaching the 9th tier of the Yuan-Si realm at 20 years of age. The talents of these two young individuals did not pale in comparison to her own. The matron's discerning eye recognized this. Even her own Holy Maiden would struggle to endure an assault from so many Yuan-Si realm cultivators alone. After a brief incense stick's duration, the battle continued unabated. Zhou Menjing, unable to endure the peculiar sensations coursing through her body any longer, commanded, Mother, swiftly bring that young man back and put an end to this battle. Her heart was parched with urgency. Understood, miss, the old matron replied respectfully, a flicker of pride crossing her face. As a formidable cultivator at the divine sculpting realm, capturing a practitioner at the 5th level of the Yuan-Si realm was as simple as an eagle snatching a chick. However, just as she took a step forward, a thunderous roar erupted in her mind. The sound was so overwhelming that it caused her to sway unsteadily before abruptly losing consciousness. Mother, what has happened to you? Zhou Menjing exclaimed in alarm, quickly supporting the fallen matron. The old woman lay with her eyes tightly shut, her spirit plunged into a deep slumber. What could this mean? Bai Yufeng approached, gazing in shock at the 2nd-tier divine sculpting master. The sudden fainting was eerily reminiscent of Elder Lu's earlier collapse. Could it be that a powerful figure was secretly intervening to harm this formidable practitioner of the Hawan sect? Bai Yufeng cast a vigilant glance around, yet found no signs of disturbance. To incapacitate a divine sculpting master without leaving a trace would likely require a practitioner of the divine bridge realm. But where in the ancient Moon Dynasty could such a powerful being be found? Even the half-step divine bridge cultivator was only the old sword saint of the Sword God sect. In a corner of the square, A seemingly inconspicuous black horse shook its head and let out a soft sneeze, its eyes glinting with derision. A mere divine, sculpting master dared to covet the disciple of its esteemed master? It seemed to forget that this noble steed was ever watchful. Who would dare to harm the two young masters in its presence? Oof. With this steed here, who would dare to be arrogant? Seeing the little black horse thwart the attempts of two divine sculpting masters, Yi Yun smiled slightly. Suddenly, a verdant fruit appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, the fruit imbued with Taoist resonance vanished into thin air. The next moment, a familiar voice whispered in the black horse's ear, "Well done." Before the words could fully escape, it was startled to find a fruit had appeared in its mouth, exuding an unimaginable and lethal allure. Fearing the aroma might escape, it swallowed it without hesitation. After consuming the green fruit, its eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if it had gained immense benefits. The horse trotted lightly, struggling to contain its exhilaration. Its master had bestowed upon it a divine-level Tao fruit, elevating it to a new tier. The sensation was simply exquisite. After ensuring the old matron was settled, Zhou Minjing drew her treasured sword and strode towards the center of the square. Although she was uncertain why the old woman had fainted, this battle could not continue. She needed to resolve it swiftly and capture that young man to depart. "Junior brother, the saintess of the Hahuan sect approaches you. Be on your guard," Luo Li whispered nearby. "Do not worry, senior sister. I can withstand it." Jun Ma Xiao sneered as he gazed at the advancing Zhou Minjing. At this moment, he welcomed the intensifying pressure of battle. The greater the stress, the quicker the effects of the Longhu Dan would circulate. Perhaps he would even break through another minor realm. With Zhou Minjing, a 9th-tier Yuan Si cultivator, entering the fray, the battle became even more exhilarating. As the saintess of the Hahuan sect, Zhou Minjing's combat prowess was astonishing. Her singular objective was to capture Jun Ma Xiao. In an instant, Jun Ma Xiao found himself evading a barrage of powerful sword lights, perilously dodging while sustaining several wounds. Due to the decline in the quality of his royal robe, Zhou Minjing's fierce sword aura penetrated it, leaving him with visible injuries. Yet, Jun Ma Xiao remained resolute, undeterred, fiercely battling Zhou Minjing. He felt he was nearing a breakthrough, especially after sustaining wounds that heightened the pressure to a peak, intensifying his desire to advance. As Zhou Minjing focused her offensive on Jun Ma Xiao, more Yuan Si realm cultivators simultaneously directed their attacks towards Luo Li, who was also engulfed in a grave crisis. She began to bleed from her injuries, but both she and Jun Ma Xiao held on with their formidable physiques. "You still persist? Surrender at once and return to the Hahuan sect with me, and I shall take you as my husband, the saintess." Zhou Minjing swung her long sword, the gleaming blade sharp and beguiling. Her voice laced with an alluring charm that stirred the hearts of those who heard it. However, Jun Ma Xiao remained unaffected. His sword heart was clear and steadfast, and coupled with his ancestral dragon bloodline, he possessed a natural resistance to such insidious techniques. As the battle raged on for a brief while longer, a sudden series of explosive sounds rang out. After enduring a fierce struggle, both Jun Ma Xiao and Luo Li experienced simultaneous breakthroughs. Jun Ma Xiao ascended to the 6th level of the Yuan Si realm, while Luo Li reached the 3rd level. In that moment, their auras surged dramatically, their sword lights sharp and fierce, counterattacking like a tidal wave. Chapter 32. The bloodbath pauses, yet strong foes emerged though merely a minor breakthrough. It drastically amplified their combat capabilities, catching Zhou Minjing and the others off guard. "How is this possible? How did they break through again?" Bai Yufeng exclaimed. His sword planted in the ground, fury etched across his face. In the midst of battle, these two had achieved consecutive breakthroughs. Was there no justice left? The ancient Moon Dynasty had never witnessed such monstrous prodigies. If they continued to grow, the top 10 forces of the ancient Moon Dynasty would surely capitulate. What? A second breakthrough? Zhou Minjing gasped in astonishment. Hearing Bai Yufeng's words, she could hardly conceal the storm of emotions within her. They had only just broken through once? This was their second. To achieve 2 levels of advancement in a single fierce battle was simply astounding. A century ago, the invincible sword saint of the Sword God Sect had never claimed to have accomplished consecutive breakthroughs in battle. The more she contemplated this, the more fervent her desire grew. If this young man were to be treated as a furnace, the enhancement to her cultivation would be unimaginable. With this thought in mind, Zhou Minjing launched a frenzied assault against Jun Maxiao. Simultaneously, she commanded all disciples of the Hahuan sect to join the fray. The battle intensified further. Waves of sword energy traversed the air. The sword light resembled a tsunami, shattering the ground of the Blood-Robe sect's plaza into fragments. The surrounding walls collapsed with a thunderous crash, despite Zhou Minjing leading the Hahuan sect disciples in a full-scale assault. The newly elevated Luo Li and Jun Maxiao withstood the onslaught. They grew increasingly spirited, invigorated, and showed no signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, Minjing and her companions were left astonished. How could these two possess such formidable resilience? The vigor and mana remained unspent. Suddenly, the aged matron of the Hahuan sect awakened. A red necklace around her neck emitted a faint glow, rousing her from slumber. How dare anyone launch a surprise attack on me? The matron rose abruptly, her body trembling as she exuded an overwhelming aura of the 9th layer of the divine, sculpting realm. As the protector of the saintess, her strength was formidable. Yet, she had long employed secret arts to suppress her cultivation at the 2nd layer of the divine, sculpting realm. In an instant, her robes billowed, her demeanor imposing, radiating an invincible majesty. In the elegant chamber of the tavern, Yi Yun smiled gently. Ah, the fox's tail has finally been revealed. This old woman of the Hahuan sect had concealed herself expertly, but she could not evade the discerning gaze of Yi Yun, a true deity. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers. The black horse stomped its hoof softly. The subtle sound echoed in the corner, striking the matron's ears like the cataclysmic thunder of the end of days. Boom! Her spirit shook, eyes rolling back as she fainted once more. Beside her, Bai Yufeng's eyes widened in terror. He finally realized that an unparalleled being lurked nearby. Time and again, the forceful strikes had rendered two powerful practitioners of the divine, sculpting realm unconscious. With this realization, he called a few junior brothers, quietly turning to escape through the back door. Tap! The black horse's hoof struck again. Bai Yutong and the others all fell lifeless to the ground. In the square, the battle raged fiercely. After a strenuous fight, Jun Maxiao and Luo Li had gained a slight advantage. More and more disciples of the profound pill realm were injured. Withdrawing from the fray, gradually disciples of the Yuan Si realm sustained injuries, losing their combat capability. Zhou Minjing grew increasingly alarmed as the number of allies dwindled. In a moment of inattention, a fierce sword chi cleaved toward her, striking her directly. Thankfully, she wore a heavenly grade robe that deflected the fierce assault, though the powerful force still sent her flying, blood seeping from her lips. After being thrown aside, the pressure on the remaining Yuan Si realm disciples surged. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Maxiao launched a frenzied assault, sending several Yuan Si realm disciples flying. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Sister, I shall assist you. Jun Maxiao charged toward Luo Li, and the pair of siblings joined forces, forcing their opponents to retreat in disarray. After a stick of incense's time, few stood in the square, leaving only Zhou Minjing and several Yuan Si realm disciples. Now the group was battered and bloodied, barely holding on. A grim smile graced Zhou Minjing's face. She never anticipated that the final outcome would be their defeat. Recognizing the dire situation, she withdrew from the battle, crossing her sword over her chest. I am the saintess of the Hahuan sect. You cannot kill me. Zhou Minjing spoke with a trembling voice. Luo Li approached slowly, wielding the blood-dripping, supreme golden dragon sword, a cold smile adorning her exquisite face. How is it that you are permitted to kill us? Yet I am not allowed to slay you? With that, she lunged forward with her sword. Taking advantage of the distraction, Jun Maxiao swiftly eliminated the remaining Yuan Si realm cultivators. Zhou Minjing parried Luo Li's strike, but unexpectedly, Jun Maxiao's sword light surged forth. She hastily retreated. The three engaged in a fierce battle. Yet, Zhou Minjing could only hold her ground for a few breaths before succumbing, wounded by a barrage of 10 swords. Collapsing into a pool of blood. Little junior brother, we have triumphed. Gazing across the square, devoid of enemies, Luo Li trembled with excitement, her entire being quaking. Indeed, sister, Yun Maxiao replied, exhilarado. Today, he unleashed a bloody massacre, his sword heart sharpened to brilliance. Let us not forget the ancestors' command. We must collect all weapons and storage rings. Luo Li surveyed her surroundings, chuckling softly as she busied herself. Yes, Jun Mo Xiao echoed, also beginning to gather resources. You're being too excessive. Zhou Minjing, struggling to sit up, gazed at the two demon-like figures harvesting storage rings, tears of despair welling in her eyes. Nearby, the matron stirred back to consciousness. She sprang up, surveying her surroundings, her expression shifting drastically. The disciples of the Blood Garment Sect and the Hahuan Sect had been utterly annihilated. In a swift motion, she reached Zhou Minjing's side. Miss, are you unharmed? I am nearly dead. Matron, quickly kill them. Zhou Minjing, pale as death, spoke with a ghastly smile. Do not worry, miss. I shall avenge you. The matron turned, her aura brimming with murderous intent, emanating the formidable presence of the ninth layer of the divine, sculpting realm. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao turned, their hearts racing as they regarded the matron, sensing a formidable adversary. Bang! A light sound resonated within their bodies, as if something that had long confined them was shattered. In that moment, their momentum surged dramatically, breaking through from the Yuan Si realm to the divine sculpting realm. Chapter 33. The Strong of the Divine Bridge Realm Ancestor. You have lifted our seal. Luo Li's face bore astonishment, quickly giving way to realization. She embraced her sword, bowing deeply in a particular direction, expressing her utmost reverence. The long-lost aura of the divine sculpting realm permeated every part of her being, filling her with immense confidence. She had now ascended to the third layer of the divine sculpting realm. Meanwhile, her junior brother, Jun Mo Xiao, had reached the sixth layer of the divine sculpting realm. Once, when they departed from the Shiyan Sword Sect, this pair of siblings had together forced the ninth layer elder of the Shiyan Sword Sect to flee in disarray. Now, having risen 2 levels, their combat prowess soared. Faced with the ninth layer elder of the Hahuan Sect, they felt no fear. At this moment, they were capable of utterly overwhelming her. The matron's eyes widened in shock as she sensed the sudden rise in their auras to the divine, sculpting realm. Her bony old face was rendered incredulous, the wrinkles stretching in disbelief. How is this possible? With a roar that shook the heavens, the matron swung her sword. She had concealed her cultivation, suppressing her realm from the ninth layer of the divine, sculpting realm to the second. Yet this pair of younglings had directly suppressed themselves by an entire realm. It was utterly astonishing. Junior brother, this old hag of the Hahuan Sect is not to be trifled with. She has harmed countless individuals. We must eliminate her. Luo Li advanced toward the matron, bloodied sword in hand. Kill. Jun Mo Xiao also raised his sword, his expression cold as he approached slowly. You tool brats. Having slain so many disciples of the Hahuan Sect, today I shall take your heads to avenge my fallen brethren. The matron's countenance darkened as she charged at them with her sword. However, upon their initial clash, she realized she had miscalculated. Initially, she believed that her cultivation at the ninth level of the divine shaping realm would easily overpower the two youths and allow her to vanquish them effortlessly. After all, one was at the sixth level and the other at the third level of the divine shaping realm, completely different tiers. However, to her astonishment, upon their first clash, her sword light was shattered. The pair of youngsters, wielding their twin swords in unison, unleashed an unimaginable force. After just a few exchanges, she found herself in dire straits, struggling to fend off their relentless attacks. How could this be? The old matron silently lamented, her eyes darting around as she tried to evade their strikes while retreating. She needed to find an escape route. As the protector of Zhou Minjing, she had to ensure the safety of this holy maiden. In an instant, Luo intercepted her path, blocking her escape. Thinking of fleeing? Jun Ma Xiao glanced over and immediately grasped the situation. He began to launch a frenzied assault on the old matron. Realizing her retreat was cut off, the matron shot a fierce glare at Luo Li, recognizing that the clever girl had seen through her ploy. With no other option, she steeled herself for a hard-fought battle. The 3 formidable masters of the divine shaping realm clashed within the Blood Garment Sect's branch, causing considerable destruction to the surrounding structures. After several exchanges, the matron was struck by a sword. Jun Ma Xiao's blow inflicted a wound on her right arm, impairing her ability to wield her sword effectively. With a swift strike, another blade pierced her calf, this time from Luo Li. Having sustained 2 wounds, blood now stained her garments, intensifying her panic. Jun Ma Xiao and Luo Li intensified their coordinated assault, unleashing a torrent of sword light that left the old matron with several grievous injuries, ultimately causing her to collapse to the ground. Luoli rushed over and delivered the final blow, ending the matron's life. Jun Ma Xiao, in perfect synchrony, stepped forward to stow away his sword and storage ring. Junior brother, we have finally eliminated all our foes. Luoli gasped, her exquisite face glistening with sweat, breaking into a radiant smile. Senior sister, there are still some heavily injured individuals on the square. Jun Ma Xiao remarked. Let us finish them off, Luoli replied, gritting her teeth. The battle had escalated to a life-or-death confrontation. They could not afford to show mercy at this moment. As they approached the square, they began to dispatch the critically wounded disciples. Upon reaching Zhou Menjing, the severely injured holy maiden of the Hahuan sect looked at Luo Li with a pained expression and pleaded, Sister, I will give you everything I possess. If that is insufficient, I can have my sect provide whatever you need. Luo Li smiled, her cherry-red lips parting to reveal a row of pearly white teeth. I desire everything from the Hahuan sect's treasury. Can you, as a holy maiden, fulfill this request? She jested. Zhou Menjing was momentarily rendered speechless. Suddenly, a flash of sword light pierced through the air. Jun Ma Xiao swiftly drew his sword, sending Zhou Menjing to her demise. Junior brother, you are even more ruthless than I am. You just killed such a stunning beauty from the Hahuan sect. Luoli laughed, playfully sticking out her pink tongue. She hadn't anticipated Jun Ma Xiao's decisive and efficient actions. Jun Ma Xiao wiped the blood from his sword, gritting his teeth. That vile woman sought to make me her furnace. How could I spare her? Indeed, she could not be spared. Luoli chuckled heartily. Just then, a resonant voice drifted down from the heavens above. I never expected such remarkable talents to emerge from the humble ancient Moon dynasty. Who? Both Luo Li and Jun Ma Xiao exclaimed in surprise, instinctively looking skyward. They beheld a vague, white silhouette above the clouds. Soon, it broke through the mist, descending gracefully. It was an enormous celestial crane, upon which stood a middle-aged man clad in white robes, exuding an aura of transcendent wisdom. A master of the divine bridge realm? Luo Li's pupils constricted slightly as she sensed the man's formidable presence. This individual was certainly not a powerful figure from the ancient Moon dynasty. Feeling the man's cultivation, Jun Ma Xiao also adopted a tense expression. Where do you two young ones hail from? The middle-aged man stepped down from the crane, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a broad smile as he surveyed them. The more he observed, the more pleased he appeared. Earlier, while passing through gloomy Cloud City, he had witnessed the duo's collaboration in battling a 9th-level divine shaping realm practitioner, effortlessly dispatching the old matron despite their inferior cultivation levels. One could not help but admire their extraordinary talent, which surpassed even that of the elite disciple from his own sect. We hail from the Divine Dragon Sect. Luo Li clasped her hands in salute, lifting her small face slightly, pride evident in her demeanor. The Divine Dragon Sect? The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said nonchalantly, just a little-known sect. I see potential in both of you. Why not join my Qitian Sword sect? Little known? Luo Li and Jun Ma Xiao exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. 100,000 years ago, the Divine Dragon Sect was among the most prestigious eternal sects of the Cangnan continent, a behemoth of existence. The middle-aged man suddenly wore a peculiar smile as he observed the two youths. He felt displeasure rising within him and said coolly, Let me be frank. I come from the Qitian Sword sect, one of the 3 great powers of the Divine Wind dynasty. We are a major sect. A major sect? Upon hearing this, Jun Ma Xiao could not help but chuckle softly. My apologies, esteemed elder, but we shall not be joining any sects. We appreciate your kind offer. Luo Li, stifling her laughter, clasped her hands in a polite refusal. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, his face paling slightly with anger. He had not expected the two youths to be so obstinate. Truly, it seemed that adversity breeds cunning. However, these two were rare talents, and it would be regrettable to let them slip away. You are still young and know little of the outside world. Why not accompany me back to the Divine Wind dynasty to witness what a true major sect is like? The middle-aged man said, hand behind his back, his face adorned with an air of undeniable authority. Luo Li furrowed her brow slightly. Did this master of the divine bridge realm intend to coerce them? She shook her head. Esteemed elder, each person has their aspirations. Please do not insist. A glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. These two youths, so ungrateful, truly did not realize the gravity of their situation. You will accompany me, whether you like it or not. He sneered, suddenly extending his hand towards Luo Li and Jun Ma Shao. Suddenly, the large hand halted in midair, as if pierced by a nail, accompanied by an unimaginable agony that compelled him to retract his hand abruptly. A voice, marked by indifference and authority, echoed in all directions. As disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect, you of the Qiqian Sword Sect cannot bear the consequences. Who is it? The middle-aged man exclaimed in alarm, hastily glancing behind him. At that moment, he beheld a young man clad in white, gracefully entering through the doorway. This young figure, resembling a celestial being descended from a painting, was strikingly handsome, with deep-set eyes and flowing black hair that gave him an ethereal presence. Strangely, despite his current cultivation level, he could discern no trace of the young man's prowess, as if he were an ordinary mortal. Ancestor, upon the sudden appearance of their revered elder, Luo Li and Jun Mo Zhao's faces brightened with joy as they bowed deeply in respect. Yi Yan gently waved his hand, lifting both individuals back to their feet. He approached the middle-aged man, who was at the Divine Bridge stage, and smiled faintly. Is the Qiqian Sword Sect intending to be removed from the Divine Wind Dynasty? The middle-aged man, unsettled, stumbled backwards, sensing an indescribable terror emanating from the young man's gaze. He realized he had encountered an otherworldly master. This individual's strength far surpassed his own, and he could not perceive it at all. Senior, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. The middle-aged man, panic-stricken, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, overwhelmed with reverence. It was too late to retract his words. Yi Yan's expression turned icy as he released a breath of pure energy. The middle-aged man, stricken with fear, found himself immobilized. Upon contact with the pure energy, he instantly transformed into wisps of azure smoke. The enormous white crane accompanying him also met a similar fate. After dealing with both man and beast, Yi Yan shook his head lightly and remarked, "What is the Qiqian Sword Sect? Merely a large sect that dares to act presumptuously before the Divine Dragon Sect." Jun Mo Shao gazed at the ancestor, now as still as a statue. This was the first time he had witnessed the true might of the elder. A single breath of pure energy had rendered a powerful being at the Divine Bridge stage into nothingness. The strength of this true Divine Realm Master was indeed terrifying. Neither in the Wangu Ghost Ridge nor at the Qiqian Sword Sect had he witnessed such a grand spectacle of annihilation. Had he been present, his astonishment would have only deepened. This time, you two have made significant progress, advancing 2 levels at once, quite commendable, Ian said, casting a gentle glance at Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. Thank you, Ancestor. They both knelt in gratitude. Had they not arrived with the Ancestor's black carriage, their success would have been far less assured. A single battle had led to consecutive breakthroughs of 2 minor realms, a remarkable achievement never before seen in the Ancient Moon Dynasty. Have all the resources been collected? Ian inquired nonchalantly. Yes, Ancestor, we are ready to depart, Luo Li replied with a slight smile as she stood up. Please enter the carriage first. I have prepared some potions for you, Ian stated, waving his sleeve lightly. A gentle breeze emanated from his attire, causing the surrounding corpses and structures to dissipate into thin air, transforming into curling wisps of azure smoke. Jun Mo Shao, witnessing this scene, could not help but swallow hard. What kind of divine power was being displayed by the Ancestor? Truly terrifying. The entire Blood-Robe Sect branch had seemingly vanished from within gloomy Cloud City in a single gust of wind. The surroundings became eerily quiet. The breeze continued to sweep outward. In that moment, Jun Mo Shao noticed the expressions of those around him momentarily falter, as if something had transpired within them. Then, he and Luo Li experienced a blinding flash, and the world shifted, placing them on a highway outside the city. Both Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao were left astounded, disoriented by the Ancestor's dazzling display of power. Without leaving a trace, Yian smiled lightly, effortlessly erasing portions of the memories of everyone in gloomy Cloud City. Seeing the two still in a daze, Yian flicked his fingers, vanishing from their sight. In the next instant, they found themselves in a private room containing a large wooden tub filled with hot water, enveloped in steam that exuded an indescribably pleasant aroma. The two were immediately taken aback, sensing the presence of the ancestral dragon's blood within the potion. Today's battle has left your bodies somewhat injured. Soak in the potion and rest well. Ancestor, could it be that this contains the blood of the ancestral dragon? Luoli asked, her voice trembling. Your cultivation levels are still low. I used less than a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood, divided between 2 tubs. Additionally, this potion contains hundreds of rare herbs and materials. Absorb them well to strive for another minor breakthrough, laying a solid foundation for your future absorption of the ancestral dragon's blood. Ian replied with a smile. Thank you, Ancestor, Luoli exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement. She knew the ancestral elder had undoubtedly included countless unimaginable treasures within the tub. Without hesitation, she shed her robe and immersed herself in the wooden tub. A surge of immense life energy flowed into her body through her pores, and she could not suppress a soft moan of pleasure. It felt overwhelmingly comfortable. She sensed her depleted spiritual energy rapidly replenishing and her wounds healing swiftly. Similarly, Jun and Xiao experienced the same rejuvenation. Both understood the immense opportunity they had been granted and quickly settled into a meditative position, silently circulating their cultivation techniques to absorb the energy from the potion. The black carriage glided along the official road, devoid of any driver. Yi sat quietly within the carriage, entirely alone. The mystical black carriage, a remarkable treasure, created its own space, which Yi had divided into several small compartments, all of which he had concealed. 3 days later, a powerful aura emanated simultaneously from the 2 small compartments. Jun and Xiao had broken through to the 7th layer of the divine shaping stage, while Luo had ascended to the 4th layer. Both had achieved breakthroughs. In the Sword God Sect's main hall, sect leader Zhao Wuji stood by the window, gazing into the sky with a dark expression. Over the past month, the 10 major forces of the ancient Moon Dynasty had been challenged by a pair of youthful prodigies at the Yuan Sea stage. They had taken on every sect's disciples at the same level, demanding all the treasures from their respective vaults upon victory, while threatening to deliver severed heads if defeated. The first to face this challenge was the Blood Robe sect, which boasted a total of 200 disciples at the Yuan Sea stage. Initially, they believed their numbers would ensure an easy victory. However, the young pair proved to be astonishingly powerful. Though initially suppressed, they both broke through and turned the tide, leaving the Blood Robe sect's disciples severely injured in the process, inciting the wrath of the sect leader. Dozens of powerful figures at the divine shaping stage rushed to eliminate this pair of young challengers. Unexpectedly, this pair of young individuals concealed their true cultivation. Upon revealing their prowess, they turned out to be formidable practitioners at the divine molding realm. Consequently, in this battle, all the divine molding masters of the Blood Garment sect perished, causing a tremendous upheaval throughout the ancient Moon Dynasty. The next to be challenged was the Falling Sunset Sword sect. Having learned from the precedent set by the Blood Garment sect, the Falling Sunset Sword sect dared not summon their divine molding experts, instead dispatching all their Yuan Sea realm disciples to engage in combat with the young pair. The outcome was similarly disastrous, forcing them to surrender all resources from their treasure vault. Remarkably, this duo adhered to the rules and did not unleash a massacre upon the Falling Sunset Sword sect. Following this, the Five Poisons sect, the Limitless Divine Sword sect, the Diamond Fist sect, and the Golden Rock sect encountered the same challenge. Without exception, all Yuan Sea realm disciples from these major sects faced defeat. It seemed they intended to challenge all 10 major forces of the ancient Moon Dynasty. Zhao Wujin muttered to himself, overwhelmed by an indescribable agitation. The top 3 forces were the Sword God Sect, the Three Wonders sect, and the Golden Rock sect. The Sword God Sect was the strongest, even combined. The Three Wonders sect and the Golden Rock sect were no match for them. Yet, Zhao Wujin remained uncertain. The Sword God Sect boasted over 300 outstanding disciples of the Yuan Sea realm. If they were to deploy the 7-star sword formation, these 300 disciples could unleash astonishing combat prowess. Suddenly, a venerable voice resonated within the Limitless Hall. A white-robed figure appeared with an ethereal presence. Zhao Wujin looked up, his face lighting up with delight. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. The elder before him was none other than Zhao Wujin's esteemed mentor, the former sword saint of the Sword God Sect. After a century apart, their reunion was filled with excitement. I have emerged, the elder, bearing a treasured sword and exuding an otherworldly aura, replied with a smile. At that moment, his aura revealed that he had attained the divine bridge realm. Zhao Wujin was overjoyed. Master has broken through after a century of seclusion. This is indeed a blessing for the Sword God Sect. What troubles you, Wujin? The elder inquired, gazing affectionately at his beloved disciple. As the foremost force in the ancient Moon Dynasty, the Sword God Sect was more powerful than the combined might of the second and third sections. Logically, Zhao Wujin, as the sect leader, should not be so troubled unless an external great force intervened. However, the Sword God Sect had a solid backing, being supported by a major sect. Zhao Wujin handed several confidential reports to the elder. After perusing them, the elder's expression darkened. With a mere flick of his fingers, the reports turned to ashes. How outrageous! Is there truly no one in our ancient Moon Dynasty to stand against this insolence? The elder seethed with fury. Master, what should we do? Zhao Wujin asked. My Sword God Sect has countless talented disciples. We need not fear these unknown cultivators. The elder sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Let my disciples confront them first. If victorious, we shall dismantle them completely. If defeated, I shall personally intervene and deal with them, avenging the grievances of the other sections. Thank you, Master. Zhao Wujin exclaimed, his burdens lifted. The two youngsters, even if they had unsealed their powers, were merely practitioners of the divine molding realm. They could never compare to his master, a powerhouse of the divine bridge realm. A century ago, the elder had already been invincible among cultivators of the same level, having once single-handedly defeated 10 divine molding experts with a single strike. This demonstrated the immense strength of the ancient Moon Dynasty's first Sword Saint. After that, the elder had devoted himself to breaking through to the divine bridge realm, and now, after 100 years, he had finally succeeded. Outside the gates of the Sword God Sect, a black carriage approached slowly. Inside, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao sat, transformed after a month of intense battles. They appeared taller, their eyes gleaming with the essence of countless sharp sword intents, radiating powerful energy with every movement. Luo Li, we are nearing the Sword God Sect's gates. How do you feel? Are you both confident in facing the old Sword Saint? Came a jovial voice from within the carriage. Rest assured, Ancestor, we are indeed confident. Luo Li replied with a smile, her eyes reflecting immense self-assurance. She had attained the 10th level of the Yuan Sea realm, and Jun Mo Xiao was at the same level. Due to the seal imposed by Yi Yun, Jun Mo Xiao had not continued to break through after reaching the pinnacle of the Yuan Sea realm. Now, both were on equal footing. However, upon unsealing, Luo Li would reach the 10th level of the divine molding realm, while Jun Mo Xiao would attain the half-step divine bridge realm, an achievement stemming from Yi Yun's rigorous training over the past month. The 10 major forces began their challenges, starting with the Blood Garment Sect and continuing in order. The adversaries they faced grew ever stronger. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao did not disappoint, both reaching their current heights. Yi Yun glanced toward the Sword God Sect, his eyes glimmering with a faint smile. He noticed that the old Sword Saint had emerged from seclusion, now a powerhouse of the divine bridge realm. Yi Yun silently acknowledged his prowess in the sword path, for he was indeed a formidable figure who had dominated the ancient Moon Dynasty a century ago. Yi Yun withdrew his gaze and gently tapped the carriage. The black carriage suddenly accelerated and swiftly arrived at the gates of the Sword God Sect. Before the two gatekeeping disciples could react, the carriage sped through, reaching the grand plaza of the Sword God Sect. Who goes there? The two disciples gasped in shock. They'd only caught a glimpse of a black flash. One disciple turned to see a black carriage parked in the distance, and recollecting a certain rumor, their faces turned pale. Chapter 36, Revenge. Targeting the old Sword Saint in the past month, the 8 major forces of the ancient Moon Dynasty have been challenged by a mysterious pair of young individuals. The Blood Garment Sect was the first to suffer. Their divine molding experts, having forcefully engaged, were all annihilated, nearly leading to the sect's destruction. Subsequently, this pair of youths challenged other major sects, emerging victorious each time. The sects surrendered all resources from their treasure vaults, unable to contend with this pair of unparalleled cultivators. Divine molding masters. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had sealed their true powers and only exhibited their Yuan Sea realm capabilities. rendering the situation exceedingly peculiar and widely discussed throughout the ancient Moon Dynasty. As disciples of the Sword God Sect, they had naturally heard the rumors. Unexpectedly, the sect was not immune to the law of attraction. Today marked the arrival of a mysterious pair of young challengers. At the entrance of the mountain gate, the disciples exchanged glances, releasing a collective breath. Being at the 9th level of they were not fated to partake in this battle. Instead, they anxiously fixated on the black carriage. Suddenly, the striking young man and woman leapt down from the carriage, standing boldly in the center of the plaza. Luo Li clasped her fists and shouted, "Sword God Sect, step forth for a duel." Within the Grand Hall, Zhao Wujia and the Old Sword Saint, who were already prepared, exchanged looks before hastily exiting. As the Old Sword Saint crossed the threshold, disbelief washed over him at the sight of Jun and Mo Xiao. He was no stranger to this youth. A swift glance at the breathtaking girl beside him darkened his expression. Were these two not remnants of the Dragon Sect? How had they suddenly encountered fortune, their powers soaring? The Old Sword Saint's heart brimmed with doubt. He had just broken through and had yet to receive news from the Wanbao Pavilion. Therefore, upon recognizing Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, the shock he felt was palpable. Formerly mere disciples they had transformed into practitioners at the 10th level of If the reports were accurate, they had even sealed their powers. Now, standing as formidable figures at the 10th level of such a transformation was beyond imagination. The Old Sword Saint's mind raced with possibilities. The Dragon Sect had long fallen from grace, a shadow of its former self. Over the centuries of his reign, he had dealt with several masters of the Dragon Sect, aware of its diminished stature, not even ranking among the 9 streams in the entire Guyu dynasty. Yet, what extraordinary events had unfolded for these two youths? He scrutinized them, his gaze sharp, but found no anomalies. Except for their impressive cultivation, their attire and weapons were unremarkable. Had they inadvertently consumed some rare treasure? Or had they stumbled upon a legacy of an ancient powerhouse? The Old Sword Saint speculated in silence. Nevertheless, recalling the directives from above, he understood he could not let these two youths escape. Perhaps the girl, the so-called new sect master of the Dragon Sect, should be granted a sliver of mercy. He intended to cripple half of her powers, ensuring her survival, as she was the 298th generation master, and the sect had yet to reach its 300th generation. His mission was not solely to torment the Dragon Sect's heirs, but also to ensure its legacy reached 300 generations before obliterating it entirely, erasing the sect from the annals of history. This was the clandestine task the Old Sword Saint bore. Initially, he found it absurd, yet he had no choice. He was told it was the will of those above him. A chill ran down his spine at the thought of the higher powers. For if he traced back 2 levels, it would lead to a celestial sect orchestrating this entire affair. Such a sect was a terrifying force. Even a single disciple from it could raise the entire Guyu dynasty. What formidable entity had the Dragon Sect offended to warrant such relentless pursuit for generations? The Old Sword Saint dared not ponder further. Fortunately, the remnants of the Dragon Sect had arrived at the Sword God Sect. Now that they were here, there would be no turning back. Senior sister, is that the Old Sword Saint? Jun Mo Xiao squinted at the ethereal figure of a white-robed elder emerging. Indeed, it is this old fool, Luo Li replied through gritted teeth. This old man had orchestrated the torment of their sect for generations, rendering them miserable. Today, they would avenge their grievances. Drawing his sword, Jun Mo Xiao's killing intent surged. Where the disciples of the Sword God Sect? Zhao Wujia waved his hand, and hundreds of disciples surged forth from all directions. You are truly audacious. Do you think our Sword God Sect is made of paper? Zhao Wujia sneered coldly. As his words fell, the disciples around them began to move according to a particular formation. In an instant, the Northern Dipper 7 Stars formation was established. Luo Li surveyed her surroundings and smiled serenely. Zhao Wujia, save your breath. We have come to challenge the Old Sword Saint directly. You may step aside. What? These two dare to challenge the Old Sword Saint of the disciples who had set up the formation displayed expressions of shock. Zhao Wujia was similarly taken aback. Had these two become so audacious? At that moment, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao trembled slightly, a sound of ceiling shattering emanating from within them. In an instant, their powers surged back to the radiating and overwhelming aura. Even Zhao Wujia, at the 10th level of felt a surge of trepidation. Old Sword Saint, You vile wretch. Lurking in the shadows and tormenting my Dragon Sect for nearly a century, we have come to exact our revenge. Luo Li raised the Taishang Golden Dragon Sword, its tip aimed at the old sword saint, her eyes glistening with fervor. Unsealed, the old sword saint narrowed his eyes, his facial muscles twitching slightly. These youths indeed possess some means. Either of them surpassed his direct disciple, Zhao Wujia, in strength. Yet there remained merely that. Even 10 of them combined could not match the might of the. Furthermore, the old sword saint had immersed himself in the sword path for over 300 years. His mastery was formidable, and few in the same realm could defeat him, even in the realm of the. Chapter 37, Bitter Battle Ha. The remnants of the Dragon Sect. Unexpectedly fortunate, surviving calamity, and experiencing rapid advancement. However, your good fortune ends here. The old sword saint's expression turned icy as he drew his sword. It was a king-level sword, its blade as white as snow, emanating a chilling light. As he grasped the sword, the air around them grew heavy, as if countless strands of sword energy brewed within. The temperature plummeted. The disciples of the Sword God Sect gazed at the old sword saint with fervent expressions as he unsheathed his sword. He was the spiritual pillar of the Sword God Sect, a deity in the hearts of all disciples. Yi Yin sat quietly in the carriage, observing the unfolding scene with a tranquil demeanor. The old sword saint possesses a remarkable mastery of the Tao, which undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge for Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li. Nevertheless, this confrontation serves as an invaluable trial for them. Both have reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of the divine shaping realm, and having the old sword saint as a sparring partner will undoubtedly benefit their breakthrough into the divine bridge realm immensely. Upon hearing the sword saint's words, Jun Mo Xiao's eyes reddened, his body trembled slightly, and filled with excitement. He spat angrily. "You old fossil, it's truly all you're doing. You mere remnant of the divine dragon sect dare to insult me?" The old sword saint, incensed by Jun Mo Xiao's retort, unleashed a devastating strike. The sword energy was earth-shattering, appearing in an instant before Jun Mo Xiao. He was taken aback by the sword saint's astonishing speed. Were he not at the pinnacle of the divine shaping realm, he would not have had the chance to retaliate. In a moment of haste, Jun Mo Xiao struck back with his sword while simultaneously employing the 9 transformations of the divine dragon. The clash of their swords sent him hurtling backward with tremendous force, creating several afterimages in the air. Only after dissipating the energy did he finally land on the ground, slightly swaying, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This initial encounter had left him with a minor injury. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Seeing his condition, Luo Li rushed over. Jun Mo Xiao wiped the blood from his lips and shook his head. "Sister, this old fellow is quite formidable. We must proceed with caution." Luo Li nudda sulamli. Compared to Jun Mo Xiao, her strength was slightly inferior. If they were to face the old sword saint directly, she feared the consequences would be graver. However, their greatest skills lay not in swordplay, but in their agility. Years of fleeing had allowed them to master the 9 transformations of the divine dragon to an extraordinary level. Aided by their ancestors' guidance, it could be said that their proficiency in the 9 transformations surpasses that of the divine dragon sword technique. Truly impressive, master. That youth has already spat blood with a single blow. Zhao Wuji, witnessing Jun Mo Xiao's injury, felt a surge of delight. The sword saint had been invincible in the ancient Moon Dynasty a century ago, without rivals amongst his peers, capable of slaying those of higher rank. The ancestor is indeed unparalleled. Just one strike had injured the youth. How powerful he was! The disciples of the Sword God Sect gazed at this scene with fervent excitement. The old sword saint, however, was taken aback. He had only exerted half of his strength with that strike, yet the youth had merely drawn a trickle of blood. This outcome was starkly different from his expectations. In his mind, that blow should have at least severely wounded or incapacitated the youth. Yet it resulted in only a minor injury. Taking 2 steps forward, the sword saint unleashed 2 swift, formidable sword lights. Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li had long been prepared. The instant the sword saint moved, they activated the 9 transformations of the divine dragon, transforming into several ethereal dragon figures in midair, narrowly evading the sword saint's lethal strike. These remnants possess impressive agility. The sword saint acknowledged their skill with a nod. He recalled that he had once sent out individuals stronger than the remnants of the Divine Dragon Sect, yet capturing them had proven exceedingly difficult. Thanks to the unique agility of the Divine Dragon Sect. With a dark smile, he suddenly unleashed a series of swift attacks, his sword technique flowing like an unstoppable river, assailing both opponents. In the air, the three engaged in fierce combat. Despite the Sword Saint's remarkable agility, it still paled in comparison to the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. His movements were merely aimed at keeping pace with the two, while his true lethal strikes came from his sword. Waves of sword lights surged from all directions, as Luo Li and Jun Emo Xiao dodged and counterattacked. Each collision sent electric shocks coursing through them. In just a few exchanges, both suffered varying degrees of injury, blood spilling from their mouths. Particularly, Luo Li had been struck, a long gash carved in her left shoulder. Observing the battle, Yi Yun maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of disturbance. He then lightly tapped the air, causing the aura of their robes to surge dramatically, reaching the royal level. Simultaneously, their swords ascended to the same tier. The overwhelming presence of royal-grade artifacts filled the air, momentarily stunning the attacking Sword Saint, his eyes ablaze with fervor. These two youngsters truly possess great fortune. Their robes and swords were indeed royal-grade, albeit previously concealed from perception. While the robe did not concern the Sword Saint, the royal-grade swords wielded by Luo Li and Jun Emo Xiao captivated him. After years of dedication to the sword, he had only ever possessed peak king-grade swords. How he longed for a royal-grade divine sword. Unexpectedly, the remnants of the Divine Dragon Sect, which he had pursued for centuries, had delivered 2 royal-grade divine swords right to him. The Sword Saint's heart surged with joy. He must seize these royal treasures at all costs. The ancestor has once again granted us liberation. Both Luo Li and Jun Emo Xiao felt a surge of elation. With the royal-grade robes and swords, their combat prowess had significantly increased. The Sword Saint, consumed with desire for the swords, launched a rapid offensive. Sword lights cascaded like rain, enveloping the arena. Jun Emo Xiao and Luo Li found themselves in dire straits, sustaining countless strikes, even with the protection of their royal-grade robes. The immense power of the sword strikes caused their blood to surge violently, resulting in continuous spitting of blood. Chapter 38. You cannot defeat us. We still have the ancestor. The Sword Saint, driven by his desire for the treasures, unleashed a relentless barrage of sword lights. In the center of the square, the sword energy had formed a vast ocean. Jun Emo Xiao and Luo Li resembled 2 small vessels, tossed about in a tempest. Fortunately, their greatest talent lay in evasion. Amidst the Sword Saint's frenzied attacks, they managed to escape peril time and again. Even so, they still suffered injuries. Despite their royal-grade robes, the overwhelming sword lights proved difficult to withstand. At times, the Sword Saint's peak king-grade sword pierced through their defenses, tearing their royal-grade robes. The Sword Saint grew bolder with each strike, resembling a divine being descended from the heavens, unstoppable. Meanwhile, Jun Emo Xiao and Luo Li were akin to desperate fugitives. The transformation of the Divine Dragons, 9 changes, was brought to its zenith, allowing for a precarious escape from peril each time. The old Sword Saint imposed unimaginable pressure on the 2 individuals, as they found themselves perpetually teetering on the brink of life and death. A moment's carelessness could spell their doom. Observing the old Sword Saint exude an aura of unparalleled strength, fervor ignited in the eyes of all the disciples of the Sword God Sect. This was the first Sword Saint of the ancient Moon Dynasty, a master of the Divine Bridge Realm, truly formidable. The terror he instilled was beyond imagination. Zhao Wujia stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His master was unleashing a massacre, forcing those 2 youngsters into a desperate flight. It seemed they could not endure for much longer. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun remained composed, watching the battle unfold with a detached demeanor. He was not surprised by the old Sword Saint's might. After all, a century ago, he had been invincible throughout the ancient Moon Dynasty, undeniably exceptional. Although Jun Emo Xiao and Luo Li had practiced since childhood, their foundation was not solid. They had spent most of their time fleeing for their lives. Even after a month of relentless combat, their cultivation had only seen rapid, yet superficial improvement. They had never faced a true powerhouse, the kind of strength embodied by the old Sword Saint, who could dominate his peers and slay those of higher tiers. If they could endure a bit longer under the old sword saint's assault, it would greatly benefit their future cultivation. Although Jun Mo Shao had reached the threshold of the Divine Bridge realm, breaking through was no simple feat. This battle could serve as a pivotal opportunity. Yi Yun was patient. Even as Jun Mo Shao and Luo Li sustained several injuries, bloodied and battered, he showed no inclination to intervene. What a few wounds signify. In his youth, he, the most notorious bully of the Sangnan continent, had also faced formidable opponents and sustained injuries. Yet, such experiences fostered rapid growth. Thus, Yi Yun, with a heart of stone, held great expectations for these two disciples within the sect. The future of the Divine Dragon Sect relied on Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, while he sought to explore the outside world and challenge stronger foes. Throughout this past month, Yi Yun's cultivation had not waned. The residual power of the blood of the ancestor dragon continued to surge within him. His current cultivation had reached the 7th layer of the True God Realm. While the True God Realm was already impressive, Yi Yun's progress was akin to a rocket, soaring upward. In just a few short months, he would reach the realm of the Divine Sovereign. On the plaza, the old sword saint unleashed wave after wave of fierce attacks, reducing the remnants of the Divine Dragon Sect to mere shadows of blood. However, he felt a pang of irritation. Despite a whole incense stick's worth of time passing, he had yet to completely subdue them. Particularly vexing was that his lethal strikes had failed to eliminate the youth named Jun Mo Shao. The old sword saint harbored intentions of slaying him, believing that it sufficed to leave only the young girl alive. Today, he would spare her life, allowing her to descend the mountain and continue to nurture the descendants of the Divine Dragon Sect, prolonging their existence for a few more decades. Once a new generation of disciples emerged, he would eliminate the 298th generation leader, Luo Li. He had less than a century to fulfill this task, and the higher-ups had promised him a superior royal-grade sword technique for its completion, along with a steady supply of cultivation resources until the Fate Realm. These conditions were profoundly enticing and easily achievable for the old sword saint. However, due to the need for discretion, he had gone to great lengths to task the elder of the Excloud Sword Sect with this mission. Swish! Another 2 strikes were executed, and Jun Mo Shao was struck on the shoulder yet again, stumbling dangerously close to collapse. Luo Li rushed to his side to provide support. Seeing this, the old sword saint unleashed another strike, sending Luo Li flying. He had spared her life with this blow. She could not die, for that would spell the failure of his mission. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Mo Shao activated his movement technique, attempting to evade to another location. Frustrated by the stalemate, the old sword saint's fury ignited. He suddenly switched to a more powerful sword technique. In an instant, Jun Mo Shao was forced out of his concealment, sustaining several more wounds, and with a misstep, he fell from the air. Junior brother, Luo Li cried out, her heart racing as she dashed to rescue him. The old sword saint unleashed yet another beam of sword light toward her. Once more, she was flung aside. This new sword technique must have been the result of his recent insights. Zhao Wujia, who had been watching from the sidelines, thought, his eyes gleaming with desire. Once this battle concluded, he would find a way to learn this technique from his master. Jun Mo Shao lay on the ground, bloodied from the numerous strikes. With a sudden determination, he rolled over, intent on rising to fight once more. Just then, he felt a gentle touch on his shoulder, accompanied by a soothing voice. Today, you have already performed admirably. At the sound of the voice, Jun Mo Shao turned to see his ancestor standing beside him, having appeared unbeknownst to him. He coughed up blood in shock. Ancestor, I have embarrassed myself. I couldn't defeat this old man. He lamented, his face a mask of despair. Failing to defeat him is no disgrace, for I am here, Yi Yun replied with a faint smile. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jun Mo Shao. Meanwhile, Luo Li managed to rise again from the ground, her gaze lighting up upon seeing the ethereal figure of her ancestor in white. The ancestor is personally intervening, she thought with delight. Across from them, the old sword saint's eyes widened in shock upon noticing the young man in white suddenly appearing beside Jun Mo Shao. He scrutinized the newcomer, unable to discern his cultivation level, sending a chill down his spine. Could this be an unparalleled powerhouse? Come forward. Yi Yun beckoned, lightly gesturing toward the old sword saint. Suddenly, the old sword saint's face contorted in disbelief as he found his body beyond his control. His leg propelled toward the younger man. What kind of power was this? In that moment, fear enveloped the old sword saint, his spirit nearly leaving his body. Chapter 39. The gates of hell unleashed, eternally suppressed. Having lived for centuries, the old sword saint had never encountered such a terrifying moment. The celestial-like young man, with a mere touch, rendered him a puppet, soaring through the air like a paper figure. The disciples of the Sword God Sect were left aghast, their eyes wide in shock as they witnessed their master, now uncontrollable, floating helplessly. Nearby, Zhao Wujie gasped, his mind racing with countless thoughts. The young man clad in white, resembling an ethereal being. Who is he exactly? How is it possible that he subdued the master with a mere gesture? The old sword saint, unable to control his body, finally halted a mere 10 paces before Yi Yun. Who are you? The sword saint trembled, drenched in sweat, with fear gnawing at his heart. I am the ancestor of the Divine Dragon Sect. Yi Yun replied with a slight shrug and a nonchalant smile. Although he did not exude any aura at that moment, everyone present felt an immense pressure, as if a colossal mountain bore down upon their chests. In disbelief at Yi Yun's words, the old sword saint shook his head vehemently, shouting, "Impossible! How can you possibly be the ancestor of the Divine Dragon Sect? What's impossible?" At this juncture, Luo Li swiftly approached and stood before the old sword saint, sneering. "This is indeed our 13th generation ancestor." 13th generation? The old sword saint was momentarily stunned. He was aware that the lineage of the Divine Dragon Sect had extended to Luo Li's generation, reaching the 298th. If one were to trace back to the 13th generation, it would imply an existence spanning eons, at least tens of thousands of years, perhaps even over 100,000. The old sword saint himself had lived merely a few centuries. How could he fathom the timeline of the third-generation sect leader of the Divine Dragon Sect? His understanding of the Divine Dragon Sect was limited, akin to viewing an elephant through a keyhole. After all, the history of the entire Songnan continent had undergone countless changes over the past 100,000 years. With the information he possessed, he could only grasp the development of the Divine Dragon Sect over the last 10,000 years, during which it had already dwindled into an ordinary sect. Who is it that has harmed my Divine Dragon Sect? Luo Li, suppressing her hatred, tightly gripped her sword, staring intently at the old sword saint as she questioned him. I cannot divulge that information. Even if you were to kill me, I would remain silent. The old sword saint suddenly shook his head and burst into laughter. Could he speak? This matter involved a heavenly grade sect and was of tremendous significance. Even a whisper of the truth could lead to the complete annihilation of the Sword God Sect, and the entire ancient Moon Dynasty would not escape unscathed. Then you needn't say anything. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow, casually remarking. With a gentle gesture, the old sword saint immediately bowed his head, appearing as if he had succumbed to slumber. Yi Yun began to delve into his memory. After a few seconds, he withdrew his hand, a contemplative expression adorning his face. Ancestor, who was it that took action? Asked Jun Mo Shao, who stood beside Yi Yun, anxiously. The God Wind Dynasty, the God Hung Sect, Yi Yun replied softly, a slight smile playing on his lips. He refrained from revealing the full truth to Jun Mo Shao. Within the old sword saint's memory, a mysterious figure from the God Hung Sect had inadvertently disclosed that the directives against the Divine Dragon Sect originated from above, and the mention of above twice hinted at a heavenly grade sect. Beneath the realm of eternity lies the heavenly grade. Heavenly grade sects represent the pinnacle of power on the Songnan continent. One could assert that if no eternal level sect emerged, this world would belong to the heavenly grade sections. For a colossal heavenly grade sect to meticulously plot against the diminutive ordinary grade Divine Dragon Sect for millennia, the depth of animosity and consequences must be vast. It appears that the 250th sect leader of the Divine Dragon Sect had indeed provoked a heavenly grade sect. Contemplating this, Yi Yun formed a resolution. After all, what was a heavenly grade sect to him? In his eyes, they remained as insignificant as ants. So it is the God Wind Dynasty, Jun Mo Shao murmured, his face reflecting confusion. He had no understanding of the God Hung Sect within the God Wind Dynasty, having never ventured beyond the ancient Moon Dynasty. Do not worry. No one shall escape. Yi Yun reassured Jun Mo Shao with a smile as he patted the latter on the shoulder. At that moment, Luo Li approached. Ancestor, did you uncover the whereabouts of our senior sister, Su Wan Yi, through the old sword saint's memories? Yi Yun searched through the old sword saint's memories and shook his head gently. Suwani is missing. Missing? Does this mean senior sister is not dead? A glimmer of hope illuminated Luo Li's exquisite face. At that time, their senior sister had intentionally drawn the pursuers away to protect her and the little junior brother. Since then, their fates had remained unknown. Yet, at that time, the senior sister's cultivation was merely at the 9th level of the Qi-gathering realm, not significantly superior to Luo Li, remaining among the weakest of Qi-gathering practitioners. Luo Li had long feared that their senior sister, without any news, had met with misfortune at the hands of those behind the scenes. Yi pondered. According to the old Sword Saint's memories, Su Wan Yi had been relentlessly pursued and, in her panic, had stumbled into a mist-shrouded valley. The pursuers had entered in search of her, but found no trace. With this thought, Yi declared, "Let us conclude this matter and search for Su Wan Yi." "Excellent. Thank you, Ancestor." Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao exchanged glances, their faces brimming with uncontainable joy. "Master, I shall avenge you." Zhao Wuji, with a solemn expression, raised his sword and bellowed, "All disciples of the Sword God Sect, heed my command. The old Sword Saint has been harmed by treacherous individuals. We shall charge forth and slay him." As the newly appointed leader of the Sword God Sect, Zhao Wuji commanded great respect. His voice resonated, igniting a fervent response among the disciples. In an instant, all drew their swords and surged towards the center of the square. With a cold demeanor, Yi Yun raised his head, narrowing his eyes as his gaze swept across the scene, unleashing a powerful shockwave that reverberated outward. Suddenly, all present felt as if ensnared by a binding spell. Frozen in place, their swords clattering to the ground. Even Zhao Wuji, with the highest cultivation, felt an icy chill engulf him, rendered immobile as his sword fell to the earth. The old Sword Saint, regaining his senses, was filled with rage, his eyes bloodshot and tears of crimson seeping from his orbs. "Esteemed Elder, could you spare the disciples of the Sword God Sect? I am willing to offer my life as recompense." The old Sword Saint suddenly knelt before Yi Yun. "How amusing. Did you ever consider this day, while you were inflicting harm upon my divine dragon sect for generations?" Yi Yun replied with a serene smile. His voice resonated throughout the area, causing the air temperature to plummet. He then pointed towards the ground. "Open." A thunderous roar ensued as the earth trembled. The entire structure of the Sword God Sect collapsed with a resounding crash, and the ground suddenly caved in. An immense, pitch-black abyss emerged, beginning to devour everything. All disciples of the Sword God Sect, including the old Sword Saint, fell into the black hole at that moment. Meanwhile, Yi Yun and the others, along with the black carriage, remained suspended in the void above the gaping chasm, untouched by the chaos. For centuries, the Sword God Sect has tormented my divine dragon sect. From this day forth, let them be eternally suppressed within the depths of hell, enduring the tortures of the inferno, never to reincarnate. Yi Yun's cold voice echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. In the pitch-black mouth of the cave, a chilling wind howled, filled with eerie sounds reminiscent of ghostly wails. Chapter 40. The Misty Valley and the Mysterious Presence. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao stood upon the void, gazing at the vast, dark entrance below, from which emanated waves of sinister winds interspersed with terrifying cries. An involuntary shiver coursed through their bodies, and their faces paled in response. Recalling the words of their ancestor, a profound sense of dread filled their hearts. Is this truly the realm of the damned? Their ancestor was indeed ruthless, having connected to hell itself and thrust all members of the divine sect into its depths. Though fear gripped Luo Li, a thrill coursed through her veins. The old Sword Saint of the Sword God Sect had ravaged the Dragon God Sect for centuries, slaughtering generations of disciples and leaders. He was an enemy steeped in the blood of the Dragon God Sect. Even 1,000 deaths would not suffice as retribution. Rather than ending their lives, the ancestor had chosen to imprison them eternally in hell, subjecting them to various tortures, which was utterly satisfying. Gazing at the imposing figure of their ancestor, Jun Mo Shao asked tremulously, "Is it truly hell down there?" Yi Yun merely smiled softly, offering no answer. Meanwhile, the black horse beside them grew animated. Perhaps spurred on by the sight of the infernal realm, it began to speak to itself. "My master has employed supreme divine power to construct an 18-layer hell deep beneath the earth. While it may not be the true 9 hells, it is indistinguishable from one. Understanding dawned on Jun Mo Shao as he placed a hand on his chest, his heart racing with excitement. The ancestors' divine realm was indeed terrifying, capable of creating an 18-layer hell with such unparalleled power. He looked at the majestic figure, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Seal, Yin uttered softly. Suddenly, countless clods of earth surged from all directions, filling the dark abyss, leveling it in an instant. The Sword God Sect, once perched atop a magnificent mountain, had vanished, leaving only a flat expanse in its wake. Witnessing this awe-inspiring transformation, Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao could not help but feel a surge of admiration for their ancestors' might. Letu Seik Su Banyi Ye Yundejdarit, stepping forth and vanishing into the void, entering the carriage. Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao hastily followed, taking their seats at the front. Once they settled, the black horse soared into the air, transforming into a streak of darkness that abruptly vanished into the horizon. Having inherited the memories of the old sword saint, Yi Yin knew well the approximate location of Wan Yi's disappearance. Thus, he sent a thought to the black horse. The steed galloped swiftly, halting abruptly after only a brief moment, turning to smile at Yi Yin. Master, this should be the place. Indeed, Yi Yin replied with a gentle smile, lifting the carriage curtain to gaze at Luo Li, inquiring, "Does this place seem familiar to you?" Luo Li surveyed the surrounding mountain formations and suddenly exclaimed, "Junior brother, is this not where we got separated from senior sister?" Jun Mo Shao quickly scanned the area, and after a few seconds, he confirmed in his heart, nodding vigorously, "Senior sister, it must be here. I remember she led the pursuers towards the southeast." He pointed in a particular direction as he spoke. "Yes, I recall that as well," Luo Li affirmed, slapping her thigh in realization. Yi Yin nodded and stated softly, 500 miles to the southeast lies a valley shrouded in mist, rumored to ensnare many who enter, making it difficult for them to escape. Some of those who pursued have also vanished, and those who managed to escape have never returned to pursue Su Wan Yi again. Ancestor, could there be some powerful force residing in that place? Luo Li asked, her expression grave. Yi Yin glanced at her without a word and gently instructed the black horse, "Little horse, let us proceed to that valley." The black horse soared forth, transforming into a streak of black light, and soon arrived above the valley. The mist billowed, obscuring the path ahead. At Yi Yun's behest, the horse descended gradually into the valley. "Let us explore ahead," Yi Yun urged lightly, driving the carriage forward, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. Moments ago, he had descended with his formidable consciousness into the valley and found no trace of Su Wan Yi. However, he had discovered an extraordinary being within, currently in slumber. To cultivate the courage of Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao, as well as broaden their horizons, Yi Yin chose not to warn them, proceeding methodically as he directed the black horse into the mist-laden valley. As they ventured deeper, the visibility diminished significantly. What an odd place this is. My divine sense cannot penetrate beyond 5 meters. Jun Mo Shao, seated in the carriage, gripped the reins tightly, scanning the surroundings with astonishment. Luo Li's expression turned serious. She brushed her long black hair back and remarked softly, "This place feels somewhat sinister. It is said that many who enter vanish without a trace. Yet some manage to escape. I wonder if our senior sister possesses such good fortune." Jun Mo Shao sighed, his expression somber. "It has been over 3 months. Senior sister remains as elusive as a stone cast into the sea, with no news at all. I fear she may have perished in this misty valley." The black carriage moved deliberately through the fog. Upon delving deeper into the valley, eerie sounds began to echo around them. Some resembled the cries of children, while others mimicked the roars of beasts, a cacophony of unsettling noises emanating from all directions. This place truly is sinister. Luo Li unseatet hersyurt, her exquisite face betraying a wary expression. This mysterious valley bore no name, as it lay at the border between the ancient Moon Dynasty and the Divine Wind Dynasty, with scant inhabitants and few cultivators passing through. When they had escorted their master's ashes, they had merely traversed the area 500 miles away from this valley by chance. Luo Li speculated that perhaps their senior sister had sustained injuries and had recklessly charged into this peculiar misty valley. Had she been fortunate, she might have escaped. Had she not ventured into the white mist valley, she might have met her end at the hands of those pursuing her. Reflecting on her sister's plight, Luo Li felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Do not despair, senior sister. I believe she possesses great fortune and will not come to harm so easily. Jun Mo Xiao reassured her gently. Prepare for battle. Yi Yun's voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Both Jun Mo Xiao and Luo Li were startled, and they noticed that from within the white mist, black figures the size of large hats emerged. The two immediately drew their swords, unleashing dozens of sword lights, followed by screams as the shadows were struck and retreated into the fog. My heavens, such enormous pests! Luo Li gasped in shock upon recognizing the form of the dark figures. Chapter 41. The haughty black cat. Upon hearing Luo Li's call, Ian inside the carriage smiled gently. It was indeed rare to encounter such large lice, each possessing a cultivation level akin to the shaping god realm. Their bodies as hard as iron. Without a decisive blow, inflicting significant damage upon these creatures proved challenging. Yi Yun's gaze drifted into the distance. He remained unhurried, allowing these two youngsters the opportunity to hone their skills further. In the battle at the Sword God Sect, the two had suffered defeat, being so close to a breakthrough into the Divine Bridge realm. Now, in this misty valley, they had the perfect chance to train. Senior sister, I have never seen such enormous lice before. Each one is at least at the Shaping God realm. It's truly terrifying, Mo Xiao exclaimed, shock evident on his face as he continuously wielded his sword, slaying the oncoming giant lice. Though these lice lacked wings, they possessed profound realms and the ability to fly. Waves of lice surged toward the black carriage. Despite Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao's formidable strength, they struggled to fully protect the carriage against the overwhelming numbers. Strangely, some lice that initially flew toward the black horse suddenly changed direction, diving toward Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao instead. You little lice dare to challenge my steed? The black horse sneezed disdainfully, a cold sneer crossing its face. As for the creature lurking in the depths of the white mist, it had long since observed them and found it pitifully weak in its eyes. However, since the master had provided a training opportunity for his disciples, it refrained from intervening, merely scaring off some of the lice that attacked it. A few lice aimed for the carriage, seemingly intent on destroying it. However, upon landing on the carriage, they were repelled by an invisible force. Do not worry about the carriage. Focus on defeating these lice, Ian advised, shaking his head as he observed Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao standing atop the carriage, wielding their swords. Understood, ancestor. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao exchanged glances and immediately activated the divine dragon transformation technique, plunging into the mist to begin slaying the relentless tide of lice. The strongest among them barely reached the 7th layer of the shaping god realm, while the weakest were the 1st layer. Due to their sheer numbers, even after an entire hour of fighting, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao could see no end in sight. They were both astonished by the mysterious force within the white mist that nurtured such an abundance of lice. After slaying for 6 or 7 hours, the number of lice in the sky finally began to diminish. Those that remained howled, retreating back into the mist, vanishing from sight. At last, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao could catch their breath. The relentless battle had offered them no respite, and the pressure was immense, especially for Luo Li, who felt a deep aversion toward the grotesque lice, fearing they might leap onto her and pierce her skin to drain her blood. Let us get on the carriage. We should scout ahead, Yi Yin suggested with a gentle smile. The black carriage continued deeper into the misty valley. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao climbed aboard, taking a moment to rest and catch their breath. Junior brother, if the lice are this terrifying, I genuinely worry that senior sister hasn't escaped. Luli lamanta. Her face drawn. Jun Mo Xiao shared her concern, tears brimming in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Yun's calm voice echoed. These lice are quite discerning. They disdain weaker cultivators, so your senior sister, Su Wani, will definitely not be targeted by them. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao's expressions brightened. If these lice did not attack their senior sister, her chances of survival were significantly higher. Perhaps she was hiding in an unknown place after escaping from this misty valley. After traveling for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the fog began to thin. Suddenly, both Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao felt an immense pressure approaching, like a tidal wave. What level of cultivation is this? June Mo Xiao gasped in shock, feeling like an ant before such power. Luo Li licked her lips, remaining silent. After the black horse had traveled several hundred meters, all the mist dissipated. Before them lay a silver waterfall cascading from the mountaintop into a verdant pool below, creating countless white frothy waves. Within the pool grew a blood-red lotus, its 9 leaves radiating astonishing spiritual energy, a truly exceptional celestial herb. Beside the pool lounged a large black cat, curled up and seemingly fast asleep. How curious. How did you 2 little ones end up here? A deep voice suddenly resonated through the air. The black cat stretched its body, lazily shaking itself awake and turning its gaze to the black carriage, dismissing the ordinary black horse entirely. Its attention fell upon Luo Li and June Mo Xiao. How intriguing. These 2 little children possess the dragon bloodline as well, it remarked, astonished. It leaped from its resting place, floating in midair as it scrutinized Luo Li and June Mo Xiao from above. These 2 little ones are even more impressive than the last. They've already reached the 10th layer of the shaping god realm. One step further leads to the divine bridge realm. With such talent and cultivation, they would undoubtedly be considered top-tier geniuses even in the Lytian Empire. How unfortunate for my master to have been in such a hurry. Had he delayed, he might have encountered these 2 even more exceptional talents. The black cat mused to itself, a fervent glimmer in its eyes. Luo Li gazed at the black cat, feeling an overwhelming pressure. She could not discern the creature's cultivation level. However, from its self-talk, she seemed to grasp another layer of meaning. Her senior sister Su Wani appeared to have been taken by the cat's master. With this realization, Luo Li lifted her exquisite little face, gazing intently at the black cat, and asked in a serious tone, 3 months ago, did you encounter my senior sister? The cat extended its crimson tongue, licking its dark fur, and replied, are you referring to the young girl with the same dragon bloodline as you? Where is she now? Luo Li's breath quickened. Why should I tell you? The black cat replied nonchalantly, continuing to groom its fur, showing no interest in the little human cultivator before it. Chapter 42. The fate of the senior sister. Seeing the black cat's arrogance, Luo Li felt helpless. She lowered her head, clenching her small fists. At this moment, she had no choice but to rely on her ancestor. However, a slight sense of relief now accompanies the thought that Sister Su Wani has presumably not perished. This news brings a modicum of joy to Luo Li, and the same can be said for June Mo Xiao. Little horse, go and instruct it on how to behave. A gentle voice suddenly resonated within the carriage. Oh, it seems there is another soul in this carriage. The black cat blinked in surprise, having swept the interior moments ago without detecting any presence. Could it have been a mere illusion? Very well, my lord, the large black horse replied with a broad grin, revealing a set of pearly teeth. The sight of this horse's smile sent a shiver down the spines of both Luo Li and June Mo Xiao. This was no ordinary steed. It was an enigmatic being of considerable depth. The black horse quivered slightly, shedding the reins that bound it, and separated itself from the black carriage. It then lifted its gaze to the black cat in the sky, grinning as it spoke. Little kitty, come down here promptly. Well, you certainly have a bold tongue for a mere horse. The black cat retorted, its temper flaring. Just as it prepared to extend a claw to teach this horse a lesson, the black horse gently stomped its hoof on the ground, unleashing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air, akin to the very end of the world. In an instant, the cat felt disoriented and plummeted from midair, landing with a thud. Ouch, I'm surely done for. The black cat quickly flipped over and stood up, its long, dark fur standing on end. Its body arched in fear as it beheld the imposing black horse, an expression of sheer terror in its eyes. It had indeed misjudged this horse. Little kitty, now do you understand the prowess of your master? The black horse advanced with a commanding presence. The black cat curled into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. What level of cultivation is this? It surpasses even that of its master. It was well aware that its owner was a formidable being at the brink of life and death. Yet the aura emanating from this black horse transcended the realm of life and death, leaving it utterly confounded. Master horse, I was blind to your might. I beseech your forgiveness. The black cat knelt, raising its front paws in a gesture of submission, its gemstone-like eyes glistening with servility. The black horse approached and gently tapped its hoof on the cat's head. Little kitty, my master has tasked me with teaching you a lesson in humility. As it spoke, an unimaginable force radiated from the horse's hoof, pinning the black cat to the ground. "Master Horse, please spare me," the black cat pleaded, struggling to lift its head. "Do not strike my face. I shall offer you my rear instead." The black horse, incensed, retorted, "You filthy little creature, riddled with lice. Go take a bath." With that, it forcefully flung the black cat into a nearby pond. With a splash, the black cat found itself submerged in the water. Witnessing the horse's formidable display of power, both Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao erupted in laughter. "This black horse is truly remarkable," they exclaimed, astonished by its effortless handling of the black cat. As the carriage curtain fluttered open, Yi Yun emerged, stepping toward the edge of the pond to gaze at the blood-red nine-leaf lotus floating upon its surface. "Are you the guardian of the nine-leaf blood lotus?" His gaze fell upon the now fearful black cat, which was frantically scrubbing its body clean in the water. The black cat, aware of its unkempt state, was embarrassed to reveal its numerous lice, which were previously hidden in its fur. It had only encountered the scent it favored, causing the lice to scatter. As it beheld the ethereal figure of the young man, its pupils dilated in shock. This individual radiated a purity devoid of any cultivation aura, yet emanated an overwhelming divine presence, akin to a deity bathed in celestial light. The black cat trembled as it recognized the gravity of the situation. "Little kitty," my master inquires, "respond swiftly or face the consequences of my hoof," the black horse added, tapping its hoof against the stone by the pond. Startled, the black cat immediately utilized its magic to expel all the lice from its fur, then quickly consumed them. Fearing the wrath of the imposing black horse, "Esteemed sir, I am indeed here to guard the nine-leaf blood lotus. 3 months ago, the young lady who visited, where is she now? Ye Yun's gaze Hibernated." The black cat felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, realizing that this young man, too, possessed unfathomable strength. It was impossible to gauge the extent of his power, leaving the cat in awe. "My lord," when the young lady arrived, my master was also present. Recognizing her extraordinary talent and divine dragon bloodline, he took her as a disciple and brought her to the Li Tian dynasty. "The Li Tian dynasty?" Yi Yin murmured, contemplating the name before shaking his head. "It has been 100,000 years. The world outside has changed dramatically. I have never heard of this dynasty, but it must surely surpass the Shun Feng dynasty. Which sect does your master belong to? What is his level of cultivation?" Yi Yin inquired coolly. "Esteemed sir, my master is a great cultivator at the brink of life and death, the leader of the Wan Shou Shun sect," the black cat replied with reverence. "Speak with more respect before my lord. Can a mere life-and-death cultivator be considered a great master?" The black horse interjected, visibly irritated as it raised its hoof. A phantom hoof shot forth, instantly propelling the black cat deep into the water pond. Chapter 43. Rending the Void with a Splash. The formidable black cat was thrust to the very depths of the pond by an overwhelming force. The pond was extraordinarily deep, measuring several hundred meters. The black cat found itself face down at the bottom, tasting the gritty sand. With a sudden flip, it expelled the sand from its mouth. At that moment, the black cat's expression was one of utter frustration, tears unshed. Could it be that a great practitioner of life and death had spoken erroneously? In the Li Tian Empire, a great practitioner of life and death stood as the pinnacle of existence. Yet, in the mouth of this master horse, it had been reduced to an insignificant little cultivator. What level of cultivation did this master horse possess? Its master radiated divine light like a celestial being, yet bore no discernible cultivation. Suddenly, the water churned, and the black cat resurfaced from the depths of the pond. "Master horse, I realize my error. I beseech your forgiveness," it implored, kneeling on the water's surface, bowing deeply. Master horse huffed disdainfully, offering no words. A faint smile graced Yi Yun's face as he extended a hand, causing the little cat's head to bow. In the next moment, as he withdrew his hand, the black cat returned to its normal state. This act served merely to verify the truth of the black cat's words. Clearly, the cat had not lied. "Su Wan, he has indeed been taken to the 10,000 B sect of the Li Tian Empire by its master, Lu Li. Jun and Mo Xiao, would you two care to meet your elder sister?" Yi Yun inquired, a gentle smile illuminating his face. "Of course, ancestor. It has been over 3 months since I last saw my elder sister, and I miss her dearly," Luo Li replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Beside her, Jun Mo Xiao, unable to contain his emotions, had already begun to weep, his sensitivity surpassing even Luo Li's. Since you wish so fervently to see her, I shall bring her back this very moment, Yi Yun declared with a smile. He raised his right arm, and, as he did, a radiant white light began to emanate from it, ultimately becoming so dazzling that it blinded all who gazed upon it. Yi Yun's hand, transformed into light, plunged into the void, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, the brilliant white light disappeared. Yi Yun's expression remained calm, as if his arms sought something within the void. Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao watched in wide-eyed astonishment, their hearts tumultuous with excitement, witnessing this incredible spectacle. Could it be that the ancestor intended to employ this supreme ability to summon Sister Su Wan Yi from the Li Tian Empire? Feeling the terrifying force of the white light, the black cat trembled, muttering, "Heavens, what power is this?" Master Horse cast a disdainful glance at it and retorted, "Look at your limited understanding. You possess no ambition whatsoever." The black cat dashed forward, nuzzling against Master Horse's hooves, and inquired with envy, "Master Horse, what divine ability is this esteemed gentleman wielding?" Master Horse lifted his head, a hint of pride in his demeanor, and replied, "The gentleman is naturally rending space to reach the Li Tian Empire and retrieve the disciple of his sect from the 10,000 Beast sect." What? The black cat gasped in shock. The distance to the Li Tian Empire was immeasurable, spanning countless billions of miles. Could a mere hand truly bring a living person from such a vast expanse? Noticing the black cat's astonished expression, Master Horse lightly tapped its head with a hoof and whispered, "Others cannot, but the gentleman can." In disbelief, the black cat blinked rapidly and stammered, "The gentleman can?" Master Horse chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. Within the towering mountains of the Li Tian Empire, rich in spiritual energy and teeming with powerful spirit beasts, lay the 10,000 Beast sect, one of the mightiest factions in the empire. At that moment, in a valley, a beautiful girl clad in purple was surrounded by a group of disciples from the 10,000 Beast sect, each pointing and laughing derisively. Is this truly the genius the sect master brought back? Her cultivation is so pitiful, having just broken through to the Xiandan realm. She was not even comparable to an outer sect disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect. Hearing the mocking voices around her, Su Wanyi lowered her head. Sorrow etched upon her features. Though she had been fortunate enough to survive and was brought to the 10,000 Beast sect by a powerful figure, she found herself the target of ridicule. Her cultivation was simply too weak. In the past 3 months, she had exerted every effort to advance, yet had only risen from the 9th layer of the gathering Qi realm to the 3rd layer of the Xiandan realm. Despite her current master acknowledging her progress, many disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect frequently mocked her, particularly when some learned that she hailed from a small region of the ancient Moon dynasty. They delighted in using it as fodder for their jests. It was only upon arriving here that Su Wanyi realized that what she had considered a vast empire was merely a remote corner in the eyes of these individuals. The so-called 10 great factions of the ancient Moon dynasty were merely ordinary sects, whereas the 10,000 Beast sect was a super sect, immensely powerful and towering like a colossus. Even an outer sect, disciples' cultivation, was at the Yuan Hai realm. Aware of her inferior status and low cultivation, Su Wanyi chose not to engage with those who mocked her. Having endured countless hardships while following her master, she could withstand these minor taunts. One day, should she surpass them, she would surely retaliate with her strength. "Hey, Su Yi, can't you hear us speaking?" A male disciple stepped forward, grinning at her. Su Wanyi remained silent, her head bowed. The male disciple approached closer, extending his hand toward her delicate face. "What are you doing?" Su Wanyi gasped, instinctively retreating 2 steps. The male disciple's face twisted into a lecherous grin as he leered closer, the others following suit with raucous laughter. Su Wanyi's expression turned fearful. The boy before her was a direct disciple of the 9th Peak's master, having reached the divine bridge realm. Blushing fiercely, she stepped back only to realize there was nowhere to escape. "Su Wanyi, why not let my master speak with your master and arrange for your betrothal to me?" The male disciple leered, but in the next instant, a resounding boom echoed as his body exploded into a mist of blood. A gentle voice reverberated through the air. "Can you withstand the wrath of my divine dragon sect? Who dares to intrude upon my 10,000 Beast sect?" The surrounding disciples, their expressions drastically altered, immediately drew their weapons, bracing for confrontation. The Divine Dragon Sect? In a state of panic, Suwani suddenly lifted her head in confusion upon hearing these three words. Could the strong speaker be a senior from her own Shenlong sect? Child, I've spared the remaining individuals' lives for now. When your skills reach their zenith, you shall personally sever their heads. The voice echoed in Suwani's ears, causing her heart to tremble uncontrollably. A radiant hand emerged from the void, enveloping Suwani, and in an instant, she vanished. The next moment, Yi Yun retracted his arm from the emptiness, giving it a gentle shake. Clad in purple, Suwani materialized before the astonished crowd. Chapter 44. Suwani awakens from a dream, traversing through boundless voids. Suwani found herself cloaked in a brilliant white light, unable to pierce through its brilliance with her gaze. As the surrounding luminescence dissipated, her feet abruptly touched the ground, leaving her momentarily dazed and wide-eyed. Senior sister. Upon seeing her long-cherished senior, Luo Li could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face as she opened her arms and rushed to embrace Suwani. Jun Ma Xiao, unable to restrain his emotions, joined them, standing beside the two with tears glistening in his eyes. Senior sister has finally returned. Jun Ma Xiao laughed and cried, his expression one of unrestrained joy. How touching! The black horse gently nudged the head of the dark feline beside him, sighing. The black cat, with its round, gleaming eyes, stared in terror at the familiar figure that had reappeared, filled with awe at the terrifying level of this godlike being. With bare hands, he tore through space, effortlessly retrieving someone from billions of miles away, unscathed. In the black cat's understanding, only one term could encapsulate the presence before them: God. This being was undoubtedly an invincible deity. With this thought, the black cat trembled with excitement. It had witnessed a legendary deity in its lifetime, a truly astonishing experience. But how could there be a god in Sangnan continent? Even the mightiest eternal sects lacked divine beings. Junior sister, junior brother, am I dreaming? How can I see you here? Suwani frowned, still bewildered. Luo Li released her grip, wiped her tears, and exclaimed, Senior sister. It was our ancestor who brought you back from the Beast God Sect. Ancestor? Suwani was taken aback. The lineage of Shenlong sect had long waned, with its previous ancestors having passed away many years ago. When did a new ancestor emerge? Furthermore, considering the vast distance from the Litian Empire, what kind of cultivation could facilitate such a safe passage? Seeing her confusion, Luo Li quickly grasped her hand and shook it vigorously, laughing. Senior sister, look over there. That is our ancestor, the 13th leader of Shenlong sect. Huh? Suwani, awakening from her stupor, turned to follow Luo Li's gaze. A young man in white stood several meters away, his features finely sculpted, with deep-set eyes and flowing black hair, emanating an ethereal aura as if he had stepped out of a painting. Junior sister, is he truly our ancestor? Suwani whispered, recalling that the 13th leader of Shenlong sect had perished over 100,000 years ago. The ancestor is alive. He has returned. Luo Li, overwhelmed with excitement, stumbled over her words, uncertain whether the ancestor had died and been revived or had never perished at all. Jun Ma Xiao, noticing the disarray in his two senior sisters' speech, urged, Senior sister, this is genuinely our ancestor. You should go and pay your respects. At Jun Ma Xiao's prompting, Suwani regained her composure. She withdrew her hand from Luo Li's grasp and hurriedly approached, kneeling at Yi Yun's feet and respectfully bowing 3 times. Suwani pays respects to the ancestor. Rise, Yi Yun said with a gentle smile, a wave of his hand lifting her. From this day forth, you 3 siblings shall never have to part again. Upon hearing the ancestor's words, Luo Li, Jun Ma Xiao, and Suwani were filled with mixed emotions of shock and joy, embracing one another while laughing and crying. For over a decade, they had followed their master through trials and tribulations, evading relentless pursuers, leading a life of hardship. Now, not only had their sect's ancestor returned, but he had also provided them with the strongest support. Yi Yun, with his hands clasped behind his back, watched the 3 siblings in their emotional embrace, feeling a deep sense of reflection. After their tears subsided and their emotions settled, Suwani earnestly regarded her junior siblings, astonished to discover that Luo Li had achieved the 10th level of the God Body realm, while Jun Ma Xiao stood at the pinnacle of the same level. merely a step away from the divine bridge realm. How did you two advance so swiftly? Suwani asked, her face a mask of disbelief. Because we have the ancestor, Luoli replied, puffing out her cheeks with pride. Suwani blinked in surprise, her mind racing to comprehend what extraordinary treasures had enabled Luo Li and Jun Maxiao's rapid breakthroughs. Suwani, your potential is no less than theirs. Your future is promising, Yi Yun remarked, casting a gentle smile at the bewildered Suwani. Ancestor, can you help me achieve the same breakthroughs as junior brother and junior sister? Suwani asked, her voice quivering with excitement. Her beautiful face flushed. Yi Yun nodded with a smile, producing a small vial and slowly extending it toward her. Luo Li eagerly leaned in, whispering in Suwani's ear, senior sister, the ancestor possesses the blood of the ancestor dragon. Just one drop will allow you to advance rapidly. Blood of the ancestor dragon? How is that possible? Suwani gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ancestor, didn't TR Sect's dragon blood get destroyed by the 250th generation leader? Yi Yun chucked it softly. Clever Luo Li quickly clarified. Senior sister, the blood that was destroyed was dragon blood, but what the ancestor possesses is ancestor dragon blood. Remember, it is ancestor dragon blood. Oh, Suwani nodded slowly, as if entranced. The phrase ancestor dragon blood left her mind reeling. As a disciple of the Shenlong sect, she had certainly heard of it, but it was always relegated to the realm of ancient legend. Seeing the expression on her face, Luo Li recalled her own past and leaned in again, saying, Senior sister, do you know? That small vial contains over 100,000 drops. My heavens! So much ancestor dragon blood. Suwani felt as though she might faint from the overwhelming excitement. Senior sister, you must pull yourself together and not faint like junior brother did. Luo Li laughed, intertwining her arm with Suwani's and playfully shaking her. Nearby, Jun Mo Xiao heard this and felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. He had fainted twice during that incident, and reflecting on it now, he felt utterly humiliated. The large black cat lying beneath the horse's hooves perked up at the mention of dragon ancestor's blood, its eyes gleaming with excitement. The legendary dragon ancestor's blood had never been seen on the Tsongnan highway. The black cat licked its lips, yearning to savor the taste of such a precious essence. Suddenly, a black hoof stomped down on the black cat's head, flattening its face against the ground. You little cat, don't harbor any ill intentions, or I, Master Ma, will not hesitate to eliminate you. The black horse grumbled. Master Ma, even if you were to kill me, I would never dare to covet the dragon ancestor's blood. I am but a small cat, weighing mere ounces, surely you can see that. The black cat struggled to lift its head from the dirt, spitting out sand as it pleaded with its paws clasped atop its head. Now it's more like it. Your attitude is commendable, little kitty, the black horse grinned, smoothing the fur atop the cat's head with its hoof, chuckling to itself. It couldn't help but find the little black cat quite endearing, especially when it addressed it as Master Ma. Yi Yun glanced at the black horse with a hint of amusement, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The black horse, diligent and uncomplaining in its tasks, had unexpectedly found a kindred spirit in the little black cat. With a gentle twist of a small vial in Yi Yun's hand, a droplet of vibrant dragon ancestor's blood floated into the air, slowly moving towards Suwani. Her breath quickened, her face flushed with excitement. Senior sister, what should I do? She stammered, feeling anxious as the precious blood approached her. Senior sister, what are you hesitating for? Quickly swallow that drop of dragon ancestor's blood and circulate our divine dragon sex technique to refine it. Luo Li encouraged, her smile beaming. Oh, Suwani understood and opened her cherry-like lips, gently inhaling the droplet of blood. Instantly, her body underwent a dramatic transformation. She quickly settled into a meditative position, channeling the sex techniques to refine the dragon ancestor's blood, her aura escalating at an astonishing rate. Fourth layer of the profound pill realm. Fifth layer. Sixth layer. First layer of the Yuan Sea realm. Second layer. Third layer. 10th layer. Senior sister, you can do it. Luo Li cheered internally, witnessing her senior sister reach the crucial 10th layer of the Yuan Sea realm. She herself had ascended from the Gathering Qi realm to the 10th layer of the Yuan Sea realm, but her senior sister now stood at the profound pill realm, poised to break through into the divine form realm. Yi Yun observed Suwani's breakthrough with an expression of calm detachment, his demeanor unchanging. The black cat beneath the horse stared wide-eyed, unable to contain its excitement. Master Ma, is the dragon ancestor's blood truly that powerful? Can one drop elevate a person's cultivation so rapidly? The black horse shot at a glare, snorting in disdain. You unambitious little cat. Your horizons are too narrow. Do you think anyone can consume the dragon ancestor's blood? Only those with the bloodline of the dragon clan can. Moreover, such rapid advancement can only occur during the first transformation of one's bloodline. Subsequent intakes will not yield such extraordinary results. Hearing Master Ma explain, the black cat's expression softened with gratitude as it lifted its paw in salute. Thank you, Master Ma, for enlightening this little cat. The black horse chuckled, a glint of pride in its gemstone-like eyes. To it, this little black cat, with its mere nirvana realm cultivation, was not much different from an ordinary beast. With a sudden jolt, Su Wanyi's body trembled as she broke through from the 10th layer of the Yuan Si realm to the first layer of the divine form realm. The astonishing aura she exuded gradually settled. Senior sister has finally broken through. Jun Mo Xiao, who had been anxiously watching from the side, displayed a look of delight. Luoli also beamed with joy. After a moment, Su Wanyi slowly opened her eyes, approached Yun, and knelt before him. Thank you, Ancestor, for your blessings. Rise. There is no need for such formality. Yi Yun waved his hand, a surge of power lifting her to her feet. What color of robe do you prefer? He inquired. Su Wanyi was momentarily taken aback by the question. Luo Li stifled a giggle beside her, realizing the ancestor intended to present a gift to her senior sister. A robe and a divine sword were indeed standard gifts for disciples of the Divine Dragon Sect. Reporting to the ancestor, I like purple. Su Wanyi replied bashfully. Her, checks flushit. Yi nodded, but soon wore a slight frown as he rummaged through his belongings, finding no purple robe. It seems I am at a loss. After pondering, he produced a golden robe instead. While I lack a purple robe, here is a golden one for you to wear temporarily. Yi Yun smiled gently, tossing the robe, which glimmered with a soft golden light, to Su Wanyi. As she beheld the resplendent golden robe, Su Wanyi was utterly astounded. Upon holding it and sensing its aura, she gazed up in shock. Ancestor, is this a royal-grade robe? Yi nodded affirmatively. Su Wanyi's eyes widened, her breath quickened, her heart raced, leaving her momentarily petrified. A royal-grade robe. The ancestor's generosity was overwhelming. Having spent 3 months in the One Beast Divine Sect of the Li Tian Empire, she had seen enough to know that even the sect's most talented disciples did not possess royal-grade treasures. Such robes were typically reserved for the peak masters and sect leaders. To her astonishment, the ancestor had gifted her a royal-grade robe. The impact on her psyche was profound. Yi Yun searched his wrist again and produced a red sword, its sheath equally crimson. Upon its appearance, it radiated a formidable aura. This sword is for you. Yi Yun raised his hand gently, sending the fearsome red sword floating towards Su Wanyi. Su Wanyi was utterly stunned, her hands trembling as she accepted the sword. She could hardly fathom the extraordinary quality of this weapon. She had never encountered such a formidable blade, even in the presence of the sect leader. Oh my goodness. Master Ma, what kind of sword has the master brought out this time? I cannot recognize it. The black cat exclaimed, scratching its furry head in disbelief. You the little kitten, I truly wish to crack open your head to see what rubbish fills it. The majestic black horse retorted, flashing its gleaming white teeth and stomping a hoof down on the cat, its demeanor haughty. Listen well, little kitten, this is a divine-grade sword. What, Master Ma? This is actually a divine-grade sword? The black cat stood frozen, its body stiff as stone. Despite having emerged from the Li Tian dynasty and lived a considerable time, it had never encountered a treasure of such caliber. Today, its eyes were open to wonders, first witnessing the blood of the ancestral dragon, then the royal-grade robe that could only be worn by the master, and now, an unforgettable divine sword. How terrifying! Truly, it was worthy of a divine being. The black cat gazed at Yi Yun's silhouette, its deep, dark eyes shimmering with fervent admiration. The dialogue between the black horse and the black cat spread through the surroundings, reaching Su Wanyi's ears. Startled, she nearly dropped the sword from her grasp. A divine-grade sword? How terrifying! Her body shivering with trepidation, Su Wanyi raised her tear-filled eyes to Yi Yun and, with a quivering voice, implored, Ancestor, I am but a humble disciple. How can I wield such an exceptional sword? Upon witnessing Su Wani's expression, Yin smiled faintly and shifted his gaze to Luo Li. Quick-witted, Luo Li moved closer, gently linking her arm with Su Wani's, and softly encouraged, "Senior sister, just accept it. I also received a divine grade sword." As she spoke, Luo Li proudly brandished her Taishan golden dragon sword, feeling the aura emanating from it. Su Wani replied with a wry smile, "Yours doesn't appear to be a divine grade sword, does it?" Luo Li chuckled, "Senior sister, I had the ancestor seal it." Understanding dawned upon Su Wani. She gently unsheathed the Qixing Longyuan sword, revealing its blood-red blade, faintly depicting the shadow of a divine dragon. The blade bore 7 stars, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Luo Li glanced at it and exclaimed, "Senior sister, your dragon is not as distinct as mine, but your sword has stars while mine does not." Su Wani smiled and promptly returned the sword to its sheath, its overwhelming aura too fearsome for her to endure. She estimated that without the ancestor present to suppress it, she would struggle to approach it. "Ancestor, I beseech you to seal this sword as well as the robe I wear," she implored, clasping both the sword and golden robe with her hands as she knelt, her expression earnest. "Very well," Yin sighed and nodded. These 3 children came from humble beginnings, accustomed to hardship. Even now, possessing the finest divine sword, they dared not reveal it carelessly. However, this was for the best. Their resilient spirits marked them as potential talents for the future. With that thought, Yin lightly touched the Qixing Longyuan sword, its grade swiftly descending from divine to celestial. The golden robe followed suit, also diminishing to celestial grade. Simultaneously, the robes and swords of Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao adjusted to the same level. Lu Li Shuzha, grinning. She had long grown accustomed to such changes. Jun Mo Shao raised his sword, his face contorted in dismay. "Ancestor, why do both my senior sisters receive divine grade swords, while I receive an imperial grade one?" Yin cast a calm glance at him. "You are a man, destined to bear greater burdens in the future." Jun Mo Shao's cheeks flushed at this remark. At merely 14 years of age, he had never considered himself a man, always feeling too young. Yet, he understood that the ancestor's words carried immense expectations. He vowed not to disappoint. Sensing the emotional shift in her junior brother, Luo Li approached and softly reassured, "Junior brother, the ancestor certainly has his own plans. Do not harbor any negative feelings. Rest assured, senior sister, I merely mentioned it casually. My sole desire now is to become stronger." Jun Mo Shao smiled, his confidence returning. Luo Li nodded. Observing the trio of siblings, the black cat gasped in astonishment. It had not anticipated that the sword in Luo Li's possession was also a sealed divine grade sword, while the boy wielded an imperial grade sword. The heritage of the Divine Dragon Sect was astonishing. Though only 3 disciples, their weapons were either divine or imperial grade, an achievement even eternal sects might struggle to attain. Contemplating this, the black cat rubbed against the sturdy leg of the black horse. The black horse lowered its head, shooting an irritated glare at it. "What nonsense are you spouting, little cat? Master Ma, do you require a diligent servant to fetch tea and water?" The black cat purred, unabashedly flattering. "Huh, I need no such servant. I am merely a steed," the black horse declared, stomping its hoof heavily, causing the black cat to tumble into the dirt. Undeterred, the black cat emerged from the ground, spitting out the dirt and returning to nuzzle against the horse's leg once more. Seeing the banter between the black horse and the black cat, Yin couldn't help but chuckle. These 2 creatures were indeed a delightful pair. Though the black cat was pitifully weak in cultivation, its comedic nature was far more entertaining compared to the powerful pets in his collection. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Shao, Luo Li, and Su Wani, hearing the exchange, could not stifle their laughter. The black cat flipped over from the dirt, jumping back up and shaking off the debris, once again rubbing against the black horse's sturdy leg. "Dear Master Ma," the big black cat lamented, "I simply wish to remain by your side and serve you. Considering my earnestness, could you perhaps speak to the master on my behalf and grant me a chance?" Master Ma cast a cold glance, retorting with irritation, "Do you think everyone is entitled to that? I merely pull the card for the master. Your abilities are far too lacking to catch the master's eye. You would do well to stay where is cool." Upon hearing this, the big black cat became agitated. It hastily replied, "Master Ma, though my skills may be humble, I can perform tasks that you find inconvenient, such as scratching your back or telling you a joke." "Oomph, Master Ma scoffed at the absurdity of the big black cat's words. In a fit of anger, he kicked the cat away with a powerful hoof. Yi Yun reached out to intercept the cat mid-air, allowing it to land softly on ground. He gazed at the big black cat and asked indifferently, "Is it your intention to change allegiances, little cat, with such scheming?" Upon hearing the venerable master speak, the little black cat immediately prostrated itself on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Master, I truly wish to follow you. This is my sincere desire." Yi Yun's eyes flickered with understanding. In that moment, it seemed he had discerned the true nature of the big black cat. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "Was your previous master unkind to you?" The black cat quickly nodded, responding, "Master, my former master was not unkind, but he left me no opportunity to advance." At this, the black cat wagged its tail vigorously, raising 3 tails high. "Master, look! After all these years, I have only grown 3 tails." Master Ma's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, so you are the bloodline of the 9-tailed spirit cat." "Indeed, Master Ma," the black cat replied with a sorrowful expression. "It is precisely because I possess a trace of the 9-tailed spirit cat blood that I wish to join your ranks and follow you." Chapter 47. Take a few steps, and Si Yun smiled faintly, already aware of the big black cat's background. He was not particularly impressed. While the 9-tailed cat might be regarded as a rare and esteemed beast on the Songnan continent, it held no significant status in Yi Yun's collection. "Little cat, do not presume that your lineage grants you superiority." Master Ma raised his hoof and brought it down heavily, snorting disdainfully, "In my eyes, you are nothing." The fragile spirit of the big black cat was ruthlessly crushed by Master Ma's words. Yet it remained resilient, kneeling and wobbling as it crawled back. "Master Ma, the 9-tailed spirit cat bloodline is not as insignificant as you claim. It is, after all, one of the 10 divine beasts of the Songnan continent." The black cat protested, its face forlorn. Master Ma gently placed his hoof on the big black cat's head, stroking its fur with a pained expression. "Do not be disheartened. You see, even a beast like me, Master Ma, does not rank highly in the Master's eyes." As soon as Master Ma finished speaking, not only was the big black cat stunned, but even the onlookers, including Luo, Li, and the others, were rendered speechless. If such a formidable beast as Master Ma did not rank highly, then the other great beasts nurtured by the ancestor must be truly extraordinary. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. "Master Ma, please do not jest with me. While the Master is indeed powerful, it cannot be that there are beasts stronger than you." The big black cat shook its head, unable to accept Master Ma's words. Master Ma grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and looked at Yi Yun, chuckling, "Master, this little cat does not believe me. Shall we let it see for itself?" Yi Yun smiled subtly, amusement glimmering in his eyes. Though the big black cat was lacking in strength, its humorous disposition promised to alleviate any potential tedium on their journey. While Yi Yun possessed many formidable beasts in his collection, he lacked one with such a comedic essence. With this thought, Yi Yun nodded. Master Ma beamed with delight. "Please allow us to return to your collection." Yi Yun raised his hand, and both the big black cat and Master Ma were drawn into his storage. Luo Li watched in astonishment as the 2 formidable beasts vanished. She cast a fearful glance at Yi Yun and stammered, "Ancestor, do you raise many beasts?" Yi Yun nodded. "One could say that." Luo Li quickly covered her mouth, too afraid to speak further. If even a single black horse raised by the ancestor was so powerful, it implied that his collection contained many such mighty beasts. Jun Mo Shao stared wide-eyed at the ancestor, silently thinking, "The ancestor is exceedingly powerful. Not only is he personally formidable, but he also commands a large number of extraordinary beasts. How can anyone compete with him?" Yi Yun remained composed, standing still while sending a thread of his consciousness to observe the happenings within the storage. Master Ma and the big black cat felt a momentary blur as they were suddenly transported to a peculiar space. Surrounding them was an impenetrable darkness, rendering everything invisible. The big black cat gazed around, pouting, "Master Ma, this place is desolate and devoid of beasts." Master Ma grinned. "Why not take a few steps forward?" The big black cat, skeptical yet intrigued, took a few cat-like strides. In its mind, it believed that few beasts could surpass it, and Master Ma was among those few. Therefore, it was confident that there could not be many powerful beasts in existence. Its definition of strength was rooted in bloodline. Should the 9-tailed spirit cat one day sprout 9 tails, Its power would become indisputable, rivaling that of legendary deities. Just as the black cat took 2 steps, Master Ma suddenly clasped his hooves together in reverence and bowed, cheerfully exclaiming, "Greetings, brothers and sisters. Little Ma has returned." Upon hearing such a respectful address from the revered Master Ma, the big black cat was utterly taken aback. Before it could comprehend the situation, an array of immense crimson eyes suddenly opened in the infinite darkness. Terrifying figures, exuding overwhelming power, began to radiate various lights amidst the shadows. "Little Ma, you finally chose to return. I thought I would never see you again." In the distance, a colossal figure loomed, surrounded by blazing flames, standing like a deity atop the universe. The flames emitted boundless brilliance, and even as the big black cat strained its eyes, it could not discern the form of this divine creature. It could only make out a vague silhouette that resembled a gigantic humanoid being. My goodness, what kind of beastly aura is this? How utterly terrifying! The big black cat shrieked, instantly curling into a ball, trembling in fear. The distant humanoid figure was 100 times more fearsome than Master Ma. "Monkey brother, it has been a while since we last met." The great black horse grinned, his expression one of eager submission. "Little horse, you're back. It has been ages." At that moment, towering and formidable figures began to greet the great black horse. The great black cat curled into a ball, its eyes wide with fear at the grotesque silhouettes, their features obscured in the light, causing it to wet itself in terror. Goodness, how can there be so many powerful beings? Each one seems even mightier than the great black horse. This is truly frightening. Where did this little wild cat come from? Its courage is remarkably lacking, to the point of wetting itself. In the dark void, a beam of golden light sliced through, revealing a colossal golden figure suspended in midair. It radiated an endless golden glow, its aura terrifying, resembling that of a deity. "Big Gold Brother, it has been a long time. This is a little cat I encountered on my journey, boasting itself as one of the 10 divine beasts of Sangnan continent, the 9-tailed spirit cat. The master asked me to bring it here to broaden its horizons," the great black horse said respectfully, gazing up at the golden entity. "So, the master allowed it to enter." The golden figure chuckled, scrutinizing the great black cat below. "How about I take it to see the world? There are many elder brothers and sisters ahead who are dreadfully lonely. It would be perfect to send this little black cat over." The great black horse grinned. "Big Gold Brother, that would be wonderful, but please ensure it survives. The master seems intent on not letting it frighten to death." "Ha ha ha, rest assured, even if it were to frighten itself to death, I have ways to revive it." In a flash of dazzling gold light, the curled-up great black cat suddenly vanished, leaving only a puddle of dampness on the ground. Chapter 48. "Master Horse, I finally see you. Darn it, the little black cat left a puddle of urine here. When it returns, I'll make it clean it up," the great black horse said, stepping away in disgust from the wet spot. However, the odor was too pungent to bear, and the great black horse had no choice but to cast a spell, enveloping the puddle in a protective barrier. "Little horse, how is the outside world? Did you meet any lovely Mares to be your bride?" Suddenly, a terrifying figure descended upon the great black horse, almost causing it to collapse under the weight. "Sister Phoenix, could you please be gentle? My frail frame cannot withstand your pressure," the great black horse lamented. "Oh dear, I'm sorry. I forgot. I thought you had been feasting and growing strong in the outside world." The formidable figure responded in a melodious feminine voice, easing the pressure with a flick of her power. The great black horse sighed. "Sister Phoenix, there are no suitable Maras out there. It seems I am destined to be a bachelor for life." The imposing figure laughed heartily. "Is it fun out there?" she inquired further. The great black horse shook its head, then nodded rapidly. "What does that mean? Are you saying it's fun or not?" The formidable figure seemed displeased. "Sister Phoenix, the strength of the beings out there is too low. They simply cannot play with me. What I found amusing was the 3 disciples under the master's sect. Those 3 little rascals are quite entertaining." "Ah, I see." The terrifying figure pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't you ask the master if those 3 juniors need divine pets? If they do, we would gladly serve them." "All right, Sister Phoenix." The great black horse lowered its head, feeling conflicted. If these terrifying beings were to venture out, wouldn't the world descend into chaos? The master intended for his disciples to undergo trials. How could they do so if they had pets? However, the great black horse dared not voice this concern, fearing Sister Phoenix might retaliate with lethal force. Suddenly, A beam of golden light descended. Bang! The golden figure unceremoniously dropped the great black cat onto the ground. This little creature truly disappoints. It fainted at the first sight of danger. Big Gold, you must have had ill intentions, bringing it to the most terrifying place. Sister Phoenix chuckled. Ha ha ha. I merely wished to broaden its horizons, but upon approach, it fainted. I feared it might actually die from fright. So I hurriedly brought it back to avoid the master's wrath. Having said this, the golden figure vanished in a flash. Little horse, this cat has no courage. When you wake it, be sure to comfort it properly. Sister Phoenix sensed the situation was turning and swiftly departed. In the darkness, the terrifying figures closed their eyes again, slipping into slumber. The warehouse fell silent once more. The great black horse shook its head, seemingly unaccustomed to such stillness. It recalled how they used to engage in fierce battles. Why had they grown so fond of sleep? Had they truly grown weary after all these years? After some contemplation, the great black horse approached the great black cat, nudging its head with a hoof and channeling a bit of magic. Finally, the great black cat stirred awake. Woo-woo. Master Horse, I finally see you. I thought I would never meet you again. Upon seeing the handsome horse face in the darkness, the great black cat felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, leaping up to embrace the great black horse's sturdy leg, weeping uncontrollably. It had just witnessed the most terrifying beast of its life, fainting for sheer fright at just a glance. Stop crying, little kitty. Now you understand the terror of the Masteress realm, don't you? The great black horse chided. I understand, Master Horse. The great black cat replied with a mournful expression. Thus, you must remain humble as a cat. Do not think you are remarkable simply because you are a nine-tailed spirit cat. In the eyes of your Master Horse, you are nothing special. The great black horse imparted wisdom, taking on a mentor's demeanor. The great black cat wiped its tears and nodded earnestly. I won't be arrogant anymore. I will be a humble cat from now on. That is more like it. The great black horse pointed in a direction, remarking with irritation, look at your pitiful state, leaving a puddle of cat urine in the Masteress warehouse. Hurry and clean it up, or I shall leave you here to be devoured by them. Upon hearing the great black horse's ominous words, the great black cat's fur bristled in alarm. It dashed toward the puddle, opening its mouth wide to gulp down every drop of the cat urine. Oh dear horse, do keep your distance. You truly are filthy. The great black horse witnessed the large black cat swallowing its urine, raising its head with a look of disgust. This horse was indeed one that cherished cleanliness. Rest assured, my lord, I have used my magic to decompose it, leaving no unpleasant odor, the large black cat remarked, lifting its forepaw and grinning. You are quite clever, the great black horse replied sulkily, turning to leave. Having observed the entire incident, Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This time, the large black cat had certainly been frightened to the core. Presumably, this creature would never dare to act so ostentatiously again. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Yi summoned both the great black horse and the large black cat into the air. Once they were back in the light, the large black cat greedily inhaled a few breaths of fresh air, revealing a look of relief. Suddenly, the great black horse delivered a swift kick to its head. The large black cat quickly understood that it was not the time for revelry. It hurriedly scampered to Yi Yun's feet, repeatedly bowing in apology. My lord, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. A faint smile appeared on Yi Yun's face as he placed his hands behind his back and spoke softly. If you wish to accompany us, it is not entirely out of the question. However, the current leader of the Divine Dragon Sect is Luo Li. You should seek her opinion. Seeing that the lord did not oppose, the large black cat felt a surge of hope and swiftly rushed to kneel at Luo Li's feet, bowing repeatedly. Sect leader Luo, please take me in. Surely the sect will need a guardian beast, and I can fulfill that role. Luo Li was startled to see the large black cat suddenly bowing before her. However, its antics also amused her. She did not harbor any dislike for the creature, yet taking in felt somewhat hasty. Suwani gazed at the large black cat, a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes. Junior sister, this feline elder saved me and has shown me kindness. Why not accept it? She suggested softly. Really saved senior sister? Luo Li was taken aback, and after a few moments of contemplation, she smiled and nodded. Very well, senior sister. I shall accept it. Thank you, sect leader. Su Wan clasped her hands in gratitude, her delicate face lighting up with a knowing smile as she performed a formal gesture of respect towards the sect leader. Ha! Senior sister, There is no need for such formality. I am merely acting on my master's dying wish. In terms of qualifications, I am not even your match. Luo Li exclaimed, her face flushing as she waved her hands dismissively. Su Wanyi replied earnestly, Junior sister, our master entrusted the sect leadership to you for a profound reason. Do not underestimate yourself. Indeed, junior brother Jun Mo Xiao nodded in agreement. Luo Li sighed softly. Perhaps within this sect, her survival skills were unmatched, which is likely why their master had valued that trait in her. Oh joy! The large black cat, upon receiving Luo Li's consent, could not contain its excitement and performed several somersaults in the air. Thank you, sect master, it exclaimed, landing and bowing 3 times. Then, it rushed towards the great black horse, playfully nudging its sturdy legs. Master Horse, look at me now. I have become the guardian beast of the Divine Dragon Sect. So you have company now. The great black horse swiftly kicked it again, growling, what are you so proud of? Just focus on doing your job properly. The large black cat was sent sprawling into the dirt, its mouth full of soil. However, its spirits remained high. It crawled out, spitting out the mud, and resumed its playful demeanor. Yian observed this with a faint smile and said, Little horse, it is your responsibility to keep it in line. The great black horse grinned, revealing its white teeth. Thank you, my lord. This little cat certainly lacks discipline and needs to be taught a lesson. The large black cat, realizing the lord had spoken, became frightened into silence. If the lord were to become angry and cast it into the dark storage room, it would surely be disastrous. Yi Yun surveyed the surroundings and gently stated, All right, it is time for us to leave this place. Master, where shall we go next? Luo Li inquired curiously. There is nothing left to cling to in the ancient Moon Kingdom. Our next destination is the Divine Wind Kingdom. There, you shall undergo rigorous training in hopes of soon confronting the Divine Balance Sect to uncover the masterminds behind the persecution of the Divine Dragon Sect. Yian replied with a calm smile. Understood, Master, Luo Li responded with a serious expression. Yian glanced at Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, saying, You both have endured a fierce battle at the Sword God Sect and bear numerous injuries. Retreat to your carriages and recuperate. With a wave of his sleeve, the two instantly vanished. Su Wanyi looked around, puzzled as to where her junior brother and sister had gone. Su Wanyi, follow me, ye yunbe konet softly. A gentle light enveloped Su Wanyi, and they both vanished from sight, entering the carriage. The large black cat nimbly leaped onto the carriage, curling up comfortably. The great black horse took the reins and drove out of the valley. Little cat, I, Master Horse, do not know the way to the Divine Wind Kingdom. Surely you must know? The great black horse asked, looking around after exiting the misty valley, then turning to the large black cat. Master Horse, you have indeed asked the right person. I am quite the encyclopedia of the Tsangnan continent. The large black cat chuckled, raising its black paw to point southeast. Master Horse, you should head that way. With a grin, the great black horse proceeded towards the Divine Wind Kingdom. Inside the carriage, Yian began to impart the 3 supreme techniques of the Divine Dragon Sect to Su Wanyi. Half a month later, the black carriage slowly entered the territory of the Divine Wind Kingdom. Following Yi Yun's instructions, the great black horse did not rush, but trotted at a steady pace. My lord, we have arrived at the Divine Wind Kingdom. Ahead lies the largest border city, Silver Moon City, the large black cat announced, turning its head towards the carriage. Very well, Yi Yun replied with a soft utterance. At this moment, the carriage was occupied solely by him. As Su Wan, he had been placed in a separate space for her training. During this period, Yi Yun had only periodically provided her guidance. Yi Yun's fingers lightly tapped, as if sensing something, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Suddenly, an astonishing aura emanated from within a compartment of the black carriage. Luo Li's body trembled as if some chains within her had been unlocked, and in an instant, her aura became immensely powerful. I have broken through, Luo Li exclaimed joyfully, pumping her fist in excitement. Excellent. After your breakthrough, consume a drop of ancestral dragon blood and continue to cultivate for a while. A gentle voice resonated in Luo Li's space, and a drop of ancestral dragon blood materialized before her. Thank you, ancestor. Luo Li respectfully spoke. Opening her mouth to consume the essence of the ancestral dragon's blood, then sat cross-legged to refine it. Yian turned his gaze towards another direction. Jun Mo Xiao had also broken through to the Divine Bridge realm 7 days prior and was now refining the ancestral dragon's blood. With both children having reached the divine bridge realm, Yi Yun felt an immense sense of relief. At present, it was Su Wan Yi whose cultivation lagged behind. Yi Yun intended to subject her to a similar specialized training. Thus, he summoned Su Wan Yi, who was engrossed in her practice. With a gentle touch, he forced her cultivation down from the first layer of the divine, shaping realm to the first layer of the Origin realm, a significant drop in level. Ancestor, Su Wan Yi exclaimed in shock at the abrupt decrease in her cultivation, her face a mask of confusion as she looked at Yi Yun. He replied calmly, "As disciples of the divine Dragon Sect, all must be invincible at their current level and excel in battling beyond their rank. Therefore, I have deliberately suppressed your cultivation by 1 level to encourage your breakthrough under pressure." Oh, Su Wan Yi blinked. Yi Yun smiled. Luo Li was once suppressed to the first layer of the Origin realm as well, and she gradually ascended to the 10th layer before the seal was lifted, allowing her to break through to the divine bridge realm. Understanding the depth of her ancestors' intentions, Su Wan Yi felt a wave of shame wash over her and promptly knelt to express her gratitude. Yi Yun extended his hand, a surge of power enveloping her and lifting her up. He smiled. Now Luo Li can easily defeat dozens of opponents at the same level. Has she truly become that formidable? Su Wan Yi gasped, a deep envy shimmering in her eyes. Yi Yun cast a subtle glance towards Silver Moon City, seemingly perceiving something significant as he remarked, "The Divine Wind Dynasty possesses an overall strength at least 10-fold greater than that of the Ancient Moon Dynasty. Thus, your training shall commence in Silver Moon City." Understood, Ancestor, Su Wan Yi replied obediently. Yi Yun then closed his eyes, seeking tranquility. His cultivation had again surged, now reaching the 9th layer of the true God realm. Once he attained the 10th layer, the enhancement from the ancestral dragon's blood would nearly be expended. At that juncture, he could consume various elixirs and rare treasures acquired through his registration. The realm of the divine monarch? Yi Yun believed that it wouldn't be long before he breached that threshold. Chapter 50. The 3 Yuan Martial Assembly, Silver Moon City. At this moment, the newly adorned city lord's residence was bustling with joy, festooned with colorful ribbons and lanterns. The streets were teeming with people and vehicles, creating an atmosphere of lively celebration. Most visitors to the city lord's residence gathered in the central square, where a grand martial arts stage had been erected. Surrounding it were various viewing pavilions of differing sizes, filled to capacity with spectators. In the largest pavilion, 3 formidable figures of the divine, shaping realm sat prominently. At the center was a robust, middle-aged man with a fierce beard and an imposing demeanor, Xiong Hao, the city lord of Silver Moon City. Despite his intimidating appearance, his face radiated warmth and joy. The current excitement in the city lord's residence was due to the impending 3 Yuan Martial Assembly, held once every 3 years. Xiong Hao's mood was particularly buoyant this time, as his son, Xiong Chu Mo, had been designated as an inner disciple of the Qi Tian Sword Sect. Thus, this assembly would spotlight his son as the true protagonist. Though the designation was certain, the formalities of the 3 Yuan Martial Assembly still needed to be observed. On either side of him sat the patriarchs of the Ouyang and Dongfang clans, respectively. Ouyang Xiao, at the 6th layer of the Origin realm, had also been selected for the Hunyuan Sword Sect, while Dongfang Yu, at the 5th layer, was destined for the Qingyun Sect. In recent years, Silver Moon City had produced an exceptional trio of inner disciple slots. The 3 Yuan Martial Assembly categorized participants into Tian Yuan, Di Yuan, and Ren Yuan. His son, Xiong Chu Mo, claimed the Tian Yuan position, Ouyang Xiao the Di Yuan, and Dongfang Yu the Ren Yuan. Traditionally, the 3 Yuan Martial Assembly would witness fierce competition to secure the top 3 placements. However, this time, the 3 major sects had already predetermined their candidates. Consequently, the 3 Yuan positions had clear allocations, a fact tacitly understood by all involved. Whether it was the Xiong, Ouyang, or Dongfang clans, everyone was aware of this unspoken agreement, though none dared to voice it. The atmosphere of the 3 Yuan Martial Assembly remained lively, as the families of Silver Moon City and nearby factions remained oblivious to this arrangement. Just as the assembly was about to commence, a black carriage slowly entered Silver Moon City. Having not visited in years, it appeared unchanged to the observer. The great black cat lounged atop the carriage, exhaling a sigh. The great black horse turned its head, casting a disapproving glance at it. "My apologies, I've spoken out of turn. I am merely a cat now and should refrain from such chatter," the great black cat said, feeling flustered as it swiftly raised a paw to its face, striking itself. Prior to entering the city, the great black horse had warned it to keep its words to a minimum, a caution that the great black cat promptly forgot upon arrival. At that moment, Su Wan-yi sat in the carriage, observing the great black cat's self-punishment, and couldn't help but smile softly. Senior cat, there is no need for such self-reproach. The great black cat, hesitant to speak, fervently shook its head and transmitted a thought. Young miss, please do not refer to me as senior cat. Just call me little cat from now on. In a panic, the great black cat insisted, if you call me senior, how will I face the sect leader? How about this? You can call me little hay, and you need not worry. I have a thick cat face. Su Wan-yi found herself at a loss, shaking her head with a wry smile. After entering the city, the great black horse seemed to navigate expertly, making several turns until arriving at a grand building. Su Wan-yi looked up to see the imposing vermilion gates, festooned with decorations, bustling with people. A massive golden plaque loomed above the entrance, inscribed with the words City Lord's Residence. Here, the 3 Yuan Martial Assembly is taking place. Su Wan-yi, you shall participate, came the voice of her ancestor, echoing in her ears just as she was filled with confusion. What is the 3 Yuan Martial Assembly? Su Wan-yi pondered it. Yet knowing her ancestor's command, she dared not disobey. She swiftly disembarked from the carriage and approached the gates of the city Lord's residence. Ian opened his eyes, watching her retreating figure, and softly instructed, little cat, you should follow her. Of course, master. The great black cat perked up, immediately transforming into a streak of black light, landing on Su Wan-yi's shoulder. Now the size of a palm, its eyes sparkled like black jewels, perched adorably on her shoulder. Remembering the great black horse's guidance, the great black cat promptly suppressed its own cultivation. It appears to be akin to an ordinary little kitten. Master Ma, do you think I am presentable like this? The big black cat intentionally communicated with the large black horse, reminding it to remain discreet in its protective role over the young lady, ensuring not to overshadow her presence. Meanwhile, the large horse bared its teeth, affirming the black cat's understated demeanor. Su Wan-yi felt something settle on her shoulder and, upon looking down, discovered it was the big black cat. Before she could utter a word, the black cat grinned and conveyed telepathically, young lady, there is no need for you to speak. It was the master who sent me to accompany you. Su Wan-yi nodded gently, her heart warmed by this gesture, feeling deeply touched. It was her ancestor's concern for her safety that led to the big black cat's vigilant presence. As Su Wan-yi emerged outside the city lord's mansion, her resplendent golden robe instantly captivated the attention of onlookers. With her graceful figure and the striking red sword she bore on her back, she exuded an extraordinary elegance, a beauty that transcends mere words. Excuse me, miss, are you here to participate in the San Yuan Martial Conference? A green-clad girl, also carrying a sword, hurriedly approached her, smiling as she inquired. Yes, Su Wan-yi replied with a nod. The green-clad girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, similar in age to Luo Li. Yet her cultivation was impressive, having reached the second tier of the Yuan High realm. She possessed a cherubic face, adorned with sparkling eyes and long eyelashes, radiating cuteness. That's wonderful. I'm also here for the San Yuan Martial Conference. The green-clad girl exclaimed with delight. Let us go together. Su Wan-yi smiled in response, and the two walked side by side toward the city lord's mansion. Upon entering, Su Wan-yi surveyed her surroundings, contemplating her next course of action. The green-clad girl cheerfully remarked, Sister, by your demeanor, it seems this is your first time attending the San Yuan Martial Conference. Wan-yi nodded. Accompanied by her ancestor, she had arrived at the city lord's mansion. Yet she felt utterly bewildered, having no knowledge of this San Yuan Martial Conference. The green-clad girl, with a bright smile, explained, the San Yuan Martial Conference is held every 3 years by all the factions surrounding Silver Moon City, allowing participants under the age of 20 and at the Yuan High realm to compete. The top 3 winners represent the Tian Yuan, Diyuan, and Rin Yuan, and not only will they receive rewards from the City Lord, but they will also be sought after by powerful sects for admission as inner disciples. After listening to the green-clad girl's introduction, Su Wan-yi nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the San Yuan Martial Conference. Suddenly, an explosive sound erupted nearby, followed by enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. The green-clad girl looked in that direction, her face lighting up with excitement. She tugged at Su Wan-yi's sleeve, exclaiming, Sister, There's a power testing stone over there. Let us go test our strength. Chapter 51. The Power Test, a stunning debut reluctantly pulled by the enthusiastic green-clad girl. Su Wanyi had no choice but to follow her. Little sister, what is your name? Su Wanyi inquired with a smile. My name is Changldi. You can call me Ldi, sister. The girl replied cheerfully. I am Su Wanyi. She introduced herself. Su sister, what a beautiful name. Changldi exclaimed. The two chatted amiably as they approached the crowd surrounding the power testing stone. What are they doing? Su Wanyi asked, a hint of confusion evident on her face. Ahead stood a massive stone, towering 3 zhong, entirely black in color. At that moment, a youth raised his sword and struck the power testing stone. Boom! The collision produced a thunderous roar. A beam of red light suddenly erupted from the top of the stone, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Haha, another one has passed the power test. Changldi clapped her hands, laughing. Noticing Su Wanyi's puzzlement, she softly explained. Sister Su, while anyone under 20 and at the Yuanhai realm can participate, not everyone qualifies. The power testing stone eliminates those who are not strong enough. Su Wanyi gazed at the stone and asked with a smile, so, does the appearance of red light mean one has passed? Indeed, if red light appears, one can participate in the Sanyuan Martial Conference. However, that only qualifies them for the rankings from 10th to 4th place, Changldi elaborated. Are there other colors of light? Su Wanyi pressed further. If one strikes the stone and it emits golden light, that grants eligibility to contend for the Tianyuan, Dun, and Rinyuan titles. At this point, Changldi glanced at the nearby red leaderboard and remarked in surprise. Oh dear, there have already been 9 contenders for the Tianyuan, Dun, and Rinyuan this year, far exceeding the last session. Subandigi Nadif. Thanks to the girl's explanations, she finally grasped a rudimentary understanding of the Sanyuan Martial Conference. Since her ancestor encouraged her to participate, she felt assured that she would aim for the top 3 rankings. Inspired by the remarkable achievements of her junior disciples under her ancestor's guidance, Su Wanyi clenched her fists, vowing to strive for excellence in this conference. Even though she was currently at the first tier of the Yuanhai realm, she would exert every effort to achieve a remarkable performance. Under the red light is white light, which permits participation in the competitions from 20th to 11th place. That's the range I'm aiming for, Changldi said with a smile. Very well. Let's go and test ourselves. Su Wanyi replied with a gentle smile, and the two of them walked side by side into the throng. At that moment, the youth, undeterred by his previous red light, struck the stone again. Another resounding boom echoed as the stone emitted red light once more. Shaking his head, he took a token and headed toward the Central Plaza's arena. Changldi led Su Wanyi to the registration area, where they signed in and began to queue. There were many ahead of them, but several had not met the standards, only managing to produce white light. Soon it was their turn. Changldi stepped forward, swinging her sword down onto the power testing stone. Boom! The stone erupted with a loud sound, and white light ascended from its apex. Fantastic! Changldi exclaimed, dancing with joy. She turned to Su Wanyi, enthusiastically encouraging her. Sister Su, you must do your best too. Let us aim for both of us to achieve excellent results within the top 20. Su Wanyi smiled. This little green butterfly was at the 2nd tier of the Yuanhai realm, encouraging her, who was at the 1st tier. Stepping forward, Su Wanyi drew her blood-red 7-star Longyuan sword. Wow, Sister Su, your sword is of heavenly quality. Changldi gasped in astonishment upon seeing Su Wanyi's weapon. Those capable of wielding a celestial grade sword are invariably of extraordinary lineage. For instance, the sword utilized by her, belonging to a 2nd-tier noble family in Silver Moon City, is merely of the terrestrial grade. Only the patriarch of her family, her father, possesses a celestial grade sword. With regard to this elder sister, Changyudi feels an increasing sense of mystery surrounding her. Numerous onlookers, predominantly practitioners of martial arts, gathered around, gazing in awe at the young and beautiful maiden, Su Wanyi, as she unsheathed a blood-red sword, momentarily taken aback. Though devoid of a bloodthirsty aura, the sword exuded an astonishing beauty, particularly accentuated by the 7 stars adorning its blade, which added an air of enigma. Su Wanyi lifted the sword, her gaze fixed upon its blade. This sword had been sealed by her ancestors, causing the ethereal image of the divine dragon to vanish, leaving only the 7 somewhat dim stars. With a tranquil heart, she felt a sense of rightful assurance wielding such a celestial greatsword. Were it truly a divine sword, she would hardly dare to stand in this place. The power testing stone offered two opportunities for assessment. Taking a deep breath, Su Wani raised the 7-star Long Yuan sword and struck the power testing stone with a heavy blow. Boom! The sound resonated mightily, shaking the ground beneath. All present were astounded, eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld this stunning beauty. Did she truly unleash such might with that strike? A hum reverberated, and from the apex of the power testing stone erupted a golden light, dazzling and radiant, illuminating the surrounding void. The monk supervising the stone could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Although no purple light appeared, the brilliance of this golden radiance was so magnificent and vast that it had reached the pinnacle of gold. It was astonishing that a girl at the first level of the Yuanhai realm possessed such formidable strength. Could it be that she harbored some form of bloodline power within her? Chang Yudi, standing behind, widened her eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "Elder sister, you are truly formidable. You struck forth golden light." Witnessing the commotion, Su Wani felt her heart tremble. Hastily, she sheathed the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Like Luo Li and Jun Ma Xiao, Su Wani was of a cautious and unassuming temperament. She had only exerted half of her strength. Yet the impact on the power testing stone had been so astonishing that it caught her completely off guard. She suspected that it was indeed that drop of ancestral dragon's blood that had replaced the exceedingly thin dragon blood within her body, transforming her entirely and granting her immense power. In legends, dragons are revered as divine beasts of unparalleled strength. Humans possessing dragon blood, once awakened, become extraordinarily powerful, their might far surpassing that of their peers. Which sect do you belong to, exhibiting such extraordinary prowess? Inquired the monk responsible for recording, approaching with a look of astonishment. I hail from the Divine Dragon Sect, Su Wani replied calmly. In that moment, beneath the radiant sun and gentle breeze, she lifted her pristine chin slightly. Within her serene voice lingered a hint of subtle pride. Chapter 52, Divine Dragon Sect? I have never heard of it. The monk shook his head, having no knowledge of this sect. It seemed to be an inconspicuous minor sect. However, this disciple's extraordinary talent and formidable physique were what had led to such a remarkable impact on the power testing stone. In past iterations of the Triad Martial Conference, similar occurrences have been noted. Here is your competition token. Take good care of it. Securing a commendable rank will grant you entry into the prestigious inner circle of the sect, allowing you to transcend from this minor sect. The monk handed Su Wani a golden competition token, smiled gently, and turned to depart. As Su Wani accepted the token, her face flushed with indignation. How dare he label her sect as a minor one? She felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. The Divine Dragon Sect, tracing its lineage back 100,000 years, was of unparalleled glory. An eternal-level sect, a titan among sects. Even a single disciple could cause the entire Tsangnan continent to tremble. Meanwhile, the large black cat perched on her shoulder was incensed. How dare this little monk speak ill of our Divine Dragon Sect? I shall not let him off lightly. I will ensure he suffers dire consequences. The black cat emitted an angry transmission. Its two onyx-like eyes shot forth beams of dark light, vanishing in an instant. The monk, walking ahead, suddenly staggered, nearly falling. Fortunately, another practitioner nearby swiftly caught him. What happened, Brother Lee? The concerned monk inquired. My back aches terribly, Brother Lee exclaimed, clutching his lower back, the pain almost overwhelming, as if he might collapse at any moment. Let me assist you to the back for some rest. Brother Zhao will take care of matters here, said the other monk, his expression changing as he quickly supported Brother Lee toward a rear chamber. Su Wani glanced at the black cat on her shoulder, transmitting a thought. What did you do to him? The black cat, puffing up with pride, replied, Young lady, I said I would ensure he suffers dire consequences. And I have indeed done so. Su Wani chuckled, though her face bore a slight blush. It seems no one can see you. Oh, esteemed cat, she said, blinking. The black cat proudly declared, Young lady, I am invisible. Only you can perceive me. They cannot. Ah, I see, Su Wani realized. The black cat, with a woeful expression, continued, Young lady, please do not call me esteemed cat. It would shorten my life. From now on, just call me Little Black. In our circle of practitioners, we value hierarchy, do we not? Very well, Su Wani conceded, noticing the cat's insistence on the title. At that moment, Chang Yudi, returning to her senses, rushed over, grasping Su Wani's hand in astonishment. "Elder sister, I had no idea you were this powerful." "It's nothing much," Su Wani replied gently, her demeanor composed. "Elder sister, let's head toward the arena," Chang Yudi urged, leading Su Wani swiftly toward the central platform of the square. At this juncture, there remained but a moment's time before the formal commencement of the Triad Martial Conference. All awaited eagerly. A monk from the City Lord's faction approached to inspect their competition tokens. One guided Su Wani to the area designated for golden tokens, while Chang Yudi was directed toward the section for white tokens. The Triad Martial Conference's primary focus is the competition among the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, with the first day dedicated to the contest for the top 3 positions. As for the subsequent rankings, the competition for them will take place the following day. Beside the arena, a magnificent viewing pavilion has been constructed. At this moment, 9 young individuals stand beneath the pavilion, each exuding a robust aura and an air of pride. Among them, the most powerful is Xiong Chimo from the City Lord's Mansion, who has reached the 7th level of the Yuan High Realm. The 2nd and 3rd places are occupied by Ouyang Xiao of the Ouyang family and Dongfang Yu of the Dongfang family, respectively. The remaining 6 possess cultivation levels no lower than the 4th level of the Yuan High Realm, with most hovering around the 5th level. Suddenly, footsteps are heard as a middle-aged cultivator enters, leading a stunning young woman clad in a golden robe, her enchanting beauty accentuated by a red sword slung across her back. Upon her arrival, all eyes brighten with astonishment. She is breathtaking beyond compare. Even Xiong Chimo's gaze reveals a hint of greed. However, he quickly crosses his arms and coldly addresses the middle-aged cultivator, questioning whether he has mistakenly entered the golden token waiting area. The middle-aged cultivator bows respectfully and replies, "I have not erred, young Master Xiong. This young lady has just obtained a golden competition token." Ouyang Xiao, standing nearby, expresses his shock, scrutinizing Su Wani's exquisite visage and furrowing his brow. How could she, at merely the 1st level of the Yuan High Realm, strike gold on the strength-testing stone? The middle-aged cultivator offers a wry smile and nods. He then turns to Su Wani and softly requests, "Please present your golden competition token." Su Wani raises the golden token, prompting gasps from the 9 young men present. To achieve golden light from the strength-testing stone at the 1st level of the Yuan High Realm is no small feat. Xiong Chimo, hands behind his back, gazes at the beautiful Su Wani and remarks, "Your talent is commendable, young lady. Should the opportunity arise, I shall introduce you to a prominent sect." "That won't be necessary." Su Wani's expression turns icy as she strides to a corner, fixating on the arena, her silence conveying her disinterest. Witnessing her frigid demeanor, a smirk spreads across the faces of the onlookers, amused by her aloofness. How intriguing! From whence does this girl hail? Dongfang Yu, captivated by her graceful figure, feels a surge of fervor. He has taken a liking to her at first glance and resolves to inquire further after the competition concludes, eager to uncover her sect affiliation. Meanwhile, a cultivator from the City Lord's Mansion rushes towards the largest viewing pavilion, presenting a confidential report to Xiong Yinghao. A look of perplexity crosses Xiong Yinghao's face as he opens the document, his expression shifting slightly. "What has transpired, City Lord Xiong?" inquires Ouyang Tian, the patriarch of the Ouyang family, casting a glance. "Nothing alarming. A young girl has unexpectedly emerged, demonstrating golden light on the strength-testing stone." Xiong Yinghao replies with a faint smile. "What? Just before the competition begins, another golden contestant has appeared?" Ouyang Zhen Tian exclaims, taken aback, hastily asking, "What is her cultivation level?" "Only the 1st level of the Yuan High Realm. Hardly a concern." Xiong Yinghao shrugs dismissively. "Guests are arriving," he suddenly exclaims, his expression changing as he stands and walks outside. The other patriarchs from the prominent families also notice 3 figures swiftly approaching from the sky and, filled with excitement, follow suit. The 3 great sects have arrived. Chapter 53. The Fierce Black Cat greetings to the 3 elders. Xiong Yinghao, the Lord of Silver Moon City, leads the patriarchs of the various families and some sect leaders into the air to welcome the 3 formidable figures descending from the distance. The assembly bows respectfully, their demeanor exceptionally courteous. Among the newcomers are 2 men and 1 woman. The tall, thin elder occupies the central position and has attained the Divine Bridge realm. He is the supervising elder of the Chitian Sword Sect, responsible for the recruitment during this triad martial gathering in Silver Moon City. As one of the three major powers of the Shunfeng dynasty, the Chitian Sword Sect has a singular objective: to secure Xiong Chumo, who has already been earmarked. The sect has little interest in other competitors. The other middle-aged man hails from the Hunyuan Sword Sect and serves as an elder as well. Unlike the Chitian Sword Sect, the Hunyuan Sword Sect is a quasi-first-rate sect. Besides their chosen candidate, Ouyang Xiao, they also wish to assess other competitors, eager to recruit any suitable talents. The final figure, a woman, represents the Qingyun sect, a first-rate sect that stands as the strongest among its peers, seeking to gather several exceptionally gifted disciples during this event. The elder from the Chitian Sword Sect scans the surroundings, offering a faint smile as he addresses City Lord Xiong. It is nearly time for the triad martial gathering. Is it not? There remains half a stick of incense's worth of time. Xiong Inghao replies with a smile, gesturing invitingly. Please, esteemed elders, take your seats. Indeed. The elder from the Chitian Sword Sect nods, his demeanor proud as he descends, swiftly entering the viewing pavilion. As the sole cultivator at the Divine Bridge realm in Silver Moon City, he commands the attention and respect of all present. Everyone takes their seats, with Xiong Inghao situated to the right of the elder. The elder from the Chitian Sword Sect gazes at the arena and casually inquires, how many contestants have achieved golden light on the strength testing stone this time? There are 10 in total. Xiong Inghao responds with a smile. That is indeed commendable, surpassing the previous gathering by 2 or 3. The elder from the Chitian Sword Sect nods approvingly. After half a stick of incense, Xiong Inghao, the lord of Silver Moon City, steps out of the viewing pavilion and proclaims loudly, the triad martial gathering is now commencing. Huzzah! The crowd erupts in cheers. The first day of the triad martial gathering will determine the top 3 contenders for the Tianyuan, Daiyin, and Rinyuan rankings, making this day as competition particularly intense. A referee cultivator stands on the arena and announces, the first match features contestant number 10, Su Wani, against contestant number 7, by Yuan Shan, within the viewing pavilion. Upon hearing her name called, Su Wani is briefly taken aback, surprised to be the first to compete. Miss, it is your turn to take the stage. The black cat beside her reminds with a grin. Su Wani nods lightly, preparing to advance to the arena. Suddenly, a figure abruptly dashes past her. The individual halts, turns back, and coldly grins at Su Wani, saying, You are so beautiful, I wouldn't want to hurt you too much. Just concede gracefully when we reach the arena. With that, the youth bursts into laughter, unfurling his wings as he gracefully ascends and lands securely on the arena. Concede? Impossible. A cold smile graces Su Wani's face. He is merely at the 4th level of the Yuanhai realm. Among the 10 contestants, the second-ranked participant is not necessarily stronger than her. With a single step, she transforms into a shimmering dragon-like silhouette, soaring through the air and landing on the elevated arena. Wow, a dragon! How majestic! Witnessing Su Wani's astonishing agility, which transformed into a shadow of a divine dragon, the audience could not help but erupt in applause, momentarily overshadowing by Yuan Shan's presence. Within the black carriage, Yin observed this scene with a faint smile gracing his lips. Su Wani's mastery of the divine dragons, 9 transformations, surpassed even that of the divine dragon sword technique. The individual known as by Yuan Shan, although lacking in innate talent, was woefully arrogant. He would soon find himself unable to withstand even a single strike from Su Wani. As by Yuan Shan listened to the cheers from the crowd, his face turned ashen. His earlier display, reminiscent of a great rock spreading its wings, had initially garnered applause. But he was taken aback when a young girl executed a divine dragon's tail sweep, earning an even more fervent ovation that completely eclipsed his own efforts. This infuriated by Yuan Shan, his eyes bulging with rage as he fixated on Su Wani, seemingly intent on devouring her whole. In his mind, she was merely at the first layer of the Yuanhai realm, 3 minor realms beneath him, and he could not fathom her as a worthy opponent. Not only by Yuan Shan, but nearly everyone present shared this sentiment. The exquisite beauty of the girl seemed to overshadow any recognition of her strength. Elder Luo of the Chitian Sword Sect narrowed his eyes, his gaze drifting towards Su Wani as he inquired nonchalantly, Does this young lady also emit golden light when measuring her strength? Indeed, Elder Luo, responded Xiong Inghao promptly. This girl possesses some potential. Elder Luo's eyes glimmered with interest as he chuckled lightly. Observing Luo's newfound interest, Xiong Inghao added eagerly, Elder Luo, if this young lady performs admirably, perhaps you could take her back with you. Elder Luo smiled. Let us see how she fares. If she can overcome Bai Yuanshan, it may well be worth considering. On the arena, the referee announced the commencement of the match. Su Wani unsheathed her 7 stars Dragon Abyss sword, pointing its tip toward Bai Yuanshan. With a slight movement of her body, a dragon-shaped shadow emerged behind her, towering over 10 meters, coiling around her and exuding an overwhelming aura. What sword technique is this? Bai Yuanshan gasped in astonishment, no longer daring to underestimate her as he drew his own sword. As Su Wani bore the divine dragon shadow, Elder Luo of the Qitian sword sect raised an eyebrow, exclaiming in admiration, this sword technique is rather intriguing. He then glanced to Xiong Inghao, asking casually, what sect does this young lady hail from? After a moment's reflection, Xiong Inghao replied, she is said to come from a sect called the Divine Dragon Sect, a rather obscure minor sect. Elder Luo scoffed, his expression revealing skepticism. Though the realm of the Shinkong dynasty was vast, and he was familiar with all first-tier sects, he had never heard of this Divine Dragon Sect, indicating its lack of prominence. That old fool from the Qitian sword sect is looking for trouble, thought the great black cat, irritated by Elder Luo's words. Its innate ferocity surged within, ready to exact vengeance. Just then, a voice echoed in its ear, the great black horse's transmission. Little cat, no need to rush. The master said we shall settle accounts later. Upon hearing the master's command, the great black cat subdued its murderous intent, obediently lying down, remembering the master's formidable prowess. It licked its paws and chuckled to itself. In truth, there would be no need for the master to intervene. A single swipe of its claw, as a being of the Nirvana realm, would suffice to eliminate all present. Chapter 54. Consecutive Victories. The fury of Dongfang Ming simultaneously. Su Wani heard the great black horse's message, and, upon seeing the great black cat calm down, breathed a sigh of relief. Had it chosen to strike down Elder Luo of the Qitian sword sect, it would have surely disrupted the Tri-Yuan martial conference. Bai Yuanshan, wielding his sword with one hand, felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy as he beheld Su Wani's divine dragon shadow. Finally, he could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a sword strike that surged forth like a torrential river, its brilliance relentless and powerful. Embodying the ancestral Great River sword technique, one of the top 10 sword techniques of Silver Moon City, Su Wani narrowed her eyes slightly, raising her 7 stars Dragon Abyss sword to meet his strike. Within her sword light lay the essence of the dragon's shadow. In that moment, the divine dragon's sword light burst forth, unstoppable and cleaving through the relentless flood of his attack. Bai Yuanshan was taken aback, hastily raising his sword to parry. The clash of their swords produced a resounding explosion, a torrent of force surging forth that left Bai Yuanshan feeling weightless as he was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, spiraling uncontrollably off the arena. Below, a fellow cultivator swiftly caught him. A trickle of blood seeped from Bai Yuanshan's lips as he struggled to rise, intent on returning to the arena. You have already lost. There is no need to return. Su Wani stated coolly, sheathing her 7 stars Dragon Abyss sword and gazing down at him. I lost. How is this possible? Bai Yuanshan murmured, unable to comprehend how he had been forced off the stage by a single strike from Su Wani. The humiliation was unbearable. I concede, acknowledging the rules of the competition. He spat out blood, furrowing his brow as he strode away. Su Wani wins. The referee's voice rang out, declaring the conclusion of the match. Wow, Sister Su is remarkable. She forced a 4th-layer Yuan Hai realm opponent off the stage with a single strike. The crowd erupted in applause as Chong Green Butterfly clapped her hands in delight. She had once speculated about Su Wani's strength, but had never imagined it to be of such magnitude. In the viewing area, Ouyang Xiu gazed at Su Wani, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He was well acquainted with Bai Yuanshan. They had grown up together and often sparred. The Bai family's great river sword technique was powerful and expansive, yet he was astounded to see the delicate beauty effortlessly send him tumbling from the stage. Indicating her strength was beyond what a 1st-layer Yuan Hai realm cultivator should possess. Su Wani retracted her divine dragon shadow and gracefully descended from the arena to the viewing area. Congratulations. Xiong Chumo waved at Su Wani, his smile radiant. Su Wani frowned, choosing to ignore him as she retreated to a corner. Xiong Chumo snorted in disdain. Dong Fangyu, ever the affable one, approached her with a grin. Su Wani, I knew you had impressive combat abilities. What say you to a duel with me? Upon seeing Dong Fangyu's playful demeanor, Su Wani felt a surge of distaste. Perhaps another time, she replied, prompting Dong Fangyu to take a step back before promptly turning to leave. At this moment, the referee had already called his name. He was the second to take the stage. His opponent was the fourth contestant, Cui Xiaoran. The two engaged in only a few exchanges before Cui Xiaoran was defeated. Dong Fangyu returned, beaming with pride. Xiong Chumo cast a fleeting glance at him, his expression remaining neutral. The three of them had all been assured a spot in the competition, and now it was merely a formality. Among the 10 participants, a point system was employed. When Ouyang Xiao faced Xiong Chumo, they would feign defeat after a few exchanges. As for the others, none stood a chance against Xiong Chumo. Now, with Bai Yuanshan, enraged and humiliated, having withdrawn from the competition, only 9 remained, which would expedite the proceedings. The first round concluded, and the second round commenced. This time, Su Wani was the first to appear, and her opponent was none other than Dong Fangyu. Dong Fangyu, at the 5th level of the Yuan High Realm, held a substantial advantage over her, being 4 minor realms higher. The two stood on the stage, drawing their swords, poised for battle. The tension was palpable. In the viewing pavilion, Dongfang's patriarch remarked, "You seem a bit anxious, Ouyang Jintian." Ouyang Jintian shot a sideways glance at Dongfang Ming, a subtle smile on his lips. Am I anxious? It's absurd to think that a mere first-level Yuan High Realm could contend with my son. Dongfang Ming scoffed dismissively. Elder Luo from the Qitian Sword Sect glanced at Xiong Yinghao and inquired, "Who do you believe will emerge victorious between these two children?" Xiong Yinghao replied with a smile. Dongfang Yu has mastered the essence of the Dongfang family swordsmanship. I believe he should be able to defeat Su Wani. Naturally, he was inclined to side with the Dongfang family in this moment. Huh, Elder Luo chuckled lightly. If this young lady manages to defeat Dongfang Yu, I shall make an exception and accept her as a disciple of the inner sect. Such an ability to triumph over a 5-level Yuan High Realm at the first level is indeed rare, even at Qitian Sword Sect. As they conversed, Su Wani and Dongfang Yu had already begun their fierce duel on the stage. Dongfang Yu's soul-seizing sword technique was characterized by its swiftness. Once the first sword was unleashed, each subsequent strike was faster than the last, leaving no opportunity for respite until the opponent was vanquished. A torrent of sword beams cascaded down like mercury, blocking every inch of space. In response to Dongfang Yu's relentless onslaught, Su Wani utilized the dragon transformation technique. She transformed into ethereal dragons, weaving around the stage, evading each of Dongfang Yu's strikes. Dongfang Ming watched the two figures on stage intently, his expression darkening, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Suwanyi, stop dodging. Dongfang Yu bellowed, his sword light intensifying. Internally, he lamented his predicament. Despite unleashing countless strikes, not a single one had grazed her clothing. The soul-seizing sword technique comprised a total of 81 forms. By this point, he had executed 49 forms. If he could not defeat Su Wani after exhausting all his techniques, the power of his subsequent attempts would surely diminish. This swordsmanship demanded immense energy. However, Dongfang Yu's thoughts were gravely mistaken. Before he could complete his first round of techniques, Su Wani, having identified a flaw in his swordplay, launched a fierce counterattack. Her 7-star Dragon Abyss sword unleashed a torrent of sword light, with divine dragons bursting forth alongside the beams. In an instant, the stage was filled with the phantasmal figures of dragons. The sword light merged with the dragons, an unstoppable force that exploited a minor flaw and shattered the dense curtain of sword light created by the soul-seizing sword technique. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword descended from the heavens. Dongfang Yu was taken aback. Several sword energies struck him, and he screamed as he was sent flying. In the viewing pavilion, a figure darted out, catching Dongfang Yu in their arms. Dongfang Ming glared at his bloodied son, fury etched across his face. "You little girl, how ruthless! I shall not let you escape today." His expression was icy and terrifying as he slowly approached Su Wani, emanating the formidable aura of the shaping spirit realm. In a competition, injuries are inevitable. If you wish to avoid them, you should have kept your son from participating. Su Wani replied, her brow furrowed. standing tall on the stage with her sword pointed at Dongfang Ming. The large black cat beside her growled threateningly, "Miss, if this old man dares to strike, I will annihilate the entire Dongfang family." Su Wanni's pupils constricted. This cat truly was a creature of strong temperament. As Dongfang Ming advanced menacingly, he suddenly heard Xiong Yinghao's voice, which caused his expression to shift dramatically. He turned and carried Dongfang Yu away. After all, this was the Triad Martial Assembly, and with Elder Luo from the Qitian Sword Sect overseeing the proceedings, any aggression towards Su Wanni would surely invoke the wrath of the Elder. Xiong Yinghao conveyed to him that Elder Luo held a favorable view of this young lady, should she become a disciple of the inner sect of the Qitian Sword Sect. The Dongfang family would be wise not to provoke her. Seeing Dongfang Ming retreat, Su Wanni sighed in relief. She leaped down from the competition stage and returned to the viewing pavilion. The expressions of the others watching her were exceedingly complex. Some, whose abilities were inferior to Dongfang Yu, displayed fear in their eyes. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xiao and Xiong Chumo, both stronger than Dongfang Yu, regarded Su Wanni with a burning desire for battle. "Ouyang Xiao, do you believe you can defeat her with your strength?" Xiong Chumo asked softly. Ouyang Xiao recalled Su Wanni's stunning sword strike, his expression grave as he replied, "It's hard to say, but I must perform better than before." Xiong Chumo nodded slightly. In his view, Su Wanni might possess strength comparable to Ouyang Xiao, yet he still felt a significant gap existed between them. Regardless of the others, as long as he secured his position as the Tian Yuan, all would be well. After all, he was the highest in cultivation among those present, and his father was the Lord of Silver Moon City, a position of great prestige. Therefore, he could not afford to lose. A black carriage remained outside the Lord's mansion, surrounded by a bustling crowd, yet seemingly unnoticed by anyone. The large black horse turned its head and grinned, saying, "Master, the participants in the Triad Martial Assembly are all too weak. Only Xiong Yinghao's son poses any real challenge to the young lady." "Patience," Yiyan replied with a gentle smile. "The Triad Martial Assembly is merely the beginning." Luo Li and Jun Ma Xiao were refining the blood of the ancestral dragon, altering the density of its bloodline, thus requiring Su Wanni to train alone during this period. Yiyan harbored deep expectations for this young girl. He would gradually arrange formidable opponents for Su Wanni, ensuring she laid a solid foundation starting from the first level of the Yuan High realm. The Divine Dragon Sect had only 3 disciples, and for Yi Yun, the ancestor, he aimed to cultivate these 3 into formidable sword masters, akin to creating 3 versions of his former self. In this manner, one day, when he departs from the Cangnan continent, the Shenlong sect will undoubtedly have capable successors. As dusk approached, the night slowly descended. The city lord's mansion was ablaze with light, and the San Yuan martial competition was in full swing. Su Wanni had triumphed in 5 consecutive matches, earning her the reputation of being the dark horse of this year's championship. However, she had yet to face Ouyang Xiao and Xiong Chumo. Apart from his defeat at the hands of Xiong Chumo, Ouyang Xiao had not lost to anyone else in combat. Currently, he ranked in the top positions. If he wished to secure second place, he must defeat Su Wanni. The next match would see the second-ranked Ouyang Xiao pitted against the 10th-ranked Su Wanni. The referee's voice rang out, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. For the enchanting beauty clad in golden robes, bearing a brilliant red sword, the spectators were utterly captivated by her extraordinary grace. Su Wanni possessed stunning beauty, an ethereal demeanor, and exceptional swordsmanship. With 7 consecutive victories, she currently held the least favorable ranking of the human realm. Should she conquer Ouyang Xiao, she would surge into the top 2, ultimately facing the strongest contender, the city lord's son, in a decisive duel. Standing on the stage, Su Wanni drew her 7 stars long yuan sword, and the ethereal image of a divine dragon materialized behind her. She held no contempt for Ouyang Xiao. Years of tumultuous escapades had taught her never to underestimate any opponent. Despite her 7 victories, Su Wanni's heart remained tranquil, unperturbed. Her participation in the San Yuan martial competition was in accordance with her ancestors' wishes, who had urged her to undergo trials. Such trials were meant not only to strengthen her sword heart, but also to enable her to confront formidable foes head-on. To date, Ouyang Xiao was indeed her strongest adversary. Su Wanni aspired to achieve a breakthrough in her cultivation amidst the intense pressure of battle, akin to her junior brother and sister. After all, she had consumed a dragon tiger pill, a divine elixir bestowed by her ancestor, and most of its medicinal power still resided within her, patiently awaiting the arrival of pressure to catalyze a breakthrough. Inside the black carriage, Yi Yun maintained a calm demeanor, feeling Su Wan Yi's aura intensifying, and a flicker of admiration shone in his eyes. As the senior sister, Su Wan Yi was a few years older than Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, and her temperament was the most mature of the three. Yi Yun greatly appreciated this quality. When their sect faced peril, Su Wan Yi was the first to step forward and divert the pursuers, demonstrating a commendable spirit of self-sacrifice for the sake of others. As the 13th-generation master of the Shenlong sect, Yi Yun had taken on several disciples during the sect's most prosperous era, a time when no one dared to provoke them. While Yi Yun reminisced about the past, Su Wan Yi had already engaged in combat with Ouyang Xiao. Ouyang Xiao surpassed Su Wan Yi by 5 minor realms, yet he lacked the bloodline endowment, preventing him from gaining an absolute advantage. Nevertheless, Ouyang Xiao's combat prowess was indeed formidable. The Ouyang family's white tiger golden sword technique primarily focused on metallic slaughter, with each strand of sword light exuding remarkable sharpness. If not for the sturdy formation of the arena, it would have surely been destroyed by now. Similar to Su Wan Yi's divine dragon shadow, a vivid white tiger phantom loomed behind Ouyang Xiao, majestic and imposing, seated in the void. Waves of sword light radiated with resplendent golden brilliance, clashing against the divine dragon's sword light, creating a series of thunderous roars. After several fierce exchanges, Su Wan Yi found herself at a disadvantage, suppressed by Ouyang Xiao's swordsmanship. Fortunately, the Dragon 9 transformations allowed her to narrowly evade each sword attack. The myriad dragon phantoms in the air seemed to embody Su Wan Yi, making it difficult for Ouyang Xiao to pinpoint her true form, even as he shattered the illusions. This girl is quite remarkable. Elder Luo of the Qi Tian sword sect squinted his eyes, revealing a glimmer of appreciation. The battle on the arena was intense and had persisted for an hour. Ouyang Xiao, renowned as the second strongest among the younger generation of Silver Moon City, maintained a relentless offensive. Yet, he was astonished to find that Su Wan Yi showed no signs of fatigue. Despite being firmly suppressed, she had not completely lost her ability to counterattack. As darkness enveloped the sky, a few stars faintly emerged against the deep blue backdrop. A full moon gradually ascended from the eastern sky, resembling a golden disk. Inside the black carriage, Yi Yun's gaze flickered as he looked down at the depths beneath Silver Moon City. "Master, have you discovered something?" The black horse also peered downwards but saw nothing. Yi Yun raised his head to glance at the moonlit sky and chuckled softly. "You will find out soon enough. Unexpectedly. There's another splendid show to behold." "Understood, master." The black horse, filled with anticipation about the secrets below, dared not inquire further, opting instead to keep its curiosity to itself. On the arena, the battle between Ouyang Xiao and Su Wan Yi grew increasingly thrilling. Throughout the encounter, Su Wan Yi remained under Ouyang Xiao's pressure, with limited opportunities to retaliate due to the 5 minor realm disparity. To outsiders, Su Wan Yi's ability to endure thus far without defeat was nothing short of miraculous. "I never would have imagined this. This girl is remarkably resilient." Showing no signs of conceding, Elder Luo stroked his beard, smiling with satisfaction. His admiration for Su Wan Yi grew. With her indomitable will and outstanding talent, if properly cultivated, she would undoubtedly become an extraordinary genius. Xiao Hao nodded and smiled. He held no particular opinion of Su Wan Yi. After all, it was evident that she struggled against Ouyang Xiao, and she would be no match for his son, Xiong Chuemo. Thus, he felt no concern. The position of Tian Yuan remained an exclusive domain for his son. The battle continued for nearly half an hour. Su Wan Yi still exhibited no signs of fatigue, while Ouyang Xiao had begun to perspire slightly. He inwardly lamented, "This delicate beauty possesses an exceptional level of resilience, a rarity indeed. If this continues, both my magical and physical strength will wane, diminishing the power of my sword techniques." Ouyang Jintian also recognized this change. Casually sipping tea, he remarked, "Young lady, you are no match for my son. It would be better to concede than to struggle in vain." "Concede? How could that be possible?" Wan Yi had no time to respond, merely scoffing silently within. With the ancestral dragon bloodline coursing through her veins, her physical form was extraordinarily robust. After such an extended period of combat, She felt no hint of exhaustion. Even if she were to fight for another 5 hours, it would be of no consequence to her. Being pressed by Ouyang Xiao had its advantages. She sensed a potential breakthrough in her cultivation. Ouyang Zhentian noticed that his words had failed to elicit the desired effect. The young girl stubbornly pursed her lips, fiercely battling against her opponent Ouyang Xiao, letting out a muffled grunt. However, in the presence of Elder Luo from the Qitian Sword Sect, she refrained from uttering any further harsh words. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had passed. Ouyang Xiao began to show signs of fatigue. Both his physical strength and magical energy were waning. His swordplay exhibited evident flaws. Seizing the opportunity, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Su Wani's eyes as she thrust her sword forward, penetrating through the gap in Ouyang Xiao's technique. Ouyang Xiao was taken aback, hastily attempting to evade, yet Su Wani's sword light followed closely, forcing him to block in a rush. With a sharp thrust, her sword struck his shoulder, causing a spray of blood to erupt as he let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground. Exhausted and wounded, he could no longer endure. "I concede," Ouyang Xiao declared with a defeated expression. "Very well." Su Wani sheathed her Qixing Longyuan sword and gracefully descended from the arena. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Wow! Sister Su has triumphed again, defeating Ouyang Xiao, who stands 5 small realms above her. The position of the Tianyuan is now secured." Cheering, Chong Green Butterfly clapped her hands. Upon witnessing his son's defeat at the hands of Su Wani, Ouyang Zhentian trembled with fury. It was his son who had been dominating the fight. Yet in the end, this girl had emerged victorious. He couldn't help but suspect that Su Wani had cheated. How could such a delicate girl possess such enduring combat prowess? Though he intended to voice his grievances, a glance at Elder Luo, who wore an approving smile, stifled his words. It seemed this young woman was destined to become an inner disciple of the Qitian Sword Sect, much like Xiong Chumo. He could not afford to offend her. When Su Wani returned to the spectators' area, only Xiong Chumo remained. "I must say, you are indeed a formidable opponent," Xiong Chumo remarked seriously, fixing his gaze upon her. "If we were both at the 7th level of the Yuan High Realm, I would not stand a chance against you. What do you wish to convey?" Su Wani asked, her expression indifferent. "You have fought for quite some time now. If we were to engage in battle, you would likely lose due to fatigue. It would be prudent for us to agree beforehand that you can concede when we reach the arena," Xiong Chumo suggested with a smile, exuding confidence. "That is not necessarily the case. We shall see in the arena," Su Wani coldly retorted before turning away. Xiong Chumo was momentarily taken aback. This girl certainly possessed a stubborn streak. It appeared that in their upcoming confrontation, he would need to go all out and strive for a swift resolution, using his most powerful sword techniques to compel her to concede. After a brief interlude, the judge announced the commencement of the final match. Su Wani and Xiong Chumo ascended the arena once more, greeted by enthusiastic applause from the gathered crowd. A spectacular clash of dragon and phoenix was about to unfold. Many spectators held high hopes for Su Wani, the dark horse of this tournament, as she had triumphed over numerous powerful adversaries throughout her journey to the final round. As the battle commenced, the large black cat perched on Su Wani's shoulder suddenly furrowed its brow, sensing an inexplicable and eerie aura in the air. It glanced up at the full moon hanging in the night sky, noticing a faint crimson hue surrounding it. Having lived a long life, the black cat was well versed in various phenomena. At that moment, it contemplated a troubling possibility. Silver Moon City was reputed to have once been the royal capital of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, which had surrendered to the human race a millennium ago after their defeat. Despite its unease, the black cat felt reassured by the presence of its master outside and the unwavering friendship of Grandpa Ma. Meanwhile, on the arena, Xiong Chumo unleashed his most formidable 9-turn overbearing sword technique, launching a relentless assault on Su Wani in an attempt to defeat her swiftly. The sword light surged like tidal waves, each wave more powerful than the last, as Su Wani struggled like a small boat amidst the tumultuous waters. Bang! It felt as though a barrier within her had shattered. Su Wani's body trembled, and in that moment, she broke through to the 2nd level of the Yuan High realm. Feeling her magical energy surge and her combat prowess amplify, Su Wani let out a dragon-like roar, unleashing a torrent of sword light in a counterattack against Xiong Chumo. "What? She has broken through?" Xiong Chumo gasped in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Su Wani would achieve a breakthrough in the midst of battle. The newly empowered Su Wani resembled a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, her power magnified tenfold compared to before. This is impossible. Xiong Chumo's mind screamed in disbelief. His earlier advantage had dissipated entirely. The spectators were equally stunned, witnessing Su Wani's transformation during combat as she seized the initiative and matched Xiong Chumo blow for blow. Go! Sistersu. Chong Green Butterfly was the first to react from the crowd, clapping her hands and cheering enthusiastically. In the spectator area, aside from Elder Luo from the Qitian Sword Sect, who wore a broad smile, the expressions of others turned grim, particularly Xiong Yinghao. The Lord of Silver Moon City had initially intended to secure the Tianyuan position for his son, but now Su Wani had appeared out of nowhere, disrupting all his carefully laid plans. His greatest hope was that Su Wani would exhaust herself from the relentless battles and ultimately succumb to his son. This girl is truly remarkable, managing to break through in the midst of combat. Elder Luo mused, his expression one of approval. He did not care for the Tianyuan position. His sole desire was to attract more powerful talents to the Qitian Sword Sect. On the arena, Su Wani was equally astonished. The divine-level Longhu Dan bestowed upon her by her ancestors was overwhelmingly potent. After breaking through a major realm, she suddenly gained a significant boost in power, now able to contend evenly with Xiong Chumo. Even though Xiong Chumo's sword techniques were fierce, her divine dragon swordplay could effectively counter him. Xiong Chumo, in a state of urgency, altered his sword stance. Countless sword images converged, forming a multitude of luminous swords in the air. An immense concentration of sword light enveloped everything, casting a shadow over the surroundings as the world descended into darkness, save for the radiant brilliance of the concentrated sword light. Resembling a shooting star streaking across the night sky, radiating dazzling illumination. The golden radiance surged forth, seemingly imbued with boundless majesty and dominance, as it surged towards Su Wanyi. Xiong Chumo unleashed the most formidable move from the 9 turns overbearing sword technique, the 10,000 swords returning to 1. Recognizing the ferocity of this attack, Su Wanyi remained cautious. In that instant, she summoned all her magical energy, executing an astonishing sword strike. This strike was also one of the 9 deadly techniques of the divine dragon sword art, a legacy bestowed upon her by her ancestors, yet not documented in the teachings of her master. This technique was named the Dragon Surprise Kill. A divine dragon roared forth, its mouth clasping a blood-red longsword. The sword, bathed in crimson, exuded a palpable aura of slaughter, instantly permeating the vast expanse with a scent of blood. With a thunderous roar, the dragon's cry echoed through the heavens and earth as it lunged towards Xiong Chumo's golden light. What kind of sword technique is this? Truly powerful. Elder Luo of the Qitian Sword Sect stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment. This move was exceedingly rare in his lifetime. Xiong Ying, too, stood up nervously, trembling slightly, unsure if his son could withstand the strike. Boom! The blood-red sword held in the dragon's mouth collided with the indomitable sword light, producing a sound that shook the very foundations of the world. The void fractured, and everything was obliterated. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout Silver Moon City, and the surrounding platforms began to crack, causing countless spectators to flee in terror. Roar! The divine dragon howled skyward, its body twisting as it suddenly lunged at the terrified Xiong Chumo. The blood sword and the golden light had vanished. The dragon's ethereal form landed upon Xiong Chumo, an unimaginable force instantly propelling him into the air. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A figure swiftly ascended, catching Xiong Chumo securely in midair. Subsequently, Xiong Ying hastily fed him a healing elixir, casting an angry glare at the beautiful girl on the platform, unable to voice his fury. With that astonishing killing move, Su Wanyi had defeated his son. Now, she had become the favored one in the eyes of Elder Luo of the Qitian Sword Sect. Her future within the sect appeared limitless, and it was likely she would soon ascend from an inner disciple to a prodigious disciple. At that point, Xiong Chumo might even find himself seeking her protection. Xiong Ying landed, his heart swelling with unexpressed indignation, his face stern and silent. After consuming the elixir, Xiong Chumo's pale complexion improved slightly. Although the dragon's ethereal form had struck him, it had only inflicted light injuries, as the most powerful blow had been delivered through the blood-red sword in the dragon's mouth. Su Wanyi exhaled, sheathing the 7 stars Dragon Abyss sword. Undoubtedly, she emerged as the ultimate victor of this triad martial conference, the position of Tianyuan rightfully hers. However, she felt that her execution of the dragon's surprise kill had not yet met the expectations set by her ancestors. Currently, she relied solely on the 7 stars Dragon Abyss sword to perform this technique. With a common sword, she would be unable to unleash such a cataclysmic attack. In a black carriage, Yian smiled gently. Su Wanyi had finally broken through, yet her execution of the dragon's surprise kill still required refinement. Ideally, 9 divine dragons should emerge concurrently, each exhaling a blood-red light to truly capture the essence of the technique. As it stood, Su Wanyi had merely manifested the shadow of 1 dragon. However, Yian remained unperturbed. He believed that even if the 3 disciples were somewhat lacking in talent, he possessed means to address it. After all sword techniques of the Divine Dragon Sect stem from the concentration of bloodlines within. With the passage of time, as the concentration of ancestral dragon blood within these 3 youngsters increased, the potency of the Divine Dragon sword art would inevitably strengthen, until one day, they could transform into true divine dragons, wielding divine swords capable of delivering earth-shattering blows. Su Wanyi had triumphed. The referee outside the platform remained in a stupor for a long moment before finally announcing the outcome of the match. Surrounding spectators raised their hands, cheering loudly, especially those who had always believed in Su Wanyi as a dark horse, their applause ringing red. Su Wanyi stood calmly on the platform, devoid of ecstatic joy at her ultimate victory. Suddenly, Elder Luo of the Qitian Sword Saint stood, smiling as he inquired, Su Wanyi, would you care to join our Qitian Sword Sect? At these words, all surrounding cultivators displayed expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment. The Shinkong dynasty housed 3 major powers, Qitian Sword Sect, Shenheng Sect, and Yuma Sect. These grand sects boasted formidable strength, with Nirvana realm experts stationed within. Their might beyond imagination. I am a disciple of the Divine Dragon Sect, and have no desire to join any sect. Su Wanyi replied softly, her head bowed. A murmur of surprise spread through the crowd. No one anticipated that this stunning maiden would refuse Elder Luo's invitation to the Qitian Sword Sect. What is this Divine Dragon Sect? I have never heard of it. It must be an obscure little sect. This girl is too stubborn. The Qitian Sword Sect is one of the 3 major powers of our Shinkong dynasty, with a Nirvana realm expert in residence. If she were to join the Qitian Sword Sect, it would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune, leading her to ascend the ranks. This girl truly lacks understanding. Foolishly casting aside such a golden opportunity, a wave of complex emotions arose among the crowd, filled with various shades of sympathy. Is this girl foolish? Xiong Ying's eyes widened, incredulous as he gazed at Su Wanyi. Today, she had performed exceptionally well, capturing Elder Luo's attention early on. If she joined the Qitian Sword Sect, a spot as a prodigious disciple would surely be hers. How could she let such a monumental opportunity slip away? Hearing the discussions around her, Elder Luo's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Su Wanyi, imbued with malice, as if he wished to devour her. He had not anticipated that this girl would so readily reject his invitation, displaying extreme arrogance and audacity. The Qitian Sword Sect held dominion over the entire Shinkong dynasty. Who dared to utter a word of dissent? Suppressing his inner fury, Elder Luo coldly inquired, Su Wanyi, why do you refuse to join our Qitian Sword Sect? Su Wanyi raised her head, her expression calm, meeting Elder Luo's raging gaze without a trace of fear. The Divine Dragon Sect is excellent. I have never considered switching affiliations. Good, good, good. Elder Luo repeated thrice, his face ashen, thoroughly infuriated by Su Wanyi. What benefits are there in clinging to a mere third-rate sect? Su Wanyi, Elder Luo glared fiercely, coldly demanding. Then why did you participate in the Triad Martial Conference? Was it not to join a more powerful sect? Su Wanyi disregarded Elder Luo, surveying her surroundings before calmly stating, now that I have secured a place in the Tianyuan competition, shouldn't there be a reward? The air fell silent, as no one anticipated that after rejecting Elder Luo's goodwill, Su Wanyi would audaciously demand a reward for the Sanyuan Martial Assembly. Shouldn't she be hastily departing from Silver Moon City? Offending a divine bridge elder from the Qitian Sword Sect was no trifling matter. You, Elder Luo trembled with rage at Su Wani's blatant disrespect. Were it not for his esteemed status and formidable cultivation, he would have struck her down without hesitation. Xiong Yinghao sensed the tension and understood it was time for him to intervene. Stepping out from the viewing pavilion, he surveyed the scene from a height and coldly declared, "Su Wani, your insolence in provoking the Qitian Sword Sect is laughable. Do you still expect a reward? Seize her immediately and confine her in the dungeon." Xiong Yinghao's words stunned the surrounding spectators. No one expected the Lord of Silvermoon City to unleash such a fierce response against a cultivator who had just earned a place in the Tianyuan competition. However, upon reflection, they felt reassured. If even the Lord of Silvermoon City dared not offend Elder Luo of the Qitian Sword Sect, why did a mere Su Wani have to cross him? In the Shunfeng dynasty, a single thought from the Qitian Sword Sect could lead to the annihilation of any sect. The onlookers' faces turned pale with fear as they began to retreat. At that moment, a dozen figures rushed onto the arena, drawing their long swords and encircling Su Wani. "If you wish to live, lay down your weapon at once," a middle-aged cultivator commanded coldly. Su Wani's pupils constricted as she regarded her 12 adversaries, all at the Yuan-Hai realm, with the weakest at the 3rd level and the strongest at the 6th. Despite the formidable foes surrounding her, Su Wani remained unfazed. Is this truly the Sanyuan Martial Assembly? What a disappointment. And you, Xiong Yinghao, the Lord of Silvermoon City, your shamelessness is truly disheartening. She lifted her chin defiantly, casting a frigid gaze at Xiong Yinghao. Laced with scorn. Impudent. Xiong Yinghao trembled with fury. "Seize her." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the attack. The 12 cultivators lunged at Su Wani with their swords drawn. Elder Luo, witnessing the scene, felt his anger wane. Xiong Yinghao was handling the situation adequately. If Su Wani could not be recruited by the Qitian Sword Sect, it would be better to eliminate her entirely and avoid future troubles. At that moment, the black cat perched on Su Wani's shoulder suddenly seethed with rage. "How dare you, vile little creatures! I shall devour you all." The black cat prepared to leap from Su Wani's shoulder, ready to unleash its true form and wreak havoc. Just then, it heard Yi Yun's voice. "There's no need to rush. Leave that wolf cub to you later." Upon hearing its master's words, the black cat jolted. What did he mean? Was he referring to that peculiar aura it had sensed earlier? The black cat calmed itself and looked up, noticing that the moon appeared slightly redder than before. It seemed to understand. Its master was indicating the identity of the wolf cub. Excited, the black cat relished the thought of being entrusted with such an important task, realizing that its master was beginning to trust it. If it were merely lounging on the carriage day after day, the black cat would feel a pang of guilt, fearing abandonment. Content. The black cat settled back on Su Wani's shoulder, anticipating the forthcoming encounter with the wolf cub. Meanwhile, on the arena, Su Wani had engaged in fierce combat with the 12 Yuan-Hai realm cultivators. Their attacks were relentless, a torrent of sword light raining down upon her. Rather than confront them head-on, she adeptly utilized the Shenlong 9 transformations technique to evade their strikes. As she skillfully dodged the onslaught while counterattacking, she felt a surge of exhilaration from the immense pressure of battle. She recalled a conversation with Luo Li, who had faced numerous formidable opponents during a conflict with the Bloodrobe sect, resulting in both of them elevating their cultivation by 2 minor realms. The current battle bore a striking resemblance to that previous encounter. Now, she grasped her ancestors' intentions. It seemed everything was part of her ancestors' grand design. This girl possesses remarkable agility. Perhaps we should send a few more cultivators to join the fray, Elder Luo remarked, glancing at Xiong Yinghao. Nodding in agreement, Xiong Yinghao summoned 4 or 5 more high-level Yuan-Hai cultivators to the battle. At that moment, Elder Luo felt a strange sensation and gazed up at the reddish moon in the night sky, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. How peculiar. Why does the moon appear slightly red tonight? Observing the crimson-tinged moon, Elder Luo pondered, aware of the deep heritage of the Qitian Sword Sect and its historical insights. He recalled that Silvermoon City had once been the royal city of the Silvermoon Wolf clan, which had perished in a conflict against humanity. It had been a millennium since then. Surely, no remnants of the Silvermoon Wolf clan could remain. Elder Luo speculated in silence, recalling that historical records indicated the Silvermoon Wolf clan had been exterminated, with no sightings of a Silvermoon Wolf in nearly 10,000 years. He lifted his gaze once more to the moon, its hue still a far cry from the blood-red shade associated with the clan's ancient and mysterious rituals. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he dismissed his earlier concerns as excessive. Xiong Yinghao frowned, fixated on the ongoing battle in the arena. 17 Yuan High Realm experts were now engaged, relentlessly assaulting Su Wani. Initially, he had intended to imprison her and subject her to various tortures to appease Elder Luo, but soon realized Su Wani's formidable prowess. With that realization, he decided she must be eliminated. It was imperative to eradicate this threat swiftly to prevent future complications. Thus, as the second wave of high-level Yuan High cultivators joined the fray, they intensified their lethal assault, leaving Su Wani in a perilous situation. Elder Luo, who had been observing the fierce battle, let out a gentle sigh, finally feeling a sense of relief. Despite Su Wanyi's extraordinary stamina, she had endured several intense confrontations. Now, faced with the relentless assault of 17 formidable masters of the Ocean Realm, it was evident that she could not hold on much longer. Let that foolish individual disappear forever from this world, Elder Luo mused. Amidst the surging currents of sword light, Su Wanyi pressed her lips tightly together, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. She was enduring the terrifying onslaught from the 17 masters of the Ocean Realm, and the pressure she felt was unimaginable. In this moment, she could truly comprehend the immense strain her junior brothers and sisters faced when confronted by dozens of opponents. Each moment felt like a brush with death, and a moment's inattention could lead to her being struck by countless blades of light. The adversaries, each a master of the Ocean Realm, wielded lethal techniques aimed directly at her vital points. Su Wanyi concentrated all her mental energy. At this moment, the dragon transformation technique reached its pinnacle. Numerous ethereal dragon apparitions danced above the arena, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Even if half of these dragon phantoms were dispelled by the sword energy, more would instantly emerge, a dazzling display of transformation that was nearly impossible to grasp. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun observed this scene with a calm expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the mastery of the dragon transformation technique, Su Wanyi indeed surpassed Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. After all, they were currently within the territory of the Divine Wind Dynasty, where the Ocean Realm Masters were significantly stronger than those of the Ancient Moon Dynasty. Thus, the pressure she faced was exponentially greater. If she could hold on just a little longer, Su Wanyi would achieve a breakthrough. Yi Yin glanced at the celestial phenomena and noticed that the round moon had grown increasingly crimson. He then turned his attention to the depths beneath Silver Moon City, where the underground formation was nearly complete and had begun to activate. Raising an eyebrow, he lightly tapped with his index finger. Instantly, remarkable changes swept through the spatial expanse of Silver Moon City. Deep underground, the formation operated by the Silver Moon Wolf Clan was forcibly suppressed by Yi Yun, causing its momentum to slow imperceptibly. It could be said that whether it was the 3 Yuan martial meeting above or the schemes of the Silver Moon Wolf Clan below, everything lay within Yi Yun's strategic grasp. The moment Su Wanyi achieved her breakthrough would coincide with the rise of the Blood Moon and the resurrection of the Howling Silver Wolf. Yi Yun had already prepared this Howling Silver Wolf for the Black Cat to practice against. Time flowed languidly for Yi Yun, while it raced for Su Wanyi. Her spirit was intensely focused, engaged in repelling a myriad of sword-light attacks, each passing second. A slight misstep could result in calamity. Xiong Yinghao, hands clasped behind his back, gazed intently at the arena, his expression grave. Were it not for his status, he would have long since leaped into the fray. With so many Ocean Realm Masters persistently attacking, they had yet to subdue even one practitioner of the second level of the Ocean Realm. A bunch of incompetence. Xiong Yinghao seethed with frustration. Su Wanyi should be on the verge of collapse. Elder Luo remarked coolly, his eyes narrowing to slits, revealing flashes of cold light. After a brief interval, Xiong Yinghao exchanged glances with Elder Luo, both wearing expressions of dismay. They had assumed that Su Wanyi would falter at any moment. Yet time and again, she narrowly escaped peril. This resilience of Su Wanyi was astonishing. Elder Luo had never encountered such a tenacious practitioner in his life. Little did he know, Su Wanyi had spent her entire life fleeing alongside her master, enduring countless life and death trials. Her ability to survive alongside her master and fellow disciples was largely attributed to the dragon transformation technique of their sect. The once renowned Dragon Sect had faded into obscurity. rarely mentioned in recent millennia. Had it been 90,000 years ago, any practitioner who witnessed the dragon transformation technique would instinctively retreat miles away. Who would dare challenge a disciple of an eternal-level sect? In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had burned down. Bang! The invisible shackles within Su Wan shattered at last. Her body shuddered lightly, and her internal energy surged forth like a mighty river, flooding through her meridians. In that moment, her power and combat prowess soared once more. The onlookers around her could not help but display expressions of astonishment. Among them, Chongqing Dai stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was unfolding before her. This sister Su was an unparalleled prodigy. It was only a short while ago that she had just broken through during her match with Xiong Chu Mo. In less than an hour, she had achieved 2 consecutive breakthroughs, leaving countless spectators in awe. How could she have broken through again? Elder Luo abruptly rose to his feet, fists clenched, veins bulging at his neck. "You go," he commanded darkly, directing his gaze towards Xiong Yinghao. Yes, the shocked Xiong Yinghao, upon hearing Elder Luo's order, stood up immediately. Suddenly, he heard the astonished exclamations of those around him. "Look, why has the moon turned red?" Countless individuals instinctively looked up at the night sky. At that moment, a celestial phenomenon occurred, transforming the originally golden round moon into a blood-red orb. The blood moon hung ominously in the sky, casting crimson light that bathed Silver Moon City in a wash of red. Chapter 60. The Emergence of the Silver Moon Wolf Clan. The onset of chaos, the sudden appearance of this extraordinary celestial event in the skies above Silver Moon City astonished everyone present. Elder Luo gazed apprehensively at the blood moon, his heart heavy with concern. Could the ancient legends truly be real? On the night of the blood moon, the guardian deity of the Silver Moon Wolf Clan would descend upon the world once more. The Silver Moon Wolf Clan, once inhabitants of this land, possessed the bloodline of the Silver Wolf, a hybrid of man and wolf, tracing their ancestry back to the Howling Silver Wolf. The Howling Silver Wolf was also one of the legendary ancient beasts of the Sangnan continent. After a few seconds, Elder Luo recalled that during the battle a millennium ago, the Howling Silver Wolf had been slain by the formidable forces of humanity and could never be resurrected. Moreover, for over 9,000 years, there had been no sightings of Silver Moon werewolves in this region. Shaking his head, Elder Luo murmured softly to himself, forcibly dispelling the flicker of panic in his heart. At that moment, Xiong Yinghao, witnessing the terrifying celestial phenomenon, felt a twinge of fear. "Lord Xiong, what are you hesitating for?" Suddenly, Elder Luo's voice echoed in his ear. "Elder Luo, rest assured, today Su Wan is destined to perish." Xiong Yinghao banished all distractions, took a deep breath, and boldly stepped off the viewing platform, soaring through the void towards the arena. At this juncture, having broken through to the 3rd level of the ocean realm, Su Wan was no longer in such dire straits. The great black cat perched on her shoulder glinted with fierce light in its eyes, fixating on the incoming Xiong Yinghao, ready to strike. Suddenly, a familiar sound resonated in its ears. Thud! It was the distinct sound of the mighty hooves of its grand black cat, Master Ma, striking the ground. Such a gentle sound. In midair, Xiong Yinghao, overwhelmed by the thunderous echoes in his mind, felt as if struck by lightning. He abruptly fell into unconsciousness, crashing to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, as a formidable figure in the realm of spiritual manifestation, his robust physique spared him from grievous injury. The grand black cat chuckled with pride. Master Ma had made his move. With just a gentle strike, a powerful being was rendered unconscious. Undoubtedly, Master Ma's prowess was remarkable. The grand black cat admired him. Acknowledging that it could not have achieved such a feat, its favorite pastime was pouncing and pinning Xiong Yinghao beneath its claws, then devouring him in one bite. "City Lord." Several cultivators rushed over, cradling the unconscious Xiong Yinghao in their arms. At that moment, Xiong Yinghao's nose bled, and his eyes were tightly shut, lost to the world. Witnessing this, Elder Luo gasped in shock. The city of Silver Moon was enveloped in a blood-red hue, exuding an eerie, hellish atmosphere. Recalling the legends of the Silver Moon Wolf Clan, Elder Luo felt an inexplicable dread wash over him, causing him to shudder. Howl! In the distance, a pedestrian suddenly threw back his head and emitted a wolf howl. The sound ignited a transformation throughout Silver Moon City, akin to a spark catching fire. Almost all ordinary citizens and low-ranking cultivators simultaneously gazed at the ominous blood moon above, howling in unison. Silver Moon City, home to millions, resonated with a collective wolf howl, instilling an overwhelming sense of foreboding. The cacophony of howls reverberated through the entire city, and the ground trembled as if it concealed some ferocious beast beneath. What was transpiring below? Within the Lord's Manor, leaders of various sects and clan heads were struck with grave concern as they witnessed the astonishing upheaval in Silver Moon City. They felt an uncontrollable restlessness stirring within themselves. How? Finally, a clan leader at the first level of the Yuan Sea, his eyes bulging and skin flushed, threw back his head and howled. Soon, more cultivators could no longer suppress the agitation within and joined in the furious howling. Among the ordinary citizens, many who howled found their skins splitting, blood gushing forth. As the blood pooled on the ground, it was absorbed by an inexplicable force. This place is no longer safe. Sensing the escalating terror, Elder Luo's expression changed dramatically as he prepared to leave. Rumble. A massive fissure suddenly tore open in the square, unleashing hundreds of powerful figures. These beings, towering nearly 3 meters tall, were covered in silver wolf fur, possessing human bodies and wolf heads, each wielding a formidable wolf fawn club. They soared above the Lord's Manor. These were the remnants of the Silver Moon Wolf clan. Upon witnessing this, Elder Luo of the Chitian Sword Sect finally comprehended the situation. The remnants of the Wolf clan, absent for over 10 millennia, had concealed themselves beneath Silver Moon City. They were conducting a grand sacrificial rite this very night. After tonight, all of humanity in Silver Moon City would perish, and the legendary beast of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, the Howling Silver Wolf, would descend upon the world once more. Elder Luo's complexion turned pale, and an icy dread enveloped his heart. He needed to return to the Chitian Sword Saint swiftly to report this matter to the sect leader. Whoosh! He transformed into a beam of light, racing through the air. A silver light streaked like a meteor, colliding with him mid-flight. Elder Luo grunted in pain. Falling back down, blocking his path was a robust middle-aged wolfman, brandishing a gleaming wolf fawn club. He looked at Elder Luo with a sneer. Say a millennium ago, the Chitian Sword Sect was the prime instigator against Silver Moon City. I cannot allow you to escape. Elder Luo pointed his sword at the wolfman, vehemently denouncing him. The remnants of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, who would have thought you've been hiding underground for nearly 10 millennia. Indeed, 90% of our kin were slaughtered by your kind. Thankfully, we found refuge in an underground castle beneath Silver Moon City, allowing us to survive. After nearly 10,000 years of recuperation, we have regained some vitality. Today, our ancestral god, the Howling Silver Wolf, shall descend upon the world, and from henceforth, the Divine Wind Dynasty will be ruled by the Silver Moon Wolf clan. He laughed maniacally, his demeanor utterly frenzied. Furious, Elder Luo soared into the air, striking towards him with his sword. Instantly, two powerful figures in the bridge of God's realm clashed in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, other strong members of the Silver Moon Wolf clan engaged in combat with the untainted sect leaders and clan heads. Chaos erupted throughout the Lord's Manor. On the arena, those Yuan Sea realm cultivators besieging Su Wani felt a wave of despair wash over them. They too were gripped by an uncontrollable restlessness, observing their peers emitting howls, their skins splitting and blood spilling. They realized they were afflicted by a peculiar toxin. As they struggled to suppress this strange poison while battling Su Wani, their plight became exceedingly arduous. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wani unleashed a flurry of strikes, dispatching several lower-tier Yuan Sea realm cultivators. She grew increasingly valiant in battle, unaffected by the celestial phenomena surrounding her. Inside the black carriage, Yi Yun remained calm and unperturbed. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sensation and lifted his head. The blood of millions from Silver Moon City seeped into the earth, where it was refined by a grand formation beneath, consolidating within the blood moon above. Within that blood moon, a sinister silhouette of a silver wolf flickered into view. Chapter 61. Howling Silver Wolf at long last, the little wolf cub, long awaited, was about to emerge. Ye Yun similite faintly. Howl! The silver wolf silhouette within the blood moon let out a resounding howl. At that moment, Elder Luo, engaged in battle, felt a tremor of fear coursing through him, his hand trembling, nearly dropping his sword. Whoosh! A silver light flashed as the middle-aged wolfman swung his wolf fawn club, striking Elder Luo on the shoulder. Elder Luo spat blood, plummeting from the sky. Witnessing the defeat of Elder Luo from the Chitian Sword Sect, the leaders of the various sects and clan heads were deeply shaken. The emotional turmoil rendered them unable to suppress the bizarre toxin within their bodies, prompting them to howl in fury, their skins splitting, blood gushing into the earth. This included the Yuan Sea realm cultivators on the arena, who were not spared from the affliction. Before long, only Su Wani remained standing. As she surveyed her surroundings, she found herself alone, surrounded by towering wolfmen. This human cultivator appears to be an outsider, unaffected by our toxin, the clan leader remarked. A young werewolf declared loudly, "You may proceed." The middle-aged werewolf, possessing the power of the shaping god realm, responded calmly from mid-air. In an instant, dozens of werewolves of the Yuanhai realm surged towards Su Wani. Suddenly, a soft sound of hooves echoed through the air, and those werewolves were all rendered unconscious mid-flight. Who dares to play tricks? The middle-aged werewolf was taken aback. At that moment, a black carriage materialized on the arena, accompanied by a wave of spatial disturbance. The large black horse at the front of the carriage raised its head and flashed a toothy grin at the middle-aged werewolf, revealing its pristine white teeth. The appearance of such a strange black carriage elicited a grave expression from the middle-aged werewolf. "Ancestor," Su Wani hurriedly bowed. "Rest for now and enjoy the spectacle. Your remarkable breakthroughs of 2 minor realms amidst continuous fierce battles are already commendable. Further combat would be detrimental to you," Yin advised gently. Su Wani's face lit up with gratitude as she sheathed her 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and stood beside the carriage. "Is there someone inside the carriage?" The middle-aged werewolf was startled, realizing he had not sensed anyone's presence, indicating the other party was also a formidable expert. He did not dare to act recklessly. This black carriage, with its mysterious origins, was not a force of Silver Moon City. At that moment, the Grand Formation was reaching a critical juncture, and the ancestor of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, the Howling Silver Wolf, was on the verge of resurrection. He gazed up at the blood moon, where the silhouette of the silver wolf grew increasingly distinct. The bloodline within the middle-aged werewolf surged with intensity. A woo! He could not suppress a furious howl towards the heavens. The Grand Formation enveloping Silver Moon City once again channeled a massive amount of vitality towards the blood moon. A brilliant silver light suddenly descended from moon, materializing in the air as a colossal wolf. This enormous silver wolf, shimmering with a silvery sheen, was as large as a small mountain, its silver wings radiating a chilling brilliance. Its blood-red eyes exuded an intense, murderous aura. An unimaginable pressure descended from the sky. "Salutations, ancestor!" Upon witnessing the familiar howling silver wolf, the members of the Silver Moon Wolf clan all knelt to the ground, fervently bowing, their faces alight with fanaticism. "You have done well, taking so long to summon me back." The howling silver wolf surveyed its surroundings, its gaze reflecting a disdainful superiority. "From this day forth, the Silver Moon Wolf clan shall rise, unrivaled beneath heaven and on earth." This proclamation ignited a fervor within the hearts of the Silver Moon werewolves. Unrivaled beneath heaven and on earth, they roared in unison, shaking the very foundations of Silver Moon City. With no regard for the potential consequences, the large black cat abruptly leaped from Su Wani's shoulder, transforming into a streak of black light that surged into the sky. In midair, it morphed into a cat the size of a small mountain, resembling a massive black panther. The black cat's glossy fur shimmered, and its pair of ebony eyes glimmered with a chilling light. It extended its paw, licking its sharp claws with a blood-red tongue. "Howling Silver Wolf, I shall play with you." The large black cat scoffed. The howling silver wolf, reveling in its moment, suddenly found itself confronted by a black cat of similar size, momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing the 3 tails behind the black cat, it gasped in astonishment. "A 9-tailed spirit cat, a powerful beast whose bloodline rivals my own." The realization struck him with a sense of impending danger. "9-tailed spirit cat, we share no grievances from the past or present. Why must you provoke me?" The howling silver wolf roared in anger. "I simply find you too arrogant and wish to teach you a lesson." The large black cat chuckled, lunging at the howling silver wolf. The howling silver wolf did not back down, The two colossal beasts clashed fiercely in the sky, the ground trembling beneath the weight of their battle. All the Silver Moon werewolves looked skyward, their expressions grim. They had only just summoned their ancestor, and now a black nine-tailed spirit cat had appeared, its power on par with that of their ancestor. The middle-aged werewolf's gaze shifted back to the black carriage, fear evident in his eyes. What kind of being was inside that carriage to command a nine-tailed spirit cat of Nirvana realm as their enforcer? A resounding rumble echoed through the sky as the fierce battle between the howling silver wolf and the nine-tailed spirit cat raged on for a full incense stick's duration, both sustaining injuries. However, the nine-tailed spirit cat bore the brunt of the damage, its defenses weaker than those of the howling silver wolf, resulting in greater harm from equivalent attacks. You little wolf cub, daring to fight with such ferocity. Let me show you how to handle this. The large black cat, fully enraged, threw itself at the howling silver wolf with reckless abandon, exchanging injuries for injuries. You madman, do you seek mutual destruction? The howling silver wolf retorted, exasperated. They were both formidable beings of the same level. There was no need for such a desperate fight. Master, the little cat is quite tenacious. The large black horse commented with a grin towards the carriage. This is a testament of loyalty, Yi Yun replied with a serene smile, unfazed. Watching the blood rain down from the sky, Su Wani felt a twinge of anxiety, for this feline elder had once saved her life. Chapter 62. The Ferocity of Master Cat Bang. Bang! The battle between the howling silver wolf and the large black cat intensified. Nine-tailed spirit cat, do not force my hand. The howling silver wolf bellowed, its wounds multiplying. Little wolf cub, unleash all your might upon me. If I flinch even slightly, you may take my surname. The large black cat retorted with a smirk, continuing its relentless assault on the howling silver wolf. Fine. The howling silver wolf trembled with rage. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the blood moon above. In that instant, the world plunged into darkness. The howling silver wolf, at the cost of sacrificing a third of its blood essence, unleashed its bloodline divine ability. Boom! It struck with the speed of lightning, pouncing fiercely and slamming its claw down on the nine-tailed spirit cat, sending it plummeting from the sky. This blow exceeded its usual strength by at least threefold. The howling silver wolf was convinced that the nine-tailed spirit cat would be severely wounded and unable to continue fighting. A massive, dark figure akin to a small mountain crashed down from the sky. If it were to fall to the ground, it would likely turn the entire Lord's mansion into a massive pit. Su Wan Yi's eyes widened as she stared blankly at the elder cat descending from the sky. She felt utterly helpless. Inside the carriage, Yian gently gestured with his hand, causing the large black cat to instantly shrink and return to the top of the carriage. The black cat sprawled out lazily, irate, and declared, "Master, do not interfere. I wish to battle this little wolf cub for 300 rounds. Oh, come now. You are gravely injured, unable to even lift a paw, and you still wish to engage in such a lengthy duel?" The large black horse teased from the side. Yian smiled in response. "Master Horse, please do not mock me. I am aware of my own capabilities, but that little wolf cub is simply too arrogant. I cannot allow him to have his way," lamented the black cat, its face twisted in despair. It had been severely wounded by the howling silver wolf's innate powers and was indeed devoid of any combat strength at the moment, merely engaging in idle banter. At this moment, in the void above, the howling silver wolf radiated with brilliant silver light, its enormous wings spread wide, exuding an aura of majesty as if it were a divine wolf descended from the realms of mythology. Having vanquished its greatest rival, the nine-tailed spirit cat, the howling silver wolf felt a surge of satisfaction and could not help but let out a howl of triumph. "Master, this little wolf cub has become unbearably arrogant," the large black horse remarked disdainfully. "Very well then, go ahead." Yi Yun chuckled gently, waving his hand. The large black horse immediately perked up, shaking off its reins and soaring into the sky. As the howling silver wolf reveled in its victory, it suddenly noticed a flash of black light before it, moving so swiftly that it had no time to react. The howling silver wolf's eyes widened in shock as it beheld the large black horse that had inexplicably appeared before it. What kind of misfortune is this? First, a large black cat, and now a large black horse. Everything's just so dark. The howling silver wolf shook its sleek, shiny silver fur, cursing under its breath. The large black horse's eyes bulged in astonishment. What? This little wolf cub dares to insult me? How audacious! Without even having the chance to unleash its formidable aura, the horse raised its hooves and charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the howling silver wolf's head. Bang! The force of the horse's hoof was unimaginable. The howling silver wolf felt a splitting pain in its head, dizzy and disoriented, and with a cry of anguish, it plummeted downward. Fool! The large black horse hovered in the void, delighting in the sight of the falling, howling silver wolf, letting out a series of mocking chuckles. Below, the members of the Silver Moon Wolf clan witnessed their ancestor, the howling silver wolf, being ambushed by the large black horse and crashing down from the sky. Yet they remained unfazed. Inside the carriage, upon seeing that the large black horse had not dispatched the howling silver wolf in one blow, Ian shook his head and smiled. The large black horse was just a playful beast. It seemed intent on thoroughly tormenting the arrogant howling silver wolf. Ian did not intervene. Just as the howling silver wolf was about to hit the ground, it suddenly regained its senses, flapping its wings vigorously and soaring back into the air. You audacious black horse! How dare you ambush your elder? The howling silver wolf shouted angrily as it charged toward the large black horse. Perhaps it was still dazed from the kick, for its manner of speaking appeared to have changed, leaving the Silver Moon Wolf clan members dumbfounded. After ascending into the air, the howling silver wolf regarded the large black horse, which appeared diminutive like a mere black ant. For a moment, it could not discern the horse's cultivation level. As it hesitated, the large black horse shook its powerful body, releasing a hint of its aura. The moment this trace of energy enveloped the howling silver wolf, its expression changed dramatically. Is this the eternal realm? The howling silver wolf recognized the significance of the aura and immediately knelt in the void. Master Horse, I beseech you, spare the little wolf's life. Just now, the little wolf failed to recognize your esteemed presence. The howling silver wolf quickly shifted its tone, pleading for mercy. The large black horse grinned menacingly. Little wolf cub, I shall grant you a chance. Flee at once. Flee? The howling silver wolf comprehended the implication in the horse's words. It hurriedly rose, its wings flapping as it broke through the air. As a howling silver wolf, its speed was also a gift from nature. With its shimmering silver wings, it soared at an unimaginable pace. On the square, the members of the Silver Moon Wolf clan knelt in shock, unable to fathom why their ancestor had suddenly fled in the presence of the large black horse. Left behind, they exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do next. After silently counting for several seconds, the large black horse lazily raised its head, gazing in the direction the howling silver wolf had vanished, and opened its mouth to release a beam of blue light. This beam cut through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in an instant. The next moment, the blue light flew back at high speed from the distance, enveloping the fleeing, howling silver wolf. Whoosh! The large black horse's body shook, suddenly expanding to the size of a mountain, casting its shadow over the entire Silver Moon City. The large black horse opened its terrifying maw, the blue light rushing inside, along with the howling silver wolf. The horse began to chew, blood streaming from its mouth. The howling silver wolf let out a wail, yet was utterly immobilized. That mysterious blue light seemed to possess an unexplainable power, as it had managed to escape thousands of miles away, only to be drawn back in an instant. The large black horse savored its meal with delight, blood dripping from its mouth. The large black cat, sprawled out lazily atop the carriage, witnessed this scene and fainted in terror, its eyes rolling back. Master Horse is too ruthless. Chapter 63. In one breath, Silver Moon City turns to ashes, seeing the large black cat fainted in such an ungraceful position atop the carriage. Yian gently pointed, channeling a divine power into the black cat's body. The large black cat, as if struck by a surge of vitality, opened its eyes wide. The mysterious energy within invigorated it, causing its eyes to gleam with a green light. Master, what is this? The large black cat knelt in the carriage, bowing in excitement. You need not ask. Simply refine it slowly, Yi Yun replied nonchalantly. Given the large black cat's current realm, even if he explained the intricacies of divine power, it would still be beyond its comprehension. The fragment of divine power Yi Yun had imparted was trivial to him, akin to extracting a single drop of seawater from the ocean. Yet for the large black cat, that drop of divine power represented an entire vast ocean. Should it engage in contemplation during the refinement process, this divine energy could potentially enable it to sprout 9 tails, yielding unimaginable benefits. At this moment, the formidable black stallion, having devoured the howling silver wolf, swayed and returned to its normal size before descending. The members of the Silver Moon Wolf clan on the ground had long been frightened into unconsciousness. With a snort, the black stallion reattached the reins and licked the blood from its lips. Witnessing the stallion's ferocity, the black cat crouched behind, trembling in fear and too terrified to speak. "Little cat, I'm not going to eat you. So what are you so afraid of?" The stallion grinned, baring its teeth. The black cat quickly raised its paws to cover its head, unable to bear the sight of the stallion's cruel smile. Even Su Wani, at this moment, felt an indescribable terror in the presence of the black stallion. It was utterly unexpected that the usually docile black stallion could be so fearsome. It had consumed the wolf as easily as one might crack a nut, leaving one in disbelief. Suddenly, with a flick of the carriage curtain, Yi Yun emerged. Standing atop the carriage, he surveyed his surroundings with an expression of utter indifference. Su Wani gazed at her ancestor's handsome profile, astonished. How was it that he appeared so suddenly? During the earlier fierce battle, he had remained calmly seated within the carriage. Now he exhaled softly, releasing a breath that began to spread outward. What transpired next left Su Wani in shock. Everything that came into contact with his breath, be it the various corpses, the unconscious members of the wolf clan, the flora and fauna, or the buildings, vanished into thin air, transforming into wisps of blue smoke. The speed at which this phenomenon unfolded was astonishing. Within just a few breaths, the surroundings began to fade rapidly. As she surveyed the scene, Su Wani's eyes widened in disbelief. The vast Silver Moon city had completely disappeared. She stood on a flat expanse, devoid of any previous traces. Was her ancestor truly that terrifying? Was this the might of a deity? Su Wani's gaze became distant as she struggled to swallow, finding it hard to articulate the profound shock she felt. With a single breath, the entire Silver Moon city had been obliterated, leaving no trace behind. It was utterly frightening. The black cat stretched its neck, staring dumbfounded at the now-vanished Silver Moon city, nearly soiling itself in fear. This is beyond terrifying. With a single breath, the entire Silver Moon city has vanished. Surely, even a being of eternal realms could not achieve such a feat, the black cat mused internally, raising its gaze to the imposing figure that resembled a god and felt a surge of reverence, promptly bowing down to the carriage, too intimidated to rise. The black stallion blinked its eyes. My master is indeed formidable, possessing powers that transcend even the realm of true deities. Little girl, it is time for you to come forth. Yi Yun suddenly gestured forward, and the earth trembled, revealing a little girl dressed in green emerging from the soil. Su Wani's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't that Chang LV Dai? To her surprise, her ancestor had spared the girl's life. The dirty-faced Chang LV Dai emerged from the ground, glancing around in bewilderment. Where am I? Where did Silver Moon City go? She muttered to herself in confusion. Then, she spotted the black carriage and the radiant figure of Su Wani in her golden robe. Sister Su, you're alive. That's wonderful. Chang Elfaudi exclaimed, rushing over and embracing Su Wani, bursting into tears. Su Wani, caught between laughter and tears, felt that the girl seemed truly frightened. She gently patted Chang LV Dai's back, offering soft words of comfort. Yi Yun remained atop the carriage, hands behind his back, observing the little girl with a faint smile. This girl was someone he had taken special care to protect, as he recognized a familiar mark in her. Sister Su, I'm so sorry for causing you to laugh. After venting her emotions, Chang LV Dai released Su Wani, her apple-like face flushed with embarrassment. It's nothing, Su Wani replied with a smile. Sister Su, what exactly happened? Where did Silver Moon City go? Chang Elfaudi asked curiously. Su Wani hesitated, casting a glance toward her ancestor. The matter of Silver Moon City being obliterated by her ancestor's breath was far too significant for her to divulge lightly. Yi Yun chuckled, little girl. Best to keep this to yourself and refrain from asking about it in the future. Understood. Chang LV Dai nodded, though somewhat perplexed. Yi Yun continued. Does your family have an ancestor named Chang Yu-chun? Chang LV Dai's eyes widened in shock. The Chang family had an ancestral shrine, and she had paid homage to their ancestor every year since childhood. The first name on the shrine was indeed that of Chang Yu-chun. Big brother, how do you know the name of my ancestor? Chang Elfao di Stamilet. Nearby, the black cat, upon hearing her words, flipped over and retorted, How rude of you. Little girl, how dare you call my master big brother? Are you trying to take advantage of Sister Sue? Ah, Chang Elvidai gasped at the talking cat, startled. What should I call you then? Sister Sue? She cast a pleading glance at Sue Wani. Before Sue Wani could respond, Yiyin smiled lightly. Just call me master. After all, you are not one of my sect. Chang Elvidai quickly understood, bowing respectfully. Greetings, master. Now, let us board the carriage and set off to visit your home. Yiyin declared as he stepped into the carriage. To my home? Chang Elvidai was momentarily bewildered. However, she quickly recovered, realizing that this white-clad elder was no ordinary man. She hurriedly hopped onto the carriage, sitting beside Sue Wani. Chang Elvidai pointed in a direction, her face suddenly flushing red as she nervously said, Sister Sue, my home is that way, but it's a bit far. How far? Sue Wani asked with a gentle laugh. About 20,000 miles, Chang Elvidai replied, lowering her head in embarrassment. Little sister Elvidai, you traveled such a distance to attend the 3 yuan martial meeting? Sue Wani exclaimed in astonishment. 20,000 miles was no trivial journey. This girl, at the second level of Yuan High, had braved such a long journey to reach Silver Moon City alone. It was indeed no easy feat, Sister Sue. I had no choice. Our Chang family is in a remote location with limited resources, so they could only cultivate my brother. The 3 yuan martial meeting is my only opportunity to stand out. So I set out a few months ago, Chang Elvidai said, her eyes reddening as she sighed softly. You have truly endured much. Suvandi Said sympathetically. From a young age, she endured numerous hardships under her master, facing turbulent times and scarce resources for her cultivation, which allowed her to deeply empathize with Chang Eldai. Despite her tender age, Chang Eldai demonstrated remarkable maturity. To avoid consuming her family's limited cultivation resources, she traveled a great distance to Silver Moon City, hoping to seize an opportunity to join a prestigious sect through the Triad Martial Assembly. However, unforeseen calamities struck Silver Moon City, shattering the young girl's dreams. Nevertheless, it appeared that her ancestor had prior connections with the Chang family's forebear and was hastily departing, suggesting that the family's crisis would soon be resolved. As she pondered this, she marveled at the speed of the carriage, drawn by a magnificent black horse that galloped so swiftly that the scenery blurred around them. Chang Eldai exclaimed in astonishment at the seemingly unremarkable steed, which outpaced even the famed dragon steeds of the Divine Wind dynasty. Despite the horse's incredible speed, the carriage remained remarkably steady. Sue Wani gently closed her eyes, her mind free of distractions, as she channeled the unique techniques of the Divine Dragon Sect to stabilize her recently attained 3rd realm of the Sea Realm. To avoid alarming the young girl, Yiyin deliberately reduced the horse's speed. Yet, in just 3 days, they covered a distance of 20,000 miles, an astonishing feat. As they approached the familiar Xianyang County, an expression of utter shock appeared on Chang El-Dai's round face, reminiscent of an apple. She remembered taking several months to make the same journey. Inside the carriage, Yiyin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and gazed thoughtfully at Xianyang County. This small locale lay on the outskirts of the Divine Wind dynasty, where the Chang family barely held a second-tier status. At that moment, a black carriage slowly approached and came to a halt before the Chang family residence. "Haha, we're home," Chang El-Dai exclaimed as she leaped from the carriage, rushing to gently knock on the large crimson door's iron ring. "That's odd. Why is the door closed?" She wondered aloud, as the family usually left it open, with guards stationed outside. After a brief wait, footsteps echoed, and the door creaked open. An elderly man in a black robe, wearing a cap, emerged. The young lady has returned." Upon recognizing her, he forced a smile and opened the door fully. "Uncle Zhao, has something happened at home?" Chang El-Dai inquired, sensing the elder's sorrowful demeanor and the desolate atmosphere in the courtyard, which filled her with an ominous premonition. "Let us wait to speak with the master," Uncle Zhao sighed. His gaze then fell upon the black carriage, where a beautiful woman in golden robes sat. "Is this your friend?" he asked curiously. Chang El-Dai nodded eagerly. "Uncle Zhao, this is my sister Sue." As the carriage curtain lifted, Yiyin stepped out gracefully, his presence commanding attention. Upon noticing the ancestor's emergence, Sue Wani felt her heart race and quickly jumped down, standing respectfully behind him. Yiyin, hands clasped behind his back, contemplated the plaque above the gate. Lost in brief reflection. "Master, please come inside," Chang Eldai said respectfully as she approached him. "Yi Yu nodded, and she led the way while he followed with an air of composure, with Wani trailing closely. The large black cat remained perched atop the carriage. "Master, the atmosphere here seems off, as if a death has occurred," the cat remarked quietly, glancing at the Chang residence. "Nonsense," the black horse retorted, turning its head sharply. With a sudden burst, it released a powerful gust of air, overwhelming the black cat, which felt as if a mountain had fallen upon it. "Mercy, Master Horse," the cat pleaded, clutching its nose in despair, not expecting such a fierce backlash. "Young cat, refrain from such baseless chatter. This is no ordinary place if the master has entered," the horse admonished, flicking its tail, causing the pressure to dissipate. "You're right, Master Horse," the black cat replied, nodding repeatedly, relieved. It had never anticipated that a mere comment would provoke such a formidable reaction from the horse. Chang Eldai confidently guided Yi Yun to the main hall. Upon entering, she immediately noticed her father, leaning awkwardly against a chair, his face pale and his condition poor. "Father, what has happened?" She rushed over to support him. "You returned quickly. Did the Triad Martial Assembly yield any results?" Chang Feng coughed lightly, returning her question. "Father, I did not place," she confessed, her head bowed in shame. Chang Feng smiled faintly, despite his sorrow. "It's all right, you are still young." His gaze shifted to Yi Yun and Su Wani, revealing surprise at the sight of the impeccably dressed youth, who seemed ethereal, like a celestial being from a painting. The girl accompanying him, around 18 or 19, was breathtakingly beautiful, dressed in dazzling golden robes, exuding both grace and strength, with a striking red sword upon her back. Recognizing their extraordinary presence, Chang Feng understood they were not ordinary individuals. "Father, where's my elder brother?" Chang Eldi inquired. "He is resting inside," Chang Feng replied, deliberately withholding the truth from his daughter. In her innocence, Chang Eldai did not suspect anything amiss. She leaned closer to her father and whispered, "Father, I'll take this gentleman to the Ancestral Hall. He knows one of our ancestors." "Oh, very well," Chang Feng replied, startled but without hesitation. Though his cultivation was modest, at the 10th level of the Yuan Sea realm, his keen perception revealed that the white-clad man was no ordinary person, perhaps even a remarkable master. With that thought, he readily acquiesced. Full of delight, Chang Eldai approached Yi Yun respectfully, saying, "Allow me to lead you. I can manage on my own." Yi Yun gently declined, glancing at Su Wani. "You stay here." "Yes, ancestor," Su Wani responded, her spirit lifted with respect. "Ancestor?" Chang Feng felt a profound shock at the revelation that this exquisite youth was indeed the ancestor of the stunning beauty. The man's age was undoubtedly significant, explaining his acquaintance with the family as forebear. Yi Yun strode gracefully toward the Ancestral Hall in the backyard, while Chang Eldai smiled, preparing to pour Su Wani a cup of hot tea. Suddenly, powerful auras descended from the air. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies above the Chang residence. As a formidable voice declared, "Chang Feng, the 3-day deadline has arrived. If you do not surrender the ancestral martial arts of the Chang family, I shall eradicate your entire clan today." Chapter 65. The Beauty and the Sword in the Back Courtyard of the Chang family. A figure clad in white glided through the tightly shut gates, mysteriously appearing within the Ancestral Hall. The hall was dimly lit, filled with rows of dark red spirit tablets, some ancient and weathered, others as pristine as the day they were crafted. Yi Yun's gaze slowly traversed the room until it settled upon a spirit tablet exuding an aura of antiquity, a testament to his forebear, Chang Yuchen. Silently, Yi Yun approached and lit a stick of incense. "My dear brother, who would have thought that after 100 millennia, I would still visit the Chang family?" he murmured, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. 100 millennia ago, at the tender age of 18, Yi Yun ascended to the position of sect master of the Divine Dragon Sect. It was during that time he forged a friendship with Chang Yuchen, who was merely 15 then. With an extraordinary lineage from the Divine Dragon Sect and unparalleled talent, Yi Yun became a formidable figure across the Sangnan continent, known as a notorious tyrant. Chang Yuchen was among his most trusted allies, having cultivated the Yuan-Yang body technique, which endowed him with a remarkably powerful physique. When they first met, Chang Yuchen was already a prodigy, a powerful practitioner at the Destiny realm. Yi Yun had assisted him in deciphering the Yuan-Yang body technique, enabling him to successfully breach the threshold of the life and death realm. However, whether he ultimately transcended to the eternal realm remained a mystery to Yi Yun. In the passage of 100 millennia, as the tides of time ebbed and flowed, Yi Yun was astonished to encounter the descendants of the Chong family in the remote Xianyang County of the Shenfeng dynasty. After all, the Chong family had once thrived in the heart of the Cangnan continent. Yet, for a family to endure for 100 millennia without fading into oblivion was indeed a rare feat. Yi Yun gazed at the dark red spirit tablet, gently brushing away the dust that had settled upon it. His eyes, filled with deep affection, whispered, "Brother, I shall ensure your descendants are well cared for today." With that, he regained his composure, standing quietly in the shadows, clad in his snow-white attire. As the thunderous roar reverberated above the Chong residence, it reached Yi Yun's ears. He smiled faintly, having already sensed the impending crisis facing the Chong family. The ancestral martial arts, the Yuan-Yang body technique, was indeed an extraordinary art, capable of leading one to the life and death mirror. However, to cultivate it successfully required a substantial amount of Yuan-Yang stones, which the current Chong family could not even muster a single piece. This indicated that for many generations, no one in the Chong family had successfully trained in the Yuan-Yang body technique. Nonetheless, with Yi Yun's arrival, he was determined to resolve the crisis and address the scarcity of cultivation resources for the Chong family, a task he deemed not too arduous. He lifted his gaze toward a certain direction. In the grand hall of the Chong family, Chong Feng's face turned even paler upon hearing the furious roar. The Shen family had indeed come. "Father, what is happening?" Chong El Dai asked, her heart trembling. The few figures descending from the sky were indeed beings of the shaping god realm. When had the Chong family ever provoked such powerful adversaries? In Xianyang County, the Chong family was merely a second-rate lineage, with Chong Feng, her father, being the strongest at the peak of the Yuan Sea realm. They were no match for the shaping god realm experts. Furthermore, the Chong family had always maintained a low profile, never seeking trouble. Chong Feng rose, steeling himself, and looked at Chong El Dai, a bitter smile crossing his face. "These are the people from the Shun family. They have somehow learned about our possession of the Yuan-Yang body technique and demanded." Furious, Chong El Dai glared and exclaimed, "This is our family's ancestral martial art, preserved for 10,000 years. It must not be divulged." "You are absolutely right. Even if it costs us our lives, we cannot betray the legacy upheld by our ancestors," Chong Feng declared resolutely. Despite the rarity of descendants mastering the Yuan-Yang body technique in later generations, they had never allowed the technique to be leaked over the past 10,000 years. Thus, Chong Feng had long since resigned himself to death. He strode boldly into the courtyard, where 6 shaping god realm experts hovered in the air. "Shen Wei, do you truly need to dispatch all 6 of your shaping god realm experts against a mere Chong family?" Chong Feng shouted defiantly at the 6 figures. At this moment, Chong El Dai stood beside her father, while other family members rushed into the courtyard from all directions, their faces etched with despair and anger. Su Wani also emerged alongside Chong El Dai, her gaze sweeping the sky. There were 6 experts from the shaping god realm, 2 at the first level, 1 at the second level, and 2 at the third level. The imposing middle-aged man at the center had already reached the 4th level of the shaping god realm. Suddenly, Su Wani seemed to grasp the deeper meaning of her ancestors' instructions for her to remain here. The Chong family's crisis required her intervention. The thought of finally confronting shaping god realm experts made her tremble with excitement. In the air, Shun Wei, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the frail Chong family members below with a cold smile. "Originally, I had given you a 3-day deadline, not wishing to bully the weak Chong family. Now that the time has passed, if you do not surrender the martial arts, do not blame me for being ruthless. Shun Wei, you are delusional. Even if our Chong family faces annihilation, we will never relinquish our ancestral martial arts." Chong Feng declared, his face taut, prepared to face death. "My father speaks the truth. Even if we fight until the last person, we shall never surrender our ancestral techniques." Chong El Dai echoed, drawing her sword and pointing its tip at Shun Wei. Her teeth clenched. Though her words rang resolutely, Chong El Dai was still young, and her body trembled under the pressure from the shaping god realm experts. The Shen family was a colossal force in Xianyang County, feared and respected by all. They had formidable backing, with past disciples having entered the demon-conquering sect, one of the three great sects of the Shenfeng dynasty. The Shen family's strength was immense, and the entire Xianyang county trembled at their might. The arrival of a single Shaping God Realm expert could spell doom for the Chong family. You must be the precious daughter of Chong Feng. How fortunate you have returned. Your family shall soon reunite underground. Shen Wei sneered coldly. Beside him, a middle-aged practitioner at the first level of the Shaping God Realm suddenly reached out, attempting to grasp the figures below. In the air, a magical hand appeared, barreling toward them. A flash of crimson light sliced through the air, shattering the magical hand and leaving Shen Wei and the 6 Shaping God Realm experts momentarily stunned. In the bustling Chong family square, a stunning beauty clad in a golden robe, wielding a blood-red longsword, gazed coldly at the sky. You seem unfamiliar. From where did you emerge? Your swordsmanship does not belong to the Chong family. Shen Wei's piercing gaze fell upon Su Wani, scrutinizing her with a glint of avarice in his eyes. This young lady, with her exquisite features and remarkable skills, possessed a long sword of celestial quality. He desired both the sword and the beauty. Chapter 66. The Seal Breaks. A battle to forge the divine realm. Shen Wei, known for his greed and lust, kept a harem that was renowned throughout the Xianyang prefecture. It was said that his harem consisted of over 3,000 beauties. Despite being surrounded by so many women, he had somehow mastered the yin-yang arts, maintaining his status as the most powerful member of the Shen family. Upon seeing Su Wani, he was immediately captivated. He resolved to capture her alive. Both the girl and her sword would be his. Shen Ting, go and bring that girl to me. Shen Wei commanded with an air of authority. Shen Ting, at the first level of the Yuan Sea realm, nodded and descended. At that moment, a binding force within Su Wani shattered. Her aura surged dramatically, catapulting her from the 3rd level of the Yuan Sea realm to the 3rd level of the divine forging realm. Ha ha ha! The seal placed upon me has been lifted. Suvandidi yoist internity. Indeed, upon entering the Chong residence, all the changes have been orchestrated by her ancestor, much like in Silver Moon City. Shen Ting, witnessing Su Wani's sudden ascent to the divine forging realm, widened his eyes and staggered backward in shock. What is your cultivation level? He stammered. The onlookers from the Chong family were equally astounded, rendered speechless. Chong Feng clenched his fists, staring blankly at Su Wani. This beautiful girl was actually a formidable practitioner of the divine forging realm. Chong Feng was taken aback, waves of astonishment crashing within him. Achieving the 3rd level of the divine forging realm at around 20 years old was unprecedented throughout the Xianyang prefecture. Only a superpower could boast such a prodigious disciple. Recalling the ethereal young man in white who exuded a divine aura, Chong Feng realized that his cultivation must be even more astonishing. It seemed they had found hope. Tears welled in Chong Feng's eyes as he thought of their ancestors' protection, guiding the Chong family through this impending calamity. Among the Chong family, none were more shocked than Chong Eldai. She had entered the Silver Moon City Lord's mansion alongside Su Wani. Initially, she believed Su Wani's cultivation was slightly inferior to hers. Little did she know that Su Wani had unleashed golden light upon the strength testing stone. After participating in the Sanyuan Martial Assembly, Su Wani had triumphed over numerous experts in the Yuan-Si realm, rapidly advancing to the 3rd level, leaving Chong Eldai far behind. However, what stunned her further was the revelation that Su Wani's cultivation had been suppressed all along. Her true prowess was that of a great practitioner at the 3rd level of the divine forging realm. Sister Su, are you truly a great practitioner of the divine forging realm? Chong Eldai asked incredulously, her eyes wide and her charming apple-shaped face animated with astonishment. Indeed, Su Wani replied, glancing back with a hint of a smile adorning her exquisite features. How could this be? At that moment, Shen Wei and 5 other powerful figures from the Shen family wore expressions of disbelief. This girl was unexpectedly a 3rd-level practitioner of the divine forging realm. Yet, Shen Wei's ambition flared. If he could incorporate this girl into his harem, it would be his greatest achievement. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for his companions to descend. Shen Wei was confident. With 2 3rd-level practitioners of the divine forging realm in the Shen family, and himself at the 4th level, 6 against 1 was more than sufficient. Haha, what of your divine forging realm? Here in Xianyang Prefecture, on my territory, You shall not stir any waves. Surrender obediently. Shunwei laughed arrogantly. Delusional scoundrel. Su Wani furrowed her brow and shouted, initiating the divine dragon sword technique. In an instant, a massive golden dragon illusion coiled behind her. Its imposing presence and piercing golden gaze exerted immense pressure on those around her. What sort of technique is this? The 6 members of the Shun family instinctively took a step back, shock evident on their faces. The mere initiation of the technique was enough to instill fear in them. Onward, let us subdue her together. Shunwei's expression turned cold as he drew his sword and charged forward. Observing the 6 men surround Su Wani, Chang El Dai raised an eyebrow, scornfully remarking, 6 big men from the Shun family bullying my sister Su alone. How shameless. Seeking death. Shen Ting, incensed, turned and lunged at Chang El Dai. In a flash, the golden dragon illusion materialized before Shen Ting, and Su Wani struck with her sword. Shen Ting was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Su Wani's speed. Given their vast difference in cultivation, he was no match for her. With a thunderous clash, Su Wani's sword, swift as lightning, sent Shen Ting's weapon flying and severed half his arm. Ah! Shen Ting screamed, hurtling backward, seeking death. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Shen Wei's eyes blazed with fury, his sword flashing like lightning as he lunged at Su Wani. The other divine forging realm practitioners coordinated their attacks from various angles, launching a fierce onslaught. At this juncture, the injured Shen Ting, blood gushing from his severed arm, gritted his teeth, quickly sealing several acupoints to stem the flow. He swallowed a medicinal pill, retrieved his severed arm, and fled in haste. Lacking the strength to fight, he hoped to return to the family treasury, where a precious ointment could aid in reattaching his limb. The 5 strong members of the Shun family unleashed a torrent of sword light upon Su Wani, who remained calm, countering with the divine dragon sword technique. Engaging in a fierce battle with them, the clash was intense and evenly matched. Seeing Su Wani hold her ground against 5 powerful practitioners of the divine forging realm, Chang El Dai stomped her feet in excitement. Sister Su, your strength is truly terrifying. This time, our Chang family is saved. Chang Feng approached, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing her father in such distress, Chang El Dai couldn't help but weep as well. In that moment, she suddenly thought of her elder brother. The evergreen butterfly brushed away her tears, sorrowfully inquiring, Father, my elder brother has yet to appear. Has he also fallen victim to the Shun family? 3 days prior, the Shun family had sent individuals who grievously injured your elder brother. Chang Feng wiped his tears, his heart heavy with anguish, and at last, he ceased to conceal the misfortune that had befallen the Chang family that fateful day. Within the Ancestral Hall, Yi Yun stood serenely before the spirit tablet of Chang Yuchen. After the passage of countless years, today he chose to accompany this once beloved brother. The door creaked open, revealing a frail, gray-clad elder who stepped inside. Chapter 67. A drop of divine power unclogs the meridians. Yi Yun cast a glance over his shoulder. The elder appeared to be in his 80s. His complexion ghastly and devoid of vitality, resembling a mere shell of a man, devoid of any cultivation, just an ordinary old man. The elder's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting to find a young man in white standing amidst the dim shadows of the Ancestral Hall. He was momentarily taken aback, thinking, could my old eyes be deceiving me? Suddenly, the gray-clad elder rubbed his eyes, self-deprecatingly chuckling at his own folly. Upon clearing his vision, he noticed the young man in white still standing nearby. In that instant, everything became vividly clear. The young man exuded an extraordinary aura, akin to an immortal, illuminating the entire Ancestral Hall with an ethereal glow. At that moment, the elder felt as though he beheld a deity. May I inquire who you are? The gray-clad elder, despite lacking any cultivation, was nonetheless well-versed in the world. He quickly composed himself, clasping his hands in a salute, and asked tremulously, I have a past connection with Chang Yuchen. Yi Yun replied gently. What? The elder exclaimed, incredulous. You have ties to our ancestor? The very first progenitor of the Chang family? The elder struggled to contain the tumult within his heart, scrutinizing the young man in white once more, yet failing to discern any connection to the ancient records of his family. Time has blurred many events. You need not exert yourself in uncovering my origins. Yi Yun remarked with a faint smile. He then turned to the elder and softly inquired, what is your relationship with Chang Feng, the head of the Chang family? I am Chongfeng's second uncle, the elder sighed. I fell into a state of demonic deviation during my cultivation, leading to blocked meridians and rendering me a cripple. Yi Yun remained silent, merely observing him. The elder shrugged, letting out a self-mocking laugh. Now that the Chong family is on the brink of annihilation, I, a mere invalid, am of no use. It is better to come to the Ancestral Hall and accompany our ancestors one last time before I depart for the Yellow Springs. Hearing the elder's despondent words, Yi Yun sighed softly. 100,000 years ago, under the leadership of Chong Yuchen, the Chong family enjoyed unparalleled glory. Who could have foreseen that, after such a long span, the family would descend to the brink of extinction? Lost in thought, Yi Yun lightly tapped his finger, sending forth a brilliant ray of light that landed atop the elder's head. The gray-clad elder suddenly perceived a dazzling brightness before he could react, and a powerful force surged into him from above. His eyes widened in astonishment as the special energy, entering through the Baihui point atop his head, unleashed a relentless torrent, washing away decades of stagnation in his meridians. One by one, his meridians began to clear, and gradually, he could sense the spiritual energy of the world around him. In merely a few breaths, the wild energy had thoroughly unblocked all of his meridians, eventually settling into his dantian, transforming into a robust magical power. Instantly, his aura surged, ascending from the Qi refining stage to the Xiandan stage, and ultimately reaching the third level of the shaping spirit stage. What is happening? The elder was left in a state of shock, immobile, as if he were a statue. The young man in white had merely pointed at him, and with that simple gesture, all the obstructions that had plagued him for years had been cleared. The residual energy had not dissipated. Instead, it had entered his dantian, morphing into immense magical power, restoring him to the shaping spirit stage and elevating him from the first to the third level. With a sudden thud, the elder fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing to Yi Yun. Chong Qing Song is blind and has been disrespectful to the esteemed elder. Please forgive me. He knocked his head against the ground with fervor, despite the white-clad youth's earlier claim of being an acquaintance of his ancestor. Chong Qing Song had not taken it to heart, for Chong Yuchen's era was long past. How could anyone possibly survive for such a duration? Yet, he had not anticipated that this seemingly divine young man would, with a mere touch, unblock his long-stagnated meridians and restore his cultivation. Filled with remorse, Chong Qing Song continued to bow, expressing his heartfelt repentance. Rise, Yi Yun said with a serene smile. Chong Qing Song's behavior was understandable, for it was exceedingly rare for someone to live for 100,000 years in the Cangnan continent. Thus, it was only natural that he could not believe in the connection to Yuchen, and Yi Yun held no resentment toward him. Healing Chong Qing Song's blocked meridians was but a trivial effort for Yi Yun. A single drop of divine power had entered Chong Qing Song's body, resolving all his ailments. Senior, your status is so exalted that I hardly know how to address you. Chong Qing Song remained on his knees, hesitant to rise. Simply call me Senior, Yi Yun replied with a slight smile. It would be rather odd for Chong Qing Song to refer to him as Ancestor, a title that felt inappropriate. A surge of magical energy swept forth from Yi Yun's sleeve, lifting Chong Qing Song to his feet. Yi Yun preferred to eschew such formalities. He always felt uncomfortable when someone bowed before him. Chong Qing Song stood before Yi Yun, hands clasped, uncertain of what to say. There are disciples of my Dragon God Sect outside, assisting in the elimination of the Shun family. You need not venture out. Instead, stay here and share with me the tales of your Chong family, Yi Yun said calmly. Upon hearing Yi Yun mention the Dragon God Sect, a flash of realization sparked in Chong Qing Song's mind, and he suddenly recalled many things. He stammered, Senior, you are from the Dragon God Sect? Indeed, Yi Yun nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving confirmation, Chong Qing Song's excitement rendered his aged face flush with color. He had never imagined that this revered elder before him was the youngest sect master of the Dragon God Sect, a prestigious organization from 100,000 years ago, renowned as the strongest figure in the Cangnan continent with hopes of reaching the true God realm. His ancestor, Chong Yuchen, had left behind some family records detailing anecdotes about his interactions with this esteemed sect master. Senior, I am truly overwhelmed with emotion. Chong Qing Song became flustered, his heart racing with exhilaration, unable to contain his feelings. This elder had vanquished all challengers across the Cangnan continent eons ago, and now, To find that he was still alive was beyond anything Chang Qing could fathom. Yi Yun remained silent, choosing not to speak further. After a considerable time, Chang Qing finally calmed his emotions and began recounting tales of his ancestor, Chang Yuchen. The events concerning Chang Yuchen were far too distant, and Chang Qing possessed scant knowledge of them. Thus he concluded his narrative in less than the time it took to consume half a pack of cigarettes. Yi Yun sighed, his gaze once again drawn to the dark red spirit tablet. His good brother ultimately failed to transcend to the eternal realm, remaining ensnared within the boundaries of life and death. Suddenly, Yi Yun's thoughts stirred, and he raised his eyes towards the distance, where a figure draped in black robes descended upon the skies above the Shun family in Xianyang County. The elder's black robe bore an imposing red character for Imperial, accompanied by a smaller character for Demon. This elder's cultivation had reached the 4th tier of the Divine Bridge realm. Upon his arrival, the members of the Shun family felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the Divine Bridge realm, causing their expressions to change dramatically and their breaths to become labored. Chapter 68. The arrival of the elder from the Imperial Demon Sect, sensing the formidable aura. All members of the Shun family rushed into the courtyard and knelt on the ground, bowing reverently. "We welcome Elder Zhu," they proclaimed in unison, their voices echoing thunderously. The newcomer was none other than Elder Zhu of the Imperial Demon Sect, one of the 3 major sects, a colossal force within the entire Divine Wind dynasty. This Elder Zhu, an unparalleled powerhouse of the 4th tier of the Divine Bridge realm, was regarded by the Shun family as a near-divine presence. In midair, Elder Zhu noted the respect shown by the Shun family and allowed a faint smile to grace his stern countenance. "Rise," he commanded as he descended gracefully from the skies. With a wave of his hand, a surge of magical energy enveloped the prostrated individuals, lifting them to their feet. He surveyed the surroundings and asked nonchalantly, "Where is Shunwei? How has he fared with the task I entrusted to him?" An elder clad in black hurriedly approached, bowing deeply as he explained, "Elder Zhu, our family leader has gone to the Chang family to request that cultivation method and has yet to return." "Very well, I shall await his return," Elder Zhu replied, waving his sleeve as he prepared to enter the main hall. At that moment, a bright light suddenly descended from the sky. "Uncle, quickly open the treasure vault and retrieve the black lotus ointment," Shun Ting exclaimed upon landing, his face contorted in pain. He had not yet noticed Elder Zhu nearby. Elder Zhu's eyes flickered as he observed Shun Ting clutching a severed arm. Frowning, he inquired, "How is it that a distinguished practitioner of the divine sculpture realm suffers such an injury on his own territory in Xianyang County?" Upon realizing that it was Elder Zhu of the Imperial Demon Sect, Shun Ting was taken aback and hastily knelt, trembling as he spoke. "I did not know Elder Zhu was present. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my offense. I did not hold it against you. Now, tell me who has harmed you." Elder Zhu replied with a calm smile. "It was a practitioner of the 3rd tier of the divine sculpture realm from the Chang family." Shun Ting hesitated before recounting the tale, half-truthfully. Elder Zhu frowned. "When did the Chang family acquire a practitioner of the divine sculpture realm?" Shun Ting shook his head. "Elder Zhu, I am uncertain. It seems to be an outsider. The family leader and others are currently engaged in battle with her, and they should be able to vanquish her soon." Elder Zhu gazed towards a certain direction in the sky, feeling an unsettling apprehension. He did not fully trust the Shun family. His goal was to seize the Chang family's ancestral technique, rumored to lead to the celestial fate realm when supplemented by the Yuan Yang stones. 5 years prior, he had fortuitously discovered a small Yuan Yang stone mine and sought the cultivation method for the Yuan Yang technique. Unexpectedly, he came across astonishing information. The Chang family in Xianyang County possessed an ancestral technique that could potentially reach the celestial fate realm with the aid of Yuan Yang stones. This revelation ignited Elder Zhu's interest. Remembering his prior connections with the Shun family, he composed a letter and sent it via a flying sword, urging them to obtain the technique in advance. He then set off from the Imperial Demon Sect, heading directly to the Shun family. Elder Zhu, having only heard of the Yuan Yang technique, was not fully informed about its true capabilities. It not only led to the celestial fate realm, but also to the life and death realm. This technique had once been analyzed by the strongest practitioner on Sangnan continent. Resolute in his decision, Elder Zhu swiftly broke through the air, heading straight for the Chang family. Meanwhile, the Chang family was embroiled in a fierce battle. with Su Wani and Shun Wei among the combatants. Although Shun Wei's side boasted greater numbers, they were gradually losing ground, being thoroughly suppressed by Su Wani, who was inflicting injuries upon them. Shun Wei inwardly lamented, astonished at the extraordinary swordsmanship of this stunning beauty. Despite their collective strength, the 5 formidable practitioners found themselves outmatched. If this continued, they would face total annihilation. However, retreating was equally perilous. Doing so would likely lead to them being picked off one by Su Wani, resulting in inevitable doom. Just as they found themselves in a dire predicament, a voice familiar to Shun Wei resounded through the skies above the Chong family. Shun Wei, you truly are not of remarkable strength, being overpowered by a mere 3rd-tier practitioner of the divine sculpture realm. No wonder talent cannot emerge from Xianyang County. As the voice fell, an aura of a divine bridge realm powerhouse descended from the heavens. In an instant, the knees of all members of the Chong family buckled, rendering them incapable of standing. Some knelt while others collapsed. Chong Feng looked up, his face paling as he recognized a figure hovering in mid-air, a black-robed elder from the Imperial Demon Sect. Overwhelmed by the pressure of the divine bridge realm, Su Wani found her movements slowing. Elder Zhu stood in the void, hands clasped behind his back, emanating a faint glow. He refrained from direct confrontation, for as a divine bridge realm powerhouse, he held a certain dignity. Merely releasing his pressure would significantly suppress the small divine sculpture realm female practitioner below, thus granting Shun Wei and his allies an advantageous opportunity to strike. Within the Ancestral Hall, Yi Yun smiled serenely. Suddenly, a black carriage that had been stationed outside the Chong family's premises emitted a radiant light and swiftly descended into the courtyard. As the light dissipated, a youth, around 14 or 15 years of age, appeared. Junior brother. Upon seeing Jun Mo Xiao's sudden arrival, Su Wani was both startled and elated. Junior brother, you are a powerhouse of the divine bridge realm. His formidable strength allowed him to engage in battles beyond his tier effortlessly. Su Wani was confident that Elder Zhu of the 4th tier of the divine bridge realm would not be a match for her junior brother. Jun Mo Xiao quickly surveyed the scene, understanding the situation at hand. Drawing his Hunyuan Ouija sword, he laughed heartily. Elder sister, I am here to lend you my strength. With that, Jun Mo Xiao soared into the air, confronting Elder Zhu from distance. A youth of the divine bridge realm? Elder Zhu gazed at the suddenly appeared Jun Mo Xiao, startled by the aura he sensed from him. At the tender age of 14 or 15, he had already attained the divine bridge realm, a feat that would render him a top-notch prodigy even within the ranks of the demon sovereign sect. How dare that old fool bully my senior sister? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With a flicker of his sword, Jun Mo Xiao produced a melodious sound, and a colossal phantom of a divine dragon materialized behind him. This dragon was not only larger than Su Wanyi's, but also more solidly formed. The golden dragon coiled in the void, its piercing golden eyes emanating a chilling gaze that sent shivers down Elder Zhu's spine. His expression turned grave as he hastily drew his sword. Despite being merely at the 1st level of the divine bridge realm, the young man before him instilled an overwhelming sense of danger. Chapter 69. Total collapse. The tide has turned inside the Ancestral Hall. Chong Qingsong was also probing the situation in the courtyard with his divine sense. When a formidable figure from the demon sovereign sect at the 4th level of the divine bridge realm appeared, he felt a surge of anxiety. Unexpectedly, a young man from the divine bridge realm descended from the heavens. This youth was actually the junior brother of that young lady, indicating that both were disciples of the esteemed divine dragon sect. Witnessing the youthful boy's remarkable cultivation at such a young age, Chong Qingsong could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of envy. The might of the divine dragon sect was beyond imagination, especially considering that this elder had lived for 100,000 years, his cultivation unfathomable, perhaps having attained a godlike existence. Yi Yun observed calmly from the sidelines, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the air, sword energies clashed fiercely. At this moment, Jun Mo Xiao was engaged in a fierce battle with the elder of the demon sovereign sect. From the outset, Jun Mo Xiao had seized an absolute advantage, effortlessly overpowering his opponent. Yi Yun secretly nodded in approval. The training he had imparted to Jun Mo Xiao had proven fruitful, as he now displayed an advantage even when facing a foe of a higher tier. To stand unyielding against a 4th-level Divine Bridge cultivator and gain the upper hand was a testament to Jun Mo Zhao's potential being gradually unleashed. Yet, in Yun's heart, this was far from sufficient. After all, this was merely the Divine Wind dynasty, where the cultivators at the same level were not particularly formidable. If Jun Mo Zhao could maintain such an advantage against Divine Bridge experts from a heavenly sect, then he might just barely pass muster. Bang! Bang! In the skies above, the two Divine Bridge experts were locked in a fierce confrontation. Elder Zhu felt a mix of horror and frustration. He never imagined that as a 4th-level Divine Bridge cultivator, he would be outmatched by a mere 14 or 15-year-old boy. The youth's swordsmanship, speed, and strength utterly overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, below in the courtyard, without Elder Zhu's support, Shun Wei and the others found themselves at a disadvantage once more. Su Wani displayed her might, unleashing a flurry of concentrated sword lights that soon drew blood from Shun Wei. The lives of the 5 divine, sculpting realm cultivators from the Shun family hung by a thread. Without the oppressive presence of a Divine Bridge expert, the Chong family members stood up, invoking ancestral blessings, praying for the survival of their clan. Observing the battles above and below, Chong Feng's tears flowed freely as he laughed with excitement. Father, I never imagined that Sister Su's junior brother would prove to be a Divine Bridge expert. Chong Eldai beside him wiped her tears, both crying and laughing. Initially, when the elder from the Demon Sovereign sect descended, she felt as though the sky was collapsing. Yet unexpectedly, the tide had turned. The arrival of Sister Su's junior brother diffused the crisis facing the Chong family. Neither the 5 experts from the Shun family nor the elder from the Demon Sovereign sect stood a chance against Su Wan Yi and Jun Mo Zhao. The disciples of the elder were all extraordinarily powerful. How strong must the elder himself be? Chong El-Dai stood in place, lost in thought. She suddenly recalled the events that transpired in Silver Moon City. From the upheaval caused by the Silver Moon werewolves to the subsequent disappearance of the entire city. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. Now, reflecting on it, she began to understand that it must have been the elder's doing. The sheer magnitude of such an event left her in awe. To make a city disappear without a trace required an unfathomable level of power. While it may not be overly difficult for a strong individual to destroy a city, erasing it entirely is an accomplishment that even a fate-determining realm expert could hardly achieve. With her limited experience, Chong El-Dai could only surmise the involvement of a fate-determining realm expert. With renewed vigor, Jun Mo Zhao pressed on in battle, swiftly landing a strike on Elder Zhu's shoulder, creating a gaping wound. With a cry of agony, Elder Zhu turned to flee. Yunmo Xiu pursued relentlessly, quickly closing the gap. In a moment of desperation, Elder Zhu raised his sword to counterattack, but was still struck on the arm. Wait! The Demon Sovereign sect shall not let you go. Elder Zhu, humiliated and furious, hastily affixed 2 high-grade movement talismans to his legs, activating them and vanishing from sight. These talismans would double his speed. No matter how far you run, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Yunmo Xiu scoffed, activating the Divine Dragon Transformation technique and racing after Elder Zhu's escape route. Meanwhile, within the Chong family estate, a scream pierced the air as a 3rd-level divine, sculpting cultivator from the Shun family, was slain by Su Wan Yi's sword. The retreat of Elder Zhu dealt a heavy blow to the 5 divine, sculpting realm cultivators from the Shun family, throwing them into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wan Yi swiftly dispatched 4 of them, leaving only Shun Wei. Recognizing the tide had turned, Shun Wei attempted to retreat, but his speed could not compare to Su Wan Yi's divine dragon transformation. A dragon shadow materialized in the air, and a sharp beam of sword light descended upon Shun Wei. With a scream, he met his demise, his head severed from his body. All 5 of the Shun family's powerful cultivators had been slain by Su Wan Yi. Chong El-Dai rushed forward with excitement, embracing Su Wan Yi. Sister Su, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, our Chong family would have faced annihilation today. Chong El-Dai suddenly broke down in tears, her emotions overwhelming her. It is all over now. Everything will be all right. Su Wani gently comforted the young girl, smiling. Inside the Ancestral Hall, Yi turned to Chong Qing-song and said calmly, You should pay a visit to the Shun family. Yes, esteemed elder. Chong Qing-song, quick-witted and perceptive, immediately understood his task. With a sense of exhilaration, he left the Ancestral Hall, transforming into a streak of light as he soared away. There was still a third-level divine, sculpting cultivator named Shun Ting who had evaded capture. He must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. Furthermore, there was no longer any need to spare the entire Shin family. After all, animosity had been sown between the two families. If left unchecked, the Chong family would eventually harbor a hidden danger. As a third-level divine, sculpting cultivator, he alone could dismantle the entire Shun family. Yi Yun gazed toward a particular spot. On the bed lay a pale-faced young man. This was Chong El-Dai's elder brother. 3 days prior, Yi Yun was grievously injured by members of the Shun family. He retrieved a small vial and poured out a single drop of liquid, which he flicked with his finger, sending it through the void and into the mouth of the unconscious Chong Ijo. Suddenly, Chong Ijo absorbed the mysterious green liquid, and his entire body was enveloped in layers of verdant light. This luminescence radiated with vibrant life, rapidly healing his damaged organs, meridians, and bones. In just a few breaths, all of his wounds had remarkably healed. He opened his eyes and abruptly sat up. What has happened? Why am I completely healed? Chong Ijo exclaimed, leaping from the bed in shock, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard commotion outside and hurried out, discovering several corpses on the ground, with members of the Chong family gathered closely together. Father, what on earth has transpired? He inquired, hastening to Chong Feng's side. Upon turning to look, Chong Feng was astonished to see his son standing beside him, full of vitality and showing no signs of injury. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Jur, are you truly unscathed?" "Yes, I am completely healed," Chong Ijo replied, confusion etched on his face. He still did not understand what had occurred. Chong Feng, equally astonished, contemplated the extraordinary events of the day. His son, once gravely injured, had miraculously recovered in an instant. Was this the work of that young man in white? By the heavens, this is nothing short of a miracle, Chong Feng thought, overwhelmed by awe. He could scarcely fathom the existence of such miraculous medicine that could restore a dying individual to life in an instant. "Father, please tell me," Chong Ijo urged. Noticing his father's days, Chong Feng quickly recounted the events that unfolded after the Shun family had attacked. At this moment, Chong El-Dai approached, eager to add her account to their father's incomplete narrative. Once Chong Ijo grasped the situation, he surveyed the area in astonishment. One of the 6 formidable figures from the Shun family had escaped, while the others lay dead, including the family patriarch, Shun Wei. Moreover, a powerful being from the UMO sect had been wounded and forced to flee at the hands of a mere youth. It all felt surreal. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. It was Chong Qing-song, who had returned after swiftly dealing with the Shun family. "Second uncle, how has your cultivation been restored?" Chong Feng gazed at him in shock, wide-eyed. The rest of the Chong family shared his astonishment. Second uncle had been a mere ordinary man for decades after succumbing to demonic madness. How was it possible that he had suddenly regained his strength to the 3rd level of the divine sculpting realm? Noticing the astonished expressions of his kin, Chong Qing-song smiled gently and approached them. "It was the elder who saved our Chong family," he stated cheerfully. Understanding dawned on Chong Feng, and he was overcome with emotion. Meanwhile, Chong Ijo still looked perplexed and tugged at Chong Qing-song's sleeve, pressing for answers. "Second granduncle, what is going on?" Chong Qing-song shook his head with a smile. "The elder's identity is too sensitive. Let us leave it at that." At that moment, Yi Yun slowly emerged. "Ancestor." Su Wani quickly sheathed her 7-star dragon abyss sword and approached, bowing respectfully. Yi Yun nodded in acknowledgement. "Elder, you have come out." Chong Qing-song also bowed deeply. Yi Yun smiled lightly and pointed to the ground. A beam of yellow light shot up, encircling the entire Chong family estate. A grand formation was instantly established. Yi Yun produced a formation plate and handed it to Chong Qing-song, saying with a smile, "Keep this safe. This formation is impenetrable to anyone below the heavenly fate realm." "Thank you, Elder," Chong Qing-song exclaimed, filled with excitement, and knelt down. "We are immensely grateful for your kindness to our Chong family." As the patriarch, Chong Feng also knelt in gratitude, and behind him, all the members of the Chong family followed suit, kneeling in reverence. They understood that the resolution of their predicament today was due to the intervention of this ethereal young man in white. "Your Chong family's Yuan Yang body cultivation is nearly impossible to master without Yuan Yang stones," Yi Yun said, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. He pointed gently at the sky and a turquoise vortex materialized, emanating powerful spatial fluctuations. What is this? Chang Qingsong stared, his heart racing with excitement. Could this be a secret realm? The elder had conjured a secret realm with a mere gesture. How incredible! Yiyan touched his wrist and flicked his fingers. A crimson light surged into the turquoise vortex. This is a small secret realm. It is off limits to those without the bloodline of your family. Inside, there should be enough yuan yang stones for your cultivation needs. Thank you, elder. Chang Qingsong could no longer contain his tears of gratitude. For the sake of a brotherhood that had endured for 100,000 years, the elder had shown such profound care for the descendants of the Chang family. He had established a powerful formation and created a secret realm filled with yuan yang stones, resolving their long-standing dilemma of cultivation. This gratitude could never be repaid, even at the cost of one's life. Tears streamed down Chang Qingsong's face, and the other members of the Chang family, including Chang Eldai and Chang Yizhou, were equally moved to tears, overwhelmed with gratitude and excitement. Meanwhile, outside the Chang residence, a black carriage sat idle. The large black cat sighed, its eyes glistening with tears. I am so touched. The master is truly benevolent. The black horse also shed tears, laughing as it remarked. The master's friend from 100,000 years ago must be smiling in the afterlife. Yiyan remained calm, seemingly indifferent to it all. He stated flatly, this secret realm will open once every 5 years, for a duration of 1 month. You must seize the opportunity to gather the yuan yang stones. Understood, elder. We will remember. Chang Qingsong responded eagerly. Now, it is time for us to depart, Yiyan said, glancing at Su Wani as he turned to leave. He did not use teleportation, but walked slowly, taking deliberate steps as if bidding a final farewell to his dear brother, Chang Yuchen. Su Wani closely followed behind him. As they reached the entrance, she waved at Chang Eldai and silently mouthed a goodbye. The black carriage slowly rolled away from the entrance of the Chang residence, appearing to move at a leisurely pace. However, after walking 100 meters, he suddenly vanished at the end. The elder departed, and Changqing wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes before rising. Sister Su, Chang Luo Dai remained engulfed in the sorrow of Su Wani's departure, tears streaming down her face. Uncle, what is the true origin of this elder? Chang Feng inquired curiously as he leaned closer. Do not inquire further. The identity of the elder is beyond our comprehension. Chang Qingsong responded, narrowing his eyes as he gazed towards the entrance of the secret realm overhead. At that moment, the entrance to the secret realm opened, and we must seize the opportunity to mine the yuanyang stones. All members of the Chang family enter immediately. With a sweeping gesture, Chang Qingsong issued the order for mobilization. The entire Chang family soared into the air, entering the azure vortex before them. As the light flickered and their vision cleared, they were suddenly astonished by the sight that greeted them. This was a small secret realm, rich in spiritual energy, with lush green grass and babbling streams. In the distance loomed a great mountain, stretching for miles and exuding a formidable aura of fire. A shadow flickered, and Chang Qingsong was the first to reach the vicinity of the Crimson Mountain. He touched the mountain's surface, feeling its unique energy, before suddenly collapsing to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The members of the Chang family rushed over upon hearing his cries. They examined the mountain closely, each displaying expressions of shock. This entire mountain was composed of yuanyang stones. Elder, he actually gifted us a mountain. Chang Qingsong cried and laughed, appearing almost mad. In that moment, all members of the Chang family knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing 3 times to the Crimson Mountain. With this yuanyang stone mine, their family could once again revive the glory of their ancestors from 100,000 years ago. Chapter 71. The Yu clan and the demon clan Yunmeng Mountain is situated in the western region of the Divine Wind Dynasty, over 10,000 miles from Xianyang County. The mountain stretches endlessly, adorned with numerous natural lakes of varying sizes. From above, they resemble emeralds embedded among the towering peaks. Quick, set the formation. We must not let it escape. A commanding voice echoed, and suddenly a brilliant light erupted above a natural lake atop the mountain, enveloping the entire body of water in a transparent dome. With a splash, a massive, colorful figure burst forth from the lake, colliding with the golden barrier before being thrown back. Haha, with the formation in place, that colorful dragon carp cannot evade us. Brothers, let's catch it in the trap. Surrounding the lake stood 8 young men clad in black robes, each exuding an aura of strength and handsomeness. All of them were at the Divine Bridge realm, with the highest cultivation reaching the 5th layer and the lowest at the 1st layer. Their black robes appeared exceptionally unique, with 2 blood-red characters embroidered on the back. UMO. The first character was small, while the second was large. Any cultivator from the Divine Wind dynasty would recognize these young men as disciples of the Demon Clan from the UMO sect. The UMO sect comprises 2 factions, the U Clan and the Demon Clan. The U Clan is relatively small and weaker, while the Demon Clan is numerous. Possessing extraordinary combat prowess, notorious for their bloodthirst and slaughter, instilling fear across the Divine Wind dynasty. Thus, ordinary cultivators tend to avoid the Demon Clan to escape unnecessary calamities. Everyone, a shadow, suddenly broke through the air, calling out loudly from above. The group about to take action halted abruptly and looked up. An elderly man, covered in blood, descended from the sky. Isn't this the elder steward of the U Clan? The leader, a young man of around 25, squinted as he watched Elder Zhu descend. The Demon Clan has always looked down upon a U Clan, believing their combat strength to be inferior. Elder Zhu, how did you end up in such a state? Did you encounter a powerful beast? The young leader inquired coldly. I was pursued by a cultivator from the Divine Bridge realm. I implore you all, being of the same sect, to lend a hand, Elder Zhu said, his face reddening as he clasped his hands in a gesture of utmost sincerity. He was merely a steward elder of the U Clan, lacking any weight in the eyes of these prodigious disciples of the Demon Clan. The disciples of the Demon Clan are known for their reckless behavior and arrogance. Should any disciple from the U Clan offend them, they would show no mercy and kill without hesitation. Yet at this moment, Elder Zhu had no other choice. The power of the divine escape talisman had been exhausted, and the terrifying youth behind him relentlessly pursued. If the Demon Clan disciples before him did not offer their assistance, he would truly be unable to escape the youth's chase. Strange, is there truly someone in the Divine Wind dynasty bold enough to act against our UMO sect? The young leader stroked his chin, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. What is the opponent's realm? How many layers above you? He questioned. Elder Zhu began to stammer. Elder Zhu, you blithering fool. If you genuinely wish for our brothers to assist, can you not divulge some accurate information? The young leader's eyes widened, and he suddenly pointed his sword menacingly at Elder Zhu's chest, his expression fierce and filled with murderous intent, as if Elder Zhu were not even a fellow sect member. Elder Zhu trembled, a cold sweat breaking out instantaneously. Historically, the Demon Clan has not hesitated to slaughter members of the U Clan. It is a youth cultivator at the 1st layer of the Divine Bridge realm. Elder Zhu stuttered. Ha ha, a 1st layer cultivator of the Divine Bridge realm? Elder Zhu, your U Clan is truly a disgrace. The youth laughed heartily, raising his sword and striking Elder Zhu's face with the blade, producing a resounding crack. The other disciples of the Demon Clan joined in the laughter. The U Clan was utterly weak, having been reduced to a state of disgrace by a mere 1st layer cultivator. As the laughter echoed, a spectral dragon silhouette suddenly shot in from the distance, landing before the group. As the dragon dissipated, it transformed into a striking youth of about 14 or 15. Ah, indeed, a 1st layer cultivator of the Divine Bridge realm? The leading young man looked up and down at Jun Ma Xiao, disdainfully uttering, a most arrogant expression gracing his features. Elder Zhu gazed at Jun Ma Xiao, his eyes filled with terror. This youth was truly formidable. His aura was profound, and his physique astonishing. He had pursued Elder Zhu at high speed, yet upon landing, he appeared entirely unfazed. Observing Elder Zhu's fearful demeanor, the leading youth became enraged. A cruel glint flashing in his eyes as he raised his sword and struck Elder Zhu's face with a powerful blow. Crack! The force of the strike sent Elder Zhu flying. By the time Elder Zhu rose, the left side of his face bore a bloody imprint. Useless waste. You truly bring shame upon our UMO sect, the youth coldly remarked. Elder Zhu, feeling intimidated, lowered his head and awkwardly said, I ask for your assistance. Rest assured, a mere 1st layer of the Divine Bridge realm can be easily dispatched. He turned to face Jun Ma Xiao, a blood-red glint flashing in his eyes, a bloodthirsty killing intent surging forth from within. Jun Ma Xiao scrutinized the group of young men in black robes, noting their arrogant demeanor and ferocious expressions, and furrowed his brow. The robes they wore bore a striking resemblance to those of Elder Zhu, indicating they were likely disciples of the Demon Control Sect. You are all from the Demon Control Sect, aren't you? You arrived just in time. Since you are all in the Divine Bridge Realm, why not confront me together? Junimo Xiao casually flicked his Hunyuan Wujia sword and nonchalantly regarded the black-robed youths, smiling as he spoke. Recently, he had been refining the blood of the ancestral dragon within the carriage, although his cultivation level had not changed. The concentration of the ancestral dragon's blood within him had increased slightly, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. Thus, today, Junimo Xiao intended to practice against these disciples of the Demon Control Sect. Together? The leader of the group was momentarily taken aback before bursting into reckless laughter. The world often spoke of the madness and arrogance of the demon sect, but they did not expect this young lad, who had yet to grow into his full form, to be even more audacious. A black-robed youth beside him shouted with a laugh, "Kid, we do not kill nameless individuals. Which sect do you belong to?" "The Divine Dragon Sect," Junimo Xiao declared proudly, flicking his sword to reveal a massive illusion of a divine dragon behind him. "The Divine Dragon Sect? I have never heard of it. What kind of lowly sect is this? A minor faction that produces such trash," they cried, drawing their swords with a surge of murderous intent, unleashing a torrent of sword light towards him. Elder Zhu let out a breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Finally, the talented disciples of the demon sect were provoked, and once they made their move, his life would be secure. Chapter 72. Transformation of the Demon God Technique. High above Yunmeng Mountain, a black carriage floated silently in the void. Yi Yun gazed into the distance, his eyes flickering with excitement as a smile graced his lips. After a lapse of 100,000 years, he once again beheld the colorful dragon carp. However, this colorful dragon carp was not the same as the previous one, yet it still stirred echoes of past memories within him. While Yi Yun reminisced, Junimo Xiao had already engaged in fierce combat with the talented disciples of the Demon Control Sect. The battle was intense. After several exchanges, Junimo Xiao found himself firmly suppressed by the 8 elite disciples from the Demon Control Sect. This realization left him utterly astonished. It appeared that the elite disciples from major sects indeed possessed extraordinary individual combat prowess, far surpassing that of the ancient Moon Dynasty. However, even more shocked were the disciples of the Demon Control Sect. They could hardly fathom that despite being 8 formidable experts in the Divine Bridge Realm, most of whom surpassed this young lad in cultivation, they could not deliver a single fatal blow. Such an occurrence had never before been witnessed. Any disciple from the 3 major sects would not typically possess such powerful combat capabilities. One-on-one might be manageable, but with 8 against 1, and 6 of them having realms far exceeding that of the young man, they had merely succeeded in suppressing him without achieving a kill. How could this young man be so formidable? Elder Zhu, observing the fierce battle from a distance, watched with wide eyes and a racing heart. For one person to withstand 8 while being at a disadvantage in cultivation was indeed a rare sight. Wounded and unable to participate in the fray, Elder Zhu contemplated Junimo Xiao, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What kind of sect was the Divine Dragon Sect? Why had he never heard of it in the Divine Wind Dynasty? Even neighboring, more powerful dynasties had not mentioned it. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. Suddenly, splashes echoed from the lake behind him as a massive, colorful dragon carp leapt from the water, repeatedly striking against a golden protective barrier. Elder Zhu turned to see the vibrant dragon carp, its gaze igniting with fervor. This colorful dragon carp had reached the 6th layer of the Divine Bridge Realm, surpassing the cultivation of everyone present. Yet, due to the formation, it was trapped and unable to escape. Elder Zhu was well aware of the renowned benefits of the colorful dragon carp for cultivators. Its flesh possessed miraculous effects for solidifying the soul and body, while its blood was a primary ingredient in crafting a holy healing elixir. The demon core of a colorful dragon carp at the 6th layer of the Divine Bridge Realm, once refined into a barrier-breaking pill, could greatly assist cultivators in breaking through to the Nirvana realm. It could be said that this colorful dragon carp, infused with the ancient dragon bloodline, was a treasure in its own right. Sighing, Elder Zhu's expression dimmed. The colorful dragon carp was a fortuitous opportunity for the disciples of the demon sect. He would not dare to covet it. He possessed a Yuan Yang stone mine, and if he could acquire the Chong family's Yuan Yang dominance technique, he could directly ascend to the Destiny realm. Compared to this colorful dragon carp, such an opportunity was far more exceptional. Unfortunately, it had been forcefully interrupted by the young man before him. Hatred gleamed in Elder Zhu's eyes. After resting for a moment and feeling rejuvenated, he gritted his teeth, drew his sword, and joined the battle. At that moment, Jun Mo Shao faced 9 opponents, and the pressure mounted significantly. In the distant void, Su Wan squinted her eyes, gazing upon the fierce conflict. She felt considerable concern for her junior apprentice. Yun Mu Seal. The Demon Control Sect was a major sect, and these youths in the Divine Bridge realm were exceptionally gifted and possessed extraordinary combat abilities. The combined onslaught of 9 would unleash a destructive tide of attacks, forcing her junior to retreat continuously. Were it not for the Divine Dragon 9 transformations technique, her junior would be in grave danger. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun maintained a calm demeanor, quietly observing the battle ahead. "Loli, you should join as well." A voice resonated through a certain space. In response, a beam of light shot upwards, heading towards the battlefield atop the mountain. Loli appeared dramatically, drawing her sword midair and unleashing a fierce rain of sword strikes. The disciples of the Demon Control Sect, caught off guard by the sudden attack, hastily raised their swords in defense, creating a moment of chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Mo Shao launched a powerful counterattack, slightly reversing the tide of battle. "Junior apprentice, our ancestor has sent me to lend you a hand," Loli declared as she descended from the air, standing beside Jun Mo Shao. "Senior sister, these disciples from major sects are quite formidable. You must exercise caution." Jun Mo Shao replied gravely, eyeing the 9 figures before them. "Understood." Loli stood solemnly as the leader of the UMO sect, a young man. Suddenly displayed a flicker of astonishment upon witnessing a beautiful girl clad in a bright yellow robe descend from the sky. Her speed was so extraordinary that they barely had time to react before she was upon them. The dialogue exchanged between this girl and the young man indicated a familiar bond, likely that of senior and junior disciples. This development was significant. "Leave no one alive. Annihilate them all," the leader bellowed, his eyes turning crimson as a fiery aura engulfed him, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. "Kill!" shouted the other disciples of the UMO sect, their bodies igniting with a similar fervor, their eyes glowing red, muscles rippling with power. Have they been corrupted? Elder Zhu, who stood to the side, felt a chill run down his spine. The disciples of the UMO sect were renowned for their formidable strength, attributed to a mystical technique known as the Creation Demon God Art. This technique, once unleashed, consumed vast amounts of vitality, significantly enhancing combat capabilities while instilling a ruthless desire to kill without respite. Yet, this art was not to be employed lightly due to its severe toll on one's life energy. However, the sudden appearance of a girl at the first layer of the Divine Bridge realm had escalated the pressure, compelling these talented disciples to resort to their powerful technique. They had clearly sensed the young man's formidable prowess during their previous encounter. Meanwhile, Elder Zhu observed from the sidelines, refraining from intervening. The demonized disciples fought without regard for kinship. Should he rashly engage, he risked becoming collateral damage, perhaps even meeting a swift demise by their blades. Such an end would be utterly unjust. Li Yun, seated within a carriage, remained unfazed by the unfolding chaos. He had anticipated all of this, hence instructing Lo Li and Jun Mo Shao to collaborate in battle. If the two could endure this trial, it would greatly benefit their future cultivation. The large black cat yawned, remarking, "These little demons, once corrupted, would likely be unrecognizable even to their own fathers." The large black horse grinned, exposing its gleaming white teeth, and jested, "Little cat, why not step in as a father and teach these younglings how to behave?" The black cat, clutching its head in mock despair, replied, "Oh, dear Mr. Horse, spare me. I've been a single cat for millennia, devoid of any paternal experience." The large black horse erupted into hearty laughter. Li Yun, hearing this exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 73. The Reverse Dragon Art, Quintuple Combat Power. As the banter continued, the black-robed youths of the UMO sect had already engaged in a fierce battle with Jun Mo Shao and Lo Li. The clash reverberated, shaking the very heavens and dimming the sun. The demonized disciples indeed exhibited overwhelming strength, forcing Jun Mo Shao and Lo Li to retreat step by step. Fortunately, their synergy and mutual support prevented them from sustaining injuries. At that moment, Elder Zhu remained at a distance, refraining from joining the fray. The demonized disciples were merciless. Should he hastily intervene, he could easily become a target, perhaps struck down by a stray sword. Such a fate would be lamentably unjust. Li Yun observed quietly, letting out a soft sigh. The disciples of the UMO sect, having become demonized, fought with abandon, their combat style a reckless gamble with their lives. If this continued, Lo Li and Jun Mo Xiao would not only face defeat, but also life-threatening danger. It was time to impart some new knowledge to them, Li Yun thought to himself. With a gentle gesture, he sent forth 2 beams of light that pierced through the fabric of space, landing above Lo Li and Jun Mo Xiao. In an instant, a supreme technique's legacy unfolded in their minds. Having invoked the creation demon god art, their strength had surged, but the Divine Dragon Sect, being an eternal level sect, possessed its own suppression techniques. Suddenly, the voice of their ancestor echoed in their hearts. This is the first layer of the reverse dragon art. Once you invoke it, you will ignite your own life essence, amplifying your combat power 5-fold. 5-fold amplification? That is truly terrifying. Jun Mo Xiao and Lo Li exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and delight flooding their senses. They swiftly absorbed the memory of the technique that their ancestor had directly bestowed upon them, employing a unique divine ability that allowed them to grasp it instantaneously. With a thunderous roar, a powerful sound erupted from both of their bodies, akin to a divine dragon awakening within them. Roar! Jun Mo Xiao and Lo Li howled, unleashing a dragon's roar that echoed through the air. In that moment, they activated the reverse dragon art, igniting their abundant life essence. As they possessed the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, their vitality was already formidable. The intense burning of their essence resulted in a terrifying surge in their combat prowess. Although their cultivation levels remained unchanged, the aura they emitted became overwhelmingly powerful. Elder Zhu, who had been watching from a distance, widened his eyes in disbelief. At that moment, the young man and woman were enveloped in a swirling haze of vitality, radiating an immense aura, with what appeared to be the ethereal form of a divine dragon dancing within the currents of their energy. Even from afar, Elder Zhu felt an immense pressure emanating from them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly turned and fled, casting aside any notions of camaraderie. With the frenzied disciples of the UMO sect preoccupied with the young duo, he seized the chance to escape. Just then, he spotted a large black cat materializing before him, startling him. Where had this cat come from? He quickly assessed its cultivation level, only to have his eyes nearly pop out in shock. He realized that the creature's power far surpassed his own. Don't run, commanded the black cat, raising its paw and gently swatting downwards. Elder Zhu felt darkness engulf him as he collapsed to the ground. The black cat pounced, delivering a final swipe to confirm his demise before returning. Little cat, your method of killing is far too crude, the large black horse chided with a disapproving glare. Then, it opened its mouth, and a bolt of lightning struck the corpse, reducing Elder Zhu to wisps of smoke. The black cat stuck out its tongue, sheepishly saying, Mr. Horse, I lack your finesse. The large black horse merely pouted, turning its attention back to the fierce battle ahead. Having invoked the reverse dragon art, Lo Li and Jun Mo Xiao began to turn the tide of battle, launching a ferocious counterattack against their adversaries, the disciples of the demonic sect across from them. Now transformed into frenzied beasts, roared angrily as they launched relentless attacks against the 2 individuals. Even when Luo Li pierced the chest of one disciple with her sword, he continued to thrust at her with reckless abandon, engaging in a deadly exchange of blows. Luo Li, feeling helpless, resorted to the divine dragon transformation technique, vanishing into the form of a dragon-s illusion. The elite of the demonic sect could only maintain a tenuous advantage through such desperate tactics. Yet this advantage was steadily eroding. Indeed, under the powerful assaults of Luo Li and Jun Mo Xiao, many were injured, causing the overall combat effectiveness of their opponents to rapidly decline. After approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time, with a resounding clash of 2 brilliant sword lights, the disciples of the demonic sect fell, drowning in their own blood. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Jun Mo Xiao wiped the blood from his sword and remarked to Luo Li, Senior Sister, I never anticipated that our Dragon Sect's reverse dragon technique would prove this formidable. Luo Li laughed heartily. Indeed, who would have thought that the combat power derived from blood burning would increase fivefold? Jun Mo Xiao approached each fallen adversary, delivering a final strike, and collected their storage rings, sharing half of them with Luo Li, senior sister. The ancestor mentioned that this is merely the first layer of the reverse dragon technique. Perhaps in the future, we will have the opportunity to master the second and third layers, further enhancing our combat prowess, he said, brimming with pride. Luo Li shot him a disapproving glance, cautioning, this technique of burning blood should not be used lightly. Although our physiques are strong, we cannot endure such consumption indefinitely. Jun Mo Xiao lowered his head sheepishly in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a black carriage appeared, and Yi Yun's voice echoed softly, I understand, ancestor. Jun Mo Xiao, with a sincere expression, admitted his mistake. Seeing his humble demeanor, Yi Yun nodded approvingly. Su Wan Yi leaped from the carriage, producing a handkerchief to gently wipe the blood from Luo Li's face. Junior sister, are you all right? After burning your blood for so long, you must take proper rest, she expressed with concern. Yes, senior sister, I truly need a rest, Luo Li admitted, feeling a sense of weakness. Remembering the ancestor's earlier admonition, she resolved that this technique should be reserved for critical moments, as frequent usage would undoubtedly hinder their cultivation. Little horse, go disrupt the formation in the lake, Yi Yun commanded suddenly. The large black horse opened its mouth wide, unleashing a bolt of blue lightning upon the golden barrier. With a thunderous roar, the golden shield shattered. With a splash, an enormous, multicolored figure surged from the water, charging towards the group. Be careful. Jun Mo Xiao's expression shifted as he raised his sword protectively in front of Su Wan Yi. Chapter 74. The Multicolored Dragon Carp. Seizing the ancestor? With a resounding splash, the colossal multicolored figure landed before the black horse, prostrating itself and expressing gratitude. Thank you for your rescue. Don't thank me. It was the Master's command. The black horse replied hastily, showing its large white teeth. Is this a carp? The crowd focused their gaze to discover that the creature lying on the ground was indeed a multicolored carp, measuring an impressive 7 or 8 zhang in length. Its body shimmered with a golden hue, enveloped in radiant multicolored light, with 2 golden dragon whiskers extending from its mouth, each one measuring 1 or 2 zhang, glimmering with dazzling brilliance. Is this actually a 6-layer divine bridge realm carp? Jun Mo Xiao's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his youthful face. Which one is the master? The massive multicolored dragon carp rolled on the ground, its large eyes darting between Luo Li, Jun Mo Xiao, and Su Wan. Sensing their divine dragon bloodlines and feeling an inexplicable kinship, yet also a reverent trepidation due to their superior lineage. Don't look at me. The ancestor is in the carriage. Jun Mo Xiao waved his hands dismissively, feeling quite awkward under the fish's gaze. The sight of a 7 or 8 zhang fish squirming on the ground was indeed peculiar. It would have seemed far less out of place swimming in water. The carriage? The multicolored dragon carp, intrigued by Jun Mo Xiao's words, turned its body towards the carriage. Having previously scanned it with its divine sense and found it empty, it hesitated, pondering for a few moments before crawling in the direction of the carriage. Unable to contain itself, the flamboyant black cat chimed in, Hey, big fish, you should be able to transform. Hurry and take human form. You're going to wear down the land. Indeed, big fish, transform quickly. Otherwise, the land spirit will be left bald. The black horse added, its mouth twitching in agreement. Yi Yun observed the scene with a slight smile. As he lifted the carriage curtain and stepped out, the multicolored dragon carp was taken aback upon seeing Yi Yun in white robes, resembling a celestial being. Its heart raced uncontrollably, as if a volcano had erupted within it. In that instant, it felt an overwhelming suppression from its bloodline, as if it were not confronting a mere human, but a true divine dragon, one of the most powerful ancient dragons, belonging to a side lineage of divine dragons. The multicolored dragon carp possessed only a faint trace of the divine dragon bloodline and limited ancestral memories. Thus, it could not directly associate Yi Yun with the ancestral dragon, merely speculating that he might belong to one of the 10 most formidable ancient dragons beneath the ancestral dragon. In a flash, it twisted its body, transforming into a youthful figure adorned in a multicolored dragon robe, handsome and exuding an extraordinary aura. With a thud, the youth knelt before them, visibly excited, and bowed repeatedly, proclaiming, "I have come to pay respects to the ancestor." Ancestor? Jun Mo, Xiao, and Luo Li exchanged bewildered glances. Had this fish lost its mind? How dare it claim to be related to their Dragon Sect's ancestor? This was utterly outrageous. The three of them felt a surge of indignation, their gazes towards the multicolored dragon carp turning increasingly hostile. "Big fish, you cannot claim the ancestor so casually," the black cat exclaimed, standing up and glaring at the youth. "That is a deity, and you, a mere multicolored dragon carp, possess only a meager trace of ancient divine dragon blood. How dare you presume to recognize the ancestor as your forebear? There is no such fortune in this world." The black cat, usually shameless, felt even its own audacity pale in comparison to that of the multicolored dragon carp. Otherwise, it would have sought to cling to the master's leg instead of the horse's. But it dare not do so. A deity's thigh is not something one can simply embrace. It does not afford such privilege. Ancestry cannot be casually acknowledged. I am a human cultivator, while you belong to the demon tribe. Yi Yun smiled lightly, and with a graceful wave of his sleeve, he lifted the young boy from the ground. This boy possessed the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, with a concentration exceeding 99, almost equivalent to the body of the ancestral dragon itself. Any dragon or creature bearing dragon blood that encountered him would feel an overwhelming sense of bloodline suppression, rendering them incapable of any rebellious thought. In ancient times, when the ancestral dragon emerged, it subdued the ages, commanding the world, and no scale-bearing clan dared to disobey. "You are indeed the ancestral spirit. I feel it is undeniable," the boy said, standing with a sorrowful expression, tears streaming from his eyes. He felt deeply wronged at this moment. Within him flowed a trace of the five-colored dragon's bloodline, and the instinctual recognition among dragons was infallible. The mere presence of someone with the five-colored dragon's blood evoked a sense of submission in him. No other than the legendary 10 great dragons could elicit such a reaction. In his heart, the figure before him, clad in white, might just be one among those 10 great dragons. However, following the great battle of antiquity, all 10 super dragons had perished, leaving him uncertain of the identity of this white-clad elder. Ian gazed at the boy and asked with a smile, "In the present day, there cannot be many five-colored dragon carps left in the Songnan continent, can there?" Upon hearing this, the boy's sorrow deepened, and his tears flowed faster. "Elder," he called, mirroring the title used by the large black cat, "our lineage of five-colored dragon carps has dwindled from tens of thousands to merely 20 or 30. Do you still have kin?" Ian inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, Elder." The boy continued to lament. "We now reside beneath the waters of the Kanglan River, where a fragmentary formation left by an ancient sect provides a shelter." Upon hearing this, Ian nodded. Initially, he believed he was dealing with a solitary five-colored dragon carp, but he had not anticipated that the boy belonged to a group residing in the waters of the Kanglan River. The Kanglan River was not far from here, approximately 20 to 30,000 miles away. Ian looked at the distant lake, calmly stating, "There is a 7-colored lotus at the bottom of this lake. Could it be that one of your 5-colored dragon carp has been injured?" The boy was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The white-clad elder, akin to a deity, possessed extraordinary insight. He discerned immediately that the 7-colored lotus was not something he sought. Realizing this, the boy hurriedly replied, "Elder, our clan leader has been gravely injured for years and has long been in need of a sacred herb for healing. After a century of searching, I discovered a 7-colored lotus at the bottom of this lake in Yunming Mountain, only to encounter those scoundrels from the Demon Control sect before it could mature." As he spoke, he cast a glare at the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, his eyes filled with intense hatred. Ian smiled gently. He descended from the cart and approached the lake's edge, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the lake's depths. At the very bottom grew a 7-colored lotus, about 3 feet tall, emanating a remarkable aura of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, it would require several more years to mature. "Elder," the boy followed him, standing timidly behind Yi Yun, hesitant to speak. With a subtle gesture, Yi Yun caused the water to swirl upward, as if time itself had reversed in that moment, astonishing everyone present. He retrieved a small vial and poured a droplet of green liquid, which he gently flicked onto the 7-colored lotus. Suddenly, the lotus began to grow rapidly, blooming into a magnificent seven-colored flower, releasing an enchanting fragrance. All present felt as though their souls were being purified, experiencing an overwhelming sense of refreshment. With another wave of his hand, the seven-colored lotus immediately floated into his palm. Take this. The seven-colored lotus is now mature. Ian smiled slightly, offering the lotus to the astonished boy. The boy stood there dumbfounded. This white-clad elder was remarkably powerful, using that mysterious green droplet to hasten the lotus's ripening. He was utterly astonished. Ian gazed into the distance, seemingly perceiving something, then turned back to the boy with a gentle smile. Lead the way. Let's go see your clan leader. Yes, elder. The boy eagerly nodded. The three disciples of the Dragon Sect returned to the cart, while the boy, responsible for guiding them, remained at the front. Ian sat within the cart, contemplating the significance of the five-colored dragon carps residing at the bottom of the Kanglan River, tracing their lineage back to the Dragon Lake of the Dragon Sect. Such a coincidence was remarkable indeed. At Yi Yun's behest, the black horse surged forth with incredible speed, covering the distance of 20 to 30,000 miles in just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The Kanglan River is the largest river within the realm of the Divine Wind Dynasty, stretching a width of 100 miles and plunging into unfathomable depths. The ancient ruins of the sect that the five-colored dragon carp inhabited lay at the deepest part of a certain stretch of the Kanglan River. Elder, it is right here, the boy exclaimed with a smile, pointing at the surging river. Yi Yun smiled, casting his gaze downward into the water. After a brief scan of the ancient sect's ruins, he raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Let us descend. Your clan leader's condition is not good. It is best to administer the seven-colored lotus to him as soon as possible." The black horse plunged into the Kanglan River, the cart enveloped in a protective barrier that repelled every drop of water. The boy admired the black horse immensely. In the blink of an eye, the cart reached the riverbed, revealing the ancient remnants of the sect. The black horse glanced around but remained silent, while the large black cat grew alert, its nose twitching as it seemed to catch a whiff of something peculiar. "Master Horse, this place seems a bit strange," the black cat said, swaying its head and staring intently. "Stop your nonsense and mind your own business," the black horse retorted irritably. The exchange between the horse and the cat startled the boy, causing his heart to race. They had inhabited these ancient ruins for decades, often encountering supernatural occurrences. For instance, it was common to see ancient cultivators engaged in battles at midnight or to witness the shadows of cultivators moving about the sect. Sometimes, while cultivating in a secluded chamber, a ghostly figure would suddenly appear before them. However, the clan leader had previously informed everyone that these were merely remnants of the ancient cultivator's consciousness, lingering within the ruins. At night, such phantoms would manifest, and there was no need for alarm. The colorful dragon carp tribesmen had once attempted to attack using their supernatural abilities, but to no avail, as if their efforts merely struck the air. Over time, this peculiar occurrence became a common sight. Suddenly, a black carriage plummeted from the sky, prompting a massive colorful dragon carp to emerge and block its path. "Big brother, it's me." A young boy quickly stood up from the carriage and waved to the dragon carp. "Oh, it's you, sixth brother. How did you manage to bring back a carriage?" The dragon carp transformed into a young man. When they were on alert at the bottom of the water, they usually took on their true forms, allowing them to move freely and enter their most potent state of attack. "Tribe leader, how are things now?" "I have found the seven-colored lotus," the boy exclaimed, holding up the lotus. The young man sighed and opened a corner of the formation on the ruins, urging, "The tribe leader is growing increasingly severe. Hurry inside." Startled, the boy quickly dismounted the carriage and sped towards the entrance, with the large black horse closely following. As it galloped, it scanned the surroundings, its nose twitching and its bell-like eyes flashing with tiny blue sparks. "What have you seen, old horse?" "Alas, my skills are too weak to perceive anything." The black cat sighed inwardly. He suddenly recalled the astonishing divine beasts in the Lord's warehouse, feeling a wave of envy. As if spurred on, the black cat closed its eyes and began to contemplate the mysterious energy infused into its being by the Lord. After passing through the outermost ruins, they discovered some relatively intact grand halls within. Yi Yun emerged from the carriage, eager to meet the leader of the colorful dragon carps. The boy led the way, while Yi Yun followed, occasionally glancing around with a hint of a smile in his eyes. This sect's relics were indeed intriguing. Upon entering a hidden chamber, Yi quickly spotted the ailing leader of the colorful dragon carps lying on the ground. At that moment, the leader revealed his true form. Measuring an impressive length of over 10 zhang, with scales that had lost their luster, now appearing grayish-white. Tribe leader, I have brought the 7-colored lotus. Seeing the leader's condition worsen, the boy rushed forward, kneeling and presenting the lotus to the leader's lips. The 7-colored lotus emitted a peculiar fragrance, rousing the leader from his near-unconscious state. Upon inhaling the aroma, a flicker of vitality returned to his eyes. When he looked up, he saw the familiar figure of the young man in white standing several meters away. Recognizing the resemblance, the leader of the colorful dragon carps blinked rapidly and called out to the boy, "Little nosy, hurry and fetch the rectangular red wooden box from next door." The boy, puzzled but compliant, dashed next door and returned with the red box. "Quick, open it," the old leader urged, trembling. In that moment, he mustered strength he didn't know he had, rolling over to transform into a frail elder. The boy opened the box to reveal an ancient painting. Upon glancing at it, his eyes widened in shock. The figure depicted in the painting bore an uncanny resemblance to the elderly man in white beside him, identical in both appearance and expression. The boy was momentarily stunned, holding the ancient painting with trembling hands. Tears streamed down the old leader's face as he beheld the painting. He never imagined that after 100,000 years, the strongest being of the Tsangnan continent, the master of the Eternal Dragon Sect, was still alive. He fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head while weeping. Long, whose 54th generation, Long Qing, pays homage to the master. The boy, witnessing the old leader kneel, instinctively followed suit. Seeing the elder on the ground, Yi smiled faintly. He had long wished to meet this lineage of colorful dragon carps, so he had suppressed the aura of his ancestral dragon bloodline during the journey. Once they entered the Kanglan River, no one could detect his presence. "Rise," Yi said calmly, waving his sleeve to envelop the elder and the boy in a gentle force, lifting them both. The lineage of the colorful dragon carps has persisted for 54 generations. This is no small feat for you. Yi spoke softly. "Indeed, master." The old leader's eyes were still filled with tears, unable to articulate his overwhelming excitement. The young man in white before him was none other than Yi, the youngest eternal being of the Tsangnan continent, who had dominated an era, making even the elder generation of eternal cultivators bow their heads in his presence. Their lineage's origin stemmed from the Dragon Lake of the Eternal Dragon Sect. Long ago, this master had placed 100 colorful dragon carps into the Dragon Lake. Yi regarded the elder, raising an eyebrow, and said nonchalantly, "I am no longer the master of the Eternal Dragon Sect. The title belongs to another now." The elder was momentarily taken aback. Over the years, he had wandered the Tsangnan continent with his kin, never hearing any news of the Eternal Dragon Sect. Time had passed too long. 100,000 years had elapsed, and the sect had long since faded into the annals of history. From now on, simply call me Lao Yi. Yi instructed Long Qing. "Understood, Lao Yi." Long Qing nodded eagerly, wiping away his tears. Yi observed Long Qing, his brow furrowing slightly as he asked, "Your body has been severed into several pieces. Who could be so cruel?" Hearing these words from Lao Yi, the boy holding the ancient painting was left dumbfounded. It turned out that the elder's injuries were so severe that his body had been shattered. He found it hard to fathom the hardship of sustaining a fragmented body through sheer force of will for so many years. Long Qing's eyes reddened as he spoke with bitterness. "In the past, we fled from the Li Tian dynasty to seek refuge in the Shun Feng dynasty, where we encountered a powerful figure from the Qi Tian sword sect. He was a level above me and possessed unparalleled swordsmanship. I stood no chance against him. So it was the Qi Tian sword sect." Yi nodded thoughtfully. Long Qing had once been a powerful being of the Nirvana realm, but had now regressed to the peak of the Divine Bridge realm. In the realm of Nirvana's second layer, within the Qi Tian sword sect, one would at the very least hold the rank of a deputy sect master or a grand elder. In the ancient Moon dynasty, a meddlesome elder of the Qi Tian sword sect met his demise at the hands of Luo Li and Jun Mo Shao. In Silver Moon City, another elder from the Qi Tian sword sect encountered a similar fate. The descendant of the colorful dragon koi he once nurtured in the waters of the Kanglan River bore the scars of oppression inflicted by the Qi Tian sword sect. This incited a flicker of rage within Yi. When a true deity is enraged, blood is bound to spill. Yi cast a glance at Long Qing, his pupils narrowing slightly. In that fleeting moment, Longqing felt an unimaginable force upheave his entire mind, only for it to revert to normalcy instantaneously. He was left in astonishment. The next instant, Longqing beheld a mysterious white light emanating from the elder's arm, radiating an indescribable divine brilliance. The forepart of Yi Yun's arm delved into the void. Longqing's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being frozen as if he were a statue. Could the elder have already ascended to divinity? A startling possibility surged through Longqing's mind. 10,000 years prior, the elder was the most formidable being in the eternal realm. Now, after a millennium, the elder still walked this earth, unaging and undying, surely having attained the divine realm. The very thought sent tremors coursing through Longqing's body. Ever since the decline of the Dragon God Sect, the Dragon Lake had been annihilated in a sectarian war, with only a handful of dragon koi managing to escape. Over thousands of years, they developed into various branches, leading a dismal existence across the Tsangnan continent. Constantly hunted by others, many cultivators sought to capture the colorful dragon koi. Despite this, their lineage once basked in glory millennia ago, having flourished into a multitude. In a mere breath, Yi Yun withdrew his arm, seizing a man and tossing him to the ground. This was a middle-aged man with a square face, graying temples, and striking features that exuded an air of remarkable heroism. He scrambled to his feet, astonished as he surveyed his surroundings. He had been cultivating on the back mountain of the Qitian sword sect when a sudden surge of power had seized him, bringing him to this place. Gongsun Li, you old rascal, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament, Longqing exclaimed, a triumphant smile breaking across his face at the sight of the shocked Gongsun Li. The elder's might was truly extraordinary. This location was at least 100,000 miles from the Qitian sword sect, yet with a mere grasp, he had torn through the void to capture Gongsun Li. Longqing, is that you? Gongsun Li's expression shifted drastically upon seeing Longqing, and he immediately prepared to retaliate. Indeed, the arrogance of the Qitian sword sect knew no bounds. Daring to act here? A voice, cold and indifferent, resonated through the air. But in the next moment, Gongsun Li was horrified to find his entire cultivation forcefully restrained, his sword clattering to the ground. Turning his head, he caught sight of the young man in white, his eyes widening in shock. In that instant, he perceived an unparalleled deity, radiating brilliance that illuminated the vast world, extinguishing any flicker of resistance within him. Longqing, proceed, Yi Yun commanded calmly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Longqing harbored an intense hatred for the foe who had once cleaved him into pieces. Had it not been for the formidable physique and remarkable regenerative abilities of the colorful dragon koi, he might not have survived to this day. Years of suffering accumulated within him, causing his eyes to redden in an instant. Drawing forth a sword, he strode forward and unleashed a tempestuous barrage of strikes upon Gongsun Li. Gongsun Li was utterly powerless to resist. Amidst his anguished cries, Gongsun Li was dismembered, meeting a gruesome end. Thank you, master. After slaying Gongsun Li, tears streamed down Longqing's face as he discarded his sword and knelt at Yi Yun's feet once more. Rise. Swiftly consume the seven-colored golden lotus to mend your shattered body, Yi Yun replied with a serene smile. A surge of magical energy enveloping Longqing and lifting him up. The young man beside them was left in utter disbelief. What level of cultivation did this elder possess? With a mere gesture, he had breached the void to seize a Nirvana realm expert from 100,000 miles away. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe such a powerful being existed in this world. Chapter 77. The unforeseen turmoil of the ancient relics after consuming the seven-colored golden lotus. Longqing's injuries began to heal rapidly, a rosy hue gradually returning to his complexion. Yi Yun observed him silently for a moment, noting that the seven-colored golden lotus had only healed half of Longqing's injuries, as the afflictions had lingered for too long. Contemplating this, Yi Yun retrieved a small vial. A drop of mysterious emerald liquid soared towards Longqing. In an instant, the chamber was filled with vibrant vitality. What is this? The young man beside them inhaled greedily, sensing his very soul elevating. Consume it. Yi Yun's voice echoed gently in Longqing's ears. Longqing opened his eyes, gazing at the drop of mysterious green liquid, his heart racing as he swiftly swallowed it. Boom! An unimaginable surge of vitality erupted within him like thunder, coursing through every meridian and permeating every fiber of his being. A soft green light enveloped Long Qing's entire form, rendering him appear even more divine. In mere moments, all of Long Qing's injuries and hidden ailments were healed. He transitioned from a seated position to kneeling at Yi Yun's feet. "Thank you, Master." Long Qing's emotions overwhelmed him, tears streaming down his face once more. It was unfathomable that, after 10 millennia, as the patriarch of the colorful Dragon Koi lineage from Dragon Lake, he could receive the Elder's favor once again. The young man stood in dazed admiration, witnessing the miraculous restoration of the Elder Patriarch's health and the resurgence of his cultivation to the first layer of the Nirvana realm. With faint signs of a breakthrough to the second layer, the young man licked his lips, gazing at the Elder in white with fervent enthusiasm. "Patriarch, trouble is brewing. A multitude of ancient cultivator phantoms have gathered in the plaza, seemingly performing some ritual." A youth rushed in, panic-stricken. "This ancient relic site harbors enigmatic treasures, and it seems they are finally surfacing." Long Qing rose respectfully, casting a glance at Yi Yun, and softly said, "Master, I shall go take a look. Let's proceed together. Those slumbering malevolent spirits are not something these colorful dragon koi can contend with." Yi Yun replied with a slight smile. The group ventured out. Within the chamber, the remnants of Gong Sun Li's dismembered body were suddenly enveloped by a surge of gray mist emanating from the ground, vanishing without a trace. As Yi Yun walked along the path, he merely glanced back, his eyes filled with profound significance. At that moment, the Hei Ma seemed to sense the peculiarities of this place, grinning widely as he chuckled to himself. "Master Ma, what have you discovered?" The ominous laughter echoed as the large black cat trembled, surveying its surroundings with wide eyes, the ebony fur along its spine standing on end. The ancient underwater ruins exuded an inexplicable eeriness that unsettled it. Unlike the loquacious little cat, I, the old horse, shall not indulge in idle chatter when it's time for action. I will not shirk my responsibilities or speak frivolously about trivial matters. The large black horse turned and chuckled, its tail sweeping across the air with a soft whoosh, lightly brushing against the large black cat. The cat yelped, nearly squashed against the cart, its form almost flattened. "Have mercy, dear Master Horse. My fragile frame cannot withstand such a tale from one as venerable as you." The large black cat pleaded, feeling quite aggrieved. "Just wait. I suspect the Master will have you deal with a certain individual." The large black horse grinned, revealing its teeth. "Another opportunity for me to showcase my prowess?" The large black cat perked up, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. The last time it had acted, it was rewarded handsomely by the Master. If given the chance again, it would exert itself to the utmost. The more grievous the injuries sustained, the more abundant the rewards received. Observing the large black cat's spirited demeanor, which had entirely dispelled its earlier fear, the large black horse snorted disdainfully and chose to ignore it further. Yi Yun followed Long Qing to the square, where a gathering of colorful dragon carp clansmen stood, all transformed into humanoid forms, gazing in astonishment at the phantoms of cultivators before them. Long Qing's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the scene. Thousands of ancient cultivators' apparitions congregated in the square, a sight previously unseen. Even during past battles among cultivators, only a few hundred had gathered. These specters hovered like ghosts in the center of the square, raising their arms as if in worship of something in the sky. Long Qing furrowed his brow. This ancient ruin had protected their colorful dragon carp clan for decades, never displaying such strangeness until now. He had once told his kin that these were mere illusions formed by fleeting thoughts, yet today he felt that assertion was fundamentally flawed. What unfolded before him transcended mere illusions. "Long Qing, what sect was this originally?" Yi Yun inquired with a light chuckle. "I believe it was called the Taishan sect. There used to be a fragment of a plaque, but it was later destroyed." Long Qing replied respectfully. Yi Yun's gaze flickered as memories surged forth. He recalled the origins of the Taishan sect. Approximately 120,000 years ago, there indeed existed a super sect named Taishan on the Songnan continent. This sect expanded too rapidly, devouring many others, only to be annihilated by a coalition of enemies. Such events were recorded in the annals of Songnan's history, but only someone as ancient as he could remember events from so long ago. Yi Yun's eyes inadvertently drifted toward a particular direction beneath the earth, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his lips, hinting at a mysterious amusement. Suddenly, an anomaly erupted in the square. The phantoms of the ancient cultivators soared into the air, coalescing into a singular form, a middle-aged man clad in azure battle armor. This figure existed in a state between reality and illusion, yet his aura radiated immense power, reaching the 7th level of nirvana. The oppressive force emanating from him surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the weaker, colorful Dragon Car clansmen to sway and retreat in fear. Long Qing, witnessing this, rushed forward, arms outstretched to shield against the approaching pressure. The middle-aged man in azure armor opened his eyes slightly, a deep, gravelly voice emanating from him. "You all, will you not come forth? What do you wait for?" At that moment, the colorful Dragon Car clansmen behind Long Qing, young and old alike, exhibited wild fervor in their eyes. As if summoned, they transformed into beams of light, racing toward the center of square. "What on earth is happening?" Long Qing exclaimed in alarm. He turned to see that only the young 6th remained by his side, while the rest of the clansmen, accustomed to life in the ancient ruins, appear to have gone mad. Chapter 78. The Cat Lord battles the Heart Demon. The colorful Dragon Carp clansmen knelt before the middle-aged man in azure armor, their expressions filled with fervor akin to devout worshippers. "Come back!" Long Qing bellowed in anger upon witnessing his kin's transformation, but alas, none heeded his cries. Remaining entranced in their fervent state, the young man stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how his kin could succumb to such madness. Could it be that the strange occurrences of the ancient ruins had influenced them over the years? He had been out searching for the 7-colored lotus, and thus escaped their effects. Perhaps the old clan leader's clarity was due to a mysterious drop of green liquid bestowed by the master, purging the strangeness? A whirlwind of questions swirled in the boy's mind. Yi Yun observed the scene with an air of tranquility, as if it were merely a passing breeze. Just then, the middle-aged man in azure armor suddenly widened his eyes, 2 beams of light shooting forth, landing squarely on Long Qing. "Dare you engage in battle?" As he spoke, the man swept his hand, revealing an oversized longsword, its width exceeding 3 times that of a normal sword, and its length twice as much. The gleaming blade shimmered with icy tendrils. In an instant, a thin layer of frost enveloped the kneeling, colorful Dragon Carp clansman. Faced with the arrogance of the man in azure armor, Long Qing felt his heart race, blood surging as he prepared to charge. Yet, Yi Yun's brow furrowed slightly, and instantly, Long Qing found himself immobilized. Long Qing, merely at the 2nd level of nirvana, would be walking into death's embrace against such a formidable foe at the 7th level. Yi Yun turned his gaze toward a specific direction. The large black horse sensed the moment. "Little cat, it's your time to shine. Don't return until you're half dead." The large black horse grinned. "Fear not, esteemed master horse. I possess 9 lives. I intend to expend them all today. I shall confront that unearthly being to the bitter end." The large black cat declared fiercely, puffing out its chest and swearing an oath. Its fierce demeanor was betrayed by the gleam of greed in its eyes, as if it were gazing upon an unparalleled treasure. "Ha, go forth. Do not keep the master waiting." The large black horse, amused by the cat's fervor, chuckled heartily. With a flick of its tail, it hurled the large black cat into the fray like a toss of sandbag. Whoosh! A dark shadow sliced through the water, hurtling toward the middle-aged man in azure armor with great speed. "What is this?" The man in armor was momentarily taken aback. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, forcing him to block with his sword. A resounding crash echoed as the massive paw of the great black cat struck the blade, a surge of unimaginable force coursing through the sword. The middle-aged man staggered backward, unable to maintain his footing. The great black cat, too, was thrust back by an overwhelming power, rolling several times in the water before regaining its balance. "Ha ha, that was exhilarating. Thank you for your strength, Master Ma." The great black cat floated in midair, raising its 2 paws in a gesture of respect towards a certain direction. In an instant, it transformed, its body expanding to a colossal size, resembling a small mountain, revealing its true form as a 9-tailed spirit cat. It was indeed a 9-tailed spirit cat at the 7th level of nirvana. Long Qing stood rooted in place, his eyes wide in astonishment. Where had this cat come from? Why was it aiding the colorful Dragon Carp clan? At that moment, the boy beside him was even more shocked, his eyes as round as saucers, frozen like a statue. Wasn't this the great black cat that had been lounging on the cart? To his disbelief, It was a formidable demon of Nirvana. The revelation of its true form was terrifying. The boy couldn't help but recall the great black horse that had assisted him in breaking through the formation on Yunming Mountain. If this great black cat was so powerful, then the great black horse that had obediently followed it must be even more formidable. The boy dared not imagine. Standing behind Yun, he gazed at the godlike figure ahead, his eyes shining with fervor. The man clad in azure battle armor swayed slightly, appearing somewhat ethereal. He scrutinized the great black cat, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. What a magnificent demon, but you are no match for me. With that, the middle-aged man lunged at the great black cat with his sword. The sky was suddenly filled with a dazzling array of sword lights, converging on the great black cat from all directions. The brilliance was astonishing, embodying the immense power of a Nirvana-level warrior. The great black cat, invigorated, raised its enormous paw to strike at the middle-aged man. Boom! The colossal paw shattered countless beams of light. Yet, the sword light was sharp and frigid, inflicting wounds upon the cat's paw. Nevertheless, being a powerful demon, its physical resilience was extraordinary. Even a minor injury was inconsequential. A fierce battle unfolded in the air. Perhaps the middle-aged man did not wish to harm the colorful Dragon Carp clan members in the square, as he directed all his attacks above the plaza. Nonetheless, the shockwaves from their clash affected the surroundings. Yi Yun's expression shifted. An invisible protective barrier enveloped the members of the colorful Dragon Carp clan. The battle intensified, with the middle-aged man seemingly impervious to injury, his body merely becoming slightly more ethereal even after being struck by the great cat. After a prolonged skirmish, seeing the ferocity of the great black cat, the middle-aged man let out a long howl and retreated 100 meters. Then, with a sweeping motion of his hand, dark gray light burst forth from above the heads of dozens of colorful Dragon Carp clan members. These lights were eerie, emitting wails akin to ghostly cries, transforming into massive demonic visages that entered the man's body. In that moment, his cultivation surged dramatically, reaching the 8th level of Nirvana. Is that the heart demon? Long Qing exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the grotesque heads, realizing that the clan members had unknowingly birthed heart demons within them. No wonder they had all gone mad earlier. The heart demons appeared weak, seemingly just fragments of thought. Long Qing turned his gaze back to the middle-aged man. This individual could absorb heart demons. Could it be that he was the true heart demon? Long Qing's breath quickened. On the Cangnan continent, tales of heart demons were widely known. These beings were historically mysterious, formless and elusive, with no one knowing their origin. Once a heart demon took control of a cultivator, the cultivator's essence would be incessantly eroded, thereby amplifying the heart demon. Heart demons were difficult to detect unless an extraordinary being could perceive their existence. There were many types of heart demons, but they all excelled at creating avatars, capable of manifesting thousands of them in an instant to infiltrate a cultivator's body and devour their essence to grow stronger. It was no wonder the clan members had made such slow progress in their cultivation over the years. They had been afflicted by this heart demon, Long Qing murmured. Chapter 79. The Will of the Strong, the Ancient Spirits. This is not a heart demon, Yi Yun stated, his gaze flickering slightly. My lord, then what is it? Long Qing turned respectfully to inquire. Yi Yun looked at the man in azure armor and replied softly, This is an ancient spirit. An ancient spirit? Long Qing was momentarily bewildered, having never heard of such a term before. Yi Yun smiled and explained this ancient relic is from the Taishan sect, which flourished 12,000 years ago before being annihilated. Many of the deceased strong were of the destiny and life stages, and their lingering wills have coalesced, remaining attached to the remnants of a sect. The depths of this water are extremely cold, harboring a mysterious spiritual vein that has allowed these wills to gradually grow stronger, manifesting various apparitions and influencing your clan members. Oh, Long Qing nodded, somewhat comprehending. Yi Yun continued, This man is likely the strongest within the Tai sect, which is why his will is the most potent. To exist in this realm as an ancient spirit, he employed a secret method to implant a demon seed within your clan members, absorbing the abundant essence of the colorful Dragon Carp. However, this alone was insufficient. He ultimately absorbed the will of all the Tai sect strong, resulting in his current semi-corporeal form. My lord, then is this ancient spirit a ghost or a demon? Long Qing scratched his head, perplexed. Neither ghost nor demon. It is a unique state formed by the will of the strong, which is quite rare even in ancient times, Yi Yun replied with a smile. Long Qing finally understood, directing his gaze towards the tumult above. The resounding clashes persisted, with a massive black figure engaging in a fierce battle against countless beams of light. After absorbing the Een demon seed, the middle-aged man's power surged to the 8th level of nirvana, firmly suppressing the great demon. This caused Long Qing to feel a twinge of concern. After all, this formidable demon had come to assist them. My lord, shall I lend the great demon a hand? Long Qing clasped his hands and sought Yi Yun's approval. Not necessary. Yi Yun smiled faintly and directly declined Long Qing. Though the large black cat was injured, it exhibited an increasingly fierce spirit, showing no signs of defeat. In battles of such magnitude, the trace of divine power stored within the black cat was rapidly dissolving, continually enhancing its strength. In the distance, the great black horse watched the fight intently, suddenly grinning widely and revealing its gleaming white teeth, exclaiming, "The little cat is about to break through." Not long after its words faded, the bloodied black cat suddenly trembled, its aura surging with newfound strength. In that moment, it had successfully ascended to the 8th layer of the Nirvana realm. I actually broke through? The black cat exclaimed excitedly, retreating several hundred meters in midair, raising its gigantic paws in jubilation. It had been stuck at the 7th layer of the Nirvana realm for many years, and now, unexpectedly, it had made a breakthrough during battle. This was akin to a feline version of Su Wani. Overjoyed, the black cat abruptly turned its head and discovered that another tail had sprouted behind it. This astonishing revelation left it momentarily stunned. It recalled the words of its master and hurriedly sought to sense the mysterious power within, only to find that a significant portion of it had vanished. The black cat immediately understood. This battle had been immensely beneficial, as that mysterious force had been largely consumed, its realm upgraded, and most importantly, it had grown another tail. As a 9-tailed spirit cat, each additional tail represented a rapid escalation of its power. "Ha! I have another tail!" The black cat exclaimed with elation, becoming a bit carried away as it playfully swished its 4 tails back and forth. 9-tailed spirit cat, I never expected you to have a breakthrough, too. The middle-aged man gazed at the formidable creature before him, a serious expression crossing his face. After all, he had once been an unparalleled powerhouse in life, now existing merely as a remnant consciousness coalescing into a spirit form. His current awareness contained little memory, yet he recognized the formidable creature as the 9-tailed spirit cat. "Is your injury not severe enough?" The black cat licked its bloodied paw, tasting the metallic tang. It lifted its gaze to the man clad in blue battle armor, its large cat eyes shining with green light. The wounds it had sustained were far less severe than those inflicted by the howling silver wolf. Thus, the black cat grew concerned that its anticipated rewards might slip away. With this thought, it charged at the man, attacking recklessly. In the black cat's mind, it was either to completely eliminate the man without Master Ma's intervention or to sustain even graver injuries, thus securing rewards from its master. For the sake of those rewards, the black cat was truly determined. Yi nodded slightly at the black cat's performance. After all, it was a pet taken in midway. If it was unwilling to risk its life, what use would he have for such a pet? Fortunately, the black cat did not disappoint him. It fought with tremendous fervor and often provided comedic relief, making it a splendid partner for the great black horse. Yi Yun then shifted his gaze in another direction. Deep within the earth, thousands of meters down, a silver coffin floated silently within the Xian Yin's spiritual vein, gradually absorbing its energies. Upon this coffin, faint remnants of blood energy could be discerned, blood that originated from Gong Sun Li's flesh. The disappearance of the pile of flesh in the hidden chamber was the result of this coffin's occupant stealthily siphoning it away. Ian smiled faintly. The entity within the coffin was nearing its time of emergence. However, he wondered whether it possessed the courage to do so. Meanwhile, the ancient spirit on the ground, a pawn of that entity, had already spiraled out of control, no longer obeying commands. How intriguing, Yi mused, watching the battle above with great interest. One was an ancient spirit, the other a millennia-old corpse demon. Both possessed formidable foundations, making control over one another exceedingly difficult. Particularly, the ancient spirit was a powerful being from 120,000 years ago, far surpassing the corpse demon's original form by at least one major realm. Thus, Yi Yun anticipated the unfolding of this grand spectacle. Boom! The fierce battle neared its climax. The black cat, employing a reckless strategy, bore numerous wounds as it pressed the man until his form became entirely ethereal, seemingly devoid of the capacity to continue fighting. Just then, a rumble echoed as the entire ancient relic trembled, as if a colossal entity beneath the earth had suddenly shifted. What has happened? Long Qing steadied himself and directed a divine sense toward the ground, yet found nothing amiss. Master, what is going on? Long Qing inquired of Yi Yun, exasperated. Patience. Just observe, Yi Yun replied with a calm smile. Long Qing's cultivation was insufficient to perceive the silver coffin deep within the Xian Yin's spiritual vein. Seeing that his master would not divulge any information, Long Qing could only force a wry smile, suppressing his impatience as he gazed at the ancient spirit ahead. In midair, the already ethereal figure of the man in blue armor suddenly spiraled and transformed into a beam of azure light, diving into the depths of the earth. Vanishing in an instant, he fled. The black cat was taken aback by the sudden disappearance of its opponent. It promptly released its divine sense to search the ground, but was astonished to find that the man had completely vanished, leaving it filled with a sense of defeat. It had intended to swiftly eliminate the armored man, but was thwarted in the end. The black cat quickly shrank its form to a darting shadow, landing at Yi Yun's feet and kneeling, tearfully exclaiming, "Master, I didn't mean to let him escape. I understand. You may return," Yi Yun replied with a gentle smile, waving his sleeve, causing the black cat to vanish from sight. It turned out that this unparalleled demon cat was also a pet of the master. Long Qing's face displayed a dawning realization as he suddenly felt his own inadequacy. Even a cat raised by the master was far superior to him. Yi Yun, with calm composure, gazed into the depths of the earth, observing the changes occurring within the Xian Yin's spiritual vein. At that moment, the ancient spirit had entered the vein, swiftly approaching the silver coffin. The coffin released billowing gray smoke, attacking the ancient spirit. In response, the ancient spirit employed some secret technique, breaking through the gray smoke's obstruction and plunging into the silver coffin. Subsequently, the coffin began to tremble violently. "So, you are not foolish." A furious roar emanated from within the coffin. The millennia-old corpse demon, which had lain inside, convulsed violently as if a powerful force had invaded its body. Yi Yun observed this scene and nodded silently. It turned out that the ancient spirit had always concealed its true self. In reality, it had inherited a considerable amount of memories. It had been masking its identity all along. Initially, it willingly served the millennia-old corpse demon, playing tricks within the ancient ruins and successfully instilling a heart demon within the kin of the colorful dragon carp. All of this was orchestrated by the millennia-old corpse demon. Ultimately, this demon sought to devour the ancient spirit, enabling it to achieve its full potential and break through to the destiny realm. Becoming a corpse demon of the destiny realm would allow it to command the world with an air of invincibility, nearly immortal and undying. However, the millennia-old corpse demon had underestimated the ancient spirit, which was adept at scheming and had been in disguise as well. Even Yi Yun failed to perceive it. According to Yi Yun's calculations, the millennia-old corpse demon was on the verge of emerging. Once it did, it would consume the ancient spirit, allowing it to ascend to the destiny realm. Yi Yun sighed softly. This ancient spirit was indeed a figure of great wisdom, capable of enduring the machinations of the millennia-old corpse demon for so long. Yet, overcoming the corpse demon would still prove exceedingly challenging. After all, that entity had been plotting all along. Even in life, it had chosen its burial site, interring itself within the Xian Yin's spiritual vein before its demise. Even if its soul were to perish, this physical form could still transform into a successful corpse demon, allowing it to regain some remnants of its past memories. In such a manner, it could be said to live on in this world. One could argue that both the millennia-old corpse demon and the ancient spirit were once deceased beings. These two entities, neither human nor ghost, had been locked in a battle of wits for many years, and the moment of revelation was imminent. Buzz! The silver coffin quivered violently. Within the millennia-old corpse demon, two forces clashed fiercely, vying for dominance over the body. A layer of azure energy manifested on the demon's surface, suggesting that the ancient spirit had temporarily gained the upper hand. In the next instant, the azure energy vanished, shrouded by a layer of ashen white energy. This back and forth continued for what felt like the span of an incense stick. Finally, the ashen white energy completely overcame the azure energy, reclaiming control of the body. With a sudden breath, the millennia-old corpse demon opened its eyes wide, unleashing a gust of wind that sent the silver coffin lid flying. It sat up, having thoroughly consumed the aura of the ancient spirit, its power rapidly escalating. The spiritual energy from Xian Yin vein surged forth, being absorbed into its body. Destiny Realm. Activate. The aura surrounding it intensified, and with a mighty shout, the silver coffin exploded, propelling it from the 10th layer of the Nirvana realm into the Destiny Realm. The entire spiritual energy of the Xian Yin vein was drained completely. Standing within the earth, the corpse demon surveyed its surroundings, a manic smile adorning its face. Clad in a grayish-white robe, it was extraordinarily tall, with skin tinged a dark hue and blood-red eyes, exuding an eerie presence. Its long, white nails shimmered with a silvery sheen, its hair disheveled, and a sinister expression etched upon its face. Li Guding, you nearly fell victim to my possession. Your patience is commendable. As the corpse demon spoke, its gaze shifted upward, revealing a fervent glint in its eyes. It muttered, these colorful dragon carps. Having been nurtured for so long, if I were to devour them all, my cultivation would surely ascend once more. With this thought, it abruptly shook its body, transforming into a gray mist that surged rapidly toward the ground. The square below revealed spiderweb-like cracks, and a cloud of gray mist erupted from within. This mist coalesced in the air, forming a towering corpse demon. Longqing gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. He could easily discern that the gaunt, blood-eyed elder before him was indeed a corpse demon. The level of power it possessed was astounding. Having reached the Destiny Realm, Longqing, who had lived in this underwater ruin for decades, had never suspected that a Destiny Realm corpse demon lay hidden beneath. A chill ran down his spine. Previously, he had thought this ancient ruin was exceedingly safe, only to discover that an ancient spirit was causing trouble, and buried deep below was a millennia-old corpse demon. This place was truly bizarre. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the old master, the entire colorful Dragon Carp clan would likely have perished here. The corpse demon cast a glance at Longqing, unfazed, its attention fixated on the dozens of colorful dragon carp kin closest to it. Their vibrant life force and the sweet aroma of their blood were irresistible temptations, prompting it to yearn for their consumption. The distant second layer Nirvana realm colorful dragon carp was also destined to be its prey. First, it would feast upon these God Bridge realm colorful dragon carps, then devour the Nirvana realm second layer one. As for Yiyun nearby, he was entirely disregarded. Chapter 81. Annihilate the corpse demon, capture the descendants of Dragon Lake. Perhaps having lain in the coffin for too long, the newly birthed consciousness within this millennia-old corpse demon was vastly different from its previous self. Therefore, when it looked at Yiyun, it merely assessed him based on his aura and deemed him devoid of any cultivation. In the eyes of the corpse demon, Yiyun was insignificant, prompting it to overlook him entirely. Yiyun smiled faintly. This fellow's consciousness had been reborn from the corpse, rendering it vastly different from a normal human. Most of the time, it was driven by a primal instinct of ferocity. The corpse demon set its gaze upon the group of colorful dragon carp kin kneeling in the square, their bodies covered in a thin layer of ice. Appearing fresh and delectable, it licked its lips. These colorful dragon carps had been nurtured for so long, not only providing the ancient spirit with a vessel for nurturing the Xian Yin demon seed, but their own vitality had not diminished significantly. Now, they were on the brink of becoming a tremendous boon for it, likely enabling it to break through to the second layer of the Destiny realm. It extended a hand, poised to seize one of the colorful dragon carps for consumption. Suddenly, its hand froze mid-air. The corpse demon's eyes widened as it noticed a mysterious black horse floating before it, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Kid, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? The black horse snorted, revealing a bright smile with its gleaming white teeth. It sniffed the air and then disdainfully exclaimed, "Damn it, you reek too much." From a distance, the large black cat resting on the cart, hearing this familiar phrase, straightened its neck and burst into laughter. "Exactly. Old horse has spoken. You better hurry and wash yourself." The black horse laughed heartily, seemingly reminiscing about the time in the White Mist Valley when it had sent the large black cat flying into a pond with a single kick. Yi Yun chuckled. This black horse had a penchant for cleanliness, and the foul stench emanating from the millennia-old corpse demon was truly unbearable for it. You're courting death. Although the millennia-old corpse demon was not particularly sharp-minded, it grasped the mocking tone of the black horse. It lunged forward, extending its hand towards the black horse. Its long nails gleamed with a sharp radiance, resembling an unparalleled weapon at that moment. You are far too weak. The great black horse smirked disdainfully, and with a mere opening of its mouth, unleashed a bolt of blue lightning. This lightning struck the hand of the ancient corpse demon with astonishing speed. Boom! Instantly, half of the demon's arm was obliterated. It recoiled in shock, trembling uncontrollably. The earlier blue lightning had imparted an unimaginable sense of annihilation. At that moment, it felt as if it were facing the wrath of the heavens. With a sneer, the great black horse unleashed another bolt of blue lightning. The ancient corpse demon turned to flee. However, it could not escape the ferocity of this blue lightning. This subsequent bolt was even more formidable than the first, crashing into the demon and reducing it to nothing but ashes in an instant. What level of cultivation does this great black horse possess? It is truly extraordinary. Long Qing was left astonished. The previous great black cat had already left him in awe, but this great black horse rendered him utterly speechless. A corporeal demon of the Destiny realm, so resilient in its physical form, was effortlessly shattered by the horse's 2 bolts of lightning. This clearly indicated the horse's formidable prowess. The great black horse flicked its tail, transforming into a streak of darkness, and returned to the vicinity of the carriage, reattaching the reins. Truly, with a mere word, the ancient corpse demon was reduced to ashes. The great black cat clasped its hands in a bow, ingratiatingly praising. Cease with the flattery. The great black horse replied nonchalantly. Unimpressed. A mere Destiny realm demon was as insignificant as an ant before it, easily crushed. On this continent, apart from those of the Eternal Realm, it could easily dispatch any adversary. Yi Yun waved his hand, and the thin layer of ice enveloping the colorful Dragon Carp clan members in the square vanished entirely. They awoke fully, bewildered by what had just transpired. Long Qing's companion, a youth named Xiao Lu, rushed over to recount the heart-stopping battles that had just unfolded. The onlookers were visibly shaken, breaking out into a cold sweat. They had no idea that they had narrowly escaped death, teetering on the brink of the underworld. The young boy led the clan members to Yi Yun, where they all knelt before him. Thank you, Master, for saving our lives. They cried, overwhelmed with emotion. Yi Yun gently waved his hand, and a stream of mystical energy lifted the colorful Dragon Carp clan members. You need not remain here any longer. Gather your belongings and assemble here shortly, he said to Long Qing. Yes, Master. Long Qing replied respectfully, gesturing for the clan members to depart, and they vanished from sight. After a brief interval, everyone reconvened. Yi Yun looked upon them and spoke slowly. You are the descendants of the colorful Dragon Carp from Long Lake within the Divine Dragon Sect. The sect shall be rebuilt, and the lake shall be restored. With that, Yi Yun produced a small white vial, smiling gently. This vial contains a realm of its own, a vast expanse where you may rest and recuperate. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing that they would be recognized and returned to their ancestral home, Long Qing was moved to tears, and the other colorful Dragon Carp clan members wept openly. With a wave of the vial, Yi Yun generated a pulling force, drawing all the colorful Dragon Carp inside. After securing the vial, he gazed at the submerged ruins. Exhaling softly, in an instant, the grand remnants of the Tai Xian Gate vanished into particles. In his rebirth, Yi Yun had acquired countless mystical techniques and powers. After 100,000 years of signing in, the rewards he amassed filled an entire warehouse, yet he had only scratched the surface of their potential. Emerging from the ruins of the Divine Dragon Sect of the Divine Wind Dynasty, he had diligently cultivated and pondered within the carriage. He was now a mere step away from achieving the 10th level of the true God realm. Yi Yun appeared atop the carriage. Observing the battered yet pitiable figure of the great black cat sprawled across it, his brow unfurling. The great black cat offered a sheepish smile. Although eager for his master's reward, he dared not voice it. Little cat, you performed admirably this time. Yi Yun raised his hand, and a black cloth pouch descended before the great black cat. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and entered the interior. The great black cat, exhilarated, clumsily grasped the black pouch with trembling paws. Carefully, he opened it. What is this? Upon seeing the contents inside, the great black cat's eyes rolled back in excitement, and he fainted from sheer joy.